Chapter 351 I only love private cars. Although the road from Stormland to Winterfell is not usually deserted, it is definitely not as busy as it is now. 2 days after setting off, there were already many other Seignior nobles in front and behind Gervais's team. Although Gervais was not very familiar with these Seigneurs, because of Pat's little fat guy, Gervais still became a little familiar with these people under Pat's introduction, including Pat. There were a total of 9 small nobles in their group, all of whom were Baron Seignior. But there was only one Viscount Gervais. During the day, everyone led their own teams to move forward slowly. And at night they gathered together to sacrifice themselves, bring all kinds of delicacies, and eat and drink together. To be honest, Gervais had not had much contact with these little Seignior nobles before, and he really didn't expect that the sentiment of life of these noble masters could be so high. For example, after nightfall tonight, after all the teams have set up camp, 9 minor nobles gathered together to prepare for dinner. Gervais originally thought that everyone would just spread a clean carpet on the ground for dinner, then sit on the floor, have a picnic in the wilderness under the stars, drink wine and race cars. But what happened next caused a big impact on Gervais's outlook on life. It is the Baron named Cord. Although his team is in tatters, his pursuit of quality of life will definitely make Gervais shout, "Big brother!" When dinner was about to start, Cord and more than a dozen serfs brought a long table. It was a luxurious and high-end table in the castle restaurant, and it was also equipped with candlesticks and chairs. Together with Gervais, there were 10 people in total. It doesn't feel crowded at all when people sit down. "Brother, are you serious? You brought such a big long table when you came out to fight. No wonder I just saw a carriage and your team covered with a huge tarpaulin. I thought it was war supplies." The Baron named Cord set the first example, and several other barons were not far behind, showing off the treasures they had brought to show how serious they were about life. First, a baron explained to his subordinates. Within 2 minutes, the subordinate brought 7 or 8 pretty maids. These maids had good faces, and their clothes were all made of silk. After a while, another group of men and women arrived. The men were unremarkable. They were just neatly dressed and holding some musical instruments. The women, on the other hand, were dressed in tulle and had graceful figures. As the music sounded, they began to dance. Suddenly, it made Gervais feel like he was at a noble banquet. "So this is war!" This completely subverted Gervais' previous definition of war. He thought that the journey to the battlefield would be dusty. Everyone was nervous, and the atmosphere of killing was terrifying. However, it had only been 2 days since the journey, and these little nobles were already on the battlefield. It's shameful to say that Gervais didn't have such a high consciousness when he came this time. He left the little maid Anna in the castle, and he also left Vivian in the castle. The venue, servants, and beauty are all prepared, and the next step is the food. There was no need for Gervais to worry about this. These little nobles had already prepared it. Within a few minutes, the chefs belonging to different nobles started cooking food on the spot. In a short time, various freshly cooked delicacies were delivered. "Ha ha! Let's eat! Let's eat! It's rare to get together all year round. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight." The Baron named Quarter. Although the serf soldiers he brought looked very humble, the Baron Quarter himself was indeed very generous and open-minded. Just from the 3 exquisite gold candlesticks on the long table, and you can tell by the silver tableware covering the table. "Ha ha! Everyone will not come home until they are drunk tonight. I brought several barrels of good beer this time, which I just bought from Winterfell some time ago." Another Seignior heard Cord's words and immediately echoed loudly. And soon several maids took jugs with beer and started pouring wine for everyone. "To the Southern Expedition! Cheers! To the Southern Expedition! Cheers!" After everyone's wine glasses were filled, with loud shouts, everyone raised their silver glasses and bumped them together. Suddenly, the long table was overflowing with wine, and the aroma of delicious food was fragrant. Although Gervais was a little dumbfounded by the aristocratic actions of these nobles, the atmosphere among everyone was harmonious, and Gervais did not act out of his own way. He raised his glass and clinked it with a few people. Then he did not dislike the bad taste of the beer and drank it in one gulp. The wine in the silver cup was drained. As everyone drank and drank, the atmosphere on the long table became more and more lively. The dinner was accompanied by the graceful dancing of the singer until the early morning. Gervais did not eat this meal in vain. When the dinner was about to end, he took out a jug of wine that he had prepared and distributed it to everyone. It's not that Gervais was reluctant to take it out at first, but there was already beer on the long table at that time. In order to prevent the beer from being unbearable after drinking the wine, Gervais brought the wine for tonight's dinner party. Ending. These little nobles also attended Alice's banquet, and even went to the East Square to buy wine. However, wine was such a delicious thing, and one person could only buy 5 bottles, so they had already finished it. When they saw Gervais taking out the wine, everyone immediately watched quietly as the maid filled it for them, and then drank it slowly like a rare treasure, without the previous appearance of a cow drinking beer. After the dinner, the Baron who brought the singer ran to Gervais's side with a smile, and then asked Gervais in a low voice if he wanted to pick one to warm the bed, so as not to feel empty at night. Gervais glanced at those turbulent singers, and finally Gervais sternly refused. Just kidding. These singers have been yours for a long time. I don't have the habit of using public cars for private use. I want to use my own private car. In the next 2 days, after knowing that there was still wine in stock in Gervais's carriage, these little nobles were most active in gathering for dinner every night. The team stopped before their subordinates could set up camp. They couldn't wait to arrive near Gervais's camp. They had prepared a long table of delicious food early, and waited for Gervais to be free and start carnival together. In this way, what Gervais originally thought was a boring life on the road changed and ended in this cheerful banquet party every day. On the evening of the 4th day after Gervais set off from Stormland, a group of thousands of people finally arrived at the outskirts of Winterfell. However, the appearance of the outskirts of Winterfell has changed at this moment. The originally empty wilderness has been replaced by tents of different colors. These tents are filled with colorful flags of different designs and colors from various seigneurs. Gervais and the others were not the first ones to come. Thousands of troops had already gathered on the outskirts of Winterfell, all of whom were Alice's vassals. This suburban garrison camp did not have fences placed around the perimeter, but only checkpoints were set up at intersections in all directions. These levels are not used to defend against enemies, but are designed to receive and guide teams like Gervais. Lord Gervais! Welcome! Since he was not in a hurry, Gervais simply sent someone behind Pat and others to register. When he revealed his identity, the guard who received him was immediately surprised. He gave Gervais a military salute without hesitation, and then respectfully greeted Gervais. Well, where is Alice now? Gervais nodded kindly and asked the soldier. Sir, the Earl should still be in the castle, but I'm not sure. The guard looked hard at the flag behind Gervais, trying to memorize the pattern of the flag so that he would not be able to recognize it when he saw Gervais' team in the future. Okay, Gervais responded. This was just an ordinary guard, and it was normal not to know Alice's movements. Sir, the registration has been completed. Now follow the little one, who will take you to the area where you are stationed. In addition to identifying the identity of the visitors, the function of the checkpoint registration is to record the number of soldiers brought by the small nobles after receiving the recruitment order, as well as the status of weapons and equipment. When the time comes, who is cheating, and who leads elite soldiers and strong generals, and performs outstandingly. The Earl will be able to tell at a glance. Since the guard recognized Gervais's identity, he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly counted the number of people in Gervais' team without even daring to count the weapons and equipment, and then led Gervais diligently. Set up camp. Chapter 352 Giving Gifts. Under the leadership of this soldier, Gervais and his party gradually moved towards the center of the camp, which was already full of tents. During the coming and going, armored soldiers and ragged serfs walked past each other, making it look like a free market. However, this camp seems chaotic on the outside, but the camps of each minor noble are actually planned. There are various reserved aisles in the station, enough for 2 carriages to go side by side. So when Gervais and his party crossed the street, it did not seem crowded at all. When Gervais and others arrived at the center of the station, they found that it was even more lively than the periphery, because there were actually 4 or 5 caravans doing business in the center of the station. Although this kind of coquettish operation has some impressions in the original owner's memory, when he actually saw it with his own eyes, he still had to sigh that the expedition in this world is really different. The location of the caravan is like a small square, which was obviously reserved deliberately. There are many simple tables, chairs and benches placed in this open space, and there are several counters on the side, like the furnishings in a pub. These caravans not only brought cheap beer and food, but also a large number of women who were engaged in the leather and meat business. If you want to drink, you can choose to sit around on the tables and chairs in the open space, or you can drink alone in front of the bar. At this moment, hundreds of military men have gathered in the open-air tavern. The women who were engaged in the flesh business kept wandering around, flirting with the vulgar soldiers, causing a lot of whistles. Some military men drank 2 glasses of beer, And when they were teased again, they couldn't hold it anymore. They took out a dozen copper coins and stuffed them into the woman's chest. Then, they put their arms around the pretty woman and walked into the tent prepared by the caravan. Well, it is indeed very Western. In the end, Gervais murmured in his heart that this was in line with the bohemian appearance of the Western Knights in his previous film and television works. This kind of thing is very normal in this world. And even because of the existence of this phenomenon, it can relieve the soldiers' tension before the war and improve their fighting will. Sir, do you think it's okay for your army to be stationed here? The soldiers took Gervais to an open space 100 meters away from the small square. This open space was already occupied by other seigneurs. Obviously, this was a very popular location. After all, it was so close to the caravan. The soldiers thought it is absolutely convenient to relax and have fun. Okay, fine. Although Gervais was not going to relax, he had no problem with it. It was a little noisy here, but just staying for one night was not a big deal. Besides, if I don't want to go to the square to relax, my subordinates will not stop them if they want to go to Gervais. After all, the war is coming. Life and death are determined by fate, and no one can guarantee that they can come back intact. This can be regarded as the last chance for them to relax. When the team sets out again, Gervais will never let his subordinates continue to waste energy, which will affect the combat effectiveness. After speaking, Gervais gestured to Ike behind him, and Ike immediately took out 10 copper plates and placed them in the hands of the leading soldier. Thank you, Lord Gervais, for the reward. Sir, that little guy has to leave first. The soldier gratefully accepted the 10 copper coins, bowed respectfully to Gervais, and then left quickly. Although corruption is strictly prohibited in this world, no matter whether they are soldiers or civilians, they can accept the fair and honest rewards from the nobles without any burden. Because the nobles are noble, and the rewards can reflect their generosity and kindness. I take them to set up the tent. I'll go to Rose Castle first. If you want to relax, you can find some fun on your own later. After today, you are not allowed to relax. Remember, you have to take turns, and nothing on the carriage is allowed to be lost. Yes, sir. After Ike agreed, Gervais took Alec and 6 other guards and left the station and walked towards Rose Castle. When Gervais arrived at Rose Castle, he quickly found Lena, who was currently arranging servants to load goods in the vestibule. The size of Alice's team this time is not comparable to that of small nobles like Gervais. As an earl, the minimum number of troops required by the recruitment order is 1,500. This does not mean that the vassals below can be used to offset the debt. After all, if you leave such a gap and encounter some count who is acting treacherously, you will not send a single soldier, and simply let your vassals take the lead. There is a natural difference between the combat effectiveness of the small noble army and the combat effectiveness of the large noble army. Sir, you are here. When Lena saw Gervais, she immediately came to Gervais respectfully and greeted him. Well, why do you prepare so many supplies? There are at least hundreds of vehicles. Right. Gervais looked at the crowded carriages in the front yard and couldn't help but ask. Sir, the Earl is planning to send a team of 2,000 people this time, so we need to prepare enough supplies. These carriages only carry food, and there are more than 50 carriages of other supplies in Winterfell. Lena answered respectfully, and then smiled again. Sir Gervais, are you here to see me? She is in the study. You can go directly to her. Okay. Thank you, Lena. It was rare to see the serious-faced housekeeper Lena smile. Gervais discovered that, as the goddess of Pat and others, Lena still had this capital. However, because Alice, the dazzling thorny rose, has long been eye-catching, Lena does not look so dazzling. After learning Alice's exact location, Gervais rushed to the study on the 3rd floor and knocked on the door. Soon, Alice's cold voice came from inside, like a clear spring in the mountains. Clean and clear. Gervais, why are you here? At this moment, Alice was still sitting at the desk handling government affairs. When she saw that the person coming was Gervais, her eyes flashed, and there was a trace of undetectable emotional fluctuations on her cold face. I just arrived at Winterfell. I want to give you a gift. Gervais came here to ask Alice for the Jones family's vassal records and archives. Gervais had always kept in mind the original owner of the Golden Island stone house, and he just had time to investigate this time. Of course, Gervais is not a straight man, so of course he cannot say this directly. After saying that, Gervais took out a silver white metal cylinder from his sleeve and handed it to Alice. When she heard that Gervais was going to give her a gift, Alice's expression moved again. Without rejecting it, She immediately took it from Gervais's hand and began to look at it carefully. This cylinder is made of a mixture of metal and wood. The metal cylinder is covered with a layer of delicate wood, making it very comfortable to hold. In addition, there was a beautiful rose pattern on the surface of the cylinder, which was obviously specially prepared for her. Alice couldn't help but raise her royal blue eyes and asked Gervais curiously, "What is this? Or is it made of mithril? Let's go to the balcony, and I'll tell you what this is." Gervais smiled mysteriously, and then opened the study door directly, regardless of whether Alice answered or not, and waited for Alice to get up. Alice glanced at Gervais with a strange expression, but she did not refuse. Her beautiful figure stood up from the soft chair and walked out of the study with elegant steps. "This cylinder can be pulled out. Alice, please learn from me." Arriving on the balcony, Gervais took out his monocular telescope and started to demonstrate to Alice. Chapter 353, Feeling Like Flying. "Okay, now put it in front of your eyes and look outside Winterfell." A smile appeared on Gervais's lips. He liked the Countess's ignorant and curious look. "Normally, my cheap wife looks like a domineering female CEO. How could I have the opportunity to see her show off the slightest trace of a daughter like this?" Next, Alice followed Gervais's example and put the monocular in front of her eyes, and then looked outside the city. Through the telescope, Alice immediately discovered something different. Through the transparent lens in the cylinder, the distant scenery became farther away. "However, this telescope is magical. It can make things look farther away. But what's the use of it? It would be great if it was a telescope. It can bring distant things closer," Alice was muttering in her heart. But at this moment, Gervais saw her. Gervais was immediately happy because his cheap wife actually held the telescope upside down. But this is also human nature. After all, there is no such thing as a telescope in this world. If you want to point your eyes at the telescope, then the uninformed person must use the larger side of the lens to point it at the eye. After all, this is how the eyes feel. See more clearly. "Alice, if you hold it backwards, I'll teach you." Because it was rare to see Alice looking so silly and cute, Gervais naturally walked to Alice, then turned her monocular around, raised Alice's arm, and taught her how to use it. After the telescope was straightened, Alice was surprised to find that the scenery in the distance had become extremely clear. The camp tent that originally seemed to be only the size of a thumb had grown in size, and the personnel in the camp were also vaguely visible. Even more vaguely, identify the flag patterns on top of those tents. "It can really turn into a telescope. It's amazing," Alice sighed in her heart. This gift from Gervais really brought her an unprecedented sense of novelty. But as she looked at it, Alice felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Alice reacted and smelled the man sit next to her, as well as the warm feeling of being held on her delicate hands. In an instant, Alice's whole body froze, and she felt a little dazed for a moment. Gervais actually grabbed my hand. "Alice, how are you? This thing is pretty good. I saw it in an ancient book. It said the name of this thing is a telescope. I made 2 of them." Gervais held Alice's white and soft hands, and his nose was filled with a refreshing female fragrance. He couldn't help but his adrenaline surged, and he began to proudly show off his invention. However, when he turned around, he saw Alice's stiffness. When I looked at my expression, I realized that I seemed to have accidentally walked on the road of seeking death. "Well, Alice, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it?" To be honest, if it were any other woman, Gervais might have used the tricks she learned as a keyboard warrior in her previous life to deal with the current situation. Being bold, careful, and thick-skinned. For example, he could pull the woman in front of him down into his strong arms with a pull, and then cooperate with his handsome face and piercing eyes full of love to make the woman in his arms intoxicated. He could then follow the trend with a wet French kiss. Then I started to feel shameless. However, if it can only be what if? The Alice in front of her is not another woman. She is the only countess in the entire Principality of Jean. The cold goddess is powerful and powerful. Gervais can imagine that if he uses those tricks on Alice on the body. I was definitely lucky enough to try the feeling of flying today. After all, I fell more than 20 meters from the 3rd floor of this castle, and I could fly for several seconds. "Don't let me go yet!" Alice's face flashed with shyness unconsciously at first, but it was covered up in an instant. Her face slowly turned evil, and her tone returned to coldness. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Gervais felt extremely reluctant to give up, but his wife was obviously on the verge of exploding on the spot. After all, Gervais reluctantly let go of her 2 jade hands. But before letting go, Gervais accidentally scratched Alice's arm lightly. His grandma's legs are really good in a hand. It feels like touching warm jade. That one is smooth, and that one is considerate. He was recalling the previous feeling in his mind. But Gervais quickly said apologetically, Alice, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it just now. I saw that you didn't know how to use a telescope. So I subconsciously came to help. Got it. Gervais was not lying. He did step forward to help subconsciously, without any other thoughts of taking advantage. It is estimated that during this period, there was no such gap between him and Alice, and both parties could get along with each other on an equal footing. So naturally Gervais no longer kept the distance in mind. After all, Gervais was a person who came from time travel. In his previous life, he got along with friends, even if they were female friends. It was normal for them to occasionally touch their arms when helping like this. Faced with Gervais' apology, Alice remained silent for a long time, and did not look at Gervais. The cold look on her face remained. This made Gervais a little unsure whether Alice was really angry. Ahem. Alice, this thing is called a telescope. It can magnify distant scenery, and see it more clearly. Seeing that Alice had not spoken for a long time, Gervais took the initiative to speak, wanting to test Alice's condition at the moment. Normally, it's not very useful, but during this southern expedition, it can be used to detect the enemy's movements. I made 2 of these things. One for you and one for me. After Gervais finished speaking, she waited for a moment, but Alice still didn't respond. Damn, this cheap wife is so stingy. Can't she just touch her hand? No, I have to retreat first. It would be bad if my cheap wife resorts to violence to settle a score with me. Gervais felt that it was dangerous for him to continue to stay on the balcony, so he planned to prepare a strategic retreat and wait until night to ask Alice for books and check the information about Golden Island. Is this telescope made of crystal? Just when Gervais was about to take the next step, Alice spoke first. Yes, those are the crystals I asked you for last time. Gervais paused and replied, Oh, thank you, Gervais. Alice's tone was calm. I have already sent people to the royal capital regarding the pirate right. The king should respond after the southern expedition. Oh, thank you, Alice. At this moment, Gervais felt a little guilty and didn't know how to break into the topic. As if he was back to the first time he talked to Alice on the balcony. Besides giving me this telescope, do you have anything else to do? Ahem. I do have a small request. I would like to ask you to borrow the Jones family's vassal album to look at. It should be from more than 30 years ago, from the time of Viscount Mockor. Gervais heard it. My cheap wife is about to start chasing people away. But fortunately, I still have some conscience. I turned against her without accepting my gift, and I knew to ask if I had anything to do with her. The album of vassals? It's on the bookshelf behind my desk. Go look for it yourself. Alice was stunned for a moment, but she also told Gervais where the album was, and did not ask why Gervais was looking for it. Well, okay. Then I'll go look for it in the study now. The matter of coming to the castle this time has been accomplished, and Gervais is ready to run away. After speaking to Alice, Gervais quickly walked towards the door of the castle balcony. After Gervais left, Alice's tight pretty face suddenly relaxed, and a little blush appeared on her fair and beautiful pretty face, like a naive and shy girl next door, without any trace of it. The appearance of a cold goddess. This man, he's really evil. You held my hand without telling me, and in the end you dared to sneak a peek. You thought I didn't know. If you do this again next time, I will definitely chop off your hands. Alice looked at the exquisite telescope in her hand, her eyes full of complex expressions, and then she spoke harsh words with gritted teeth. Chapter 354. Who tore it apart? Ah, sneeze. It's autumn, and the weather is a bit cold. It seems I need to put on more clothes. Walking in the corridor, Gervais suddenly shivered and sneezed for no reason. After looking at himself, he was only wearing a thin silk gown. Gervais touched his head and muttered. Soon, Gervais returned to Alice's study. The furnishings of Alice's study are actually very similar to the offices of presidents and CEOs in later generations, although the space behind the desk is spacious. There are not many furnishings. The only furnishing is a huge cabinet on the wall, with various important items placed on it. The vassal album is here. Gervais walked directly to the book. There were 4 or 5 books in total. Gervais scanned them one by one, and soon found one marked with the Gregorian calendar 180, Gregorian calendar 210. Album of Vassals. After taking down the heavy album, Gervais went directly to the sofa in the study and opened the album. This picture records the list of all the vassals of the Jones family during this period, and the deeds of each vassal, how they obtained the title, whether it was inherited from the family, or whether they were canonized through military exploits, are all clearly recorded. Gervais guessed that the Lord of the Golden Island should be the vassal of Viscount Major, so Gervais did not waste much time and turned over page by page. When he was halfway through the album, Gervais finally saw him. Marjorie Brenton's name. Gervais soon determined that this Macaur Brenton was the Viscount Macaur he was looking for. Below the name was a detailed description of the location of Viscount Macaur's fiefdom. Looking at the portrait left by Viscount Macaur in the album, Gervais sighed. The Viscount Macaur family has been passed down for several generations. But he didn't expect that because of a thought. He wanted to go to that unknown and prosperous place. But he ended up in it. The end of genocide. Next, Gervais slowly looked down. After introducing the situation of Viscount Macaur's family, the names of his vassals were also listed below. And the location and range of these people's territories were also clear. The archive is recorded here. Lord Decker. The fiefdom is a seaside mountain village. The location range. Baron Winces. The fiefdom is Greenwood Town on the edge of the dark forest. The location range. As Gervais read each item carefully, his brows slowly furrowed because he did not find any description of the island. It shouldn't be. The area of that island is obviously only the territory of Viscount Major. If there is a record of this lord, it will be absolutely clear. Gervais was thinking quickly in his mind. At this moment, he had read all the records about Viscount Major's vassals, but none of them matched the description of the lord on the island. Gervais was unwilling to give in and looked again, looking more carefully, but still found nothing. Wait! It looks like a page has been torn out here. Suddenly, when Gervais was pressing the book and looking carefully, he found that there were jagged scraps of paper between the pages. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that there was a page that had been deliberately torn. Lost? Who tore it off? Was it the old Count? But why did he tear it off? Did he also find something wrong? Gervais felt that this matter was like a bottomless pit. The more he explored, the more involved he became. It stands to reason that this book has always been kept in the Roseburg study room, and it is difficult for outsiders to sneak into such a core place. So Gervais guessed that it was probably the old Earl who tore it off himself, just to prevent the Lord's information from being leaked. Of course, it is also possible that the church did it. But no matter what, it means that there is a great danger behind this matter. If it was the old Earl who tore it off, it means that the old Earl was also afraid of the strength of the church and had to suppress the matter. If it was done by the church, it would be even more terrifying. They could sneak into Rose Castle's study quietly and complete this matter. The dog's life is still at stake. Let's talk about these things later. Even if I know it now, it will be of no use. If I expose myself, it may lead to death. Gervais closed the Jones family's vassal album, put it back in its place, readjusted his mood, and walked out of the study. Although no useful information could be found, at least it was confirmed that the owner of the Golden Island stone house was real. This also gave Gervais more plans in the future. At the very least, he had to be careful about the church to avoid being watched by the church superior. Without any intention of greeting Alice, Gervais went directly downstairs to the vestibule. After saying hello to Lena, who was still busy counting the goods, Gervais took several of his personal guards and left towards the gate of Rose Castle. When Gervais returned to his station outside the city, Ike and others had already set up the tent, and the carriage was parked in the center of the tent to prevent the goods on it from being lost. Ike, why don't you go and relax? Gervais couldn't help but joke when he saw that Ike and Lori actually bought beer, but were sitting in the camp drinking it. Sir, we have a family. We don't have as much energy as other young men, so I won't go. The two of them quickly stood up, bowed to Gervais, and then smiled awkwardly. Sir, I think this opportunity should be left to Alec and the others. Lori next to him also laughed. In an instant, Alec and others beside him blushed. When they arrived at the camp just now, they couldn't help but peek over there when they saw the women doing the flesh business with their revealing clothes and extremely provocative movements. It was precisely after seeing their appearance that Gervais came up with those words to let them relax. It is estimated that no caravan would go there all year round in the remote countryside of Stormland. After all, it is too poor. Alec, a spirited young man born and raised in the Storm territory, has never seen the scene in the small square just now. Alec, do you guys want to go see it? I won't tell Bernard. Gervais also looked back and laughed when he saw the embarrassment of Alec and others. Little Gervais, what are you so happy about? At this moment, Gandalf walked in from outside followed by the guards on duty.
Father! You are here! Hello, Lord Nathan!
Hearing the sound, Gervais turned his head, and Gandalf led Nathan and a nobleman he was somewhat familiar with, and walked slowly towards him.
Father!
This is...
This Count Gervais is such a noble man. So forgetful. I'm here to thank you for saving my life.
Gervais did not know him, but this familiar middle-aged man knew Gervais, and said to Gervais very enthusiastically,
Baron Bertram?
Gervais instantly remembered the Baron who was assassinated by Sadie in the gladiatorial arena. Bertram was seriously injured after being attacked by a sneak attack. It was Gervais who used the wound suturing technique to quickly suture Bertram's wound and stop it bleeding.
Yes, Mr. Gervais. Because I was injured last time. I couldn't come to say thank you. This time, I came here specifically to say thank you. Thank you for your life-saving grace.
There was sincerity in Bertram's words. If there hadn't been Gervais that day, he might have died of excessive blood loss. Later, when I heard that Gervais had used unprecedented needle and thread stitches on his body, Bertram was extremely happy. And at the same time, he was extremely grateful to Gervais.
Baron Bertram is out of touch now. You are my father's friend and also Alice's vassal. It's only right that I can do my best. Come, Father, Baron Bertram, Lord Nathan, everyone sit down and chat.
Gervais warmly invited several people to sit down.
Go get a jug of wine. Yes, sir.
When Ick and others saw Gandalf and the others approaching, they had already stepped aside. After hearing Gervais's instructions, they quickly headed towards the carriage.
Baron Bertram, are you going to go to this southern expedition in person?
It had only been more than a month since Alice's birthday party. Bertram was so seriously injured. Although he had the physical bonus of a titled knight, there would definitely be certain risks if he fought fiercely. Bernard was injured in the battle for Alice. He can completely let his heirs take his place in this expedition, and Alice will try to put them in a safe position.
It's almost better. I've been lying down for more than a month and I'm tired of it. How can such a wonderful thing be left out of me?
Bertram laughed, then took out a book from his arms and handed it to Gervais. Chapter 355 Murdering Your Husband? This? Gervais was stunned. He saw the 5 small characters written on the book were
Breaking Wind and Breath Kill.
Although the book looked like it was a handwritten copy from the outside, it could not hide the preciousness of a secret skill. You must know that advanced secret skills can be compared to family inheritance. Bertram's breathless wind was seen by all in the arena. In an instant, a powerful gust of wind appeared around Bertram. The gust of wind was like a whirlpool, enveloping the sand and dust and enveloped the two of them. And then, they were both silver knights. Innes was seriously injured in an instant, and fell to the ground unable to fight anymore. This gustful breath slash is definitely an intermediate or high-level secret skill, and it is incomparable to ordinary low-level secret skills such as critical strike 3 sword slash.
Baron Gervais, I was lucky enough to taste your golden wine at your father's place, so you must not be short of money. I can only use this secret skill as a gift of thanks.
Bertram held up the book and said sincerely to Gervais,
Baron Gervais, you don't have to refuse. The principle of equal exchange between nobles is that this secret skill is not enough to offset your life-saving grace for me. Moreover, this secret skill only requires one more person to practice it, and I have nothing to do with it.
Big loss.
At this moment, even Gandalf on the side was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that Bertram would take out the breathless sword as a gift to repay Gervais. Others don't know the importance of breathless wind, but Gandalf knows it best. This is the inheritance of the Bertram family. His family relied on this breathless breath to make great achievements on the battlefield, from the title of Lord to the Barons. After hearing what Bertram said, and the fact that Bertram's expression definitely didn't look fake, Gervais finally took the book. After all, he really needs to work hard to improve his strength now. Such advanced secret skills are something that can only be encountered. If you miss it, you may not know when it will be available next time.
Thank you, Baron Bertram, for your kindness. Then I will accept it.
Gervais took the secret skill in his hand and didn't look at it. Instead, he stuffed it directly into his arms, then stood up and solemnly thanked Bertram. At this time, Ike also came over with a bottle of wine. Next, Gervais greeted a few people and started drinking wine while talking and laughing. After a few glasses of wine, Bertram and Gandalf began to brag about how brave they were during the southern expedition in previous years. For example, Gandalf said that he led more than 20 people to attack a viscount's castle in a bloody battle, and only then did he earn the title of Baron. Another example is Bertram, who was just a peak bronze knight at the beginning. But with the breath of the wind, he directly seriously injured a silver knight and a bronze knight. After capturing the two of them, he helped the old earl to fight without any blood. Just captured a baron's castle. The next few people chatted together for more than half an hour before Gandalf and others said goodbye and left. Gervis originally wanted to invite a few people to have a meal at Winterfell's snowy manor, but Bertram and Gandalf refused. Their reason was that since the soldiers had already set up camp, they would not leave the camp, even though this is outside Winterfell. Although Gervais didn't understand the meaning, this should be the experience of a veteran. So Gervais also gave up the idea of going to Winterfell to eat and drink. As for going to Roseburg, to be honest, Gervais didn't dare to do it now. After all, he had just eaten the tofu of the Cold Countess. After Gandalf and the others left, the sky had darkened, and the 10 gang leaders recruited from the serfs also began to make rice. However, Gervais felt that he lacked appetite, so he told Ike and others after a while. He returned to the tent to rest. Gervais now regrets why he didn't bring out Chef Jimmy and why he didn't bring out Anna, the maid. Look at those little aristocrats in Cord. They are living a happy life just for traveling.
I owe it to my experience. Fatty Pat is not loyal enough. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing?
Gervais wanted to have a good time with Pat and Cod's fair-weather friends. But it was already dark now, and it would be troublesome to search for them. So he gave up the idea.
If you're really hungry, I'll let you roast some pieces of monster meat for yourself. Returning to the tent, Gervais took out the book in his arms. The violent wind cuts off the breath. Gervais recited silently, and then opened the page of the book in anticipation. There are 3 levels of this violent wind breathing slash. The first level allows the lingering breeze to stir up sand and mud, obstructing the enemy's vision, and it can also explode with 3 times the power in one slash. The second level is even more powerful. The breeze turns into a real strong wind, which can even affect the enemy's figure, and the power of the sword can explode 5 times as much. Gervais guessed that Bertram must have reached the second level of practice, because the third level of Breathless Slash is a real killing martial skill, and it no longer only causes damage to an enemy. The third level of the Breathless Slash can form a violent whirlwind within 5 meters of the body. The whirlwind is mixed with the cold sword energy, causing substantial damage to the enemy. During this period, every time a sword is struck, the sword can explode 5 times the power, as long as the fighting spirit is not exhausted. This secret skill will never end.
This is so hacking advanced.
Gervais' eyes widened, and he let out a low cry of excitement. Compared with this violent wind and Breathless Slash, his 3-piece critical attack is simply weak. The power of the 3-piece Storm Slash is at most 3 times the power of one's own. Although it is possible for a practitioner to inadvertently kill the enemy, the 3-piece Storm Slash consumes too much fighting energy. Moves. Even Gervais, a man favored by the system, can only be a real man for 1 second twice after taking the golden kiwi fruit to strengthen himself. Fortunately, due to the system upgrade, the decomposition function was added, which allowed Gervais to practice the hardcover version of the critical strike sword slash on his own, saving a second of the pain of a real man.
But the third level of Breathless Slash must reach the Silver Knight level before you can start practicing. It seems I need to work hard.
Gervais didn't care much about the first and second levels of Breathless Slash. What he cared about was the third level, thinking about the sword energy and the strong wind around the body after releasing the violent wind and Breathless Slash. It feels exciting to think about that scene. Therefore, he must be promoted to the White Shadow Knight before completing the second level, so as not to cry when he looks at the third level. As for what happens if he has become a Silver Knight, but Breath of the Wind has not yet broken through the second level, Gervais is not worried at all. The worst he can do is eat another golden kiwi fruit. If one doesn't work, then 2. People with systems are so confident. He happily put the wind breath slashing book back in his arms. Gervais was not planning to start practicing today. There were people around here, and there was no free space for him to practice.
Sir! Housekeeper Lena wants to see you.
After Gervais put away the book, he was about to lie down on the small bed for a while, but the shouts of soldiers came from outside the tent.
Lena? It's almost night. Why is she here with me? Isn't it because my cheap wife is getting more and more angry and wants to settle the score in the future?
Gervais felt a little guilty, but they had already come to the door, and he wanted to go out and take a look after all. When Gervais came outside the tent with an anxious mood, he was stunned when he saw the situation clearly.
Lord Gervais, the Earl asked me to bring you dinner.
The pretty and charming housekeeper Lena stood outside the tent, accompanied by 4 male servants, all holding trays in their hands. Gervais was somewhat unexpected by this turn of events.
Really? Alice is interested. Come to my tent quickly.
Gervais looked a little weird. He didn't know what Alice was thinking. She was still as cold as ice on the balcony. But now she asked Lena to come here to deliver dinner to her.
Isn't this cheap wife trying to murder her husband? Is she poisoning the food? That's not a problem. Right. I just touched her hand.
Gervais thought secretly, his expression a little uncertain. In fact, Gervais didn't know that if it hadn't been Gervais who bumped into Alice on the balcony today, he might not have had to wait until now. And he wouldn't have been able to leave Rose Castle on the spot. Alice is reluctant to dance with other men even at her birthday party. Such a woman cares more about skin-to-skin contact than she imagined. Chapter 356 Basic Magic Skills. Her servants carefully walked into Gervais' tent and placed every fragrant and steaming food on a simple wooden table. Suddenly, the wooden table less than 2 meters away was filled with delicious food.
Lena! Did Alice say anything when she sent these foods?
Gervais' eyes were slightly suspicious. Alice's cold temperament and sudden enthusiasm made him a little unbelievable.
Well, I'm not a bastard. And I'm not a cheap person. It's just that the turn is too fast and I can't react.
Gervais muttered secretly in his heart. Alice's temper changed so quickly. There were big fish and meat on the long table. And there was even a pound of Shadow Cheetah's Warcraft meat. All of which were carefully cooked by the Rosebird chef.
Lord Gervais, how do you know what he said?
Lena smiled slightly. And then cleared away the 4 male servants. After the male servants walked out of the tent, Lena stretched her hand to her chest.
Gudong!
Gervais's eyes widened, and he saw that Lena had unbuttoned a button under that particularly prominent place.
I am a gentleman. Please take off your clothes. Please stop. Alice, what do you want to do? Do you want Lena to take over your responsibilities?
Of course. The next moment Gervais knew that he was overthinking it. And Lena just unbuttoned a button and took out a booklet from the clothes in her arms.
Lord Gervais, you also told me to give this book to you, saying that it is for you. If there is any news about the old Earl in it, please be sure to tell Sir Alice.
Gervais reluctantly moved his eyes away from Lena's better figure, feeling a little disappointed. He really thought too much. And he was originally prepared to accept the ravages of reality. The next moment, Gervais curiously took the book handed by Lena. However, when he saw the text on the book, he was shocked. The cover of the book was a little shabby. But the text on it was exactly the same as the text on the notepad on the island. In other words, it was not a common text on this continent.
Basic magic skills.
Gervais was extremely surprised. Although he had learned illusions, he was really not sure whether there were magicians in this world. After all, in the memory of the original owner, this world had always been a world of knights. And only fighting spirit existed. Now the book said by Alice seems to have reopened a door for Gervais, revealing that the world is not as simple as it seems now.
Did Alice say what book this was?
With thoughts in his heart rising and falling, Gervais took advantage of the slightly dimmed night and pretended to ask Lena as if nothing had happened. After all, the writing on it is not a common writing on this continent. If it weren't for the kiwi fruit, it would be impossible for me to recognize it. Now Alice asked Lena to send it to him, and said that if she could find any clues about the old count, she would tell her. What did this mean? Did Alice know that she could recognize these books?
Lord Gervais, Sir Alice never said what kind of book this is. The Earl just suddenly said that he would send you dinner when he was having dinner. And then he gave me this book and asked me to hand it over to you.
Although Lena didn't recognize the words in the book, it wasn't surprising. The world was so big and there were many things she didn't know. Maybe these words were from other principalities.
Oh, then thank Alice for me,
Gervais responded. But he didn't see any other look on Lena's face, indicating that Lena really didn't know the meaning of this book.
There are so many books in my father's study, but I have never seen any records about wine or telescopes. So the only possibility is that Gervais learned it from those special books.
After dinner, Alice held the exquisite telescope in her hand and kept thinking. The special books she was thinking of were those written in characters she did not recognize. She originally didn't plan to send dinner to Gervais. After all, Gervais was being frivolous about her. But the potion wine that Gervais gave him had just been brewed today. Alice tasted it and was instantly conquered by the wine. She unconsciously thought of Gervais's annoying person. Alice was really curious about why Gervais had so much strange knowledge and could invent so many amazing things. As she thought about it, Alice thought of the books her father had collected. She did not recognize the words on many of the books. Alice guessed that Gervais must have known those words. So she learned different knowledge from these books. After all, Gervais spent all day reading in her study after coming to Rose Castle. The more Alice thought about it, the more correct her guess became. So she took out a book from the secret room of her father's study. Since these books were placed in the dark room, it meant that her father must have attached great importance to it. Alice directly picked a shabby one and let her Lena gave it to Gervais. One is to test whether Gervais recognizes the words in the book. Although Alice didn't know what was in the book, she could tell from Gervais' reaction in the next few days. The second is that in the past few months, Alice has not received any news about the old Earl. No matter how hard she tries, the old Earl seems to have really disappeared from this world. So Alice wonders if it is possible to collect the information from these old Earls. What clues are there about the activities in the books? After Gervais accepted the books, Lena saluted to Gervais, and then left the station with several male servants.
Did my cheap wife notice something?
Looking at the sumptuous dinner in front of him, Gervais thought in his mind. But thinking about it, he was indeed so outstanding during this period, and people who knew it would probably find it incredible.
Well, I want to keep a low profile. Be a low-key person. It's better for me as a cheap wife now. It would be uncomfortable if it attracted other people's attention, especially big powers like the king and the church.
Gervais secretly warned himself. From the fact that Alice personally came to the storm territory to rescue him, Gervais could see that Alice was very good to him. If someone else discovered something unusual about him, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Gervais put down the book in his hand and began to destroy the delicacies on the wooden table. As for the basic magic skills, he would look at them later after eating. The food would not taste good if it was cold. Regarding Alice's attempt to obtain clues to the disappearance of the old Earl from this book, Gervais felt that it was impossible. But Gervais was also considering whether he should tell Alice the news about another continent. After all, Gervais guessed that the old Earl most likely went to that place. Although Gervais did not know that the old Earl how it passed. Chapter 357 Fireball Technique. Quickly sweeping away the food on the wooden table, Gervais patted his belly with satisfaction.
I feel much more comfortable. So, let me show you my magic skills now.
Gervais opened the basic magic skills book with great anticipation. The first page was a supplementary page of the book. There was only a 6-character title written in the middle. There were 7 small characters below the title, which were added artificially. For Redneck Alder,
Odell, Old Count. But why add a country bumpkin?
These 7 short words contain a huge amount of information. How could the dignified Earl be a country bumpkin? Moreover, this sentence is not written in common language. This also reflects from the side that the old Earl most likely knows these things. Unknown text. But now that the old Earl has disappeared, Gervais no longer worries about these things. He should first take a look at what magic is in the book. Maybe he can learn a thing or two with his own mental power. In the novels of the previous life, magicians were described as tall beings, and their forbidden spells that destroyed heaven and earth could be called nuclear weapons. Gervais quickly turned the book to the next page, and finally saw the first magic skill, Fireball.
Ha ha! Sure enough, the first magic every magician learns is Fireball. I wonder if it is much different from the fireball fired by the flaming giant bear.
Gervais instantly remembered the flaming giant bear he encountered in the dark forest last time. The fireball released from the flaming giant bear's mouth was like a ball of hot lava. Not only did it have an extremely high temperature, but it also struck the enemy. Will burst. After just thinking for a moment, Gervais continued to turn to the next page without pausing. The second magic skill appeared in front of him, Water Ball Technique.
What the H.L. is this water polo technique? Is it for drinking? Or is it for bathing?
Gervais didn't like this water polo technique very much. After all, water polo should be soft and probably not very powerful. So he continued to scroll down. Healing Technique. Earth Wall Technique. Wall of Fire. Ice Thorn. This book records a total of 8 basic magics. Just from the names, you can tell that these are the lowest level magics. However, Gervais does not dislike it. Even if he can learn a fireball technique, he feels that it can improve his skills. So Gervais turned the page back to the fireball technique and started practicing according to the instructions on the page. If you want to release magic, you must first have enough mental power. And this fireball technique is actually similar to the release method of illusion. Use your mental power to outline the matrix of the fireball technique in your mind. After outlining the matrix according to the matrix recorded in the book, you need to go to the matrix is infused with magic. Although Gervais didn't know what magic was, it didn't trouble him. Gervais followed the illusion method to absorb the aura between heaven and earth into his body, and then used his mental power to super control these auras, and began to slowly inject them into various key points of the matrix. As the matrix was slowly filled with spiritual energy, Gervais could see the matrix slowly begin to glow.
Come out! My little fireball!
Gervais let out a low cry, then raised his right hand coquettishly, expecting a hot fireball to form in his hand. This book records that the fireball spell will not shoot out at the moment it appears. The caster needs to find the target by himself, and then use mental energy to stimulate it to move towards the target. So Gervais does not need to worry about the damage caused by the appearance of the fireball. Tint. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Phew. A trace of flame did appear on Gervais's hand. But the flame was just like the flame from a lighter. Short and weak. It only appeared in his hand for 2 or 3 seconds, and then went out automatically with a pop, leaving a trace of green smoke floating in the air. In front of Gervais, he seemed to be laughing at his overestimation.
His grandma is a jerk. This is unscientific. It has obviously been successful. Why is there only such a small flame, and it only lasts less than 3 seconds?
According to the description in the book, the condensed fireball must be the size of a bowl to be considered qualified. Some extremely talented magicians can even gather fireballs as large as a basin. And as long as the fireball is formed and has not been activated, the magician can continuously replenish it with magic power to maintain the state of the fireball.
There must be something wrong.
Gervais began to recall the entire process of condensing the fireball technique.
The fact that the matrix is completely outlined in my mind shows that there is no problem with my mental strength. Although the flame just now was small, it was still a flame after all. This is no problem. Magic?
After deducing the process of casting the spell, Gervais felt that the problem probably lies in the magic power. The so-called magic power is actually energy in scientific explanation. The reason why my fireball technique is so short and weak is probably due to lack of energy.
But how the H I know what magic is. I can only fight.
Gervais rubbed his head. Although this fireball technique was the lowest level of magic, it consumed 1/3 of his mental energy. After carefully reading the description of the fireball technique in the book again, Gervais still found nothing. But as the saying goes, failure is the father of success. If there is no one to teach you and no books to read, then just try a few more times. Gervais once again began to outline the matrix of the fireball technique in his mind. With his first experience, Gervais was familiar with the matrix this time and quickly sketched it out completely. Next came the stage of injecting magic power. Gervais did not blindly inject spiritual energy, but closed his eyes to concentrate more. As Gervais's mental power activated the induction all over his body, he could clearly perceive the various chaotic energies between heaven and earth, including familiar auras and unknown energy particles. Suddenly, Gervais captured a trace of different energy. As he sensed it and released it for a longer time, these different energies slowly gathered towards him.
Why do these little red things come closer and gather together? Is this the so-called magic power?
So Gervais used his mental power to try to communicate with the red energy particles. When Gervais's mental power touched the red particles, the little things seemed to be jumping for joy, and followed his mental power and came towards his body.
Damn it! Why don't you be so ashamed?
Gervais complained. But his mental movements were not slow. He quickly guided these little red guys to inject them into the matrix. In just a moment, the matrix was filled with energy again and emitted a bright red light.
The energy this time should be reliable. Come out! My little fireball.
Boom! As Gervais thought, he instantly heard the sound of rising flames, and could feel a trace of warmth on his face. Gervais opened his eyes and looked at his right hand, only to see a fireball the size of a dinner plate spinning continuously on his right hand. The crimson fireball was only 5 or 6 centimeters away from Gervais' palm, but he didn't feel any burning sensation on his hand. It just felt a bit like putting his palm into warm water.
I'm really a genius. I'm self-taught.
After observing the fireball on his palm for 5 minutes, Gervais's mental power finally could no longer maintain the energy required for the fireball. The entire fireball became smaller and smaller until it disappeared from Gervais's eyes with a pop.
It turns out those little red dots just now are the so-called magic power. However, if the magic power needs to be sensed on the spot, it is slower than using illusion. It takes 2 or 3 seconds to inject energy.
Gervais calculated the time it took him to cast the fireball technique. It took 4 seconds from the time he started to outline the matrix to the time the fireball appeared in his hand. Although these 4 seconds can be shortened through training, using mental power to capture the magic power cannot be reduced, because it takes at least 2 seconds for those small red particles to gather, and this time cannot be compressed by Gervais.
Anyway, I am a magician now. I should be happy. As for the rest, let it take its course.
Gervais took the book into his arms with contentment. His mental power had been exhausted, and he could no longer practice other magic today. The consumption of mental energy made Gervais feel tired. Lying happily on the small bed, Gervais fell asleep quickly. Chapter 358 Prelude to the Southern Expedition. The next day, Gervais was woken up by a burst of noise. He put on his clothes and walked out of the tent. Only then did he find that the tents in the entire camp had been packed up. There were people neighing and horses neighing everywhere, including Gervais' own camp. Inside, the tents of Ike and others had been installed on the carriage, and only his own tent was still standing. And halfway up the mountain in the distance, there was a long queue heading towards Rose Castle.
"Sir, the water for washing is ready. I will help you wash up."
At this moment, Lilia's voice came to Gervais's ears. Because of her excellent performance in the medical training, Lilia had been promoted to the captain of the medical team by Gervais. At this moment, Lilia was carrying a copper basin in her hand, which was already filled with clean water.
"Oh well,"
Gervais nodded. Before setting off for the expedition, because he was going to the battlefield, Gervais did not let Anna's maid follow him. However, as a castle steward, he would definitely keep this in mind and make arrangements in advance. Before setting off, Thomas found Lilia and told her to be responsible for Gervais's daily life during the southern expedition. Although Lilia and others are medical soldiers to this world, except for guards, other serfs are still just serfs, and it is appropriate to do anything for Master Seignior. And Lilia didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. Under Lilia's service, Gervais stood leisurely and let Lilia tidy up his clothes and prepare to wash up. Of course, Gervais's behavior was definitely not unexpected. Many nobles nearby were also served by others. But it was just a big mistake. Most of them are just valets. Tap! Tap! At this moment, Gervais heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the camp, and couldn't help but turn around and see who it was that wasn't his cheap wife coming on horseback. I saw Alice riding a war horse. He was even more beautiful in armor. Behind her, Nadine was followed by several backbones of the Knights of the Rose.
"Alice, morning! Thank you for last night's dinner."
Alice's face was as cold as ice, and she glanced around Gervais's camp without saying anything. Gervais didn't care and directly thanked him. In fact, what Gervais is really grateful for is the book on basic magic skills that Alice sent last night.
"Gervais, you want to take these girls to the battlefield?"
Alice suppressed a little anger and asked expressionlessly. After Lena returned to the castle last night, she reported the fact that Gervais's army brought hundreds of women. Alice didn't believe it at first. How big of an idea would Gervais have to take hundreds of women to fight? So Alice made a special trip through the center of the camp today. And as expected, she saw a large number of warblers and swallows in the Gervais camp. They were simply the weirdest among the weird. It's okay to face his vassals. After all, Gervais is his husband of Alice, and no one dares to say anything openly. But when they meet the king's army, it will definitely become a hot topic.
"Yes, they are of great use."
Gervais finally knew why his cheap wife looked so unkind.
"Let them stay in Winterfell. War is no child's play." "Alice, of course I know that war is not a child's play. But they are of great use. They are medical soldiers. They specialize in rescuing the wounded."
At this moment, some Seignior nobles nearby also looked over secretly and watched the two couples fighting in public.
"Rescue the wounded?"
Alice frowned slightly. Although she didn't really believe what Gervais said. Gervais did do some weird things, and Gervais usually didn't lie very much. At this moment, Alice also noticed that many people were secretly watching nearby. In order to take into account her and Gervais' face, she was not prepared to question them anymore.
"When the team starts marching later, arrange them next to me."
Alice said a word, and then without waiting for Gervais's response, she rode forward on her war horse with the Rose Knight.
"This cheap wife probably still doesn't believe me."
Gervais is a little helpless. Every innovation will always be questioned, such as his own female rescue team that can save the lives of many soldiers. In fact, it was not only Alice who was suspicious, but the little nobles in the nearby camp also exploded after hearing Gervais's words.
"What ambulance? Rescue the wounded? Is Gervais sure? Ha ha. I think it must be an excuse. Those delicate girls will probably cry when they see the blood. How can they help the wounded? That's right. Let me tell you secretly. I heard that Viscount Gervais is very perverted. Hee hee. Do you think those girls are? No way. Even if Gervais is a titled knight, he doesn't need to carry so many. Ha ha."
There are all these talks, but generally speaking, they don't believe what Gervais said. Gervais could occasionally hear low-pitched discussions not far away,
But he didn't care. Looking at you dancing happily now. You will always cry when the time comes. I have decided. If you don't have a silver coin, just lie on the ground and howl.
After Gervais washed up, the 10 serfs had already prepared breakfast. After everyone had eaten breakfast, everything in the camp was cleaned up, and Gervais even put on his leather armor. The next step is the real journey. We can no longer rush to Winterfell without even wearing armor like we did a few days ago. At this moment, Alice's army has gathered on the road 2 miles ahead, and the other vassals have also packed up. They are just waiting for Alice's order to set off immediately, starting this year's southern expedition. As for the speech on the expedition, that is something that needs to be done after the army of the king and other counts joins together, and the specific decision on how to launch this year's war will be made at that time. After Gervais gathered the team, he was idle and waiting for the order to come from the front. But suddenly, he saw more than a dozen knights in silver armor coming over. They were clearly the Knights of the Rose. But what surprised Gervais was that all the more than 10 Rose Knights were women. Gervais didn't know that there were women in the Rose Knights before.
Sir Gervais, you asked me to ask you and the medical soldiers to come to the front.
Gervais turned on his perception and looked at the women who turned over and dismounted to salute him. These people turned out to be junior bronze knights.
Okay, but why haven't I heard of the Knights of the Rose before? There are women. What's your name?
Gervais nodded. Alice had spoken first, so he had no objection. By following Alice, he could also see the stunning face of his cheap wife, which would relieve the boredom of the march.
Sir, my name is Bonnie. We were all selected to join the Knights of the Rose only 3 months ago. We have been training at the Knights of the Rose camp, so your excellency has never seen us before.
Bonnie explained to Gervais respectfully.
Oh, I got it.
Gervais understood that Alice was a countess after all, and it was really inconvenient to have few women around her as personal guards, especially during a war. Later, Gervais simply took Ike and others with him, and the entire team rushed to Alice's location. Seeing that Gervais's entire team was rushing over, Alice said nothing and ordered Nadine, the new commander.
Start marching. Your Majesty the Earl has an order. Start marching. Your Majesty the Earl has an order. Let's begin.
As several messengers galloped forward, Alice's order was conveyed to the rear. By the time the entire team of the Jones family, including the vassals, started to move, a team that was more than 10 miles long began to march on the road. Except for the soldiers at the front. This team is uniformly dressed and looks like an army. The ones at the back look more like bandits and mercenaries, with miscellaneous clothes and colorful flags. However, this is just Gervais's personal opinion. In this aristocratic Seignior world, such an army is the norm. Chapter 359 City of Glory. There are more than 50 direct vassals under Alice, including 5 Viscount vassals, 23 Baron vassals, and 30 Lord vassals. The total number of troops of all vassals is more than 4,000, plus the more than 2,000 people brought by Alice herself. The total force invested by the Jones family this time is more than 6,000 people, although there are many serfs among these more than 6,000 people. In fact, they are not soldiers, but they have gathered more than half of the military strength of the entire Jones territory. Even Alice's team of more than 2,000 people are all elite members of the Jones family, including 500 Rose Knights, 1,200 elite infantry, plus more than 300 ordinary guards, and finally more than 400 people responsible for logistics ordinary serfs. Needless to say, the Rose Knight is the foundation of the Jones family. Not to mention how much money it costs to train a knight with the title, but to gather 500 horses and train so many cavalry who are good at fighting. It also requires a huge amount of resources. Although the 1,200 elite infantrymen are not as good as the Knights of the Rose, their strength cannot be underestimated. These 1,200 infantrymen only have 2 branches, one of which is longbowmen. There are 200 people in total. It takes at least 2 to 100 soldiers to train a qualified longbowman. In 3 years, the training of these 200 longbowmen alone required a large amount of longbow arrows. No small noble could afford such a number of longbowmen. The second is the pikemen, with a total of 1,000 people. Every 100 people form a square. The pikemen are the real main force of infantry under each great noble. They are equipped with chain mail, leather armor and helmets, plus a 4-meter-long cannon, spear, on the battlefield. In addition to cavalry, when a real decisive battle breaks out, the victory or defeat of the infantry phalanx can determine the outcome of the war. Although the remaining 300 ordinary guards are not elites, they are not as good as the superiors, but there is no problem compared with the inferiors. These guards are no worse than the guards under Gervais and others. There are even some small nobles who are reluctant to spend money to buy equipment. So the guards under their command are not as good as the 300 auxiliary guards of the Jones family. These guards are all swordsmen, and they are used when attacking cities and castles, the place of martial arts. When the expedition team marched for 2 hours, Gervais realized that he was still too naive. Originally, he thought that he could admire his cheap wife's face on the road to relieve his boredom. But he did not expect that since the army stopped for lunch at noon, he had never seen his cheap wife again. Because Alice had switched from riding a horse to riding a horse. It became a horse-drawn carriage ride. It is also a carriage. But the carriage Alice rides in is many times more luxurious than Pat's. It is not a problem at all to squeeze 4 or 5 people into the space of the carriage. Looking at the luxurious carriage beside him, Gervais had a bitter look on his face. After thinking for a long time, he finally rode a unicorn to Alice's carriage and said to Alice in the carriage amidst everyone's surprised eyes,
Alice, your carriage is so spacious. Do you want me to squeeze in?
Gervais was not afraid of being tired. But when he looked towards the back of the team, he saw that many young nobles were sitting on carriages. Only old nobles like Gandalf were meticulously riding their war horses. Although the carriages of those young nobles are all for transporting goods and do not have a roof or anything, the carriage without any cargo is enough for a person to lie comfortably on it. At the same time, some soft cushions are laid on the carriage to reduce the number of carriages. The vibration is simply enjoyable. Now Gervais not only blames himself for being inexperienced, but also blames himself for being too upright. He packed all the carriages to the full, and didn't know how to arrange an extra carriage for him to sit in. Gervais asked the question for a long time, but did not hear any response from the carriage. After all, in full view of the public, Gervais could only shut his mouth and see if he could get a carriage to ride on when he set up camp at night. 10 days later, Gervais and his team of more than 6,000 people finally saw a huge city appearing on the distant horizon. When they saw this huge city, all the soldiers couldn't help but smile with joy on their faces. In addition to being frightened by fighting on the battlefield, such a long journey with food and sleep in the open is also a kind of torture for the soldiers, especially the infantrymen. As they walked along, there were blood blisters everywhere under their feet. Every night, Gervais could hear the painful groans and groans of many girls in the medical team and ordinary guards under him in the tent. Gervais himself was fine. After riding a unicorn for a while on the first day, he spent the next few days lying on the carriage while riding. This carriage was not given as a gift by others, but bought by him for 1 gold coin. The horse is an ordinary old horse, while the carriage is brand new, but it is also the kind that carries cargo. Such a carriage usually only costs 30 silver coins to win, but Gervais now spent a full gold coin. Why is it sold so expensive? Speaking of this matter, Gervais gritted his teeth because he encountered profiteers who were raising prices on the ground. It turns out that every year, some inexperienced young men like Gervais join the southern expedition, unable to endure the hardships on the way, or seeing the appearance of other people and looking for a carriage to ride on. These profiteers took the opportunity to sell the carriages they brought. On the first night of departure, Gervais found Pat and others and wanted to ask if there were any extra carriages that he wanted to buy or borrow temporarily. Soon Pat and others introduced the young nobleman who took the opportunity to sell carriages. Gervais. This little nobleman is just a lord, but his father is a baron and Alice's vassal. The minimum number of people recruited by a lord is 30 people, but this lord brought 60 people, all of whom were serfs. In addition to these 60 serfs, there were 30 carriages. This kind of operation amazed Gervais on the spot. What a talent! When Gervais originally proposed to buy a carriage, the lord offered a price of 1 gold coin and 30 silver coins. Finally, he heard about the title of Lord Gervais's husband, and then wiped out the small amount. 1 gold coin is not too expensive. Many young nobles lined up to buy it. When Gervais went to buy it, there were only 10 of the lord's 30 carriages left. Gervais could only grit his teeth in the end. Bought it. As Gervais and others continued to move forward, after everyone crossed a low hillside, the complete appearance of the giant city ahead finally came into their eyes clearly. I saw that the giant city was square and square, although it was not as big as Winterfell. The walls of the giant city were even better than Winterfell. At this moment, countless tents are densely stationed outside the giant city. These tents stretch for more than 10 miles. As the saying goes, when there are thousands of people, it is boundless. At this moment, Gervais truly saw the meaning of war in the cold weapon era. Different kind of beauty. There are at least 40,000 to 50,000 troops stationed in the camp below. At this moment, Alice had also stepped out of the carriage, mounted her horse, and looked towards the giant city ahead.
This is the City of Glory, the most important line of defense of the Principality of Jean. Once you leave the City of Glory, you will reach the Principality of Alban, sweeping across the Great Plains.
Alice's words seemed like a sigh, but also seemed to be addressed to Gervais. Gervais raised his eyes and looked into the distance again. There were towering mountains on both sides of the City of Glory, stretching to the end of the horizon. The City of Glory happened to be in the middle of the only gap in the mountains. This huge city seemed like this stubborn stone firmly blocks the only way for the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Alban. In fact, there is no need for Alice to speak out. Gervais also has detailed memories of this glorious city. This City of Glory is of great significance to the Principality of Zion, so it is also emphasized in the aristocratic school. The name of the City of Glory was actually changed more than 30 years ago, because every year the Principality of Zion conducts a southern expedition, and many people with outstanding meritorious service are canonized as nobles here in the southern expedition every year. So over time, this has become a veritable place of glory. As long as you set foot here and step out of the mountains, you are very likely to gain unprecedented glory. When Gervais and others stopped on the gentle slope, the rangers on the outside of the camp below had also discovered their group. Dozens of horsemen immediately turned around and galloped towards the hillside.
Lord Alice Jones, welcome to your arrival. I am Chakra, the logistics manager for His Majesty the King's Southern Expedition. Your camp has been divided. Please follow me.
When the cavalry approached, a fat man without armor nodded to Alice. However, the fat man did not dismount. He spoke and nodded while sitting on the horse. Gervais looked at Chakra, who claimed to be the logistics manager. There were 3 or 4 badges on the clothes made of luxurious silk. Although Gervais didn't know what those badges represented, it was obvious that this fat man was also very important under the king. A character, so that he would have enough confidence to not dismount and salute in front of Alice.
Thank you, Director Chakra. Then I'll ask you to lead the way.
Alice's tone was calm. Her pretty face was still arrogant and cold, and she just nodded slightly as a response to the Chakra salute. Chakra didn't care about Alice's attitude. Instead, his eyes stayed on Gervais for a moment. Or to be more precise, on the unicorn under Gervais. After Chakra's eyes stayed for a moment, he bowed slightly to Alice again, then turned around and led the group of them, slowly heading towards the huge camp a few miles down the hillside. Chapter 362 Enthusiastic.
Miss Alice, this is your station. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. There are still many things that I need to deal with over there.
After taking Gervais and his party to a large open space at the outer edge of the camp, Chakra sat on the horse and said to Alice,
Are you sure this is where it is?
Alice's already cold and arrogant face turned even colder, and she asked Chakra with a firm tone.
Lord Alice, of course I am sure. I wonder if Lady Alice has any dissatisfaction.
Chakra was not afraid at all and answered Alice calmly.
This is the farthest place from the City of Glory. In previous years, we were stationed in the place closest to the City of Glory. You damn fat.
Before Alice could speak, Nadine, who had long disliked Chakra, spoke first. Chakra had not dismounted before and saluted, and Alice had such an arrogant look that she didn't say anything, so Nadine let it go. But now, this was about the true glory of the Jones family. But as the newly promoted commander, he couldn't bear it anymore. The army of the Southern Expedition consists of nobles of all sizes from the entire principality, and there are many of them, so they are not allowed to enter the city when they are stationed here. But the nobles can go to the city to repair for a day or two. Therefore, the closer the station is to the city gate, the shorter the journey will be. Of course, it doesn't matter how many steps this section takes, but it does symbolize the strength of the family. The stronger the family, the farther forward the camp will be. And conversely, the weaker the family, the farther back the camp will be. The Jones family is considered the most powerful Earl family in the Principality of Jean. So in previous years their location was closest to the gate of the City of Glory. But this year this location is obviously the farthest back. Even if the old Earl disappears, the overall strength of the Jones family is still there. But they will not be ranked last. The Chakra in front of him was obviously up to something. The most outrageous thing is that there is a large reserved space in front of him. But this Chakra is deliberately left empty, probably reserved for other families who have not arrived yet.
Nadine!
Nadine's words were interrupted by Alice, who spoke in person and continued to ask Chakra in a deep voice.
Is this what the king means? Or is it your own? His Majesty the King has given me the position of logistics director. If Count Alice has any dissatisfaction with me, you can go to the king to sue me.
Because Chakra was scolded by Nadine in front of his face, he stopped pretending, tore off his hypocrisy, and replied to Alice in a cold voice. After saying that, he was no longer prepared to pay any attention to Alice. So he turned his horse's head and prepared to leave.
His grandma is a jerk, bullying my cheap wife in front of me. How short-sighted are you?
As the saying goes, it's better to slap someone in the face than to slap someone in the face. This fat guy was just slapping Alice in the face. Gervais felt that if he didn't do something to let this fat guy go, then he would no longer be a man.
Unicorn! Hack him!
Looking at the ugly face of the fat Chakra, Gervais said to the unicorn in his heart,
His!
Since eating the second purple kiwi fruit, the unicorn's intelligence has improved a lot. Although there is no external performance, the communication with Gervais has been able to communicate with each other. After Gervais's order, the unicorn suddenly hissed. In an instant, the horse Chakra was riding seemed to have been greatly intimidated. It shivered and stopped. No matter how Chakra whipped it, it did not dare to take a step forward. This was just the beginning. The stalled war horse slowly turned its head towards the unicorn, and then knelt down with a thud.
Ouch! What is this? Director Chakra, why are you such a warm horse? How can I be so embarrassed?
Chakra's face was completely dark at this moment, and he was trembling with anger. The war horse knelt down towards the unicorn to express his surrender, just like he surrendered to Gervais. And the moment the war horse lay down, he didn't care about him on the horse. Fortunately, although his Chakra was fat, he was also a titled knight, so he didn't fall to pieces. Chakra no longer had the shame to continue sitting on the kneeling horse, and immediately stepped off the standing horse, then raised the braid in his hand and whipped it down hard towards his horse. But no matter how much Chakra whipped the horse still knelt on the ground unmoved. Chakra finally couldn't bear it anymore, raised his head, and looked at Gervais fiercely.
Count Alice, I wonder what your husband means.
Chakra glanced at Gervais's face fiercely, but Gervais had a smiling expression and ignored him at all. Chakra had no choice but to look at Alice, who seemed to be suppressing a smile.
Director Chakra, this is your fault. It was your horse that was kneeling down towards the unicorn. Why did you ask us what we meant? My unicorn didn't move at all.
Gervais took over the conversation directly, with an expression that said if you have the ability, you will let the warhorse stand up.
And Director Chakra, aren't you leaving? Hurry up and leave. Don't stand in the way of our camp.
You? Chakra was furious, but he really had nothing to do with Gervais and the unicorn at the moment. Finally, Chakra pulled out a short sword from his waist, and then stabbed the warhorse kneeling on the ground fiercely. Hiss. The warhorse, which was worth a real amount of gold, howled loudly and lay dead on the ground.
Let's go!
Chakra glanced at Gervais bitterly. He had heard the unicorn's soft neighing just now, although he didn't know how Gervais managed to make the unicorn only deal with his mount. He was already at this moment. I really hate Gervais.
Alice, do you want to keep all those war horses?
Gervais looked at Chakra's resentful eyes with sarcasm on his lips, and then asked Alice beside him.
No, Gervais.
Alice shook her head rationally. Although this Chakra was hateful, it was obviously ordered by someone to deliberately make things difficult for them. If her group really came into conflict with this Chakra, someone would definitely be happy to see it. Besides, the gate of the City of Glory is already occupied by other Count families. Even if your camp is further forward, it is of no use. It is better to place it outside to avoid being squeezed in the middle. After receiving Alice's reply, although Gervais still wanted to play with Chakra, he had to consider Alice after all, so he did not instruct the unicorn to leave the other horses behind. But he still didn't let go of Chakra.
Ha ha! Director Chakra, you are so enthusiastic. As soon as we come here, you will kill your own warhorse and give us meat to eat. Thank you very much. Walk slowly. This is a high-quality warhorse, worth 10 gold coins.
Chapter 361 Alice's Plan. Chakra, who had just left a few steps away, almost vomited blood when he heard Gervais' voice, and his teeth chattered. But it was obvious that he could not regain his place now. Although he could continue his duties and pick things to embarrass the Jones family, such as choosing a station location, Alice and others couldn't stand him. But if his Chakra really does any real harm to the Jones family, if he takes action, even if Gervais and others surround him and kill him, the king will not support him at this juncture. Chakra, who was able to become the logistics manager, was obviously not an impulsive person. In the end, he pretended not to hear what Gervais said later and leapt on foot amidst the cavalry guard. It wasn't that Chakra was carrying and his subordinate didn't want to change horses. But he knew that if he rode on it again, he would probably fall into Gervais's trap again. After Chakra walked away in embarrassment, Gervais withdrew his gaze, turned his head triumphantly, and looked at his cheap wife.
This guy is obviously looking for trouble on purpose. Alice. Otherwise, you will deliberately neglect this southern expedition. It's not worth it to contribute to such a king. This matter should have nothing to do with the king. The king has made great determination in this southern expedition. He will never be willing to have any accidents happen at this time. Although my father is missing, the Jones family's military strength is still the top of the principality.
Alice's beautiful eyes flashed. She didn't expect that one day she would need Gervais' help to vent her anger.
But even if it is not the king's intention, there is definitely someone behind this Chakra. I will go to meet the king later. As for the southern expedition, if our principality can really capture the principality of Albin this time,
it will actually be a good thing for the Jones family. By attracting the attention of other Earl families to the land of the Principality of Albin, the Jones family can get some real time to breathe.
Alice used a softer voice in the latter sentence, so only she and Gervais could hear it. Such words should have been kept in her heart. But it was because of Gervais's performance just now that Alice felt that Gervais was really reliable. So she confided in him. In fact, even Alice herself didn't notice that the line of defense against Gervais in her heart was getting weaker and weaker.
Well, let's start setting up camp.
Gervais also agreed with Alice's last words. So he didn't say anything more. Whenever an empire becomes powerful enough, it will start foreign wars. Why is this? Is it because of bellicosity? Actually not. But because once an empire develops to its peak, it also means that the interests within the empire have basically been divided and exploited. At this time, if the various interest groups in the empire want to obtain more benefits, then they can only able to steal from others. For example, other Earl families want to share the cake from the Jones family. However, if these interest groups really rob the empire of internal interests, it will inevitably cause turmoil within the empire and may plunge the entire empire into an abyss. On the contrary, if you set your sights on the territory of other empires, then, if the robbery is successful, the disputes within the empire can be safely resolved, and it is likely that the empire will be pushed to a higher peak. If during this southern expedition, the Principality of Jean really captured the entire Principality of Albin, the vast and fertile land of Albin would be enough to feed all the nobles of the Principality of Jean. And no one would be so bored. Stare at the Jones family. No family in this world really fights because of hatred. Instead, it is because the struggle for interests is the real cause of the war. And those hatreds are just excuses to start wars.
Kindness.
Alice knew that Gervais had understood her words, and the frost on her pretty face was rarely gone at this moment. And she gave a sweet favor and nodded.
Nadine, let them start setting up camp.
Yes, sir. Nadine, who was not far away, responded, and then issued an order to several messengers beside him. Soon, the rear teams who received the order also began to gather towards the camp. Although the camp Chakra selected for the Jones family was remote, he did not dare to do anything openly in other respects. Lines have been drawn with lime on the dirt floor of the camp in advance, dividing squares of different sizes. These squares are just for the convenience of the troops coming to camp, so as to avoid any trouble when camping.
The expedition date stipulated in the king's recruitment order is the day after tomorrow. The remaining count team should arrive today and tomorrow. So in addition to the soldiers, you can still move freely during these 2 days. But one thing you need to remember is that everyone must return to the camp before dark tomorrow afternoon to avoid delaying the next day's expedition.
After the camp was stationed, Alice summoned all her vassals to the central camp to give a speech.
Yes, sir.
Alice's words were intended for young nobles like Gervais, who were going on an expedition for the first time. Veterans like Pat and the others already knew it by heart, and there was no need for Alice to remind them again. However, no one dared to object to the perfunctory speech of the Earl. Everyone stood in front of Alice and responded respectfully.
Well, then you can move freely. Restrict your subordinates not to cause trouble. I will tell you about the specific arrangements after the expedition after the king has made them.
Alice nodded, cleared all the vassals, and then turned to Gervais beside her and said,
I will go to the City of Glory to see the king now, and ask about right by the way. You and I they're still free to move around, but you have to be careful.
Okay,
go ahead. I'll pay attention.
Gervais nodded. He didn't need Alice to remind him about safety issues. He would always keep it in mind. After all, although it was his first time to step out of Jones' territory.
He had offended many nobles directly and indirectly. For example, at Alice's banquet, 2 Earl families were offended. The Charles family and the Larkin family. The Larkin family still had a hatred for killing their sons. In addition to these 2 Count families, just now I also offended that fat man Charles to death. Alice received an affirmative reply from Gervais, then turned around, got on her horse, and headed towards the city of Glory ahead, escorted by dozens of Rose Knights.
Gervais, are you going to the City of Glory?
After Alice left, Fatty Pat, who had been standing not far away, immediately came out and greeted Gervais with a smile.
Let me tell you, although the City of Glory is a border city, it is also the most important trade gateway on weekdays. The prosperity inside is not inferior to that of Winterfell, and it borders the Principality of Alban. And it also has an exotic atmosphere. It doesn't matter what the exotic scene is. Take me to have a good meal first. After more than 10 days of traveling, my mouth is full of the taste of dried meat.
Faced with Fatty Pat's ambiguous smile, Gervais rolled his eyes and said that he was a young man with upright views and would wait until he had a full stomach.
Hey! No delay. No delay. I'll take you to a nice place where you can eat and play. But you have to bring wine.
Chapter 362. Learn more. Soon, at the urging of Fatty Pat, Gervais returned to his camp, rode on the unicorn and headed towards the City of Glory with 11 personal guards. Gervais and Pat were not the only ones who went to the City of Glory this time. Fatty Pat also called out Cod, an old acquaintance on the road. Cod was irresistible to the temptation of wine. After hearing Pat's invitation, he rushed out of the camp almost immediately and joined Gervais and his team. On the way, Gervais also met his Chief Dad. The Chief Dad was happily sitting in the camp with Bertram and others, drinking the wine Gervais sent. Obviously, they were not planning to go to the City of Glory.
Look at those flags. This was originally the residence of our Jones family, but now it's been taken over by this son of a bitch, the Charles family.
The group of people walked on the spacious avenue. When they were still about a kilometer away from the gate of the City of Glory, Code pointed at the frontmost roadside camp and cursed angrily. Among the 3 of them, only Gervais participated in the southern expedition for the first time. So all of them had experienced the glorious moments of the Jones family and their transcendent status outside. As vassals of the Jones family, they and the Jones family share prosperity and loss. This time, Charles arranged their station at the outermost edge. For nobles who valued face more than their lives, it was like pressing their dignity to the ground and rubbing it. In particular, their original camp was occupied by their old enemy, the Charles family. The border dispute with the Charles family that year ended in the victory of the Jones family under the leadership of the old Earl, which intensified their hatred of being slapped in the face. Meaning,
Quarter, calm down. This shame will be washed away sooner or later. You have to believe it, Alice. As long as he becomes the Golden Knight, the Jones family will regain its strength.
As the half-owner of the Jones family, Gervais certainly needs to appease them for his cheap wife. Otherwise, they may focus their grievances on the Jones family over time.
And you all know Alice's talent. In 3 years at most, the Jones family will be at the top of the Principality again. I definitely believe in the talent of the Earl. But the Charles family is so hateful. When the Earl becomes the Golden Knight in the future, we must teach these bastards a lesson.
Hearing what Gervais said, Cord nodded in agreement. There is no doubt that Alice is a genius in cultivation. It has long been spread throughout the Principality. This is why even if the old Earl disappears, the Jones family is still united and stable. Major factor. When Gervais and others arrived at the gate of the City of Glory, a long line of people had already formed, and all they could see were people dressed in luxurious clothes and equipped with armor and long swords. Every year when the southern expedition begins, for the safety of the City of Glory, all irrelevant personnel will be temporarily expelled from the City of Glory. Only the residents of the city and the king's garrison can still stay in the city. Everyone queuing up to enter the city at this moment were nobles of all sizes participating in the southern expedition and their guards. Gervais and others were not in a hurry, so they lined up like this. When they arrived at the city gate, they took out their family badges and reported their names. The guards checked the book, and they were correct before they were allowed to go. When Gervais and others came to the city, they immediately felt the hustle and bustle of the city. Although there were tens of thousands of troops stationed outside the city, compared with the nearly 100-meter wide road reserved outside the city, there were only more than 10 people in the city. The meter-wide streets are obviously much narrower.
Gervais, keep going forward. Today we are going to Glory Manor. which is the property of the royal family. I'm sure you haven't seen it before. He.
When they came to the city, Pat and Cord became local snakes, and Gervais could only follow them. Gervais didn't care and let Pat and the others lead the way, while he kept looking at the shops on both sides of the road. On this street, Gervais discovered a strange phenomenon. On the streets of the City of Glory, there were actually mostly blacksmith shops, but very few grain stores or bakeries. You must know that in this world where food production is not high, bakeries are definitely the safest business in the world, from large cities to small villages and towns. But the performance of this City of Glory is exactly the opposite.
Viscount Gervais, are you curious why there are so many blacksmith shops?
Cord, who was riding a war horse beside Gervais, saw Gervais's constantly scanning eyes and asked with a smile.
I'm really curious. Are there so many blacksmith shops that provide weapons for the king's army? Hee hee. I thought the same thing when I first came to the City of Glory, but later I found out that all the weapons in these shops were sold to the Principality of Alban.
Next, Todd explained the reason for this. It turns out that the Principality of Alban is located in the plains. Although the land is rich and suitable for farming, all kinds of minerals are very scarce, especially metal minerals such as iron ore. The Principality of Jean is exactly the opposite of the Principality of Alban. Less than half of the terrain of the Principality of Jean is hills and mountains, so the mass production of food is not abundant. But there are a lot of various minerals. Although there have been wars between the two sides every year in the past few years, because the Duchy of Alban has the secret support of the church, neither side is absolutely sure of defeating the other. More importantly, there is also the Principality of Cases on the other side of the Principality of Alban. In order to prevent the Principality of Alban from being annexed by the Principality of Cases, the Principality of Jean usually provides a small amount of weapons to the Principality of Alban. Of course, the price of these weapons is very high, and they must be exchanged for food. In this way, two countries that go to war every year trade with each other in seasons other than autumn.
This is the so-called exchange of interests.
Gervais was unable to complain. Traveling along the main street, the street ahead became wider and wider, and then under the leadership of Pat, Gervais finally saw a huge manor.
Good afternoon, distinguished gentlemen. Do you have any reservations?
It took several people for Gervais to get off his horse, and two beautiful maids quickly stepped forward, came to several people, and saluted respectfully. The moment they bent down, the white career line on the collar made Pat and Code swallow their saliva. Gervais is not bad. He has been baptized by many island country romance movies in his previous life, and has a certain resistance to such scenes.
No reservations.
Fatty Pat reluctantly swallowed his saliva and answered to the maid.
We don't need a private room. Just take us to the 3rd floor and that's it. Yes. Some respected gentlemen. Please come here.
After hearing Pat's words, the maid's face became even more attentive, and she bowed to guide Gervais and the others.
The 1st floor of this Glory Manor is an ordinary hall where you can dine and relax. And the 2nd floor is a private room. Both floors are ordinary dining areas, no different from other manors.
Fatty Pat explained in a low voice in Gervais's ear.
Hee hee. But the most distinctive feature of Glory Manor is the 3rd floor. You will know when you go up there later.
Soon, under the leadership of the maid, Gervais and others arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of the Glory Manor looks a bit like a castle. There is only one door in the entire corridor, and this door opens in the center of the corridor. When Gervais and others arrived at the door, several maids immediately respectfully handed over warm towels for Gervais and others to wipe their faces and wash their hands. After the wiping was completed, Fatty Pat took out a gold coin and put it in the tray of the maids on the side. The maids looked happy and immediately opened the door in the corridor. In an instant, elegance came from the door of music.
If you want to enter this hall, you must first pay an admission fee of 1 gold coin, and a maximum of 5 people can enter with 1 gold coin.
Fatty Pat walked towards the hall naturally and continued excitedly. When Gervais walked into the hall, he found that there was nothing unusual. It was just like an ordinary noble banquet. At this moment, there are many men and women in gorgeous clothes dancing to the music in the center of the hall, but their dancing postures are a bit eye-catching. In an instant, Gervais knew what the characteristic Pat was talking about.
Isn't this the nightclub in the previous life? Or should we say it's a high-end club? No wonder Pat and Cod are so excited. Even in the previous life, the nightclub was the best and most exciting place for young people to spend time. What's more, for this lack of a world of entertainment,
Gervais was stunned. It turned out that there were talents in this other world, and they could think of such a way to make money.
Distinguished adults, This way, please. Your place is here.
The maid who had been guiding them respectfully led a few people to a luxurious cabin. This was really the same cabin as in the previous life. There are carved wooden railings more than 1 meter high around them to separate them from other guests. And there is a huge ceiling crystal lamp above each booth. The crystal lamp is covered with curtains to ensure that the light shines within the range of their booths and will not affect other guests, or the men and women dancing in the center of the hall. Chapter 363 The Perfect Back View. After sitting down, Pat and Cord skillfully took the menu from the maid's hand and ordered a long list of food. The maid then bowed respectfully and then withdrew.
Gervis, how are you? You've never seen this environment before? It's so dark and exciting.
After the maid left, little fat Pat asked Gervais in a mean tone.
What the H.L. is so exciting about this?
Gervais rolled his eyes. No deafening subwoofer. Bad review. No colorful spotlights. Bad review. There is no hot and sexy DJ. Well, although there is no DJ, there are still many girls with hot bodies.
Did you see the women sitting around the counter over there? Hee hee. Many of them are girls from the Glory Manor. But there is a rule in this Glory Manor. That is, you can't force them. If those women don't like you, even if you pay, it's useless no matter how much.
What a good gimmick. How can a woman here be so conservative? That's because the gold coins were not thrown in place.
Gervais sneered in his heart. However, such a gimmick is very attractive to the ignorant natives of this world. Because Gervais glanced around and found that none of the nearby booths were vacant, and the occupancy rate near them alone reached 100%. In some booths, there are already sitting women who are dressed dignifiedly but have good figures. They have obviously fallen in love with those young men and are making preparations to get to know them more deeply. Come,
let's enjoy the delicious food first. After we've eaten and drank, we can talk about other things. Hee hee.
Since Fatty Pat entered the hall,
his smile has become much more obscene. When the waiter brought the fragrant food and arranged it neatly, Fatty Pat immediately started to greet Gervais, and Gervais with his knife and fork. Kurt and the two ate.
Boom! That bitch. And that damn pretty boy. They must have done it. They must have done it.
Outside the City of Glory, in a camp behind the Charles family, Avery sat on a soft sofa and smashed the silver cup in his hand away. So frightened that the coconut gold knight, who came in to report, shivered.
Right. This incompetent idiot. Why didn't you kill that pretty boy? Now that bitch actually wants to ask me for compensation.
It's no wonder that Avery, who has always been reserved, is so irritable. Through this period of investigation, there are obvious signs that Wright may have made a mistake, and the people behind the attack on Gibb Town are likely to be the Jones family. Originally, Avery was so filled with hatred because of this incident that he wished he could immediately lead his army into Jones territory. However, due to the king's order and the upcoming southern expedition, he had to temporarily hold back. But what people didn't expect was that just now, the king actually sent a messenger to inform him that Alice had submitted the matter of Wright's robbery of the Jones territory, and asked Avery, the former lord, to make certain compensation, because Wright was able to escape in the first place. Avery had a certain responsibility for it. The blow between Alice and Gervais was nothing less than adding salt to Avery's wounds, which completely angered Avery. In fact, the king was originally not prepared to provoke this matter at this juncture, so as not to affect the southern expedition. However, Alice had met the king just a moment ago, and mentioned in person that the logistics director Chakra had deliberately made things difficult, and also asked the king to make the decision on Wright's affairs. The king really didn't know about the Chakra thing, but he personally accepted his fate as the logistics manager. Now that the war was imminent, it was impossible to do anything with the Chakra. However, it was necessary to appease the Jones family. The king did not know that Gervais had also tricked the Larkin family. He only thought that it was really just Wright's unilateral robbery that was counterattacked. So he immediately asked Avery to follow the instructions below. It was customary to make some compensation, which was a change of direction to appease Alice.
You killed my son and destroyed Gibb Town, and now you want me to make compensation.
Avery was really irritated by such deliberate teasing, and a cold look flashed in his eyes.
Go and call Lean over, and go check for traces of Gervais' pretty boy. Yes, sir.
After hearing Avery's order, the coconut gold knight felt like he had been granted amnesty. It was really rare for Avery to be so angry. The coconut gold knight immediately exited the tent after receiving the order. Lean was not a direct vassal of Avery, but a lord knight under Wright's son, and was once a subordinate of Wright. Because Wright's son was still young, this vassal was sent to replace him during this expedition. This was also something allowed in the duchy. Avery now has a plan, which is to let Lean assassinate Gervais. The matter of assassinating the Earl's husband was very serious. Avery was not worried about whether Lean would obey his orders. A small lord had no right to refuse in front of Avery. In addition, in order to ensure that Lean was dedicated and reliable, Avery also thought of ways to use both kindness and power. If the assassination was successful and Lean was captured, it would all be blamed on Wright's son. Now that idiot Wright is dead and has caused such great losses to the Larkin family, his son's title and territory can be transferred to Lean. This is a plan that achieves multiple goals. It can not only get rid of Gervais, but also shirk all responsibilities. Wright died in Jones's Field. His son impulsively avenged his father, and he had a completely reasonable motive. As for Lean, because he was working for the title of the monarch, through a little management, at most, he could be deprived of the title or something. When the time came, he would be renamed and made a baron. Lean would definitely not be able to refuse. Half an hour later, in the hall on the 3rd floor of Glory Manor, a lot of food on the table where Gervais was sitting had been destroyed by the three of them, and several people had stopped eating at this moment. Pat and Cord took a swig of wine, and then they looked at each other with lewd smiles on their lips.
Gervais, let's go. Let's go for a walk around the field. Let's see who's more charming and succeeds first. If he succeeds last, who's going to treat us to this meal?
Pat and Cord were already eager to try. As long as Gervais stood up, they would immediately move towards the center of the hall.
You two go first, and I'll sit down for a while. I'm a little full from eating just now.
Gervais shook his head, refusing to go along with the two men. To put it bluntly, this place is like a high-end brothel in ancient times. Although the women inside are dressed up and down, like real aristocratic ladies, the essence is still the same. Gervais was a little reluctant to do it. More importantly, he was used to seeing stunning beauties like Alice, and the vulgar pink Gervais in the scene couldn't stand it at night. As for treating guests, Gervais didn't have any objections. The ladies had eaten many of their meals along the way, so it was okay to treat them to one occasionally.
Okay, Gervais, then you can rest for a while, and we'll go first. You have to hurry up. Otherwise, you'll just have to watch.
Pat didn't think much about it. Gervais did eat a lot of food just now, and this kind of thing is common in this world. Pat would not have thought that Gervais was a very energetic young man with a good mind. After the words fell, Pat and the two couldn't wait to walk out of the carved wooden railing and headed towards the center of the hall. The women in this hall are actually role-playing. As the saying goes, the things you can't get are always the most precious. There is a lot of uncertainty about whether you can hook up with the women in this hall. This is what arouses these young nobles' desire to strike up a conversation. After Pat left, Gervais simply leaned on the sofa and looked around. Pat kept wandering around and began to look for their targets. However, the women in this hall were indeed a bit smart. Pat walked up to several women one after another to strike up a conversation. But those women ignored them and seemed very normal. The unfamiliar reserve at the aristocratic banquet. Of course, it was not just Fatty Pat and Cord who were rejected. Many young nobles with rough methods of flirting with girls were rejected. It takes a lot of effort to strike up a conversation with a girl here. And these little nobles are the masters of the land and have little experience in this area. However, after being ignored by women, these young nobles were not angry. What they liked was the feeling of being rejected. And instead, they became more and more courageous. The life that the noble lord wants is so simple and full of challenges.
Hey! This is pretty good. Looking at the back, it should be top quality.
Gervais's eyes suddenly stopped in a corner, where a woman was sitting alone with a drink beside her. From behind, she could see her undulating body, exquisite clothes and accessories. It made Gervais feel that this woman was definitely different from others. Of course, this alone was not enough to attract Gervais's special attention. But the woman actually rejected the approaches of more than a dozen young nobles in just a few seconds. And the way of refusing to strike up a conversation should be relatively tough, because Gervais can see obvious anger on the faces of those young people who are rejected, which is not seen in other women.
Interesting. It seems that this woman is really not simple, and she seems to have thorns.
At this time, Gervais suddenly remembered a sentence. It's time for the master to show what real technology is. That woman aroused Gervais' curiosity. What kind of White Lotus would be so disrespectful to the young nobles in this hall? After thinking about it, Gervais raised his wine glass and stood up from the sofa. Cough. Cough. Gervais wanted to make it clear that he was definitely not attracted by the perfect back view of a woman. He was just itchy for a moment, and wanted to test whether his skills in seducing girls in his previous life were unfamiliar. What? It seems that the master was single in his previous life? This is completely slander. It's just that I haven't found true love. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Chapter 364 Money Ability. Gervais carried the wine glass and walked out of the carved wooden fence. But his eyes were always on the back of the woman in the corner. In just this moment, two more young nobles were unceremoniously rejected by the woman, and their faces were ashen. Walked away.
Well, it's a bit difficult,
Gervais muttered silently in his heart. But he didn't care. His main purpose was to see what the front of this perfect figure looked like. As for whether he could successfully strike up a conversation, to be honest, he didn't really care. Of course, if the front of this woman is as perfect as the back, and she can really strike up a conversation, Gervais wouldn't mind making preparations to get to know her in depth in the booth. As for what is the preparation before in-depth understanding? Not just drinking, but occasionally having close contact to see if there is any mutual repulsion. If not, then you can move to a room where no one is around and do something shameful. Of course, Gervais feels that there is a high chance that he will not move places, etc. Because Gervais personally does not like driving public cars. Generally speaking, private cars are his favorite. Gervais walked through the center of the hall without haste or slowness, and finally came to the corner where the woman with the perfect back was. At this moment, a young aristocratic young man with an ugly face happened to pass by in front of Gervais. When this young aristocrat passed by Gervais, he even cursed.
Bitch! Why are you pretending to be noble?
Hearing the young man's low scolding, Gervais was delighted. He was obviously scolded badly.
Come on! Let you see what real technology is.
Gervais took a deep breath, glanced around, and then walked towards the woman with his head held high. When Gervais walked towards the perfect figure, the nobles nearby who had been paying attention for a long time became happy. They were already the closest and had tried to strike up a conversation earlier, but were rejected. However, because they arrived early, the woman's words were not indifferent, and she did not make a fool of herself in public. But it was different for those who came up to chat with her later. A cold word, roll, will definitely make the polite aristocratic gentleman unable to get off the stage. Now seeing Gervais looking pretentious and walking behind the woman with a crystal wine glass, everyone was looking forward to Gervais's face turning livid. Gervais walked behind the perfect figure and did not check the woman's appearance first. Instead, he reached out and patted the table next to the woman. Gervais's palm quickly clapped and then quickly retracted, all in one go. After Gervais's palm left the round table, there was already a golden gold coin on the table. That's right. What Gervais calls real skill is his money-making ability in his previous life. He already knew this ability well and understood its essence in his previous life. But in his previous life, his pockets were empty, and he had no chance to use his money-making ability. At this moment, Gervais' actions were not only to teach these young nobles how to flirt with girls, but also to make up for the regrets of his previous life. After using the money ability, Gervais did not speak immediately, but stayed still and observed the movements of the woman in front of him. He was watching the woman's reaction after seeing the gold coins. If one gold coin can't shake this perfect back, then two. If even two pieces don't work, then I can only say goodbye. 2 gold coins can already buy 8 or 9 young slave women. If it were not to make up for the regrets of his previous life, Gervais would not even be able to part with 2 gold coins. Caroline was in a very bad mood today, and it could even be said that she was on the verge of going berserk. She originally came to the Glory Manor to dine with other young nobles with her fiancé, the eldest prince of the Principality of Jean. Everything went smoothly at first. After having a meal in the private room on the 2nd floor, the eldest prince and a group of others were ready to leave. But at this time, the eldest prince happened to meet Ulick, the next heir of the Charles family. Although the eldest prince is the eldest son and has the first right of inheritance of the kingdom, the second prince has been constantly causing trouble in recent years. So the eldest prince will seize every opportunity to win over people's hearts to prevent the second prince from growing in power. It can be said that the Charles family is only one step behind the Jones family among the 8 earls. As the heir to the next earl, the eldest prince certainly needs to win over Ulick. So the eldest prince, who was about to leave, changed his mind and took Ulick to the hall on the 3rd floor to have fun. After arriving at the hall on the 3rd floor, Caroline was dismissed by the eldest prince in order to facilitate the exchange of topics between men. The eldest prince, Ulick, and several other young nobles sat in the booth. Of course, with their status, they did not have to go out to flirt with girls in person. The supervisor here quickly selected high-quality women to accompany them. in order to better deepen the friendship with Ulick and integrate into the class. The eldest prince chose a woman to accompany him despite the fact that Caroline was not far away. Originally, this was not the thing that made Caroline the most angry. Men, just for fun. As long as they can treat her well in the future and let her become the queen. Caroline will not care about these small things. But she didn't expect that when she left the booth where the eldest prince and the others were sitting and came to sit alone in the corner of the hall. Nobles kept coming to chat with her. Originally, in order to maintain her self-cultivation, Caroline politely refused. After all, the nobles who came to chat were also polite. No different from their behavior at ordinary banquets. But later on, more and more people started chatting up her, which suddenly made Caroline furious. And she no longer looked good. If it weren't for the fact that the eldest prince was receiving guests, and Caroline was worried about making a commotion and making the eldest prince unhappy, she would have definitely exploded and maimed 2 of these nobles. After all, she was also a high-level bronze knight. Just a second ago, Caroline noticed that a man was about to approach and strike up a conversation. Caroline had already prepared the word, roll, and was about to blurt out the words in a cold voice. But the actions of the man behind her shocked her. There was a snap, and the man's palm hit the small round table next to her. When Caroline reacted, she saw an extra gold coin on the round table. At this moment, Caroline, who felt extremely humiliated, could no longer bear it, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. All the emotions tonight were squeezed together, and she could no longer care so much. She was very angry. Angry that her fiancé brought her here even though he knew this was not a good place. Angry that her fiancé left her to have fun with other women. And even more angry with the man who insulted her with gold coins. Caroline started to use her fighting spirit, and she was ready to slap away the man who insulted him.
Huh? Isn't 1 gold coin enough? It's just that this woman's reaction is a bit weird.
Gervais saw the woman trembling all over and was a little confused. Was she happy to see the gold coins? Then what? The next moment, Gervais no longer needed to think, because he felt the killing intent of the woman in front of him. Holy shit. Snapped. This crisp sound was extremely loud, although it was covered up a lot by the music in the venue. It was clearly heard by the young nobles nearby who had been paying attention here.
Holy crap! That woman is also a titled knight. It scared me to death. It seems to be very strong. This man is not weak at all. He actually blocked it.
These young nobles could clearly see Caroline's sudden outburst, and the sudden burst of power scared them into cold sweat. Most of these young nobles were second-generation ancestors, although they were also titled knights. Most of them were the level is all bronze junior knight. If they were faced with Caroline's slap, even if they blocked it with their hands, their arm would only end up with a broken arm. Caroline didn't hear the discussion of the young nobles nearby. She was very angry that her slap was actually blocked. But Caroline had another move. Caroline turned sideways slightly, then raised her slender calves and kicked between Gervais' legs. Caroline didn't have time to see who the man who insulted her with gold coins was. But none of this matters anymore. The most important thing now is to make this man pay the price he deserves.
Wokeo! Cruel man!
Gervais never expected that he would finally have the strength and have the opportunity to use his money ability. But he would end up with such a result.
Everything on TV is a lie!
Just after blocking the slap from the perfect-backed woman, Gervais saw her long legs flying towards his second brother. How could Gervais dare to neglect her? But at this moment, he was holding the woman's palm with one hand and holding the wine glass with the other hand, unable to resist with both hands. But fortunately, Gervais is now experienced in many battles. He clamped his thighs tightly without thinking, and instantly clamped the woman's calf at the root of her thighs.
Huh? It's okay. It's just a few centimeters away from saying goodbye to my second brother.
Gervais broke out in a cold sweat, while he breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but look at the ruthless woman in front of him. He wanted to see how vicious a woman could be to be so ruthless.
It's you? It's you?
Chapter 365 Evaluation of Caroline. Gervais and Caroline had a special position, with their eyes facing each other. The moment they saw each other clearly, they couldn't help but speak loudly.
You are such a ruthless woman. I saved your life last time, but today you repaid me with kindness and acted so ruthlessly.
The moment he saw Caroline clearly, Gervais knew that he was going to suffer. He had just mistook this woman for a woman doing sex business in this hall. If word got out, he would definitely be beaten to death, and others would not say anything. The Lord of the North is going to hammer him.
You are shameless. You insulted me first.
Caroline was furious. She didn't expect that Gervais would complain first and bite back. She blushed for a moment, and didn't know what to say.
Hurry up and let me go!
At this time, Caroline remembered that her calves and palms were still controlled by Gervais. The two of them were in a very close position, and there were already many eyes nearby. If the eldest prince saw her later, she would not be able to explain it. Caroline knew the eldest prince's possessiveness and desire for control best.
How did I insult you? Don't you know where this hall is? How did I know it was you?
Gervais lowered his head and glanced at Caroline's long, well-proportioned legs, and sighed in his mind that it was no wonder the back view was so perfect just now. Only a woman like Caroline could have such a figure and temperament. Although Caroline's appearance is still half as good as Alice's, her figure is really nothing to say, and her curvy body is absolutely perfect. In addition, Caroline has been carefully dressed up today, which is much better than in the winter. The city became half more attractive.
Let me go first!
Caroline was a little anxious. If the eldest prince, Ulick and others really saw her, things would be out of control. At that time, not only will he have to explain, but Gervais will probably also be hated by the eldest prince. Although she thinks Gervais is very hateful. It was Gervais who saved her last time when Kevin kidnapped her. So Caroline still feels a little grateful to Gervais.
Then you promise not to move anything again, especially your feet.
Gervais also saw that Caroline was a little anxious, but he was still worried that Caroline would continue to sneak attack on him later. So he spoke again to confirm.
I promise not to do anything again. Gervais, please let go.
After receiving Caroline's assurance, Gervais first let go of Caroline's tender hand, and then carefully opened his thighs slowly. Gervais was very worried that Caroline would sneak attack on his second brother again. After all, Caroline's calf was only 5 or 6 centimeters away from his second brother at this moment. If she attacked hard, Gervais wouldn't have time to stop him, and it would be like a chicken flying egg. Result: fortunately, Caroline seemed to be worried about something, and did not attack Gervais again.
Where is your seat? Let's go sit at your place for a while first.
Caroline adjusted her clothes, and found that the eldest prince, and others not far away, were not paying attention to the situation here. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and asked Gervais.
Over there. Let's go!
Gervais followed Caroline's gaze, and saw Ulrich and his group. But he didn't say anything. He directly put away the gold coins on the round table, then turned and walked towards his booth. Caroline glanced at Gervais's back hatefully, thinking that this man was really ungentlemanly. And at the same time, she kept rubbing her white and slender palms. That slap to Caroline just now used all her strength to circulate her fighting energy. The moment she was blocked by Gervais, she herself also suffered a big shock, and her palm is still sore. In addition to the pain in her palms, Caroline's calves also hurt now. So she thought about asking Gervais to take her to the booth so that she could sit down and relieve the pain. After Gervais and Caroline exchanged a few words, the young nobles, who had been observing the movement, were stunned.
What the hell happened? The fight was fierce 1 second, but it got better the next second. And the woman really followed him. Does this woman like men who are strong and can beat her?
The young people watched helplessly as the perfect figure followed Gervais, and they couldn't help shouting and feeling jealous in their hearts.
Gervais, aren't you afraid that Alice will blame you for coming to a place like this?
After following Gervais to the booth, Caroline rubbed her calf for a while, and the pain finally subsided a bit. Seeing Gervais pour her a glass of wine, Caroline asked,
Don't you know whether Alice will blame her? How could your dignified prince's fiancée end up in such a place? Aren't you afraid that the prince would be jealous?
Gervais replied angrily to Caroline. This woman knew the true situation between Alice and him best, but now she was pretending to be confused.
Humph! It was Derek who brought me here. Otherwise you thought I would come to this dirty place. Only you stinky men would come to such a disgusting place.
Caroline's pretty face darkened instantly when Gervais said this. Gervais's words simply stabbed her in the heart. The reason why she came to this hall was not just because she followed the eldest prince, but it was also the eldest prince who drove her aside and ignored her. This led to so many things that happened next. And because of this, she was treated by Gervais. Tons of humiliation.
Oh! Could it be that the person wearing a purple silk dress next to Ulick just now was the eldest prince?
Gervais had never seen the eldest prince before, so he didn't know what the eldest prince looked like. However, he just saw a young man next to Ulick who was obviously of high status, and he had a very pleasant conversation with Ulick. His status was not inferior to that of Ulick. It was estimated that only this man could be the eldest prince.
Yes,
Caroline responded angrily. After receiving a positive answer, Gervais looked at Caroline with strange eyes. She thought to herself that the woman in front of her was really generous. Her fiancé was hugging the girl over there for fun. But she could just turn a blind eye.
If only my Alice were such a generous woman.
Gervais thought of Alice's aloof appearance. And he probably couldn't be so generous. Although Alice doesn't care about him now. It's just because the relationship between the two is only a couple in name. Gervais was sure that if he and Alice really had a real relationship as husband and wife, if he dared to mess around outside, his legs would probably be broken by the cold countess. Gervais still remembered what Alice said when he was in the bedroom of the Golden Castle a few days ago. Vivian is very good. And this little maid is also very good. That expression. That tone. Gervais still has lingering fears.
Gervais, what's your expression?
Caroline saw the strange meaning in Gervais's eyes. And became restless again. Her bulging chest rising and falling. Caroline felt that ever since she met Gervais, he had lost her temper. The last time she went to Winterfell to attend Alice's birthday, she directly damaged Kevin, who had already joined the eldest prince's command, and also indirectly offended him. She killed the Larkin family, and made the eldest prince complain about her for a long time. It was the same this time. Embarrassing myself in public, and almost being seen by the eldest prince and others.
No expression. I just admire you.
Gervais was too lazy to argue with this woman. This woman was very scheming. And judging from her attitude towards the eldest prince, it was obvious that she loved the position of queen more than the eldest prince. Otherwise, how could a woman tolerate her fiancé flirting with other women in front of him?
It's tempting. But living with such a woman is very tiring. And you have to be wary from time to time. It's not as easy and comfortable as my cheap wife. It's just a pity that she has such a perfect figure with bulging front and back.
This is what Gervais said about Caroline. You?
I don't want you. They're coming.
Gervais looked to the other side. At this moment, the eldest prince, Ulrich and others had stood up, looked around, quickly looked this way, and then slowly came this way. Chapter 366. Get out.
Caroline. Who is this person? Do you know him?
Walking to the edge of the booth where Gervais was, the eldest prince frowned slightly when he saw Caroline sitting alone with a strange man.
Derek. This is Gervais, Alice's husband.
Caroline quickly stood up, walked to Derek, and explained carefully.
Is he the Baron? Alice's husband?
The eldest prince Derek looked at Gervais with a strong sense of scrutiny.
But even if you are Alice's husband, you are also my fiancé. You still need to worry about your identity when you are alone.
Derek did not say H, low to Gervais. Caroline had already reported Kevin's matter. Although in the eyes of Gervais and others, Kevin's death was entirely his own fault. Derek placed most of the blame on him. Gervais. So I don't have a good impression of him. What's more important is that now there is Ulick standing next to him. Derek knows clearly about the grievances between the Charles family, to which Ulick belongs, and the Jones family. So now he is also expressing a certain attitude to Ulick. If it were Alice, Derek might be more polite. But there was no need for Gervais to be polite. As for Gervais inventing wine or something, in Derek's view, if his father can take over the Jones family in the future, the wine will also become the property of the Jean family. And he will have to worry about what Gervais will do.
Gervais is now a viscount.
Caroline's face was a little stiff. She whispered back, and then cast an apologetic look at Gervais. Gervais had no reaction to Caroline's apologetic look. As the saying goes, I respect others as much as I respect them. Since the eldest prince is so arrogant, there is no need to pay attention to him. Anyway, he will be his earl husband, and Derek will be his eldest prince, and they will never have anything to do with him. Moreover, the eldest prince is very close to Ulrich, and he obviously has no scruples about the relationship between the Lord of the North and the Jones family. You must know that the eldest prince's fiancée, Caroline, is the daughter of the Lord of the North and Alice's cousin. They originally had such a relationship. The eldest prince should be more inclined to the Jones family. But now it is just the opposite. But this is obviously it's because the Jones family now lacks the support of the old earl. From this point, it can be seen that the eldest prince is definitely selfish and self-interested. Seeing that Gervais had no reaction, and he did not look down on such a small person, the eldest prince prepared to leave with others. But at this time, Ulick, who had been silent beside him, came closer and whispered in his ear.
Grand Prince, this Gervais owns a unicorn. Although his unicorn does not have a king, your majesty is so handsome. But he also has the ability to cure hundreds of poisons. I have seen this with my own eyes. I feel that the little Viscount Gervais is not worthy of such a precious unicorn. It is better for him to donate the unicorn,
which will better reflect your status as a great prince.
After Ulick's words fell, the eldest prince immediately stopped. his eyes flashing. And he kept thinking about the feasibility in his mind. Of course, the eldest prince longed for unicorns. After all, among the 3 principalities, only his father owned one, and he regarded it as a treasure. Now the little viscount in front of him also owns one. What a jealous thing it is. However, as the eldest prince, he could not snatch the private property of other nobles in public. If such things were spread, it would affect his reputation. If his reputation spreads, he steals the private property of other nobles. That might make some nobles question his personal ethics. Will he openly rob the property of other nobles after inheriting the throne? Derek didn't dare to bear such consequences. At least not before she inherited the throne. So even though he knew that Gervais owned the unicorn, he resisted coveting it. Now Ulick spoke, which gave the eldest prince a glimmer of hope. Even though the eldest prince knew very well, Ulick's purpose in making this suggestion was not for himself. But since Ulick opened his mouth, he definitely wouldn't be aimless. Maybe it can really help him live as a unicorn. As a result, the eldest prince stood still and fell silent, without affirming or refuting Ulick's words. Instead, he was prepared to see how things would develop next. All he needed to do now was remain silent. Ulrich felt happy when he saw that the eldest prince fell silent and was not ready to leave again. He knew the eldest prince's mentality clearly, so he wanted to take this opportunity to deal with Gervais. Anyway, he was just talking, and there was no big loss. On the contrary, Gervais will not feel good tonight no matter what.
Viscount Gervais, I saw you own a unicorn last time in Rose Castle. I think you should realize your identity. The unicorn is the symbol of our Principality of Jean, and only the royal family can own it. So I think you should dedicate this precious unicorn to the royal family to show your loyalty to the principality.
Ulick directly slapped Gervais with a big hat.
Idiot!
When Gervais saw that Ulick had just whispered a few words in the ear of the eldest prince, he knew that he wanted to stir up trouble. Now that she heard his words, she sneered, took a sip of the wine in her hand, and responded with 2 words directly. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of several people present were ugly, especially the eldest prince. Although he knew that Gervais would not agree so easily. At least he, the eldest prince, was on the spot. Ordinary little nobles would lower their posture even if they refused. But Gervais just said the word,
idiot,
with a cold face, without even caring about the face of his eldest prince. Facing Gervais' cold words, although Ulick looked unhappy on the surface, he was already sneering in his heart. The 2 words Gervais just said definitely offended the eldest prince. However, since Ulick made up his mind to deal with Gervais, it was not enough to offend him verbally. So Ulick continued,
Viscount Gervais, I know that I asked you to give up the unicorn for nothing. You must be reluctant to part with it. Otherwise, I brought a storm wolf mount this time. If you sacrifice the unicorn, our Charles family, as loyal vassals of His Majesty the King, are willing to compensate you with this storm wolf mount. What do you think? Sample? Roll.
The clay figurine also has a certain amount of anger. Gervais can ignore the arrogant look of the eldest prince just now and treat it like a local dog baring his teeth. But now he even has his mind set on his own unicorn. How could Gervais be willing to give in? Although the instigator was Ulrich, the eldest prince's silence meant that he acquiesced in Ulrich's words. So Gervais was not prepared to give any of them a good look. Your eldest prince is an eldest prince, but you are not my lord. When the southern expedition is over, I will lead a brood in the storm. I will not be afraid even of the King of Heaven, even if your eldest prince really becomes the king in a few years. But at that time, I was not necessarily someone you could manipulate at will.
Damn it, Gervais. Do you really think that relying on Alice, you can be unscrupulous in the principality?
The eldest prince's anger finally came out, and this rolling word was like a loud slap on his face. The eldest prince took a few steps forward and scolded Gervais in a cold voice. The 2 iron guards beside him who were responsible for protecting his safety had also stepped forward, ready to take action at any time.
Derek, don't be like this. We are in the City of Glory, and we will be marching south the day after tomorrow.
Seeing such a scene, Caroline quickly stepped forward to persuade him. She was really worried that Derek would take action against Gervais. And then the Jones family and the eldest prince would really have a big feud.
Shut up. It's none of your business here.
Derek was furious at the moment. The noble master cared about his own face the most, let alone his eldest prince. Therefore, the eldest prince did not hesitate to scold Caroline, who stepped forward to persuade her. Caroline's face changed after being scolded mercilessly by the eldest prince. And finally she walked out of the crowd with a dark and pretty face and headed out of the hall door. Chapter 367: A Melee in the Dark.
Ha ha. Am I being unscrupulous? Or are you being unscrupulous? I tell you clearly, if you want my unicorn, then ask my sword if you want it.
Although Gervais had already changed out of his armor when he arrived, he still carried the long sword with him, just to prevent him from offending too many people. Of course, Gervais is not the only one carrying a long sword. Basically, noble gentlemen do this. For example, although Derek and Ulrich are wearing silk dresses, they also have long swords hanging on their waists. Gervais's words were extremely sharp, but there was also a solemn look in his eyes. Although the eldest prince and Ulrich have noble status, their cultivation talents are obviously not as good as Alice's. In their 20s, their strength is only at the peak of the Bronze Knight. But the two iron guards beside Derek made Gervais really afraid. These two people were a silver junior knight and a silver intermediate knight. If a conflict really breaks out at this moment, and the other party is not only more powerful, but also has a higher level of cultivation than himself, Gervais will definitely suffer. Gervais couldn't help but glance towards the center of the hall with his peripheral vision, hoping that Fatty Pat and Cord would notice the situation here. Although both of their cultivation levels were terrible, having 3 people here would at least make the other party more fearful. As for them, they can also be asked to move reinforcements. However, Gervais looked at it for a long time and was a little disappointed. Although he and the eldest prince and others had been confronting each other for a while, because the hall was dark and the music was loud, except for some young nobles at 2 nearby tables who stretched their necks to look here. The crowd in the distance could not hear this at all. There were voices on the side, so Pat and the two probably didn't know the situation here at Gervais. Ring was guided to the 3rd floor of Glory Manor by the maid. He wiped his face vigorously with the towel handed by the maid, and Ring felt a little more relaxed. When he heard that Earl Avery asked him to assassinate a viscount, he was terrified and wanted to resist, because no matter whether his assassination was successful or not, as long as he was caught, the title and fief he had earned after more than 10 years of hard work on the battlefield might be at risk. However, when Earl Avery told him how to help him escape afterwards, and promised him a baronetcy and fiefdom, Lean finally agreed. It's not because of coveting titles and fiefs. It's because he knows that this is his only choice. Even if the Earl does not promise these rewards, his last choice can only be to obey orders. The vassal of a vassal is not my vassal. Although this sentence is true, it must be applied to a strong lord. His lord, Lean, is just a teenage boy. He can't even protect himself. So how can he possibly protect him? Lean put the towel back into the copper basin, then took out a gold coin. Although he was a little reluctant to part with it, he finally put it on the maid's tray. Soon, the smiling maid opened the door to the hall and led Lean in. Arriving in the slightly dim hall, Lean began to scan around, looking for his target. Soon, he easily found his target. Earl Avery had already let Lean take a closer look at Gervais's appearance and today's clothes when he set off. This was information that the Earl had just obtained. At this time, Lean saw that there seemed to be some conflict over Gervais's side, and the situation was a bit chaotic. This was the best opportunity for him to take action. So Lean immediately dismissed the maid, held the dagger in his arms, and slowly moved towards the direction of Gervais. The confrontation between Gervais and the eldest prince and others became more and more serious, almost reaching the point of tense situation. The hands of both sides had slowly touched the hilt of the sword at their waist. Gervais has even silently outlined the matrix of the fireball technique in his mind, and is frantically gathering energy into the matrix. Now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, if we really take action, Gervais decides to intimidate the opponent immediately, and then escape quickly. Otherwise, when the time comes and you are surrounded, you will really become a piece of meat on the chopping board. Whether you live or die depends on the other party's wishes. The eldest prince has no room to retreat now, because Gervais slapped him in the face. If today's incident goes well, then the eldest prince will definitely be a joke when word spreads. Fortunately, although Gervais is Alice's husband, he is only a junior bronze knight. As long as he is captured quickly and taught a lesson, today's matter can be solved very well. He can not only earn back face and teach this arrogant country viscount a lesson, but also avoid a big conflict with the Jones family. As for whether this revenge is too light, there will definitely be a follow-up in the future, and others can be sent to carry out it slowly. The eldest prince's Adam's apple rolled, and he was about to say, "Take him down." But at this time, a sudden change occurred. There was just a bang. For some unknown reason, the crystal lamp above their heads was hit by something. It shattered instantly, and the crystal shard shot out. And as the crystal lamp shattered,
The candles on it fell and went out, and their corner instantly became dark. When Lean passed a column, he casually picked up a metal ornament from the table nearby, and then slowly moved closer behind the eldest prince and others. The eldest prince, Ulrich and others were all focused on Gervais, and they did not notice Reen's approach. Lean thinks this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could use this conflict to kill Gervais and escape smoothly. In that case, someone might help take the blame for Gervais's death. Reen is a high-level bronze knight, and Gervais is a junior bronze knight. In his eyes, killing Gervais is not a problem. The real problem is how to escape. The moment he threw the metal ornament in his hand, Lean started to move, trying to bypass the eldest prince and others and attack Gervais at high speed. Clang! 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 Boom! Gervais and others didn't know who dropped the crystal lantern above their heads. But when the crystal lantern broke and the candles went out, the scene fell into darkness. Everyone's already tense nerves reached their peak, and they did not hesitate. He drew his sword. Without even thinking about it, Gervais used the darkness to inspire his own fireball and threw it towards the eldest prince and the others. The eldest prince and others were only 2 or 3 meters away from Gervais. The fireball appeared suddenly, and then came in an instant, hitting one of them with a bang. The man screamed and fell to the ground instantly. Lean had just arrived behind the eldest prince and the others, and had already taken out his dagger. He was also startled by the sudden explosion of flames and screams. However, he did not hesitate. The position of the fallen man gave him a huge gap to attack Gervais directly. After releasing the fireball technique, Gervais immediately pulled out his long sword, and suddenly noticed a figure rushing out from the front. Gervais thought it was the Iron Guard under the eldest prince, who started to take action.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Without thinking, Gervais shouted loudly, raised his sword and slashed horizontally. Since both sides had moved their hands, Gervais no longer had any scruples. Even if you are the eldest prince, but you want my life, then you have to ask my sword if it will answer. Because it was estimated that the opponent was at least as strong as a silver knight. Gervais's attack gathered twice as much fighting spirit and was extremely powerful. Ding! Puff! Lean rushed out from among the eldest prince and the others. In his eyes, Gervais, the bronze knight, was certain to die. In the dim light, he saw the sword coming from the opponent, and Lean smiled contemptuously. How powerful is the bronze junior knight? Reen raised the mithril dagger in his hand and prepared to block. He had already planned a coherent action that would kill in one blow. He first used the dagger to deflect Gervais' sword, and then relied on the gap in front of Gervais. Send this mithril dagger into Gervais's heart. However, the ideal is full, but the reality is very barebones. Gervais's hidden breathing technique finally achieved results. When Leon felt the huge force coming from the dagger, Leon was stunned.
How can it be?
The sword struck by Gervais was so powerful that even the Silver Knight had to be careful to deal with it. How could Lean, a high-ranking bronze knight, bounce away, not to mention deflecting Gervais' long sword? He couldn't even block it. The dagger in Lean's hand was knocked down in an instant. The power of Gervais's sword was slightly slower, but it still hit Lean's neck. There was a pop, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even the eldest prince, who was 1 meter behind, immediately felt a warmth on the thief's face, which was obviously sprayed with blood. Chapter 368 Kill Ulick. Although Ulrich is the heir of an earl, he has participated in many actual battles. The sound of a sword penetrating flesh and cutting bones like this is the one he understands most clearly. At the same time, he could vaguely tell that the person who was hit was definitely not Gervais because the position was wrong. But this made him even more happy. Gervais killed the eldest prince's men. It was definitely a big event and something that could not be solved. This is much better than the reptile Gervais being killed directly by the great prince. After all, if Gervais is really killed on the spot by the eldest prince will also cause trouble. And then, he will be resentful of himself as the instigator. Now that Gervais has killed one of the eldest prince's men, even if there is a grudge between the Jones family and the eldest prince, all the hatred of the eldest prince will be poured into Gervais.
Perhaps this is the right time for me to kill Gervais. Not only will I not be punished for killing the nobles, but I will also gain the gratitude of the eldest prince.
Ulick didn't have so many calculations at the beginning. At that time, he predicted that tonight's conflict would end with Gervais being taught a lesson by the eldest prince, and then causing the eldest prince to have a grudge against the Jones family. But I didn't expect that the situation would suddenly change to this point. Ulick, who was quite happy in his heart, decided to continue to expand his victory, and wanted to kill the reptile Gervais directly. He remembered that the vassal Sadie was killed by Gervais's father Gandalf. And now it was time for his father to repay his debt and let him avenge that arrow. After making up his mind, Ulick moved and started shouting loudly.
It's not good. Gervais wants to do harm to the eldest prince. Protect the eldest prince quickly. The eldest prince is in danger.
While shouting loudly, Ulick also pulled out the long sword in his hand and quickly moved towards Gervais, hoping to kill Gervais with his cultivation as a peak bronze knight.
Go to H.L.
Ulrich ran to the front of the booth and saw Gervais' figure vaguely visible. He waved the long sword in his hand without hesitation, intending to cut Gervais down with the sword and prevent him from making any excuses. Sound.
Damn it! You asked for this!
From the shouts made by Ulrich, Gervais judged who was attacking him. Originally, he had a fierce conflict with the eldest prince because of Ulrich's instigating words. And Gervais already hated him. Now that Ulrich came to his door and wanted to kill him, Gervais was not ready to let him go.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
Gervais also roared and slashed out with the long sword in his hand again. Ding! Gervais's long sword and Ulrich's long sword collided fiercely in midair, and some sparks flickered in the dark booth. However, Ulick was a peak bronze knight after all, and the weapon in his hand was also a long sword. So neither of them suffered any substantial damage from this blow.
How is it possible? This is not the power of the Bronze Junior Knight.
The moment he collided with Gervais's sword, the horror in Ulick's heart could not be greater. The power transmitted by Gervais's sword reminded him of the deputy commander of the Char Legion, who was responsible for teaching him martial arts. The deputy commander was also a silver knight. When Charles practiced martial arts, he would often fight against each other, so he immediately estimated the level of this strength.
Gervais is obviously just a junior bronze knight. Why does he have the strength of a silver knight? How could such a weird thing happen?
Unaware that there is such a magical secret skill as invisible breathing in this world, a series of question marks flashed through Ulick's mind. The impact on him at this moment was too great. At the same time, feeling the tearing pain from the tiger's mouth on his wrist, Ulick's heart was filled with fear. This was fear from the bottom of his heart. Ulrich no longer hesitated, and quickly retreated with his long sword. At this moment, he no longer had the idea of killing Gervais again, but urgently wanted to stay away from Gervais. After all, he had a noble status, and was unwilling to die in an accident. But Ulick wanted to back down. But Gervais was unwilling to let him go. At this time, Gervais was determined to kill him.
Critical strike and slash with one sword. Die!
Since Ulrich wants to kill him, Gervais no longer has any scruples. Although this may cause a lot of trouble to Alice, he can't control that much. Moreover, although nobles are not allowed to kill each other, Ulick took the initiative and Gervais fought back. But the noble law allowed it. After all, even civilians have legitimate defense, let alone nobles.
Ding! Puff! How dare you kill me?
Gervais was determined to kill Ulrich. This critical strike and sword slash condensed 3 times the fighting energy, which made his arms' energy veins soar. But obviously, 3 times the power is unmatched by Ulrich. Ulrich tried to block Gervais' violent slash while retreating, but it was in vain in the face of the absolute power. The long sword in his hand only slightly slowed down Gervais's attack. The next moment, his chest was already blocked. Weiss's sharp sword cut open, and blood instantly poured out of his chest.
Ulick is dead. Back up! Back up!
The few noble young men who had followed Ulick and wanted to come forward together were horrified, and immediately shouted and retreated towards the rear. These people are not vassals of the Ulrich family, but classmates of Ulrich at the Royal Capital School. If it was a downwind battle, they would run up and have fun, pat the eldest prince's horse, and beat up the drowned dog, for example, just a moment ago. However, the current situation is obviously that the effort is not proportional to the reward, and Ulick's level is 1 or 2 levels higher than them. Only one of them was a high-level bronze knight, and the others were all intermediate-level bronze knights. How could they dare to step forward and seek death? They all quickly retreated towards the rear with their long swords raised. At the same time, the eldest prince was pushed aside by the remaining iron guard, already 4 or 5 meters away from Gervais. The moment the crystal chandelier was smashed down and the strange fireball exploded, the iron guard had given up his plan to attack Gervais, and instead immediately thought of the eldest prince's thoughtfulness, especially when they saw a figure flashing beside them, and was killed by Gervais's sword in less than 2 seconds. This silver mid-level knight did not dare to stay anymore. As iron guards, protecting the safety of their master was the most important thing.
Open the curtains quickly! Protect the eldest prince! Open the curtains quickly. Protect the eldest prince.
After this brief fierce battle, the young nobleman in the hall and the attendants at the door finally realized something was wrong. And the scene began to become a little chaotic. Outside the hall door, more than a dozen soldiers wearing armor rushed in and started shouting. The maid at the door of the hall heard Ulick shout, saying that the eldest prince was being attacked. As the attendant quickly opened the thick blackout curtains around him, the entire hall became bright and the music stopped.
Ah! Ah! Someone is dead!
Originally, many men and women in the hall still didn't understand what happened, why the music in the hall was suddenly interrupted and the curtains were opened. But when some men and women near Gervais and the others screamed, especially the high-pitched female screams, everyone unconsciously looked in the direction of Gervais. I saw a mess all around Gervais, with fresh blood everywhere on the carved wooden railings and marble floors. At the same time, there were 3 corpses lying not far from Gervais. When many people saw the scene, they were so frightened that they backed away and turned pale, especially seeing the state of Leon's death. The body and head had been separated. It was simply too horrible to watch. Chapter 369 Denial.
Gervais, what happened? Are you okay?
Fatty Pat and Cord squeezed their way to the back of the crowd, only to see that their original booth had been destroyed. And Gervais was filled with evil spirits at the moment, and the long sword in his hand was still dripping with blood. The two of them didn't know how Gervais could conflict with others. Gervais was always a harmonious person, and was not a cruel nobleman. So they thought Gervais was assassinated in revenge by someone. As the two stepped forward, they drew out the swords from their waists without hesitation and quickly came to Gervais' side, while carefully guarding their surroundings. They are all vassals belonging to Alice, and Gervais is also half their superior. Of course, even if this relationship is put aside, as long as they belong to the same Jones family, they are still in the same boat, and they basically have the same attitude towards the outside world.
Pat, Cord, I'm fine, but now I need you two to help me find Alice right away. Fast.
Gervais shook his head at the two of them and said nothing more, always looking at the eldest prince. Pat and Cord discovered that the blood on Gervais's body belonged to others, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Then they looked at the corpse on the ground. They saw a corpse with a missing head and a burnt chest. No! But when they saw the next dead body, they were shocked. Of course Charles and the others knew each other and had met at Alice's birthday party.
Corder, go and inform the Earl, and call the guards downstairs.
In an instant, the two of them knew that the current situation was definitely a big deal. Fatty Pat didn't dare to neglect it and quickly said to Cord,
Good.
Cord glanced at the eldest prince and a dozen soldiers with their swords unsheathed in front of him. Although he didn't know that the man with blood on his face was the eldest prince, he also knew that Gervais would definitely not be able to leave with them. So without further hesitation, he responded and quickly headed towards the entrance of the hall. Regarding Cord's departure, the eldest prince did not let anyone stop him. Instead, he called a soldier over and explained a few words. Then the soldier put away his sword and ran out of the hall quickly.
Gervais, do you know that you committed a heinous crime today? You actually killed Viscount Ulrich, who was the next heir of the Charles family.
Things have developed to such an out-of-control point, and Charles's death will definitely set off huge waves. What the eldest prince has to do now is to take this opportunity to beat Gervais to death. This little count's husband has really angered him.
Ha ha! What a heinous crime! May I ask, Your Highness, who started the trouble first? And who made the first move to attack and kill me?
Gervais sneered. What happened today was a complete disaster for him. And how could Ulick let go of an enemy who wanted to kill him? But Gervais is not that stupid. If the eldest prince puts the hat of killing the nobles on himself, even Alice will not be able to protect herself. Gervais now has two options. One is to completely deny that he was the one who killed Ulick. If the first one doesn't work, then you have to make sure that you defend yourself and fight back. And don't give anyone a legitimate opportunity to use aristocratic laws to deal with you.
Also, you know best whether I killed Ulick. You were the ones who took the lead just now. And I am just a small junior bronze knight. But Ulick is a peak bronze knight. I can kill him. I suspect that you set a trap deliberately. You want to kill Ulick and then frame the blame on me.
Gervais's voice was very loud, ensuring that all the little nobles present could hear him. After listening to this, many young nobles turned on their senses to check Gervais' realm. Sure enough, they discovered that Gervais was a bronze junior knight. And then they all started whispering. Gervais's strength is indeed at the elementary level of bronze. So in their opinion, it is definitely impossible to kill Ulrich. However, It is a fact that the heir to the Charles family was killed. This is a rare event in recent years. Listening to the whispers, the eldest prince fell silent for a while. In fact, he also had many questions that he didn't understand. Who is the man on the ground with a missing body and head? Why did you take the lead? Are you going to smash down the crystal chandelier? What made him even more confused was, what happened to the fireball that suddenly appeared just now? Moreover, Gervais's strength is indeed that of a junior bronze knight. How could a low-level bronze knight kill a peak bronze knight?
If you didn't kill them, then why is there so much blood on your sword?
The eldest prince just thought for a moment, and then immediately discarded the long list of questions in his mind. Now, no matter whether things are reasonable or not, the eldest prince wants Gervais to take the blame. Soon, the young nobles who were watching the show also looked up at the sword in Gervais's hand. The moment the hall lit up, they indeed saw blood dripping from Gervais's sword.
Just after the crystal chandelier fell, I felt someone sneaking up on me, and I subconsciously swung my sword to block. So I don't know what hit me. As for what happened next, I don't know. Anyway, I hid later. I can feel a scuffle happening ahead. But Ulik was still behind you at that time, and everyone heard his shout.
Gervais just told lies. Anyway, it was dark here just now, and it was the limit to be able to vaguely distinguish human figures. He didn't have to worry about anyone being able to tell his lies. The eldest prince's face was extremely ugly. He had a lot of status, and had done many tricks. But no one would confront him face to face like this. Faced with Gervais's sharp tongue, he was somewhat unable to refute. In an instant, the eldest prince's eyes became cold again. He looked at Gervais, and hesitated whether to kill Gervais first. Now there is a silver mid-level iron guard, and more than a dozen armored soldiers beside him. As long as he kills Gervais, he will not only be able to relieve the hatred in his heart, but also the subsequent death of Ulrich will be much easier. He can just watch the Jones family and the Charles family fight.
Prince, Dio seems to be alive.
Just when the eldest prince had murderous intentions, the iron guard beside him whispered to the eldest prince. Gervais also heard this, and followed the gazes of the eldest prince and the two men to look at the ground. It turned out to be the Silver Junior Knight, who was hit by his fireball technique. At this moment, the Silver Junior Knight's arms were moving. He was obviously not dead. He might have just fainted. Gervais didn't find it strange. Although the fireball technique was magical, it was only the lowest level of magic. To be able to seriously injure the Silver Knight, one must take into account the fact that the opponent was not wearing armor. Otherwise it would not have caused such serious damage. However, even the power of this lowest level magic still satisfied Gervais. It was much more powerful than his own grenade. Gervais could see that Udi's chest was completely blackened, and he could even smell a faint smell of burnt meat.
Take Udi for treatment quickly. Yes.
Following the eldest prince's order, two soldiers stepped forward carefully, carried Udi, and quickly ran out of the hall. After Udi was carried away, the eldest prince looked at Gervais again and continued to think about the previous decision. For a moment, Gervais felt a chill down his spine, and he understood the meaning in the eldest prince's eyes. Although he is now a high-level bronze knight, he still has no power to fight back against an intermediate silver knight. Gervais immediately silently outlined the matrix of fireballs in his mind. And now he can still fire 2 fireballs. However, releasing the fireball technique took 3 seconds to complete. So he had to start preparing now. In addition, Gervais was not sure whether the fireball technique could still cause damage to the silver mid-level knight now that he was on guard. In fact, in addition to the threat from the eldest prince in front of him, Gervais is also worried about another thing. That is, he hopes that Alice can come to the scene before the Charles family. Otherwise he may not be able to get out of this glorious manor. The venue suddenly fell into a strange atmosphere. Even the young nobles who were eating melons noticed something was wrong and couldn't help but move back slightly. Chapter 370 Heading to the Palace.
Get him!
The eldest prince finally spoke. No longer delaying. Now is the best time to kill Gervais. Not only has enough reasons, but it is also the easiest time.
Stop!
Just when the war was about to break out, a clear and sweet sound came from outside the hall door. When people looked for the sound, they saw a stunningly beautiful and aloof woman walking over, escorted by a team of silver-armored soldiers. It was Gervais's chief wife Alice. Seeing the arrival of Alice and the Rose Knight, Gervais finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least now, he didn't have to worry about being bullied by the eldest prince and the others.
Earl Alice, you came just in time. Your husband, Baron Gervais, killed Ulik, the heir to the Charles family. I was about to capture him and send him to His Majesty the King for questioning.
A trace of pity flashed in the eldest prince's eyes. He didn't expect Alice to arrive so quickly. Now, he couldn't kill Gervais in front of Alice.
There is no need to bother His Majesty the Great Prince. I will take Gervais to meet His Majesty the King now. However, I heard that what happened today did not happen because of Gervais. I will definitely seek justice from His Majesty the King.
Alice's face was cold. After speaking to the eldest prince, she looked at Charles's body on the ground, her expression still calm. After watching for a moment, Alice said to Gervais,
Gervais, let's go and meet His Majesty the King now. Okay.
Gervais nodded. It is indeed the best choice to meet the king now. If Ulrich's father, the contemporary earl of the Charles family, comes later, no one here can stop him if he has murderous intentions. Live. Count Seignior of the Charles family is a golden knight. Although the king may not necessarily protect him, at least Naomi does not dare to kill people at will in front of the king, and must follow the legal process.
Take this body with you.
Before leaving, Gervais gave instructions to Ike, who came up with Alice. What happened tonight is weird. The reason why things have developed to this point is that the person whom he has taken over is a big help. Otherwise, even if he and the eldest prince and others start a fight, there will be no life or death conflict. More importantly, this man was obviously here to assassinate him. And the mithril dagger on the ground was the best proof. After Ike and others put away the body and the dagger, Gervais and Alice quickly headed to the king's palace. The eldest prince said nothing more, but he did not leave the Glory Manor immediately, but continued to wait. He must now wait until someone from the Charles family comes to explain in advance. Otherwise, he is also involved in today's incident, and may also attract the hatred of the Charles family.
Gervais, what happened today?
After leaving the manor, Alice's aloof demeanor was somewhat relieved, although even she herself might not be aware of such subtle changes. Gervais had no choice but to tell Alice what happened at Glory Manor today. Of course, this also concealed the fact that he used his money ability to actively seduce girls. He just said that he happened to meet Caroline. And then what happened next? As for killing Ulick and others, Gervais did not hide it. But he did not reveal that he had learned the fireball technique. Regarding his ability to understand basic magic skills, Gervais was still considering whether to confess to Alice. Because if you tell Alice that you can understand those words, you will have to make up some lies to deceive Alice later. Regarding the system panel, Gervais will not tell anyone, including Alice. When she heard that Ulrich was really killed by Gervais, Alice's red lips moved. But she still didn't speak immediately. After thinking for a moment, Alice continued.
So, the body you just asked someone to take away was originally here to assassinate you? Probably not with the eldest prince or Ulrich. Well, I'm sure this guy is not with the eldest prince and the others. Otherwise, if they had swarmed me at that time, I would never have been able to survive.
Gervais nodded in affirmation. When he was confronting the eldest prince, he saw from the corner of his eye that this man was coming from the direction of the gate. However, the eldest prince and others had been in the hall for a long time and arrived earlier than the three of them. So this man was definitely sent by someone else. Come to assassinate yourself.
Is it Chakra or Avery?
Alice thought for a moment and asked.
It is very possible that this guy can enter the 3rd floor of Glory Manor, and his strength is at least that of a bronze high-level knight. So he is definitely not something ordinary people can command. If it's a noble, it's easy to check. When you see His Majesty the King later, ask him to order the soldiers guarding the city to check the entry records, and you can quickly find out the identity of this person.
Alice said lightly. He paused and then continued.
Gervais, when you meet the king later, you must deny that you killed Ulrich. You must not give anyone the opportunity to punish you with noble laws.
To be honest, Gervais's killing of Charles was a relief for the Jones family. After all, the two families are now sworn enemies. Just like today's camping incident, the Charles family must be involved behind it.
I understand. Don't worry. Alice.
Seeing that Alice and he were thinking of the same place, Gervais immediately responded. Of course, Gervais also knows that even if the law cannot punish him, the Charles family will use private means to retaliate against him. However, as long as the opponent does not blatantly send a master to kill him, Gervais's safety is still guaranteed. At worst, he is following his cheap wife during this period. When he returns to Jones territory, no matter how awesome the Charles family is, the danger will be much less. For the Jones family, the only person currently better than them in the Charles family is the Golden Knight Count Seignior. As for other aspects, such as military strength, etc., the Jones family is still the leader of the 8 counts.
By the way, Alice, why did you come so fast?
Suddenly, Gervais remembered that Cord had only been out for 2 minutes. But Alice had already arrived. And even Ike and other personal guards in the manor came up at the same time as them.
It's Caroline. She informed me that you had a conflict with the eldest prince. I didn't expect that when I arrived at Glory Manor. Cord just came out and told me what happened inside.
Alice rolled her eyes at Gervais angrily.
I see.
Gervais nodded and ignored his cheap wife's eyes. Gervais did not expect that Caroline, the woman, would help him move reinforcements after she left in anger. Inside the king's palace in the City of Glory, the king sat expressionlessly on the main seat at the top of the meeting hall, while 6 earls sat below. Except for the 2 counts, who have not yet arrived at the City of Glory. The most powerful nobles of the Principality of Jean are gathered together. No one expected that such a major emergency would occur at this critical moment when the southern expedition was about to begin. If this matter is not handled well, this year's southern expedition will be impossible to talk about. It is more likely that they will start fighting among themselves before they go out. Chapter 371 Lord of the North.
Your Majesty the King. The identity of the body brought by Earl Alice has been identified. It is a subordinate of Baron Samson, vassal of the Larkin family. He just entered the city this morning. There is a record of coming and going at the city gate.
The atmosphere in the palace hall was solemn. Just when everyone was silent, a guard quickly ran in from outside the hall and reported to the king respectfully.
Earl Avery?
The king frowned and looked at Avery, who was sitting on the right. The current situation was the last thing he wanted to see. But it happened at this time. Now the 2 sides on the court are arguing. Gervais said that it was not he who killed Ulick, but his cultivation as a bronze junior knight. Moreover, Alice also suspected that this matter might be a conspiracy, and Gervais was framed. However, the eldest prince and the accompanying young nobles agreed that it was Gervais who killed Ulick, because Gervais was the only one nearby at that time. For this situation, the only way to start is with another assassin unknown to both parties. The king's current idea is that no matter who killed Ulick, as long as the evidence is conclusive, he will directly deal with the murderer and calm the anger of the Charles family first, so as not to have an impact on the southern expedition. You must know that for this southern expedition, he has used the whole country to fight, so he does not necessarily want to take over the Principality of Alban at once. Avery felt happy, knowing that Ulick was dead and the suspected murderer was Gervais. Not only would Gervais suffer, but the Jones family would also suffer. Now that he saw the king looking at him, Avery remained calm and sat on the soft chair. He just replied to the king in a respectful tone.
Your Majesty, I don't know about this matter, but I do have a theory. Samson is actually Wright's son. Wasn't Wright killed in Jones' territory a few days ago? I think this assassin may have come here for this purpose. So, this Count Ulrich's matter should have nothing to do with this assassin. Of course, since this person is a vassal of the Larkin family at this moment. Please rest assured, His Majesty the King, I will find out the situation in a meeting after the southern expedition and give an explanation to Viscount Gervais. If he were still alive at that time.
Avery silently added in his mind that he had already thought of this rhetoric, so there was no need to think about it at all. After listening to Avery's words, the king nodded slightly. The king did not want to involve the Larkin family anymore. It would be most appropriate to delay the solution until after the southern expedition.
Count Nino, now both sides have different opinions on this matter, and it is probably an accident. There are no witnesses at the scene. How about we wait until we return from the southern expedition to deal with it?
The king looked at Nino, although Alice also brought Gervais with her to seek justice, saying that the eldest prince and Ulrich wanted to snatch the unicorn. But this matter was just a small friction after all, and became insignificant compared to Ulick's death. What the king needs most now is to appease Nino. As long as Nino agrees, this matter can be suppressed or discussed later. Boom! Nino finally couldn't bear it anymore, slammed the table and stood up. The reason why he was so calm just now was because he was concerned about the king's face and wanted to see if he could find any substantial evidence. But obviously, there was no evidence. The scene was dark at that time, and there were 3 people dead and injured. It was impossible to convict Gervais from a legal perspective. However, Nino still knew one thing. The eldest prince present did not dare to murder his heir, because it would not do any good to the eldest prince, but would have great harm. On the contrary, the husband of the Earl of the Jones family has full motives, no matter whether Gervais is the real murderer or not. Nino must kill Gervais first. If Gervais cannot be killed on the spot today, then Charles, what kind of face does the family have to act in the principality? As for other investigations, they will be pursued slowly in the future.
Your Majesty the King, Ulick is the next heir of my Charles family. Now the murderer is right in front of me. If you don't make the decision for me, then I will personally avenge my son.
As one of the 8 earls of the principality, Seignior is also a golden knight. So unless he rebels against the king, there is no problem in slamming the table in front of the king like he is doing now. After saying that, Seignior cast his eyes on Gervais across from him, and the power of the golden knight instantly spread in the hall. This was the first time Gervais had seen the power of the golden knight. The moment Seignior looked at him, Gervais felt his whole body freeze. The power of the golden knight has been able to change from nothingness to something that can truly be perceived. Suppressed by Seignior's momentum, Gervais slowly felt a little out of breath, as if something invisible was strangled by his neck. In fact, apart from Gervais, even Alice, the Silver Knight, turned pale and obviously felt uncomfortable.
Damn it! This old immortal doesn't really dare to kill me in front of the king. Does he?
Gervais reluctantly leaned back on the chair to prevent himself from collapsing to the ground. But what Gervais is really concerned about is another fatal issue. Originally, he thought that Seignior would at least not dare to take action in front of the king. But now it seems that he is overthinking. Seignior didn't seem to care about the king's presence, and although the king looked a little ugly, he didn't stop him.
Damn it! Does this king deliberately want Seignior to kill me?
Gervais speculated that the king probably wanted to use the life of his own pawn to calm Seignior's anger, so as not to affect the progress of the southern expedition.
Seignior, do you want to go to war with the Jones family?
Alice spoke in a cold voice with difficulty. However, Seignior ignored Alice's question. At this moment, Seignior also noticed the king's attitude and understood in his heart that the king did not speak immediately, probably acquiescing to his idea. What he said just now actually contained a certain element of temptation. If the king strictly stopped him from speaking out, he would certainly not dare to take action here. After all, the king is a Golden Peak Knight, and he does not dare to really challenge the king's majesty. What's more, it is very easy for the king to stop him from killing people. After figuring this out, Seignior was ready to take action. He must quickly deal with Gervais now. Of course, after killing Gervais, he will also ask for compensation from the Jones family.
Seignior! What a majesty! I don't think any of you dare to touch Alice or Gervais.
Suddenly, a deep-voiced mocking voice came from outside the hall. The moment this voice appeared, Gervais suddenly felt that the pressure on him was gone, and his breathing returned to ease.
Lord of the North!
Several earls were shocked.
Guster, do you want to stop me from avenging my son?
The moment the Lord of the North appeared, Seignior noticed that his power was being washed away, and he couldn't help but look towards the door with hatred on his face.
Ha ha! Stop you? Are you worthy? If Odell hadn't disappeared, how dare you, a coward, to deal with the Jones family so unscrupulously?
Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. After the words fell, everyone finally saw an old man with a gray beard at the door of the hall, but an unusually burly figure. The old man was wearing silver armor. Not only did he not look old, but he was very imposing. The cloak behind him had not yet been removed, and there was still a lot of dust on it.
Grandpa!
When Alice saw the Lord of the North arriving, she immediately took 2 steps forward in surprise and leaned towards the Lord of the North.
Ha ha! Little girl, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Let me see who dares to bully you.
The Lord of the North patted Alice's shoulder lovingly, and then continued,
I haven't seen you for several years. You have grown so big, and you look more and more like your mother. Odell is also a good-for-nothing person. A Golden Peak Knight disappeared as soon as he said he was missing. Put such a huge burden of the Jones family on you. Grandpa, my father definitely doesn't want this. So don't talk about him. You just arrived. Right. Come and sit down.
Alice's eyes were slightly red. After his father disappeared, the Lord of the North was the Jones family's only strong support. Seeing the attire of the Lord of the North, it was obvious that the Lord of the North didn't even have time to change his armor before he rushed to the palace. Chapter 372 Deterrence.
Alice, you go and sit down first. Grandpa wants to greet His Majesty the King.
The Lord of the North patted Alice on the shoulder and motioned for Alice to return to her seat first. After Alice returned to her seat, the Lord of the North looked around the hall, then took 2 steps forward, bowed slightly to the king, and said,
Nice to meet you. My king! Guster, there is no need to be polite. I am planning to take down the Principality of Alban in one fell swoop during this southern expedition, so I have to let you come all the way here.
Lawrence did not show the majesty of His Majesty the King. Instead, he had a smile on his face and acted very approachable. The biggest reason why King Lawrence has such an attitude is that Gust is one of the 3 Golden Peak Knights of the Principality of Jean. To the king, such a person could no longer be treated simply as a vassal.
It is the duty of our vassals to serve you, Your Majesty. There is no need to say more.
Guster's words were full of energy and meticulousness. Not at all like the momentum displayed by an old man, but more like a mighty general commanding thousands of troops on the battlefield.
However, Your Majesty the King, there is one thing I want to take advantage of this opportunity to mention. I hope you can make the decision for me. Gust, just say it directly. If I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you.
King Lawrence was stunned for a moment, but he did not hesitate to let the Lord of the North bring it up.
Thank you, His Majesty the King.
The Lord of the North bowed again, before continuing.
Alder suddenly disappeared. During this time, I heard a lot of news. Several major families in the Principality conspired to annex the Jones family. As Alice's grandfather, I hope that His Majesty the King can make the decision for the Jones family.
As he spoke, the Lord of the North looked at the 5 earls sitting around him. When these counts were glanced at by the Lord of the North, they all avoided the Lord of the North's gaze in embarrassment. Only Seignior was still burning with anger in his heart at this moment, so he didn't care about the Lord of the North's glance.
Guster, I heard about this some time ago. I have already issued an order not to allow any family to infringe upon the Jones family's territory and buffer zone. Otherwise, I will not let him go leniently.
After King Lawrence heard the words of the Lord of the North, he vowed to tell the story of the measures he had taken to protect the Jones family. At the same time, the king was not embarrassed at all, as if he had no plan to obtain the Jones family's wealth.
Thank you, His Majesty the King, for protecting the Jones family.
The Lord of the North didn't say anything more. He respectfully thanked the king, and then looked at Seignior again.
Your Majesty the King, Alice has now inherited the title of Earl of the Jones family, and the boy named Gervais is his husband. I want to know that Count Seignior just wanted to kill him without any evidence. Being the husband of an earl, does this comply with the laws of the duchy? Gust, don't think that you can be unscrupulous because you are at a higher level than me. You won't live for a few years. Let's see how long you can keep the Jones family.
Before the king could answer, Seignior spoke coldly. Although Seignior is afraid of the Lord of the North's personal strength, he is not completely afraid of the Lord of the North. If the Lord of the North had been a few decades younger, Seignior would definitely be like this little turtle. But now that the Lord of the North is old and has few years to live, Seignior still has some confidence. After all, there is no Golden Knight in the Winston family yet, after the death of the Lord of the North. If the Winston family no longer has the protection of the Golden Knight, the situation may be even more embarrassing than that of the Jones family.
Seignior, are you threatening me? Do you believe that before I die, I can kill you first? Let the Charles family lose the protection of the Golden Knight first.
As soon as Seignior finished speaking, a strong murderous intent immediately erupted from the Lord of the North. This murderous intent spread throughout the hall, and its power was countless times stronger than what Seignior had just exuded. Feeling this murderous intention, the faces of Avery and other earls froze, feeling a huge threat. And Seignior, the count who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more livid, trembling all over. And for a moment, he was speechless.
Gust, get rid of your old habits.
At this moment, the king finally spoke again. His face became serious, and there was a hint of command in his tone.
Yes, Your Majesty, I was rude.
The Lord of the North quit when he saw fit. Here he could only intimidate the Count Seignior. But if he wanted to kill any of them, the king would definitely not agree.
Seignior, I will send someone to investigate today's matter in detail. I will definitely give you a result. If I find out who is the murderer, I will never be partial, and will definitely make the decision for Ulick.
When King Lawrence saw the Lord of the North making such a fuss, the earls in the hall suddenly felt at ease. So he took the opportunity to speak to Seignior, without waiting for Seignior to have any chance to verbally rebut. King Lawrence continued,
The morning after tomorrow will be the start of this year's southern expedition. So I don't want anything to happen during this period. As long as you help me win the Duchy of Alban, I will never be stingy with the reward. However, if anyone dares to do anything to sabotage this southern expedition, then I will not be lenient. Do you understand?
When he said this last sentence, King Lawrence's tone suddenly turned cold. Obviously, this sentence was not meant to scare people.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Everyone answered in unison. Even Seignior could only bow and accept the order obediently, without daring to say any more words.
Very good. Then you all go back to the camp first. Come back to the palace tomorrow, and we will discuss this year's attack. Yes, Your Majesty.
All the earls accepted the order, bowed, and then walked towards the door of the hall. The fastest person walking was the livid Seignior. Before leaving, Seignior glanced at Gervais coldly for a moment, and then quickly left the hall door without saying a word.
Count Alice, here are 100 gold coins, which are Earl Avery's compensation for Wright's attack on Joan's territory. Please accept it. Yes, Your Majesty.
Alice took the money bag handed over by the attendant, responded to the king, and then left the hall with Gervais following the Lord of the North. As the 7 earls left the hall, there were only a few attendants and the eldest prince in the hall at this time. After the eldest prince made sure that all the earls were gone, he cautiously asked Lawrence,
Father, are you letting that Gervais go like this? Will it cause dissatisfaction with the Charles family?
Boom! Without any warning, King Lawrence slapped his palm heavily on the table, making the eldest prince tremble.
You idiot! You got me into so much trouble just for a unicorn. Father! That little Viscount Gervais doesn't deserve to have a unicorn. So do I. Get out! You are not allowed to go out for these 2 days.
King Lawrence directly interrupted the eldest prince's defense and ordered him to be grounded.
Yes! Father!
The eldest prince did not dare to disobey at all. He immediately closed his mouth, lowered his head, and walked out of the hall.
Your Majesty, this is actually not the eldest prince's fault. That Gervais owning a unicorn will indeed affect Your Majesty.
After the eldest prince was also shouted back. An old man in his 60s next to the king spoke to Lawrence to persuade him. This man was King Lawrence's chamberlain. Before Lawrence became king, this old man was his butler. To say who Lawrence trusted the most, it had to be the gray-haired head of the house.
This idiot insists on causing me trouble at this time. Since the last incident in Roseburg,
I have ordered to strengthen the intelligence collection on the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Xisus.
King Lawrence had regained his composure at this moment. He opened some letters on the table and said while reading them,
Judging from the intelligence collected during this period, the church has been making frequent moves and must be planning something. If we don't take over the Alban Principality as soon as possible and obtain enough food for development, it is very likely that we will not be able to fight against the church in a few years. Your Majesty, please pay attention to your health. The church has been in existence for so many years, so you don't need to be too anxious. You go to the beast cage later to pick out a mid-level monster and send it to Seignior to let him endure it for the time being. After the southern expedition is completed, I will compensate him.
King Lawrence did not continue talking about the church. He changed the subject and explained to the gray-haired head of the house.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The head of the house knew the character of King Lawrence best. Seeing him change the subject, he was obviously not ready to continue talking. So he responded and then withdrew. Chapter 373 Wood Healing Technique.
Could the fireball that suddenly appeared be a fireball technique?
When everyone walked out of the hall, King Lawrence's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he mumbled something undetectable.
Is it your boy who killed Ulick?
When Gervais and Alice followed the Lord of the North out of the palace gate, the Lord of the North glanced at the unicorn under Gervais and suddenly asked,
Yes, Lord Gust.
Gervais did not hide it from Gust. If the Lord of the North had not arrived in time, he probably would not have been able to leave the palace today. However, one thing that made him embarrassed was that he didn't know how to call Gust. In the end, Gervais still felt that calling him a general name was most appropriate.
Thank you, Lord Gust, for helping me today.
Gervais sincerely expressed his gratitude, regardless of whether the Lord of the North saved him because of Alice or not. The life-saving grace was real.
You are very good at killing Ulick.
The Lord of the North did not respond to Gervais's thanks, but instead praised him without looking back.
If things like today hadn't happened, I would not have acknowledged your relationship with Alice. Well, grandfather.
Gervais was speechless for a moment, but Alice on the side quickly spoke out and made a coquettish gesture towards the Lord of the North.
That's what my grandfather said. You are now an earl. You make your own decisions in everything. Grandpa has no right to control you.
The Lord of the North was very doting on Alice, and when he heard Alice's complaints, he immediately laughed heartily.
Not only do you look like your mother, but your personality is also very similar to your mother's. Back then, your mother was just like you and ignored everyone. But my grandfather and I were very anxious and held countless events for her. Banquet. I didn't expect your mother to look down on anyone. And in the end, she found your father. A brat from nowhere. That's because mother has a good vision.
Alice replied with a blush on her pretty face, then glanced at Gervais secretly, and was relieved when she found that Gervais had no reaction. The Jones family is not passed down through generations like other great nobles. At the beginning, the old Earl was just a vassal baron. It was only through continuous accumulation of military exploits that the Jones family achieved its current achievements. This is why the Jones family, except for Welton, an in-law ally, is not in harmony with several other Earl families. One is that the Jones family belongs to the new aristocracy, and other established Earl families have a natural xenophobia, and they look down on the Jones family in their hearts. Another reason is, of course, that the wealth of the Jones family is so coveted. If it weren't for the strong force of the old Earl, the Jones family's development over the years would not have been so smooth.
Alice, are there any clues about your father's disappearance?
The Lord of the North asked,
changing the subject.
There are no clues. Grandpa, I suspect that my father's disappearance is related to the church.
Alice whispered back.
Shoo! Alice, you can't say such words.
The Lord of the North gave Alice a lesson in a low voice. He was not surprised by Alice's speculation. Obviously, he should have known it well. Then the Lord of the North tried to persuade him.
But don't worry if there are no clues. Your father is a peak golden knight. His life must be worry-free. He may just be trapped somewhere and unable to return. You have to practice hard now and break through to the golden knight as soon as possible. Then the Jones family will be stable. Well, I understand. Grandpa,
Alice responded obediently. When facing her grandfather, she lost all her cool goddess air and looked more like a girl next door. Several people walked together, passed through the city gate, and soon arrived at the camp outside the city. The Winton family camp was located adjacent to the Jones family camp. Gervais speculated that this was probably intentional by the Lord of the North, because there are still 2 free camp locations in front, with the realm of the Golden Peak Knight of the Lord of the North. It is impossible to be arranged at the end anyway. When the group of people arrived at the gate of the Winston family camp, they stopped and the Lord of the North suddenly asked Gervais.
Boy Gervais, I heard that you brewed the golden wine. Yes, Lord Gust. Then do you have any extra ones? If so, send 5 barrels to my camp and I will pay you.
The Lord of the North has expectations in his eyes. He is a good wine person. Ever since Caroline sent 5 bottles of golden wine back last time, the Lord of the North has been thinking about it in his heart. Unfortunately, I heard that the quantity of wine is limited, and the price outside has been speculated to 4 or 5 times the price. And it is still expensive, but not available.
Lord Gust, there is not much gold wine left. If you want 5 barrels, we won't have it.
Gervais was stunned. Even he only brought 2 barrels of wine this time, and he had drank some in the past few days. He must not be able to meet the requirements of the Lord of the North.
But there is a smaller quantity. I will send someone to deliver 10 jugs to you later. When the next season's grapes are ripe and the wine is brewed, I will definitely send 5 barrels to you in the north. Ha ha! 10 pots! 10 pots!
Although the quantity was not large, the Lord of the North's eyes lit up, and he was very excited when he heard that the golden wine was really in stock.
Rot! Now take the gold coins and follow Gervais to get the gold wine. After you get it back, bring it to my tent immediately.
The Lord of the North ordered the following guard captain.
Yes, sir. Grandfather, there is no need for gold coins. You are my grandfather, and these gold wines are Gervais' filial piety to you.
Seeing that her grandfather was so impatient, Alice pursed her lips and snickered, and then directly made the decision without asking Gervais's opinion.
Ha ha! Little girl, you really know how to feel sorry for your grandfather.
The Lord of the North laughed heartily. Time passed by 2 days later. Ever since the incident at Glory Manor, Gervais had never left the camp again. It's not that he is worried about the revenge of the Charles family. Now the Lord of the North is next to their camp, and the king has issued strict orders. So the Charles family will definitely not take action at this juncture. If they want to take action, they will have to wait until the army sets off. The trip to the palace made Gervais deeply aware that without absolute strength, if you want to take advantage of opportunities to face the enemy, it is completely dancing on the edge of a knife. In the eyes of the king, he was an insignificant little viscount. If his death that day could calm the anger of the Charles family, then it would be normal for the king not to care about a little person like Gervais. So Gervais has been practicing desperately these 2 days. In addition, the effect of his red kiwi fruit was about to expire, and Gervais did not want to waste these precious 2 days. Although without the training space, the effect of training will be several times different. But it doesn't matter. In addition to improving his cultivation, during these 2 days, Gervais was also trying to practice new magic. This time, he chose the wood healing technique. Why Gervais calls it wood magic is because when Gervais practices the healing technique, The magic power he attracts is different from the magic power used in the fireball technique. The magic power Gervais attracted this time was green particles. Practicing magic this time took Gervais much longer than last time, because the green wood magic this time seemed not as close to him as the red fire magic. Every time Gervais needed to inject magic into the matrix, it took twice as long. However, although this healing technique is troublesome to practice, it is very satisfying to Gervais when used. Gervais secretly caught 2 birds in the past 2 days and conducted experiments on them. Even if the wings of the birds are broken, as long as the bones are in the correct position, the wounds of these birds will heal at a speed visible to the naked eye after a treatment, and they will finally fly back to the sky intact. Chapter 374 Reward for the First Battle. In the morning, the autumn sun had just emerged from the horizon, and the sound of horns sounded one after another from the garrison outside the City of Glory.
Oh! Are we finally leaving?
Awakened by the piercing sound of the horn, Gervais rubbed his still slightly swollen head. Last night, because of practicing and testing the newly learned healing techniques, Gervais directly overdrawn his mental power. Even though he slept with his head covered all night, he has not fully recovered, and his head is still aching.
Grown-ups!
Gervais rubbed his head and sat on the cot, trying to rest his mind. At this time, a crisp greeting came from outside the tent.
Lilia! Come in!
This voice was already familiar to Gervais. It was none other than Lilia, the captain of his medical team. Recently, Lilia acts as a temporary maid every day, so Lilia takes care of Gervais's dressing and washing in the morning. With Gervais's permission, Lilia carefully opened the curtain of the tent and walked in carrying a bucket of water. More than 10 minutes later, Gervais walked out of the tent after washing and fully armed. Although his eyes were still a little red, he was still in good spirits. At this moment, the camp was full of people, and all the soldiers and serfs were busy packing things and repairing weapons and equipment.
Sir, the Earl has just sent a herald, asking you to get up and go directly to the gate of the City of Glory, where the king will make a pre-campus speech later.
Gervais stretched beautifully, and Ike, who was guarding the door, handed over a plate with bread and barbecue. After passing the plate to Gervais, Ike reported to Gervais in a low voice.
Okay, I get it now.
To be honest, Gervais hates leadership speeches like this the most. Basically, there is no substantive content, and they have to be verbose for a long time. He has been poisoned countless times since he was a child. He didn't expect to be a fool in this other world. Mr. Seignior is not immune to such things. But whether he likes it or not, this is his first time participating in a war. So Gervais is still ready to go and have a look. After finishing breakfast 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, Gervais rushed to the gate of the City of Glory under the escort of his personal guards. From a distance, Gervais saw thousands of people gathered in a dark crowd at the city gate. Gervais rode a unicorn and came close. Looking around, he quickly saw the flag belonging to the Jones family. Gervais then turned over and dismounted, leaving the unicorn with Ike and the others, while he walked towards the front of the crowd on foot. There are no loudspeakers in this world. Of course, it is impossible for the king to speak to tens of thousands of people. The people standing here at this moment are all nobles with titles, and the mobilization of the king before the war only needs to be conveyed to these large and small senior classes. As for ordinary soldiers and serfs, they have no human rights at all. They just go to the battlefield and follow orders, and no one cares about their feelings. Gervais squeezed all the way forward. The little nobles who were squeezed wanted to get angry at first, but after seeing Gervais's appearance clearly, they all immediately changed from angry faces to smiles. This smile was very sincere and friendly.
Viscount Gervais. Well done. Viscount Gervais gave us a sigh of relief. Viscount Gervais. Next time kill the Earl of the Charles family too.
In addition to smiling kindly at Gervais, these people also quietly cheered beside Gervais. Apparently these people also heard about what happened yesterday. Regarding this situation, Gervais was of course in a good mood. Although he couldn't say anything, he all nodded to them one by one and paid respect in return.
Gervais, you must go to bed earlier at night. Otherwise your combat effectiveness during the day will be affected.
When Gervais finally squeezed into the front row of the team and stood next to Alice, Alice glanced at Gervais and saw that Gervais's eyes were a little bloodshot. So she couldn't help but say something lightly.
Oh!
Without explaining too much. My bloodshot eyes were due to excessive mental energy consumption, not staying up late. After responding, Gervais stopped talking, because King Lawrence on the city wall was already giving a speech at this moment.
Today is another great day. This year's southern expedition is about to begin. Every year we witness the exploits of countless warriors in the City of Glory and witness them becoming a glorious noble. And you are also warriors who have walked out of the City of Glory. I want to thank you here. The Principality of Alban. He was founded by a despicable traitor. Back then, my father, Emperor Jean, suddenly passed away. Hayden Harold, the shameless Marquis, took advantage of the leaderless situation in the Empire to establish his own duchy. As the eldest prince of the Snow Eagle Empire, I will not let such a shameless betrayer have an easy time. So, over the years, we, the Principality of Zeon, have launched a crusade against this shameless betrayer every autumn. We want to take back the vast plains occupied by the betrayer Hayden. That rich land belongs to us. Tell me, are you willing to follow me to defeat the traitors and restore the glory of the Snow Eagle Empire? King Lawrence stood on the city wall and used fighting energy to support his speech. Although it could not spread throughout the entire City of Glory, the thousands of nobles standing under the city wall could still hear it. I am willing to serve you, Your Majesty the King. When the king's words fell, no matter whether they were sincere or not, all the nobles, big and small, responded loudly. Run against the traitor Hayden. Restore the glory of the Snow Eagle Empire. King Lawrence stood on the wall and was quite satisfied to hear the shouts of thousands of people below, and then continued to shout at the top of his lungs. Run against the traitor Hayden. Restore the glory of the Snow Eagle Empire. Thousands of nobles below continued to repeat the slogan shouted by the king, and for a while the gates of the City of Glory were shouting all day long. Very good. Then, I announce, this year's Autumn Southern Expedition has officially begun. Our first target is Baiyin City 50 miles away. Hill! 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 At this moment, the atmosphere under the city wall had been aroused by the king's words. The moment the king announced the start of the Southern Expedition, these nobles all pulled out their swords, raised their swords high and shouted. For the aristocratic veterans who have participated in many Southern expeditions, the Southern Expedition is the time when they make extra money every year. As long as they are lucky, the income from the Southern Expedition can be faster than that of collecting taxes from serfs in their territory. Of course, since it is a war, there will be casualties. But under normal circumstances, the casualties are only serfs and soldiers, and the lives of nobles are generally not in danger. Even if you are accidentally defeated and captured by the enemy, there is no need to worry too much about your life. This is because this continent is sympathetic to the nobles. The three principalities were actually split from the Snow Eagle Empire. Maybe decades ago, the nobles of the three principalities were related by blood and marriage. Therefore, as long as there are no special circumstances, the captured nobles have the right to receive preferential treatment as captives. As long as the two sides negotiate a ransom after the war, the captured nobleman can safely return to his own territory and become his noble master again. The nobles below the city wall kept shouting excitedly for more than half a minute. And then King Lawrence waved his hand with satisfaction to signal the crowd below to be quiet. After the crowd below was completely quiet, King Lawrence continued to speak. White Rock City is the largest military fortress in the Principality of Alban, close to our Principality of Jean. White Rock City will become a stumbling block for our southern expedition every year. So I have to announce another news here. In the battle to attack Baiyin City, whoever is the first to enter the city and hold the entrance to let the army enter Baiyin City, then all the spoils obtained by his Earl family in this southern expedition will belong to him. No need to turn it over for distribution. Wow! The king's words really set off a storm. No less than dropping a bombshell in the hearts of these nobles. In an instant, all the nobles, big and small, were stunned for a moment. After they came to their senses, they quickly started discussing with the people around them, with expressions of excitement and eagerness on their faces. You must know that in the past southern expeditions, everyone's trophies needed to be registered and turned over in advance. And these trophies would be distributed and returned in different proportions based on merit after the war. After all, when attacking some castles or big cities, one or two small nobles cannot attack them alone no matter what. After the spoils of war are handed over, whether they are handed over to the earl above them, or to the king above them, in the end, the loot that was returned and distributed was only after several hands. Even if you really made a big contribution in this battle, it would be good if the loot in your hand can be half of the original. Of course, no matter whether it is a big noble or a small noble, they are not happy about such a thing. But handing over the spoils of war is a rule passed down from the Snow Eagle Empire. Moreover, this rule is also very necessary to prevent the army from losing combat effectiveness due to fighting for trophies. Therefore,
The king's sentence of giving a certain family the opportunity to hand over their military supplies is a first for decades or hundreds of years. And it is a huge temptation for any family. If you capture a small castle, it's easy to say, but what if you capture a viscount's castle? Or even a count's castle? The wealth of the great aristocrats, which spans tens to hundreds of years, is enough to make these little aristocrats eat their fill. Chapter 375 Salted Fish is also tempted. Standing on the city wall, King Lawrence quietly listened to the noisy discussions below, feeling extremely satisfied. This was the first strategy he made to completely capture the Principality of Alban this year. Bayan City. As the name suggests, the entire city wall is made of huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms. Although Bayan City has a history of hundreds of years, the thick walls are still standing and extremely strong. The city wall of Bayan City is more than 10 meters high. It is large enough for 2 carriages to run parallel to each other at the same time. After decades of improvement, the defenses on the city wall are complete. In addition, the Principality of Alban has stationed up to 5,000 troops to garrison in White Rock City. This army of 5,000 people is not like a motley crew of small nobles, but a direct guard of King Hayden of Alban. These 5,000 people do not need to do any farming work every year. They only need to be responsible for guarding the safety of White Rock City. White Rock City it is said to be impregnable. In previous years, when the Principality of Zeon was marching south, it would not launch a forceful attack on White Rock City, because Bayan City is completely a huge military fortress. There is no civilian or noble life inside. The absence of civilians and nobles means that there is no wealth and benefits to be gained. Without benefits to gain, the small nobles of the Principality of Jin have no desire to attack. Therefore, the Principality of Jin's approach every year is to besiege but not attack, leaving double the number of troops to garrison, and only need to trap them in White Rock City, while other armies continue to deter and plunder other castles and cities of the Principality of Alban. At this time, the defenders in Bayan City never went out to fight, and the two sides maintained a strange tacit understanding. Of course, the White Rock City defenders did this not because they were cowardly and afraid of death, but as long as they defended White Rock City could be like a nail to the rear of the Principality of Jin's southern expedition. Allowing Jin to the Principality's southern expedition team did not dare to go deep into the Principality of Alban without restraint. You must know that the Principality of Alban is located in the plains, and there are no dangerous checkpoints to defend. If the Principality of Jin was allowed to free its hands and feet to march south, the Principality of Alban would have been destroyed long ago. It is precisely because of this that after King Lawrence made up his mind to completely take over the Principality of Alban, he had to crush White Rock City, the hardest bone, first. Otherwise, he would have to do what he did in previous years. Just rob the country on the periphery. Just plunder some property and food. However, there are 5,000 defenders in White Rock City, and there is no profit to be made. The small nobles under his command do not have the vision and ambition of King Lawrence. They only care about how much benefit they can get and how much price they have to pay. If there is no profit in the city, then King Lawrence will create benefits for them. And this is the reward for this first achievement. Next, there is no need for King Lawrence to continue to incite the emotions of the nobles, because the nobles below the city wall are obviously impatient and can't wait to take the first step into the city right outside Bayan City. Taking advantage of this moment, the king ordered someone to deliver a mid-level magical beast that had been prepared for a long time, the Raging Bison. After the soldiers hung the mithril iron cage containing the Raging Bison on the city wall, King Lawrence drew the long sword from his waist. With a flash of sword light, the mid-level monster in the iron cage was killed without any struggle.
Everyone organize the team. Let's go now. Kill! Kill! Kill!
With the completion of the demonic beast killing ceremony flag, this year's southern expedition finally begins. After the nobles below shouted the word, kill 3 times, everyone eagerly began to rush towards their respective camps.
Gervis, do you think we have a chance to win this first victory in White Rock City? The spoils of war belong entirely to ourselves. Ah! 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 What a tempting reward. It would be great if our Jones family could get it.
Gervais and the others were also rushing towards the camp. But this time the queue for the expedition was the same as the ranking at the station. Therefore, the Jones family's team is at the end of the queue, and there is no need to be in such a hurry. Riding horses side by side with Pat and Cord, Pat asked Gervais with excitement on his face.
Pat, don't tell me that you are also planning to take the first credit? Didn't I remember that you said you wanted to be a member of the logistics team?
Gervais was speechless.
Cough! Cough! Gervais, I also have a dream.
Pat felt like a knife had been stabbed in his heart, and his fat, round face became like a deflated rubber ball.
Okay. I admit, I don't have the guts to take this first credit. But didn't the king say that no matter who is the first to rush into the city and guard the entrance to let the army enter, then his Earl family will get this reward? Aren't you guys here? The team distribution has not started yet. If this reward is really obtained by our Jones family during the Battle of White Rock City, I will definitely not join the logistics team this year. After all, such a southern expedition can be worth more than 10 years. The harvest is great. Money is really touching people's hearts. Money can make the world go round.
Gervais rolled his eyes and couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he looked at the little fat Pat with a funny expression. At this moment, including Code, who was standing aside, although he did not speak, the excitement on his face was beyond words.
It's not easy to win the first victory. I heard that White Rock City has 5,000 elite defenders, and the city walls are made of huge rocks. Even the Golden Knight can't shake it. I think you should take it back. Pat.
Just go back to your old job and go escort the baggage train.
Gervais didn't want to dampen Pat's enthusiasm, but he just wanted to storm White Rock City, which would definitely require huge casualties. The king is not a fool. There must be a price to pay for giving away such a big pie for no reason. With our small arms and legs, we only have a team of dozens or hundreds of people, which is not enough for the enemy to fire a volley.
Hey, think about it. Our Jones leader has lost his old count now. If we lose too many soldiers, we will be in big trouble in the future.
Fatty Pat was doused with cold water by Gervais, and he immediately felt like an eggplant beaten by frost. Let's go.
Let's see then.
Gervais couldn't help but shook his head when he saw Pat's appearance. He has never participated in the Southern expedition, so he still cannot understand the expectation of rewards from Pat and others. Maybe after this experience, he may be tempted, but it is not necessarily true. When Gervais and others arrived at their respective camps, all the equipment and material buckets in the camp had been reloaded, and the soldiers had gathered next to the carriage and were waiting for orders. Half an hour later, Gervais finally saw the Charles family's team gathered on the avenue under the City of Glory. Slowly entering the gate of the City of Glory, there are towering mountains on both sides of the City of Glory. So if you want to cross the border between the Principality of Alban and the Principality of Jean, you can only pass through the City of Glory. As the families in front lined up in an orderly manner, it was finally the Jones family's turn an hour later. Everyone, let's go! Gervais sat on the unicorn. Following his order, more than 300 people under his command slowly moved forward with a huge team. The distance of 50 miles was not that far in the previous life, and it only took more than half an hour to drive. But in this backward world, search soldiers relied on their legs to travel, and they also carried weapons and armor. The speed of travel can be imagined. Fortunately, the road out of the City of Glory was flat and wide. When the Southern Expedition team arrived 2 miles away from White Rock City, the sky became slightly darker.
Chapter 376 Fighting for Position. When Gervais stood on the gentle slope 2 miles away from White Rock City and looked at White Rock City illuminated by the setting sun, he realized why King Lawrence did not order a storming of this city during the Southern Expedition in previous years. Because this city is completely prepared for war. In fact, the scale of Bayan City is not large, with a city wall of only 3 kilometers in circumference. However, in addition to the towering city wall that is more than 10 meters high and rises directly from the flat ground, the more special thing about this city is that its city gate not only has an urn, but the door opening is also very small, which can barely hold a person. The width of a carriage can pass through, which is something that does not appear in other ordinary cities. In order to facilitate residents to enter and leave the city, other cities have wide door openings in the city walls. Some large cities even have 2 or 3 door openings to divert people, carriages and horses.
Alice, I think we should not think about this first achievement reward. It's not worth it.
At this moment, the soldiers were setting up camp in full swing, and only noble men like Gervais could stand leisurely on the gentle slope and look at the nearby White Rock City.
This city is indeed difficult to capture.
Although Alice is a woman, as the heir to the Earl title, she also has some knowledge in this area, and she can also see the difficulty and cost of winning this city.
Not only is it difficult to capture, but if the enemy's fighting will is strong enough, it will cost at least twice as much to capture the city. Alice, take out your telescope and look at the arrangements on those walls.
Gervais understood the meaning of Alice's words. Although attacking the city would definitely involve heavy casualties, Alice seemed to be tempted by the reward promised by the king. Just now, he was observing the entire White Rock City with his naked eyes. At this moment, Gervais had already taken out the monocular telescope placed in the leather pouch on his waist. When he looked at the top of the city wall with a monocular, he suddenly took a breath of cold air. I saw that the corridor above the city wall was completely covered by wooden sheds. With the help of the telescope, Gervais could see that the wooden sheds were also covered with thick sand for reinforcement. With this roof, it means that when attacking a city, one's own bows and arrows are basically useless against the enemy troops on the wall. In addition to this huge roof, Gervais also saw many trebuchets on the city wall. Comparing the size of the defenders on the city wall, the trebuchet on the city wall should be the smallest. The throwing distance is not too far, and it is at most 1 or 2 times stronger than the bow and arrow. But there are too many trebuchets. Basically, there are 2 trebuchets every 50 meters. These trebuchets were placed just on the platform reserved for the city wall. This protruding platform was reserved when it was originally built, and it would not affect the soldiers passing by on the city wall, thinking that when his own side attacked, in addition to having to defend against the enemy's arrows, he also had to worry about bull-sized rocks falling from the sky like fairy flowers. Gervais suddenly felt a little chilly.
Fortunately, there are no crossbows in this world yet. If there were dozens of more crossbows placed on the city wall, there would be no need to attack. We could go home and sleep early. But it's almost the same now. Who the heck is going to be an idiot?
After silently looking at the fortifications that could be observed on the city wall, Gervais complained in his heart. Anyway, he wasn't going to do it. He only had a few cats and dogs under his command. If they all died, he would be the bear commander when he returned. In addition, Gervais is also thinking about how to persuade his cheap wife to give up this idea.
Ding! You are experiencing the first large-scale battle in your life. In order to show your extraordinary status as a system owner, you must be brave enough. System mission: you must be the first to attack Baiyin City in this battle of Baiyin City. Task reward: 10 energy points, plus a random draw from the lucky wheel.
When Gervais heard this ding in his head, he knew he shouldn't be so mean, because his system seems to not exist when people are going well. But as long as you encounter any big trouble, it will definitely step on you. It is easy to set up a flag in front of it, but it is difficult to keep the flag.
System, is it really okay for you to jump out and slap me in the face like this?
Gervais's face turned blue and white. Although the system's mission reward this time made Gervais very envious, which was equivalent to a full 20 energy points, Gervais was really not sure of completing the mission.
Gervais, maybe you were right. Maybe we really don't have to.
Alice used the telescope given to her by Gervais to see clearly the defenses on the city wall. At this moment, she finally gave up the idea of competing for rewards, because the Jones family could not afford any big losses. Otherwise, even if they get a reward this time, the Jones family will attract more covetousness in the future because of its weakening strength.
No, Alice, we can't make a decision so quickly. Let's wait and see tomorrow.
Gervais felt that his face was a little hot. 1 second he said who was going to hack whom, but the next second he swallowed these words.
Kindness?
This time it was Alice's turn to be confused. Along the way, all the vassals were discussing this reward with great interest, but only Gervais looked normal and did not say anything related to it during the journey. Even though he was trying to persuade himself a second ago, he didn't expect Gervais to make a 180-degree turn the next second.
Ahem! Look! The 2 groups of rangers below are fighting.
Gervais was extremely embarrassed. At this moment, he saw 2 teams of cavalry chasing each other 1 kilometer ahead. So he quickly changed the topic and pointed down the gentle slope. Down the gentle slope in front were 2 groups of cavalry chasing each other with bows and arrows. They belonged to the Principality of Jean and the Principality of Albin respectively. These are 2 teams of scout rangers. Each team has a small number of people. Only a dozen people. The rangers of the Principality of Albin had been wandering around when Gervais and his companions arrived at White Rock City, investigating all aspects of the Southern Expedition team. Of course, the rangers from the Principality of Jean will not let them do what they want. They are all under the command of King Lawrence. From the moment they left the City of Glory, the rangers from the Principality of Zion have been wandering around the Southern Expedition team, responsible for exploring the road or driving away enemy rangers. Although the main forces of both sides have not yet faced each other, the battle between these rangers has been going on all day. Along the way, Gervais and the others could see the dead bodies of many rangers, including those from the Principality of Jean and those from the enemy. This camping trip lasted until dark and took more than 3 hours. At present, this is still a simple camp. There are only fences placed around the perimeter of the camp, and a simple towering arrow tower every 100 meters. Tomorrow, trenches will be dug around the perimeter of the camp to defend against possible enemy attacks. Cavalry charge. This time, there was no distinction between the camps of several Earl families, because every 2 Earl families were divided into a group, forming a square guard around the king's camp. That night, after dinner, Gervais received an order from Alice, asking him to follow him to the king's central camp to discuss matters. After following Alice to the king's meeting tent, Gervais discovered that the upper beam was not straight, and the lower beam was crooked. The king's meeting hall is paved with soft and precious carpets, and there is no shortage of various exquisite artistic furnishings. A small high platform was built at the innermost end of the tent, and the king sat on the throne on the high platform. As for the 8 earls, they sat on the soft chairs on both sides below. If you ignore the rectangular tent, the interior decoration is actually exactly the same as what Gervais saw in the palace that day.
Now that we have arrived at White Rock City, I am ready to take over the entire Principality of Alban in one fell swoop.
So the date for our southern expedition is very urgent. I hope to take over White Rock City within 5 days.
The king sat on the throne with his body slightly raised, his right hand on the armrest and his fingers tapping the armrest gently.
Your Majesty, 5 days is too urgent. It will take at least 1 day to make the siege ladder. There are 5,000 Hayden direct guards, and more than 2,000 serf auxiliaries in Bayonne City. Yes, it is necessary. If you want to capture Bayonne City within 5 days, you will definitely have to pay a lot of casualties. If your Majesty can extend the time and consume the morale of the defenders in the city, then you can capture Bayonne City in one go. That's the most reasonable plan.
The count below frowned when he heard the date set by the king. The date was too short, which meant that the momentum of both sides was rising. This was very unfavorable for the attacking party and would inevitably cause huge casualties. But if the time can be extended, the siege will continue to consume the limited troops in the city, and their will be broken. And then Bayonne City can be captured in one fell swoop. This will be in line with the expectations of these nobles. After all, their number is more than 10 times that of the enemy. When the time comes, they only need to take turns to attack. After more than 10 days, thousands of people in the city will be able to defend day and night. They will be in panic all day long, waiting for their morale to be extremely low before attacking again. A general attack can definitely capture Bayonne City at the minimum cost.
Oh, how many days do you think is suitable?
Hearing the numerous objections below, King Lawrence did not show any emotion, but asked a question in a nonchalant manner. The several earls below looked at each other a few times. Although they did not discuss it verbally, they naturally had the same opinion in their hearts for these battle-hardened veterans.
15 days. Your Majesty, it only takes 15 days, and we can definitely capture Bayonne City at the minimum cost.
The person who spoke was none other than Alice's grandfather, the Lord of the North. They were all on a united front at this moment, and he was the oldest here, so he was naturally the one to speak.
15 days? That's too long. There are only 3 months until winter.
The king was not satisfied with the date of 15 days, although he knew that this was the limit that these nobles could accept. After all, if White Rock City can be surrounded for 2 months, or even longer, the casualties will be reduced by then. However, in order to have sufficient time for subsequent attacks, the king cannot accept such a long time spent on White Rock City.
7 days. We must capture Bayonne City within 7 days.
The king thought for a moment and finally spoke again. But this time his tone changed, and he said it in a tone that could not be questioned. The few earls below heard the king's words and knew that there was absolutely no possibility of bargaining now. And everyone frowned deeper. Originally, the reason for attacking White Rock City was because there was no need to hand over the loot as a reward. But now it seems that this gain is not a big loss. The most important thing is that only one of the families can get this reward, but the other 7 families can't get any benefits. No one is 100% sure that they can be the first to attack Bayonne City and defend it. Entrance. For a moment, the meeting hall fell into silence. The king was not anxious or angry when he saw this situation. This is the normal state of this world. There is no saying here that if the king wants the minister to die, the minister will have to die. On the contrary, if the king wants the minister to die, it is more likely that the minister will want you to die first.
I know that this attack must be a cruel attack, so I will continue to announce a reward, in addition to the rewards promised in the morning. In this battle to attack Bayonne City, the family with the first victory can get 2 Viscounty fiefs. In addition, based on merit, Each of the last two families can get a piece of Viscounty fiefdom. The remaining families can all get a piece of barony fiefdom as long as they fight hard. You can choose the location of the territory as long as it is adjacent to you. In an instant, the several earls below were all shocked. Such a reward was too generous. Not to mention the size of the territory. Just choosing the location of the territory is unprecedented. You must know that most of the territories that can be left under the name of the king's own family are territories rich in resources, or fertile land. How can this stop them from being tempted?
His Majesty the King is generous, and our Charles family is willing to serve you. His Majesty the King is generous, and our Larkin family is willing to serve you. His Majesty the King.
Next, all the earls stood up from their soft chairs and respectfully expressed their feelings to the king.
Very good.
The king nodded expressionlessly. He was not surprised by the count's statement. Instead, he emphasized the tone at the next moment and continued with a hint of coldness.
However, I have to warn you in advance. If any of them will be killed in this battle, if the family is negligent, not only will there be no reward, but the distribution of spoils in the subsequent southern expedition will also be reduced accordingly. Yes, Your Majesty.
Faced with such a temptation, of course no family was willing to give up. Everyone looked serious and agreed seriously.
Now that the deadline has been set, let me discuss with you the distribution of this attack.
As King Lawrence said these words, two attendants immediately came out and brought a wooden shelf. On this wooden shelf hung a simple map, which was the topographic map near White Rock City. The mountains, rivers and rivers on the topographic map are all clearly marked.
White Rock City is surrounded by water on one side, and there are gentle grasslands in the other three directions. Although there is a 50-meter wide moat, it is not difficult.
The king turned sideways and pointed at the simple map.
We have 10 times the strength of the enemy. In order to quickly capture Bayen City, we need to fully attack Bayen City and not allow them any chance to breathe. We are surrounded by 3 and 1 is missing. Although these direct guards of Hayden may not necessarily abandon the city and escape, in order to avoid a fight between trapped beasts, we still need to leave a city wall to give them a chance to escape.
The attack on Bayen City this time was not to annihilate the defenders in the city, but to capture Bayen City and pull out the nail in the rear. Therefore, if the enemy really abandons the city and escapes, everyone will be happy to see it.
To the north is the main entrance of Bayen City, which is the direction we are in now. This is the city wall we must attack mainly. I decided to place the other main wall to the east.
And to the west is the river. Even if Hayden's guard team wants to escape, they can't escape from there. So the south must be left as an escape channel for them. So the directions of our attack this time are north, east and west.
Having said this, the king raised the teacup on the side and took a sip. Seeing that no one from the earl below spoke, he continued,
the main attack will be on the north and east sides this time. I plan to have 4 families on each side to coordinate the attack. I will also send people to attack at the same time with you on the north side. So only 3 families are needed. And 4 families are needed on the east side. And the west side only needs 1 family to attack. Let's talk about it. Do you have any opinions?
The earls below had been thinking about the king's allocation for a long time, and found that there was no problem. So they all said,
Your Majesty, everything is entirely up to you. Well, since you don't have any objections, just tell me which wall you want to attack on.
King Lawrence nodded and said with satisfaction,
Your Majesty, I am willing to fight with your team in the north. Your Majesty, I am willing to be in the north. Your Majesty, I am willing to be in the east.
Several earls suddenly became restive and began to express their wishes impatiently. In fact, it didn't matter whether they attacked from the north or the east, but no one wanted to be assigned to attack from the west of White Rock City, because the king there has stated that there is only 1 family responsible for attacking in the west.
Originally, this was nothing. After all, there were only a few people attacking, and it was impossible for the defenders to just stay on the west side. The problem is that the geographical location in the west is very difficult. There is a big river flowing next to Bayen City. The river is only 100 meters away from the wall of Bayen City. There is no way to arrange troops because as long as you stand on the bank, you will be the enemy commander. Archers attack range. Not to mention attacking in such a position. You also need to find a way to cross the river. This is a complete trap. The reason why the king wants to place a family here is just to disperse the enemy's troops. As a famous earl scrambled for position, the military tent was like a vegetable market for a while. Extremely noisy. No one wanted to be put to the west. For a moment, they were stiff. And the king was patient and did not express his position.
Earls, Please be quiet and listen to what I have to say.
After being in a stalemate for half a minute, Seignior of the Charles family suddenly thought of a way, and immediately spoke loudly to suppress the words of the earls. All the earls knew that this was not an option. So after hearing what Charles said, they all stopped arguing and looked at Charles.
Your Majesty, there will be no results in such a quarrel. No one is willing to give up this generous reward. So I think, why don't we choose according to the order of camping outside the City of Glory, so that everyone has nothing to say? Explain!
After Charles finished speaking, the eyes of all the earls in the field lit up. Obviously this method was the most suitable for them. And they were not the last ones anyway. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to Alice again.
Charles, are you being provocative?
Before Alice said anything, the Lord of the North couldn't sit still. He stood up as soon as he patted the armrest of the chair and looked at Seignior with an unkind expression. Obviously, Seignior's idea was aimed at the Jones family, because the Jones family was last in the camp this time.
Huh? Gus, don't say anything nonsense. I just told you the most reasonable arrangement. Ask the other earls if they have the same idea as me.
At this moment, Seignior was not afraid of the Lord of the North at all, because he knew that at this moment, the king would never let the Lord of the North do anything wrong. Although the other earls would not agree with Seignior at this moment, this method was indeed beneficial to them without any harm, and everyone acquiesced.
Even if ranked by strength, the Jones family will not be ranked last. How dare you tell me that this is the most reasonable arrangement? Do you believe it or not? I will tear you apart right now.
The Lord of the North is a kind elder when facing Alice, but when facing outsiders, he is definitely a powerful and violent old man. When facing a sinister guy like Seignior, Gus always speaks with his fists. With that said, the Lord of the North was already preparing to step forward and teach Seignior a profound lesson.
Okay, Gus, don't be anxious. Sit down first.
Finally, when the king saw that a fight was about to break out in the meeting tent, he immediately spoke in a deep voice to stop it.
You all sit down too.
In this way, the Lord of the North glared at Seignior fiercely, and then reluctantly returned to his position.
Count Alice, do you have any comments?
His Majesty, the Lord of the North spoke again.
Grandpa, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me.
Alice interrupted the Lord of the North with a smile and shook her head.
Your Majesty, Count Seignior's method is indeed reasonable. I have no objection. Everything is at your Majesty's discretion.
Of course Alice knows what these earls are thinking. But now that the Jones family is weak, if she wants to fight for it, she will definitely offend the other 5 earl families at the same time. And she will fall into Seignior's trap. She even wanted to offend her own grandfather and offend these families. So Alice simply stopped arguing. Although attacking in the west will definitely have no future and will not gain much credit. Similarly, the casualties of attacking in the west will be much smaller, and the king will not demand that a single family make any big achievements. And you can still get a barren fief by then, which is also a good choice for the current Jones family.
In that case, Count Alice, the attack on the west will be left to you.
King Lawrence nodded with satisfaction, with a little satisfaction in his words. After hearing this, the Lord of the North could only sigh helplessly. Alice herself gave up the fight, and his grandfather had no choice. After all, he was not alone. There was the Welton family behind him. The most important thing is that he doesn't have many years to live, and he can't unscrupulously make enemies of the Welton family at this time. The attacking family in the west was selected, and the next thing was much simpler. According to the order of the families, they were assigned to the north and east of Bayonne City for the main attack. In the north, King Lawrence led the attack with 3 families including the Charles family and the Larkin family. To the east, 4 Earl families, including the Welton and Kerwin families, were responsible for the attack. To the west, the Jones family was solely responsible for the attack. As for the south, it was surrounded by 3 and 1 missing, and no garrison was placed to facilitate the escape of the defenders in Bayonne City. Chapter 377 Rangers. There was nothing to say all night, and in the morning of the next day, Alice gathered all the vassal nobles under her command and informed them about the operational distribution of the Battle of White Rock City. All the little nobles looked at each other, and then yelled at the king for being unfair. Many of them were still dreaming about getting rewards. Now they are sent alone to the west of Bayonne City, not to mention competing for rewards. They are just going to drink from the northwest wind. Gervais did not go to Alice's camp because he knew the more detailed results last night. So early this morning he took Gandalf towards the west of White Rock City. The purpose of his trip was to prepare for the Jones family to move the camp. now that the direction of attack has been divided. Their camp certainly needs to be separated from the camps of other counts. After all, there is a distance of 4 or 5 kilometers from the north to the west. It is completely impossible to go back and forth every day. Accompanied by Gandalf, Gervis and his group of dozens of riders quickly arrived at the west side of White Rock City.
Father! There is absolutely no way to attack this west side.
After crossing the river, Gervais and others looked towards White Rock City on the other side of the river. Frowning. There is a man-made moat to the west outside the White Rock, so there is still 100 meters of open space outside the city wall. But if you want to land in this open space of more than 100 meters, you need to cross a wider river. The moat is only 40 or 50 meters wide, but this natural river is at least 70 or 80 meters wide. And the current is so fast that it is impossible for people to wade through it.
That's true. If we want to attack, we still need to build a pontoon bridge. Fortunately, there are dense haloxylon amodendron forests here, and the materials for building a pontoon bridge are convenient. However, even if we build a pontoon bridge and reach the other side, we will be within the range of the enemy's bows and arrows, and we will not be able to deploy our troops at all.
Gandalf naturally could see the big problem in this, and he frowned silently as he looked at the surging river in front of him.
Forget it. Father, let's check the camp location first. As for the attack, we can first settle down the camp.
Gervis's brows had already formed the character, Seignior. This system is so deceptive. If there were no system tasks, this assignment would be the most satisfactory to him. After all, the king did not really expect them to make a big effort in the west. Moreover, there is a large river that is tens of meters wide. If they work hard to build a bridge, they will have 7 days to go. No one can find fault with it, and people will not be able to swim across it. But now that there is a system mission, Gervais has to pay attention. Even if the chance of completing the mission this time is very slim, it is still necessary to use his brain a little bit, so that he can be worthy of such an excellent time traveler. Gervais couldn't help but look upstream of the river. This river flows directly from the west, and then makes a slight turn and flows through the west of White Rock City. Seeing this fairly wide river, Gervais's first thought was of the flooded White Rock City. However, he denied it at the next moment. The outer walls of Bayonne City were built with huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms. Floods could not damage such a wall at all.
Sir, there is a small group of enemies in the west.
Just as Gervais and Gandalf were preparing to walk around, dozens of rangers rushed towards the river bank in the distance. 2 groups of rangers fought in the direction of Gervais. Gervais took out his monocular and looked over there, and soon saw that the rangers escaping in front belonged to the Principality of Jean. And there were only 8 or 9 of them. The ones chasing after them with their bows were the rangers of the Principality of Alban. There were more than 50 people in number. They should be 3 ranger squads merged together.
Everyone mount up and prepare for battle.
Gervis and Gandalf looked at each other, then got on their horses. Although they didn't like the king and other count families very much, these rangers made them feel good. Nowadays, those responsible for fighting against the enemy rangers are these cavalry subordinate to the king. It was precisely because of their vigilance and spying on the enemy's military situation that Gervais and others were able to swagger dozens of people to the west of White Rock City, because they had already encountered 2 waves of rangers on the road when they came back to report to the camp, and they confirmed from them that there were no large groups of enemies here. The rangers from the Principality of Jean in front also saw Gervais and others, and they turned slightly and came directly towards them. The guards behind Inglis and the others all carried flags. They probably didn't recognize the flags of Gervais and Gandalf, but now they were on the battlefield. So Gervais's team also had a rose flag of the Jones family. This was also to facilitate the identification of the enemy and ourselves. The rangers in the distance obviously recognized the flag of the Jones family and came to them for help.
The guards draw their swords.
With a few clang-clangs, the personal guards and Gandalf's guards all pulled out the long swords at their waists.
Charge! Kill!
Following Gervais's order, all the cavalrymen urged their horses and charged straight in the direction of the rangers. Such a small group of cavalry has no strategy at all in frontal combat. They can just rush forward and crush them. The horses ridden by Gervais's personal guards are much better than those of Gandalf's guards. As the charge became faster and faster, Gervais's personal guards slowly rushed forward. 400 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The rangers of the Principality of Alban were not afraid when they saw Gervais and others, and did not turn their horses' heads. Maybe they thought that their number was no less than that of Gervais and others, and they also wanted to test the strength of Gervais and others with a charge. If they really couldn't beat them, they wouldn't be in a hurry to escape on horseback.
Kill!
Puff! 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 The rangers of the Principality of Jean turned slightly in front of Gervais and others, and passed in front of Gervais and others. The Alban Principality ranger in the rear waved his sword and collided with Gervais and others. The first person to make a contribution on Gervais's side was the cavalry carrying the flag. Because the flag was also more than 3 meters long, they directly held the flag flat at this time. And the spearheads reserved above the flag directly penetrated the Alban Principality rangers on the body. Then, there was the clanging sound of swords and armor. The cavalry from both sides collided fiercely, and then separated and passed through each other. After decelerating for tens of meters, Gervais and others turned their horses' heads again, only to see that there were only about 50 Alban Principality rangers left behind them, and only about 20 horses were left. There were no casualties on their side, because those at the front were all Gervais's personal guards. Their weapons and equipment were all forged with mithril, and they would not be seriously harmed even if they were hit. Quickly retreat! The rangers of the Principality of Alban saw a charge that damaged more than half of their side, but not even a hair was injured. Finally, they realized something was wrong, and immediately turned their horses' heads and ran towards the left, preparing to escape.
Chase! Don't let them escape.
Now that there is a battle, Gervais will certainly not let them run away easily. After turning the horse's head, he roared loudly, raised his sword and led everyone in pursuit. After chasing for a mile, Gervais stopped the team. The rangers who finally escaped from the Principality of Alban were only 7 or 8. Chapter 378 News from the upper reaches of the river.
He belongs to Bana, and is affiliated with the Snow Eagle Legion Ranger Brigade. Thank you 2 adults for your help.
Seeing that everyone stopped chasing, the several rangers who had escaped from death breathed a sigh of relief. One of the rangers, who looked like a captain, immediately saluted Gervais and Gandalf respectfully.
Well, we both belong to the Principality of Xeon, so rescuing you is a piece of cake. By the way, why are you being chased by so many rangers?
Gervais waved his hand, and then asked Bana curiously. Although Bana is just a ranger squad leader, he also has the strength of a low-level bronze. If it weren't for the opponent's rangers, who also had 3 title knights, Bana alone wouldn't be in such a mess.
Sir, half an hour ago, I was ordered to lead my team to the west for reconnaissance along the river. We encountered an ambush of this group of rangers 5 miles above the river bank. We retreated all the way back, and after losing 4 brothers, here we are. I was rescued only after I met you.
Bana honestly told Gervais about being ambushed and chased.
It stands to reason that there is no need for the rangers of the Principality of Alban to run to the west. We all come from the north.
Gervais is a little strange. The west is the territory of the Principality of Alban. There is definitely no need to send so many rangers there.
Sir, there is a ford above the river. We just saw someone building a dam on it. We originally wanted to go further to have a closer look, but we unexpectedly encountered an ambush.
What?
Build a dam?
Gervais was shocked.
Could it be that the people in the Principality of Alban also thought of using floods to deal with us?
This is really possible. The terrain of Bayonne City is flat, although there are gentle slopes with a drop of more than 10 meters on all sides. If the dam is broken and the water is released when the Principality of Xeon is attacking the city, it will definitely wash away the soldiers under the city wall. And because the walls of Bayonne City are built with huge rocks, ordinary floods cannot shake Bayonne City at all. But the defenders can be as stable as Mount Tai. Gervais and his chief father looked at each other, and then continued to ask,
Bana, are there many people building dams upstream? Sir, there are about 200 people, but from a distance, they are basically dressed as serfs and peasants. There seem to be only about 30 soldiers wearing armor. The 50 or so rangers who just chased us should also be there. Stationed.
Bana answered Gervais quickly.
Very good. Bana, there's nothing going on here. Just go back and report the situation first.
Gervais nodded. The number of people was not too large, so it would be easy to handle. If the Jones family chooses to camp in the west and be responsible for attacking in the west, they must ensure the safety of the upper reaches. The dam must not be built by the people of the Principality of Alban.
Yes, sir. I don't know what the surnames of the 2 adults are. I can report their military exploits to the supervisor when I get back.
Although 7 or 8 enemy rangers were allowed to escape, more than 40 enemy corpses were left by the river. This kind of credit cannot be considered small. So in order to repay Gervais and others, Bana thought of declaring the credit for Gervais and others after returning home.
My name is Gervais Gale, and this is my father Gandalf Gale. But there's no need to declare your military exploits. We will return to the camp to declare these things later. You can just go back.
Gervais naturally knew what Bana was thinking. If Bana, a team leader under the king's command, applied for it, he would definitely have made a real contribution. No one would dare to underestimate it. However, if the merits are reported, the current loot will also need to be handed over later, because the mission of the Rangers is to attack quickly. The equipment is not valuable, but the horses they ride are worth a lot of money. And they are all horses that can compete with the lowest war horses. If ordinary infantrymen were killed by them, Gervais would report it without hesitation in exchange for merit. But looking at the more than 30 intact war horses still wandering around the river, Gervais felt that it was better not to report this credit for the time being.
Yes, sir. I will go back to the camp to report on my duties first. I would like to thank you two adults again for your life-saving grace.
Bana immediately understood what Gervais meant. But of course, he had no objection. Gervais and others saved their lives, and they tacitly understood such things.
Father, it seems that we need to quickly choose a camp location and then go upstream to check the situation. Otherwise, if there is a flood, we will be the first to bear the brunt.
After Bana and the others left, Gervais said something to Gandalf.
Little Gervais, you are right. You know more than your brother now. This will put your father at ease.
Gandalf was very happy and patted Gervais on the shoulder. Then Gervais and Gandalf walked around and chose a camp 1 kilometer away on a dirt bun. The terrain of this earth bag is relatively high, so there is no need to worry about the enemy attacking with water. The only troublesome thing is that the earth bag is covered with Holoxylon amodendron trees. However, Gervais and Gandalf thought that since they needed to build a pontoon bridge, they might as well just cut down the Holoxylon amodendron trees and set up camp first, which would achieve multiple benefits with one stone. After determining the location of the camp, Gervais and Gandalf recalled the soldiers responsible for cleaning the battlefield. All the enemy corpses had been thrown into the river and flowed along the river. The war horses and the weapons and armor that could still be used were gathered together.
Father, I only want 10 of these horses. You can take the rest.
Gervais stood by the river, waved his hand, and divided 2/3 of the horses to Gandalf.
Little Gervais, there are too many, or else my father, and you will take half of them.
When Gandalf heard Gervais's words, his mouth almost opened with joy. However, he had received the younger son's intention, but the horse was not ready to really accept it.
Father, listen to me. I am not short of war horses now. The ones I snatched from the Coconut Gold Knights last time are all high-quality war horses. They are enough for all my guards to ride.
Gervais still persisted. To be honest, these horses, which can be regarded as the lowest war horses, Gervais really don't think much of them now. He has more than 100 high-class war horses. But he, a cheap man, is very poor. There are only a few guards under him and a few horses, and they are all ordinary horses, which is quite shabby.
If that's the case, then father will accept it.
Seeing Gervais's firm tone, Gandalf stopped insisting and happily accepted 2/3 of the horses. After bringing the loot, Gervais and Gandalf returned to the camp first. As for going 5 kilometers upstream, they still needed to inform Alice and then bring more people. When Gervais and his party passed by the east of White Rock City, the Lord of the North and others were already setting up camp, and a not-so-violent conflict broke out on the moat under White Rock City. The major Count families did not launch a real attack this morning, because there is a 40 to 50 meter wide moat blocking Bayonne City. The first task now is to fill in the moat and open up siege channels. The other is to prepare siege ladders and set up trebuchets and other siege equipment. At this moment, there are thousands of serfs under the east wall of Bayonne City, driven by soldiers, who are constantly filling the moat with sand. The moat is only more than 20 meters away from the city wall, and the total length of the river is only more than 70 meters wide. So the long archers of the White Rock City defenders can easily attack these serfs. Of course, the Principality of Jean did not completely let these serfs die. They still equipped a large number of longbowmen to cover them, and kept shooting arrows at the city wall. However, because it was shot from the bottom up, and there were wooden sheds on the city wall, the effect was not very good, and the psychological pressure it caused to the enemy was much greater than the real damage. It is worth mentioning that Gervais noticed that whether it was to save stones or to hide the existence of trebuchets, the defenders of White Rock City did not use trebuchets to attack the serfs who were filling the river. Gervais silently noted this detail. Later, Alice must remind the Lord of the North to let the soldiers of the Welton family spread out when they attack. Otherwise, if they rush up in a swarm, they might be able to hit everyone with just one stone. Blockbusters. Chapter 379 Burned with Fire. After returning to the camp, Gervais went to see Alice without stopping and told Alice about people from the Alban Principality building dams upstream. Alice also knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately sent 50 Rose Knights to Gervais, and asked him to lead people up to check. Coincidentally, the person Alice sent to Gervais this time was the team leader Ender, who followed Gervais to rob Larkin territory last time. Gervais, leading Ender and his party, set off from the camp again and walked towards the camp gate. However, when he walked in front of the Charles family, he happened to see Seignior. At this moment, Seignior was also aware of Gervais's presence and was looking at him with cold eyes.
Boy, let me make you proud for a few days.
Seeing Gervais not caring about his gaze, and swaggering through the camp with the Rose Knight, Seignior wanted to kill Gervais with a sword. But thinking of the explanation between the Lord of the North and the King, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Down. The encounter with Seignior did not make Gervais care much. He was sure that he would be absolutely safe during this period. After leaving the camp, Gervais led 50 Rose Knights and his own bodyguards and began to speed up their horses, galloping up the river towards the west of White Rock City. In this backward world, roads are usually open along rivers, which not only provides ample water sources, but also reduces the possibility of getting lost. The big river outside Bayan City also has a wide dirt road, which is convenient for Gervais and others. After traveling along the river for only more than 20 minutes, Gervais and the others saw the dam that Bana was talking about. From this distance, I can see that the dam is only half completed at the moment and has not been completely built. Hundreds of figures are working continuously on the river bank.
Sir, you see there are many people in the camp over there.
At this time, I pointed to the camp beside the dam and said, the camp by the river not far away had no fences, just a few tents set up randomly, and there were some armored soldiers sitting or standing in the camp. Gervais observed carefully again with a monocular telescope. There was no difference from the message Bana gave him. There should be more than 30 guards in the camp, and no unnecessary ambush was found around.
Get ready for battle. We'll take that camp.
After confirming the situation, Gervais stopped delaying and wanted to rely on his large numbers to finish off the enemy in one charge.
Yes, sir.
The Rose Knight and the bodyguard immediately responded and pulled out their long swords with a clang. Afterwards, Gervais and his group of more than 60 people no longer concealed their figures, raised their swords, and urged their horses to charge towards the camp on the river bank ahead.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Mount quickly! Mount quickly!
Although Gervais and his party only had more than 60 riders, the rumble of horse hooves was quite powerful and could be heard by the soldiers stationed in the camp half a mile away. At this moment, the only 30 or so rangers left in the camp began to shout warnings, and at the same time, they quickly untied the reins of the war horses tied to the wooden stakes in the camp, and then skillfully climbed onto their horses.
Rangers! Target enemy cavalry! Charge!
These rangers from Hayden's direct guard are not elite. It took Gervais and others a little more than half a minute to arrive from a distance of more than 500 meters. However, all the rangers in the camp had already climbed on their horses and gathered in together.
Kill!
More than 30 rangers from the Principality of Alban were not afraid of Gervais and others at all. They drew their swords and galloped against Gervais and others. The torrents from both sides collided suddenly like a speeding train. Suddenly people neighed, horses roared, and swords clashed. However, even though the rangers of the Principality of Alban are courageous and fearless of death, everything is useless due to the huge gap in strength. Not to mention that Gervais's personal guards are fully armed with mithril equipment, since Gervais gave Alice 50 grams of mithril last time. Even the current Knights of the Rose have changed all their weapons. It became a long sword forged from mithril, with the blessing of the high-speed impact of the warhorse. The mithril sword can break through the thin leather armor of the rangers and harvest their lives even if the cavalry does not need to slash the sword. 60 people against 30 people. After a wave of impact, only 3 of the Alban Principality's rangers could still stand on horseback. On Gervais's side, only 2 Rose Knights suffered minor arm injuries, but he can still move freely while sitting on a horse. After the formations of the 2 sides staggered, Gervais turned his horse's head. Originally Gervais thought that the only 4 remaining rangers would pick up the plane and escape, just like the previous rangers. But what Gervais never expected was that the opponent's remaining 3 rangers not only did not escape, but after turning their horses' heads, they immediately urged the horses to continue rushing towards Gervais's formation.
Rangers! Target enemy cavalry! Charge! Surrender without killing!
Although they were enemies of each other, the bravery of these 3 life rangers made Gervais admire them. There are more than 60 people on his side. It wouldn't be a shame if they ran away immediately. But now they are obviously determined to die.
Kill!
The three rangers did not respond to Gervais's words of persuasion to surrender. Instead, they slapped the horse's belly and rushed towards Gervais and the others. Puff! 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 Seeing this, Gervais stopped saying anything and personally urged the unicorn to come forward. The mithril sword flashed with cold light under the sunlight, and several dull sounds came out. And the three players, the cavalry, were all killed by Gervais' sword. Although he admires the bravery of these rangers. But since they refuse to surrender, Gervais will not be merciful. After all, this is war. And the final price of kindness to the enemy is his own life, or the lives of his subordinates.
Ander, please quickly bring people back to collect the serfs who built the dam. We can't let them escape.
The battle between Gervais and his group and these rangers was resolved within a few minutes. But the serfs who were originally building a dam on the border had already taken advantage of this opportunity to flee in all directions when they saw that something was wrong. These serfs can now be regarded as the spoils of Gervais. They can be taken back as laborers or sold to slave traders. So Gervais certainly will not let them escape.
Yes, sir!
After receiving Gervais's order, 50 Rose Knights quickly mobilized their horses and chased the fleeing serfs in groups of 2. After Ender and others left, Gervais dismounted and walked to the bank of the river. This is indeed a shoal, and there is a gap of 3 to 4 meters between the water surface and the shores on both sides. As long as a dam is built here, a huge reservoir can be formed. At this moment, half of the dam has been built. It is piled with trees and rocks. Although it is not very strong, it will still be no problem for a few months in the autumn. Looking at the unfinished river dam in front of him, Gervais fell into deep thought.
Build a dam and reduce the flow of the river here for 3 to 4 days. This place will definitely be able to store tens of millions of cubic meters of river water. If the dam is suddenly destroyed by then, the flood will definitely submerge the surrounding areas of Baiyin City. However, the city wall of Baiyin City is made of rocks and is too strong. Even if the flood can flood half of the city wall, it will never be able to wash away the city wall. Collapse.
For the first mission to rush into White Rock City, Gervais is now very greedy. Not only does the loot not need to be turned in, but the reward of the system mission alone is equivalent to the value of more than 2,000 gold coins. However, he is now suffering from no way to complete this mission, especially being able to complete this task with minimal loss. In fact, besides flooding with water, Gervais had another idea in his mind. Of course, it was just an idea. In his previous life, Gervais had read some novels. The novel described digging a deep hole under the city wall, and then putting gunpowder in a huge container, such as a coffin or something, and then placing it under the city wall. When the time comes, it can be exploded with a little fire. With a loud sound, the entire city wall collapsed. However, Gervais is not sure whether this method is feasible. After all, it is just a novel and has no scientific basis. More importantly, even if this method is a pity, Gervais does not have that much gunpowder to allow him to have a big explosion in another world. The city wall of Baiyin City is more than 10 meters high, and the base is at least 4 meters thick in proportion. It is still made of huge rocks. Gervais feels that if 4 or 5 coffins are not buried underneath, it will not explode at all. It will not collapse the walls of Baiyin City.
Sir! I found more than 10 fat fishes by the river. Would you like me to handle them and roast them for you to try?
While Gervais was standing by the river in a daze, Ike slipped a bunch of fresh river fish from the river like a treasure. These river fish were artificially raised on the shore. They were obviously prepared for lunch or dinner. But now they are cheaper for Gervais and others.
That's fine. Just go and deal with it.
Gervais kept talking. He had been marching for the past few days. Although there was hot food, it was all bacon and bread prepared in advance. The fresh ingredients had not been tasted for more than 10 days. It will take some time for the Rose Knight to gather the escaped serfs. After all, those serfs are running around, and even if they can't escape far, it will always be troublesome to catch them. So he might as well take this opportunity to save his taste buds. Soon, several fresh river fish were cleaned by Ike and others with short blades. There are also pots and cooking tools buried in the camp. Ike and others took the pots and bowls and went directly to the river to wash them and prepare to cook them by the river. 10 river fish are used for stew. 5 river fish are used for charcoal grilling. Spices and other spices are also prepared on their horses. So there is no need to worry about whether it tastes good or not. He built a simple stove with random stones and put an iron pot on it. Gervais sat aside and watched Ike and others start. There were more than 60 people in their group. and the entire large iron pot was filled with water. As the dry firewood crackled, the water in the pot began to boil. Because too much water was put in, the boiling soup would come out of the edge of the pot from time to time and drip onto the stone used as a stove below. TSK. 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 The soup water fell on the hot stones and was instantly evaporated, turning into a burst of white mist, which dispersed in the air again. This originally ordinary scene fell into Gervais's eyes, but it left Gervais stunned. After being stunned for a moment, Gervais stood up suddenly, and then murmured,
"Yes! Why am I so stupid? Burn it with fire! Ha ha! There is a way! There is a way! I am indeed a genius!"
Chapter 380 Show Off Your Superiority. Gervais suddenly stood up and laughed. Ike and others were all startled, and they didn't understand why their master, who was fine just a second ago, suddenly laughed. Only then did Gervais realize that he was a little too excited, and immediately coughed twice.
"It's okay. You continue cooking. Sir, I just thought of something interesting."
After appeasing Ike and others, Gervais continued to sit aside, constantly thinking about the feasibility of the idea he just had and how to proceed. About 20 minutes later, the Knights of the Rose captured most of the serfs. Only a few serfs got into the bushes or swam to the other side and slipped through the net. But it doesn't matter. Gervais is not worried about these people going back to report the news. There is only one big city, White Rock City, within a few hundred miles, and other noble territories wish to stay far away from the border of the Principality of Jin. Moreover, as Baiyin City is surrounded on 3 sides today, the ranger activity space in Baiyin City will be compressed to the limit in the next few days, and the situation like yesterday and today will not happen.
"Which one of you is in charge?"
About 130 serfs were gathered back, and they were all escorted to the camp. Gervais glanced around and asked,
"Sir, spare your life. I am the supervisor here, but we are just ordinary serfs, not soldiers. Please don't kill us."
A tall and thin serf walked out of the crowd cringingly. Perhaps he knew that the war between the nobles would not kill them, the serf captives, so he was still calm and begged Gervais for mercy clearly.
"Oh, tell me who asked you to build this dam, and what is its use?" "Sir, we sneaked out from Baiyin City last night. We were ordered by the superiors to build a dam here. When you attack Baiyin City in a few days, we will destroy the dam and release the water."
This serf supervisor doesn't care who wins or loses in this war. They are all serfs anyway. It doesn't matter whether they are serfs to the Principality of Alban or to the Principality of Jin.
"Oh, you are quite honest. How could they tell you about using the dam to deal with us?"
Gervais asked curiously. This man is just a small serf supervisor. Wouldn't he be afraid of leaking secrets after such a thing?
"Sir, only the villain and those rangers know about this matter. They let me know the function of the dam, so that I can instruct these serfs on how to build a dam that can be demolished in an instant. That's why the Knights of White Rock City told me. A dam that can be demolished in an instant? Very good. I am very satisfied with your answer to the question. Now, master, I will give you 2 choices. The first choice is to become my serf and work for me from now on. The second choice is to lie on the ground like those rangers and wait for the wild wolves to come and take away your bodies. Sir, we are willing to become your serfs and help you, but you must not kill us."
There was a sudden uproar among the serfs, and everyone knelt on the ground, begging Gervais for mercy.
"Oh, very good. Very wise choice."
Gervais nodded without surprise, and then continued,
"Since you have become my serfs, I will arrange the first thing for you to do. I need you to continue building a dam here, one that can be destroyed in one go. Do you understand?" "I understand. I understand. Master, we promise to build the dam for you."
The supervisor and all the serfs nodded desperately. "Okay.
Then get up."
Gervais motioned to the serfs to stand up.
"By the way, when will this dam be built?"
According to what these serfs said, they sneaked over last night, which meant that the defenders of White Rock City did not expect that the Principality of Jin would attack them this year, uncharacteristically, and half of the dam can be built in one night, which means it can be completed in the next 2 days at the latest. However, for insurance purposes, Gervais still needed to confirm. After all, it would take several days to store water.
"Sir, the dam will be built at noon tomorrow."
The serf supervisor did not dare to neglect and answered Gervais quickly. Gervais nodded, very satisfied with this speed. However, for these newly captured serfs, necessary deterrence is still needed. So Gervais continued, "Build a dam for me.
And the treatment I will give you in the future will not be worse than being a serf in the Principality of Alban. However,
if anyone dares to try to escape in the past few days, he will be killed without mercy. If a person escapes, 10 people will be buried with him. I hope you remember this.
Yes, sir. More than 100 serfs initially relaxed a little when they saw that Gervais's tone was not very harsh. However, when they heard Gervais's last words, their faces instantly turned pale, and they nodded like quails.
Very good. Then you can continue to build the dam for me now. Ender, 50 of you are stationed here and are responsible for watching over these serfs building the dam. I will go back to Alice and talk to her.
After all the serfs were taken to the river to continue building the dam, Gervais called Ender and began to explain.
Yes, sir.
Without any hesitation, Ender bowed to Gervais and responded.
Well, the supplies will be delivered to you later when I return. In addition to keeping an eye on these serfs these 2 days, you also need to pay attention to the rangers of the Principality of Alban. If there is really a large group of enemies coming, you don't have to defend. Just return to the camp quickly and report.
Yes, sir. When Ender heard this explanation, he glanced at Gervais with great gratitude. It's not that he is afraid of death, but that Gervais can say such words means that Gervais really cares about them. Unlike some nobles, they don't care about the life and death of their subordinates. As long as they can achieve their goals, they won't hesitate. After explaining everything and finishing the fish soup and grilled fish, Gervais happily led his bodyguards toward White Rock City.
Ha ha. Those are the teams of the Jones family. Right? How pitiful. I heard that one of their families was assigned to the West Wall. Hee hee. Our Lord Earl is really awesome. I heard that he came up with this proposal. Isn't there a big river on the west wall of the city? Then how to attack? Ha ha. So they are pitiful. I guess by the time they build the pontoon bridge and start attacking, the reward will have already fallen into our hands. You deserve it. In the past few years, the Jones family was the most domineering. But now it's better. Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
When Gervais came to the camp, the low laughter of some minor nobles could be heard from time to time, because the Jones family was moving the camp at the moment. From time to time, vassals of the Jones family led the team slowly out of the camp and headed towards the west of White Rock City. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. After nearly 2 hours of cleaning up, all the Holoxylon amodendron trees on the dirt bunker to the west have been cut down. At this moment, they are just waiting for everyone in the Jones family to move over and set up camp. Most of the little nobles who were gloating about their misfortune belonged to the Larkin family and the Charles family. In the past few years, the Jones family was the most dazzling family in the Principality of Jean besides the royal family, so they were happy at this time. However, Gervais didn't care about these private ridicules. He had now thought of a feasible method. It was not certain who would win.
Laugh. Just laugh happily. You may cry sometimes.
After passing through the camp, I found Alice's camp. After being informed by the Rose Knight guarding outside, Gervais walked in.
Gervais, you're back. Has the matter upstream been resolved?
When Alice saw Gervais coming in, she immediately hid the tired look on her face and asked Gervais in a gentle tone.
It's been solved. But I let Ender and the others stay there.
At that moment, Gervais told Alice that he had let the serfs continue to build a dam on it.
Build a dam? Gervais, do you want to flood White Rock City with water? It shouldn't work. The walls of Bayonne City are not made of mud bricks, but thousands of kilograms of bluestone. They are not afraid of floods.
Alice had no reaction to Gervais leading the Rose Knight there, but her focus was on the dam. Alice pointed out that flooding White Rock City would have no effect without thinking.
Hee hee. Simply flooding White Rock City will of course have no effect. But don't worry, Alice. I'm very confident that I can do it.
Gervais chuckled. Showing off his superiority was the most relaxing thing.
Especially in front of his cheap wife. A cold goddess.
Besides, even if I don't use my method, we still can't break through Bayonne City and win rewards by attacking Bayonne City with ordinary means.
Chapter 381 The Horn of Charge. For Gervais's little pretense, Alice first gave a big eye roll to express respect. Then he looked at Gervais seriously and said with flashing eyes,
Gervais, are you really sure that you can capture the West Wall? Will there be a lot of casualties?
Although Alice also believed that Gervais must have some unique strategy. However, based on her knowledge, there was basically no way to capture Bayonne City with flood. So she continued to ask.
Of course I'm sure. 80% sure. As for the casualties, it can be said that not a single soldier was wasted.
Gervais was smiling. But he didn't say too much. After all, this idea was just an idea conceived in his own mind. And he couldn't guarantee a 100% possibility when it came to reality.
Hey, my cheap wife is getting more and more beautiful. And I'm fascinated by it.
At the same time, Gervais suddenly discovered that since this southern expedition, his cheap wife's micro-expressions had become more and more abundant. Only occasionally when she was angry would she act like a cold goddess towards herself. Which made Gervais slightly wonder if the domineering countess was about to fall in love with him. Before noon that day, the entire Jones family team withdrew from the camp to the north of White Rock City and moved to the dirt bag to the west. Regarding the Jones family's embarrassing appearance, except for the Welton family, the other Earl families are happily watching the show and are very willing to see the decline of the Jones family. After lunch, the king ordered several families to spend an hour repairing and allowing the soldiers to digest the lunch. After an hour, the official attack on Bayonne City began. Time flies quickly, and as the 1-hour rest period ends, the trumpets on the north and east walls of Bayonne City sound loudly. The family responsible for the attack began to gather their forces a mile outside the city wall. The offensive strategy set by several major Earl families was to siege the city in wheeled battles. For Earls on each side took turns to attack the city. The order of siege was determined by drawing lots. The advantage of this is that it can attack Bayonne City day and night, leaving the sparse defenders of Bayonne City without any breathing time. The disadvantage is that the siege momentum is much smaller, facing the 3-mile-wide Bayonne City wall. 1,000 people concentrating on the siege looked sparse. While the horn sounded on the north and east walls, there was no movement in the Jones family camp to the west. Most of the soldiers and serfs were still digging trenches with hoes and shovels on their backs. Since we have to camp here for a week, comprehensive camp defense is still necessary, especially since the Jones family is camping alone. Many minor nobles in the Jones family were happy to relax and recuperate. But Gervais, the Earl's husband, wanted to have some fun.
Hurry up! Bring the medical supplies and tents. The battle over there is about to begin. Lilia, please count the number of people. We are leaving now.
Gervais was sitting on the unicorn, constantly directing the soldiers to load supplies into the carriage, and at the same time giving orders to the captain of his medical team. Today is an important time for Gervais to test the effectiveness of his medical team. The girls in the medical team also wore little silk hats that they were usually reluctant to wear. Not to mention, after wearing these snow-white hats, these medic girls look really pleasing to the eye, especially during this period of time. These little nurses had enough to eat and drink, and each of them no longer looked as skinny as before.
Reporting to your lord, all 130 medical soldiers in the medical team are in place.
In a moment, Lilia counted the number of people in the medical team according to the counting skills taught by Gervais. After confirming that all members were in place, she immediately reported to Gervais.
Very good. I have everything. Let's go!
Then Gervais led 130 girls from the medical team and headed towards the camp gate. In addition to the physical members of the medical team, Gervais also brought 50 slave soldiers as bodyguards, namely longbowmen and long swordsmen. Their purpose was to protect the safety of the medical team. In addition to the defense force, coolies are also indispensable. There are 30 ordinary slaves prepared to carry the stretcher. After all, the girls' bodies were a little weaker, and it would naturally be unrealistic for them to carry those armored soldiers back to a safe area for treatment. In order to save the physical strength of these girls, Gervais even specially arranged more than 10 carriages for them to avoid having to walk to the east city wall.
Whoa! What is Viscount Gervais going to do? Let me go! What you are asking is not the point. The point is those hundreds of girls. What are the things on their heads and arms? There is also a big red cross. Yes, the soldiers of Viscount Gervais are all fully armed, as if they are going to fight. Are these girls going to fight too? What a pity. There are some pretty ones among those girls.
As Gervais swaggered through the camp with the girls from the medical team, many young nobles looked at this scene and whispered to each other strangely. These girls were following the Earl a few days ago. Although they were strange, they did not dare to ask more questions. But now that Gervais was taking these girls as if they were about to go on an expedition, their curiosity became overwhelming. Gervais ignored these little nobles, who were as salty as salt fish. After leaving the camp, he led the team quickly towards the east. The battle over there is about to begin. This is money. If you leave too late, if all the wounded soldiers die, who will you find to make money for? Gervais quickly led the team to the east wall. At this time, the soldiers responsible for attacking the city from the Principality of Jean were already lined up. What Gervais didn't expect was that the team responsible for the first wave of siege on the east wall turned out to be the Welton family of the Lord of the North. Because the flag flying in the front siege team is the Blizzard Bear flag belonging to the Welton family. Of course, Gervais recognizes the flag of the Lord of the North. It is a roaring white bear head. This white bear is also a kind of warcraft. And it is a high-level warcraft named Blizzard Bear. The Blizzard Bear only lives in the depths of the northern ice and snow, and is also the undisputed overlord of the northern ice and snow. This time Winton sent thousands of troops, including 5 large siege ladders, hundreds of simple siege ladders, and 3 large trebuchets at the rear. Woo! 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 As the horn of the attack from the north sounded again, the Lord of the North in the east heard it, and gave the order. And immediately the horn from the east was also blown. Thousands of soldiers 1 mile away from Baiyun City began to move with the horn, and slowly moved towards Baiyun City. There were no loud shouts of killing in the field at this moment. At present, one could only vaguely hear the loud shouts of the little nobles, or the soldiers leading the group. They are constantly restraining the soldiers in the array to prevent some new recruits from breaking down and causing trouble because they can't stand the pressure. Bang! Bang! The soldiers in front were slowly advancing towards the wall of Baiyun City. But the 3 large trebuchets placed 500 meters behind were activated first. Then the soldier responsible for motivating him hit the pedal mechanism with a hammer. Boom! The stone bullet, which was larger than the millstone, soared into the air and struck Baiyun City in a parabola visible to the naked eye. One of the 3 boulders had a higher angle and flew over the city wall, but the other 2 smashed into the outer wall of Baiyun City. Even standing 2 miles away, Gervais could hear the heavy muffled sound of boulders hitting the hard wall. But this was the first throw after all, and it was impossible to see what damage it caused except for the huge boulder that fell into the city. The 2 boulders that hit the city wall did not cause any damage to the enemy. They both hit the middle and lower parts of the city wall, leaving a medium-sized collision dent on the wall. Quick! Adjust the angle! Keep loading! A miss was expected, and the commander on the trebuchet position began to shout loudly. We'll camp here. Hurry and get all the supplies ready. The battle will begin soon. Gervais looked around and found that his location was suitable as a field hospital, in order to facilitate the transfer of the wounded. The field hospital cannot be too far away from the battlefield, but it cannot be too close either. And he is still more than half a mile away from the camp of the Lord of the North and others, and 2 miles away from Baiyun City. Even if the enemy uses a large trebuchet, it can't hit here under normal circumstances. Following Gervais's order, the medical team, all soldiers, and serfs moved into action and quickly began to prepare the camp. Boom! 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 While Gervais was busy, another roaring sound came from the wall of White Rock City in the distance. It turned out that the 3 trebuchets had been loaded again and fired stone bombs again. Because of the previous calibration, all 3 stone bullets accurately hit the wall of Baiyun City this time, and 2 stone bullets landed on the top of the city wall. Suddenly, stone chips and broken wood flew on the wall of Baiyun City, making it a mess. Even the wooden ceiling used to defend against arrow feathers had 2 huge holes smashed out. As for the casualties, since Gervais did not pay attention just now, it cannot be judged. However, if this kind of boulder is bigger than a stone mill, let alone hit it, even if it is just scratched, it will be disabled even if it is not dead. Woo! Woo! 3 large trebuchets were the first to make their mark, and the slowly advancing siege teams were already approaching 300 meters of Baiyun City. At this time, the loud horn in the camp was blown again. This time the horn sound became sharp and urgent. This is the signal to charge. Kill! Charge forward! Kill! Chapter 382 I'm here to make money. Kill! As the urgent charge horn sounded, the soldiers who were walking slowly began to run and shout. In an instant, the originally silent battlefield suddenly became filled with loud shouts of killing, and truly turned into the battlefield that Gervais had imagined. Charge up to me! The one who rushes to the city wall first will be rewarded with 1 gold coin. Killing an enemy will reward you with 2 silver coins. While the soldiers were charging, the little nobles and the captains of the soldiers continued to roar at the top of their lungs. Promising a large reward before the battle is a common practice for generals in every world, and it is also a very effective and feasible method. When the soldiers heard the rewards of gold and silver coins, they were all shocked. Their charging figures became faster, and their shouts of killing became louder. For these ordinary soldiers, apart from death on the battlefield, it is the time to achieve success and fame. As for whether they live or die, it all depends on luck. Spread out. Don't get together. Spread out more. The little nobles were like shepherd dogs, charging while constantly correcting the state of the charging team. The distance of 300 meters is not that far. But in this technologically backward world, there are almost no weapons that can harm the enemy at 300 meters. These relatively large charging troops, restrained by the minor nobles, safely rushed to a position about 200 meters outside the city wall. But it was at this time that the situation became completely different. The counterattack from the White Rock City defenders finally arrived.
Be careful. It's a trebuchet. Spread out more.
Boom, 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 puff, puff, puff. Just as the charging soldiers shouted excitedly and rushed forward, suddenly many black spots appeared in the sky. And these black spots were slowly getting bigger above their heads. The first ones to react were the little nobles, who had already received the notice. After they discovered the situation, they immediately shouted at the soldiers to remind them at the top of their lungs. Although for the title knight, as long as the situation is discovered in advance, and with the blessing of fighting spirit, he can barely avoid the attack of these stone bullets. But for those ordinary soldiers, whether they can avoid the attack of stone bullets depends on luck and probability. Only a second or two after the little nobles reminded them, the stone bullets as big as bowls finally hit the charging crowd. These stone bullets, which were like a goddess scattering flowers, were fired by a small trebuchet located 50 meters away on the wall of Baiyun City. Although the shooting distance of these small trebuchets is not far, only about 200 meters. But this kind of shot of gravel like shotguns to deal with the attacking infantry has a powerful lethality.
Ah! My arm! Ah! My leg! My leg is gone!
Even though the little nobles had deliberately dispersed the infantry formations before, there were always some unlucky ones who would suffer when such a large number of stone bullets fell. These unlucky guys were running and didn't realize what was going on. They only felt a coldness in their limbs. And then they realized that their arms or thighs had become pulpy and bleeding. There are some people who are even more unlucky than these people. That is, those who were directly hit in the torso or head. They didn't even have a chance to scream. They only heard a pop. And the originally intact body or head was smashed like a fruit, penetrated, and then fell to the ground as a revenant.
Hurry up and rush over. As long as we rush under the city wall, the trebuchet will not be able to hit us.
In just a few seconds, dozens of trebuchets on the city wall fired a total of hundreds of stone bullets. Although these stone bullets were fired randomly, at a basic level, they could still kill many charging soldiers, in addition to the injured soldiers who fell to the ground and could no longer continue fighting. More than 20 soldiers were killed directly. The stone projectiles of this small trebuchet are not the same as those of the large siege trebuchets. The stone bullets fired by the large trebuchet are irregular in shape, but the stone bullets fired by this small trebuchet are polished and appear round. Even though the round stone bullets did not hit the target the moment they hit the ground, the huge inertia caused the round stone bullets to bounce back again and continue to bounce forward, much like the effect of solid artillery bullets in previous lives. This is precisely why this small trebuchet fired a salvo, with hundreds of projectiles causing up to 30 or 40 casualties. After a round of trebuchet attacks, there were no longer only cries of death on the battlefield, but there were also many wails of pain mixed in. However, there are no medical soldiers in this world, and the comrades at the moment cannot take care of them. These wounded soldiers who fell to the ground, wailing and rolling, could only struggle helplessly on the ground. Some of the more seriously injured soldiers would die and be relieved within a few minutes. Some soldiers who were not so seriously injured may need to hold on until the charge team retreats, and then meet kind-hearted comrades who can drag them back. As for having people organized in the rear camp to come to the rescue, I'm sorry, this world does not have such a habit.
Idiot! Hurry up and rush forward. The next wave of throws will come soon. If you don't move forward, I will kill you now.
Why is it said that the battlefield is the best place to test and select soldiers? Because only after witnessing the cruelty on the battlefield and eliminating the fear in the heart can a person display his true combat effectiveness. At this moment, some recruits saw the miserable state of their comrades, and were so frightened that they did not dare to move any further. But thinking of his family, he didn't dare to run away, so he could only cover his head and huddle on the ground, shivering. After the young nobleman who led the team discovered the situation, although he wanted to kill these cowards with a sword, these people were his subordinates after all, so he could only run over quickly, roared, picked them up, and held them with a long sword. The sword urged the timid recruit forward quickly. Just as the little noble said, the next wave of trebuchets arrived as scheduled more than 10 seconds later, once again killing many charging soldiers. After the trebuchet fired projectiles 3 times and killed nearly 100 soldiers in total, it was finally no longer a threat to the charging team due to angle problems. The charging soldiers finally crossed the first line of death and rushed to the bank of the moat. At this moment, the moat has been filled with more than 20 channels that are more than 10 meters wide. But before these soldiers could breathe a sigh of relief, the defenders on the city wall had already raised their long bows and fired arrows like raindrops at them. The arrow feathers streaked through the air and made a whooshing sound, shooting towards them like a reminder.
Move forward with your shield up. Don't stop. Anyone who retreats will be killed without mercy.
Benedict! 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 The damage caused by this wave of arrow feathers to the charging team is not as significant as that of the trebuchet. Only occasionally, individual soldiers were shot and fell to the ground howling miserably because their shields were not held tightly. Most of the arrow feathers were blocked by the wooden shields.
Longbowmen! Start fighting back!
As they got closer and closer to the city wall, the attacking team finally had the possibility to fight back. The little nobles gave the order, and the long archers on the large siege ladder more than 10 meters high began to fight back on the city wall in front. This large siege ladder looks more like a tower with wheels. 3 sides of the tower are covered with wooden boards, and only the rear side is unblocked. Viewed from the rear, there are layers of stairs inside this huge tower. Whoosh! 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 The battle between the attacking and defending sides finally reached a fever pitch, as the siege soldiers finally rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Whether it was the huge siege stairs or the simple wooden ladders, they were all carried up the city wall with great efforts. And then began the most intense and cruel and affiliated siege battle. A huge wooden plank was placed on several tower-like siege ladders and leaned directly against the battlements of the city wall. The armored soldiers who were already prepared rushed away with their shields raised, trying to jump onto the city wall. Buy time for the comrades behind you. The soldiers who used simple wooden ladders did not flinch. They all held up their big shields and held their swords in their mouths as they climbed up the city wall with difficulty. While the soldiers climbed up the wall, hundreds of longbowmen continued to pour arrows towards the city wall more than 10 meters away, buying more time for these climbing comrades.
Hello, Lord Gervais. I am Puster, the captain of the Welton family and the Blizzard Legion. Master Gust asked me to ask you, what are you doing by setting up camp here? Master said it is very dangerous here. If you want to continue watching the battle, you can go to the camp.
Since the battle began, Gervais has been observing the fierce and cruel battle 2 miles away with a monocular. But he didn't expect that his strange team would have already fallen into the eyes of the 4 Count families stationed 500 meters away. Everyone in the camp felt baffled by Gervais's strange team. In the end, it was the Lord of the North who saw Gervais's flag and sent someone over to ask about the reason.
Oh, Captain Puster, you go back and tell Master Gus that I thank him for his kindness. But I am not here to watch the battle. I'm here to make money. Bah! I'm here to save people.
Chapter 383. Pull out the little steel cannon. Puster clearly heard Gervais's words about making money just now, and his expression was a little weird for a moment.
Sir Seignior just knows how to play. How can he make money by coming here?
Puster couldn't help but look at the hundreds of warblers in the camp, wondering in his mind whether the Earl's husband was possessed by a demon. This is a battlefield. Who has time to spend money here?
These girls are really pretty in their costumes. Maybe we can sneak in at night. Sir Gervais, that subordinate will return to the camp now to resume his life. I wonder if there is anything you need to bring back to Lord Gust.
Fortunately, Puster's guess was just a thought in his mind. Otherwise, Gervais would definitely have disabled him on the spot and then left him lying down for treatment.
There's nothing else to say. Just go back and tell Mr. Gust that I'm here to save people.
If it were any other family, Gervais would of course want to collect money to save people. But Guster somehow saved his life in the Palace of Glory City, and he was the grandfather of his cheap wife. Gervais decided to save her for free as a favor to the Lord of the North.
Yes, sir,
Puster responded, then got on his horse and returned to the camp with a group of cavalry.
All right, everyone, get moving. You guys will drive carriages to the battlefield to transport the wounded back. Remember, only save the outermost ones. Don't get close to the city wall.
Now that the siege army has arrived under the city wall, all the defenders of Bayonne City have also focused their attention on the area near the city wall. Therefore, the soldiers who were shot by bows and arrows on the moat corridor, as well as the soldiers who were hit by trebuchets further away, are now no one paid attention to it. There is no great danger for Gervais to let his slaves go over to rescue people. As for the wounded under the city wall, it is too dangerous there, and Gervais will not send his men to take risks.
Yes, master.
The 30 slaves responded respectfully, and then quickly sat on the carriage. As the carriage slowly approached the battlefield.
You said Gervais is here to save people? Who is he saving?
The Lord of the North was sitting in the open space in front of the camp with 3 counts, always paying attention to the battlefield situation. When hearing Pusta's report, the Lord of the North didn't understand the meaning of the words, although he guessed that Gervais was here to treat the injured soldiers. But what good would this do to Gervais? And Gervais didn't mention it to him beforehand. The other 3 earls also heard Pusta's report, and they also had weird smiles on their faces. It was obvious that Gervais' approach was really new in this world, and their smiles were not recognition of Gervais, but more of a mockery. So what if we can rescue those injured? If he is rescued without medicine, he will die just as well as if he is treated by a doctor. The Count family has only brought 1 or 2 doctors here this time. So how can they have more manpower to save ordinary soldiers? While several earls were thinking a lot, 5 carriages drove out of the small camp on Gervais' side and slowly headed towards the battlefield. Bill lay helpless on the dirt, staring blankly at the sky. He felt like he was going to die because he could feel his blood slowly draining away. But there was nothing he could do, because there was a long arrow stuck in his thigh, and the arrow feathers penetrated his thigh. As long as he moved, he would be in extreme pain. From wailing at the beginning to being stunned now, Bill has resigned himself to his fate. He knows that no one will come to save him. If you want to wait for rescue, you can only wait until the siege is over and see if any kind-hearted comrades can take him back by the way. But by that time, his blood will probably be gone.
There's a living one here. Come on. It's too dangerous here.
Just when Bill was distracted, he suddenly found a dark shadow covering him, and it came from behind.
Help me.
Although he didn't know what these people were here for, his survival instinct made Bill struggle to ask for help. The next moment, Bill actually received a response. He could feel himself being carried onto a stretcher and then quickly carried to a carriage.
You wait here for a while. We will find a few more injured and then send you back to the camp.
After carrying Bill to the carriage, the 2 slaves responsible for searching for the injured gave a brief explanation and then continued to search for other injured. After Bill was carried onto the carriage, he found that there were already 2 soldiers lying on the carriage, who were also injured but still alive. They looked at each other with difficulty, and a desire for survival arose in their hearts.
Sir, a total of 23 people have been rescued this time. The medical team has been arranged to start rescue.
Lilia came to Gervais to report.
Well, treat them with all your strength. Send them back after the wounds are treated.
Gervais didn't say much. If it weren't for the Welton family, he would definitely need to go to the Earl family camp to negotiate, and then offer to rescue people after negotiating a price. But now that they are members of the Welton family, we should treat them directly, treat their wounds, and then send them back to the Earl family camp. In fact, what Gervais can really make money from is not rescuing these ordinary soldiers. After all, these soldiers themselves have little money, and their senior officers are probably not willing to spend a lot of money to rescue them. The people who can really make money for Gervais are the small nobles. The small nobles are rich and cherish their lives. If they can save their lives, they will definitely be willing to spend any money. At this moment, Gervais suddenly saw 4 or 5 people retreating from the distant city wall. Those 4 or 5 people were carrying a young nobleman, wearing full body armor, and rushing towards the Count's camp.
This time the noble is injured.
The retreat horn has not yet sounded, and the only ones who can retreat from the battlefield at this time are the minor nobles.
Lilia, call the 2 medics quickly, and then bring the first aid kit and come with me.
Gervais felt that this was an opportunity to show off his medical skills to the nobles, so he immediately ordered Lilia to prepare to rush to the Earl's camp.
Yes, sir.
At this moment, the Count's camp also noticed the situation, and a carriage had been arranged to respond. Soon, Gervais led Lilia and others to the Earl's camp in the east. At the entrance of the camp there is a tent with no walls and only a roof. The injured little noble was placed here after he was sent back. He was currently lying on a wooden table in the tent, being treated by 2 doctors wearing linen robes and with somewhat sloppy hair.
Lord Gust.
At this moment, Gus was also at the edge of the tent, watching 2 doctors cleaning the wounds on the little nobleman.
Boy Gervais, why are you here?
Gervais had just sent people to treat those ordinary soldiers, and the Lord of the North saw them. Although in the eyes of all the nobles, Gervais was a complete waste of resources. But the soldiers Gervais rescued were always soldiers of the Welton family, so the Lord of the North had a good attitude towards Gervais.
I came over to see if anyone needs help.
Gervais replied, and then carefully looked at the injury of the injured young noble. Judging from the appearance alone, the injuries of this young noble were extremely severe. He actually had more than a dozen sword wounds on his body. The most serious wound was on his lower abdomen, where blood was flowing non-stop and some internal organs could be seen.
Quick! Get the soldering iron! If the bleeding doesn't stop, Viscount Polly will be in danger.
Faced with such a wound, the two doctors who were treating it were also panicked. The wound was too long and deep, and they were unable to stop the bleeding. Using a soldering iron to stop the bleeding was the only way at present.
Well,
Gus also sighed when he heard this. He knew that with such an injury, Viscount Polly was basically hopeless. Even using a soldering iron may not be able to stop the bleeding. After all, the abdomen is a soft part. Pressing the soldering iron on it often cannot truly bond the wound, and may also damage the internal organs. This Viscount Polly is a middle-level silver knight. He was the bravest one in the battle just now. He was the first to jump on the city wall. However, there were too many defenders in White Rock City after all. Viscount Polly was besieged by 3 silver knights on the wall, was soon injured and rescued by his men.
Lord Gust, why don't you let my doctor come to save you? It's better than using a soldering iron.
Gervais took the opportunity to speak out. The lives of nobles were precious. So Gervais brought Lilia and others over in person to treat them in front of Gust and others. One is to avoid unnecessary trouble after treatment, and the other is to advertise for his own medical team in a different direction. Only if these nobles know that their medical team is highly skilled will they be willing to spend money to seek help.
Is it better than a soldering iron to stop bleeding?
The Lord of the North was surprised and delighted. At the same time, he looked at the doctors under Gervais and found that they were actually 3 girls.
Yes, Lord Gust.
Gervais nodded very seriously.
Then let them go and treat Viscount Polly.
Next, Gervais did not hesitate and immediately asked Lilia and others to replace the treatment of the 2 doctors. When the 3 girls came on stage, the 2 original doctors and the onlookers were disdainful and prepared to watch the show. If you want to stop the bleeding from such a wound without using a soldering iron, are these 3 girls goddesses? But soon, everyone fell silent, and their expressions of disdain turned into surprise. Lilia and the others are not goddesses, but they have qualified needlework skills. I saw 3 girls quickly starting to sew up Viscount Polly's wound with special needles and threads. The girls' movements were steady and fast, and the needles and threads kept moving between the wounds, as if it was not flesh but a piece of damaged clothing. It took a total of just 2 minutes for the 3 girls to suture all of Viscount Polly's wounds, and the unstoppable bleeding was stopped. After stopping the bleeding, Lilia and others did not stop. They first cleaned the wound again with a clean cloth, and then began to apply medicine on it and then bandage it. The process was still very skillful.
Gervais, who invented this method? It's amazing!
Even the Lord of the North, a Golden Peak Knight, has never seen someone save someone in such a way, and even do needlework on someone's body. Although the method is very simple, it is undeniable that this method is really effective. Many times better than using a soldering iron to stop bleeding.
Ha ha! Lord Gust, this is the method I got by accident. As long as the internal organs are not injured, Viscount Polly should be fine.
Every time this technique of suturing wounds is used in front of outsiders, it can arouse a burst of surprise. In fact, Gervais is used to it. But now that the 4 earls were surprised at the same time, and the Lord of the North was still one of the highest armed forces on the continent, Gervais still gained a lot of satisfaction.
Boy Gervais, you are very good. Alice did not pick the wrong person. She really inherited her mother's vision of people.
The Lord of the North laughed happily, and now he was becoming more and more satisfied with Gervais. After rescuing Viscount Polly, Gervais returned to his camp with Lilia and others without stopping. Polly's injury has stabilized, and the Lord of the North needs to continue to pay attention to the battlefield. The battle lasted for more than an hour, and there was no suspense in the end. It ended with the defeat of the thousands of Weltons. In this battle, more than 100 people from the Welton family died, and more than 60 people were seriously injured. Gervais treated everyone he could, and then sent all the injured back to the Count's camp to the east. Although Gervais did not gain any actual benefits from his rescue of the Welton family this time, he also gained a lot of fame in the Earl's camp to the east. Everyone has spread that there are countless doctors in the camp under Gervais, and they are all highly skilled doctors, no matter how big the wound is. These girls can help you heal it. After the team of the Welton family retreated, the offensive did not stop. The team of the second Earl family gathered 1 mile outside the city wall. As the charge horn sounded, another battle began.
Can I make some money this time?
watching the siege team slowly advancing in the distance. Gervais muttered quietly. The family attacking the city this time was the Butte family, which Gervais was not familiar with. The Butte family was quite far away from the Jones territory. But this is not important. What is important is that Gervais is going to collect money this time. Soon, a fierce battle began on the city walls. It was still the same old routine. The defenders first launched a wave of trebuchets to fire stone projectiles. And then they waited with arrows. Finally, the two sides fought hand-to-hand on the city wall. The four earls were still watching the battle at the gate of the camp. But at this time, Earl Waters of the Butte family was watching the battle and looked at the small camp 500 meters away from time to time.
Why haven't you sent someone to rescue?
Several counts ridiculed Gervais for his selfless rescue of the wounded. How could Dashake do such a thing that only the church could do? But now it was the turn of his subordinates to come on stage. But he hoped that this idiot would act quickly to save his subordinates. The wounded soldiers of the Welton family, who had just been treated by Gervais, had been sent back to the Earl's camp. They all saw it clearly. As long as they were not hit by the trebuchet's stone bullets, and were missing arms and legs, all wounds from swords and arrows were treated intact. And they would be back to normal within a week or two. Although these counts don't care about the lives of ordinary soldiers, they also have their elite legions participating in the battle. It takes a lot of money and time to train an elite soldier. If Gervais, a selfless good man, can save him, they will also do not mind.
Earl Waters, what are you looking at?
Gus, who was on the side, had long noticed the strangeness of Earl Waters, and laughed in his heart that they obviously despised Gervais' behavior. Now when Gervais was used, he wished that Gervais would send out personnel immediately, rescue their subordinates on the battlefield.
It's nothing. It's just that the defenses of Bayen City are too perfect. I don't know how much it will cost us to capture this city.
Of course, Earl Waters would not say what he was thinking and was going to change the subject. But just after Worcester finished speaking, two groups of people retreated from the battlefield ahead, and two minor nobles were injured at the same time.
Quickly, send a carriage to meet us.
Earl Waters no longer cared about talking to the Lord of the North, stood up directly, and gave orders to his subordinates beside him. Even if the elite soldiers were injured, it would not cause any big disturbance to these counts. But if their vassals or legion officers were injured, these counts did not dare to neglect them. After all, it is difficult to train a titled knight, and the death of one is a huge loss.
Yes, sir.
The subordinates took the order and immediately rushed forward with the waiting team. Soon, the two injured young nobles were brought back. They were still seriously injured by swords and swords. The iron full-body armor was already full of holes. There were more than a dozen holes in it. Blood was flowing from the inside of the armor. Keep oozing. And one of them is actually the deputy commander of his Butte family's elite knights.
Quickly take off their full-body armor and treat them with all your strength.
Seeing this situation, Worcester quickly ordered to the doctor. This commander was different from the vassals. He was trained by the Butte family themselves. Losing a comparable leader made him feel more distressed than losing a vassal. In addition to ordering rapid treatment for the two, Worcester glanced at Gervais' camp and found that there was no movement there. That is to say, no one went to the battlefield to rescue the wounded soldiers. And no one came here to check the situation.
What's going on? Does Gervais only save people from the Welton family?
Worcester thought of a possibility. With Worcester's stunned effort, the two injured young nobles had already taken off their full body armor, and the wounds on their bodies were even worse than the injuries suffered by Polly before. One person's fatal injury was that he was hit in the waist, leaving a large gash. The other person had a wound nearly 20 centimeters long on his chest and abdomen. This person could survive to this day entirely because of his physique as a silver mid-level knight.
Hurry up and prepare the soldering iron.
Two doctors belonging to the Butte family were prepared to use the most familiar means to treat the wounded.
Soldering iron? Does a soldering iron work on such a big wound?
Worcester was furious. He didn't know whether he was angry about why Gervais didn't come to save people, or angry about the incompetence of the two doctors. But in my heart, I was anxious about these two little nobles of my own family. After all, he was a battle-hardened man, and he knew that with the wounds of the two of them, treating them with a soldering iron would most likely result in a burp.
You put pressure on his wounds first. Weak. Go to the camp over there and ask Viscount Gervais to come over and help.
No matter why Gervais didn't come out to save people, Worcester couldn't control that much, and he couldn't watch his two subordinates die.
Yes, sir.
The distance of 500 meters was not far. Within a minute, Gervais was invited over. Not far behind, there were 8 girls from the medical team coming in a carriage. Of course, The reason why he came so quickly was because Gervais had been waiting here for a long time to send someone to invite him. Even before Micro, who was sent to fetch Gervais, arrived at the gate of the camp. Gervais was already waiting outside the camp on a unicorn.
Viscount Gervais, quickly ask your doctor to help treat my 2 subordinates.
When Worcester saw Gervais coming, he went straight to the point without being polite.
Don't worry, Lord Worcester. My doctor will be here soon. However, 2 of your subordinates are seriously injured. I cannot guarantee their life or death after treatment. Of course, please rest assured, Viscount Gervais. I know this very well. No matter whether they live or die, Viscount Gervais will not be blamed. Well, there's one more thing.
Gervais looked shy and hesitated to speak.
Viscount Gervais, please tell me. It's important to save people now.
Worcester was a little anxious. If it weren't for the Lord of the North standing next to him, he would have put his sword on Gervais's neck and asked him to save people.
I am actually charged for treating the wounded.
Gervais's words were sincere.
For a fee? Viscount Gervais just now.
Worcester's eyes widened. He had just seen that Gervais did not charge for treating the Welton family. No wonder there was no movement in Gervais's camp when it was his family's turn to attack. It turned out that the money was not in place.
Viscount Gervais, I don't know how much money is needed. I will give it to you now. You first let your doctor treat 2 of my subordinates.
Taking a deep breath, Earl Worcester was not too angry. After all, this was the most normal thing for nobles.
Lilia, go rescue those 2 wounded people quickly.
At this moment, the carriage responsible for transporting the medical team arrived just in time. Gervais nodded and quickly gave instructions to Lilia and the others.
Yes, sir.
Lilia and others quickly jumped out of the carriage, then took first aid kits and began to rescue the 2 young nobles in groups of 4. Seeing this, Earl Worcester breathed a sigh of relief. In this world, the main treatment for sword wounds is to stop bleeding. As long as the bleeding is stopped, there is a high chance of survival. As for injuries to internal organs, that is completely out of the question. Even if the internal organs are damaged, there is no way to treat it.
Viscount Gervais, I wonder how much it will cost to treat them both. Earl Worcester, 10 gold coins for the intermediate silver knight. 7 gold coins for the junior silver knight.
Gervais had already turned on his perception to check the strength of the 2 people, so he told the price he had already thought of. There was a moment of silence, including the Lord of the North and the other 2 earls. To be honest, several earls expected to charge high treatment fees. But why are you using your cultivation realm to judge charging standards? Is this really good?
Vic, bring 15 gold coins to Baron Gervais.
After a moment of silence, Worcester looked at Gervais several times, but ultimately said nothing and ordered his subordinates to bring gold coins. At this time, the Lord of the North looked at Gervais and felt more and more satisfied. He now feels that this grandson-in-law is better than his peers in all other aspects except for his lower cultivation strength. Even making money is so sinister. He is completely a qualified aristocratic seigneur.
Baron Gervais, what if we are rescuing ordinary soldiers? How many people are needed?
Worcester asked again.
Earl Worcester, no matter how minor or serious the injury is, it's a silver coin per person. But again, I can't guarantee your life or death after treatment.
In fact, the risk of death after treatment for ordinary soldiers is much higher than that for titled knights. Because the physique of titled knights does not cause death due to infection, ordinary people are likely to have wound infections. There are no anti-inflammatory drugs in this world. If an infection occurs, it is basically a dead end. After listening to Gervais's answer, Worcester didn't say any more. The round of fighting between the 4 earls continued until dusk, and the news that Gervais was paying to rescue the wounded had spread to the ears of the nobles in the camp to the east. Of course, it was also reported that the medical team had an astonishing number of doctors, as well as superb techniques to stop bleeding and suture wounds. Although some minor nobles felt that Gervais's fee was a bit expensive, even the lowest junior bronze knight charged 1 gold coin. But in view of the miraculous treatment method, no one yelled at Gervais. After all, no one knows whether they will be able to use Gervais's rescue team. Gervais has now returned to the Jones family camp to the west. This afternoon he actually earned 38 gold coins, of which the Forster family earned 18. This included the reward for rescuing 2 minor nobles and dozens of ordinary soldiers. The other 2 earl families also made Gervais earn 20 gold coins. The medical team treated 1 of their silver mid-level knights and 1 of their low-level silver knights, plus a number of ordinary soldiers.
Ha ha. It's so cool. I got my money back in one go. Fortunately, I didn't sell these girls. Instead, I had an idea and trained a rescue team. Now I'm back with my money and profits.
Sitting in his tent, Gervais looked at the pile of golden coins on the table, drank wine, and felt happy. Gervais only brought back his own bodyguards in the evening, and did not bring back the medical team. This was because the strategy formulated by the Principality of Jean this time was to conduct day and night will battles against White Rock City. So there were battles even at night. The medical team is responsible for continuing to treat the wounded. The captain of Lilia's medical team is responsible for collecting money from Gervais. And the slave soldiers are responsible for continuing to protect their safety. The next day, inside the Jones family's camp.
Gervais, when are you going to start your plan? His Majesty the King just sent a herald. Let us start the attack quickly. In addition, you can explain how you need everyone's cooperation now.
Alice was sitting at the head of the meeting tent, and below were the vassals of the Jones family, who were beginning to discuss the attack today. In fact, there was no need for the king to send an order. Some of Alice's vassals had already begun to become anxious. Many of them were actually looking forward to the reward issued by the king, even though they are now sent to the West Wall. And only the Jones family is responsible for the attack alone. Many people still want to give it a try.
The plan can begin immediately. As for cooperation, I hope that each family will send 20 people and 3 carriages to me in the afternoon. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are a serf. You don't need to bring weapons.
Gervais looked at the expressions of those little nobles, understood what they were thinking, and was ready to start his own plan. Although the dam can't be built until noon, the fire points on the city wall must be eliminated before proceeding with one's own plan. Gervais saw with his own eyes the consequences of the dozens of trebuchets showing off their power. And that was only when they were prepared. As for the unprepared situation, Gervais also knew this very well, because yesterday the Charles family on the north wall explained the consequences of being caught in a fire by a trebuchet without precautions. Gervais heard people in the camp talking this morning about how miserable it was when the Charles family attacked yesterday. Their charging team did not deliberately separate themselves from each other, but crowded together and charged forward. As a result, when the charging team reached more than 200 meters away from the city wall, densely packed stone bullets suddenly flew towards them. Often a single stone bullet could kill and injure 7 or 8 people on the spot. When the Charles family's siege team of thousands of people reached the bottom of the city wall, the number was less than 600, and the trebuchets alone caused more than 400 casualties. When the Charles family finally retreated from the battlefield, they had only a measly less than 500 troops left, and their casualties were more than 3 times that of other families. Gervais's idea of dealing with the trebuchets on the city wall was simple. That is, just use artillery. Although Alice also brought 5 large trebuchets this time, the accuracy of the trebuchets was too poor. If they wanted to clear the small trebuchets on the city wall at fixed points, it would be like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. After leading Alice and a group of minor nobles to a place 500 meters away from the city wall, Gervais stopped.
Ick! Pull out my little steel cannon.
Chapter 384 Bombardment of the City Wall.
Yes, sir!
Ike responded and ran quickly to the horse beside him. I saw a wooden frame set up behind the war horse, and the wooden frame was connected to a large bulging object at the rear. This object was currently covered by a thick cowhide cloth. Although the small nobles were very curious about what it was, they were unable to find out for the time being. Ike came to the horse, pulled the reins of the horse, and slowly pulled the horse in front of Gervais and a group of minor nobles. Without saying a word, Gervais directly lifted up the piece of cowhide cloth behind the war horse under the expectant eyes of everyone. Wow! What immediately caught the eye was a thick iron rod. That's right. The little nobles used iron rods to describe the small steel cannon, because they did not know what the small steel cannon represented. The whole body of the small steel cannon was black. This was for corrosion protection and concealment. Gervais specially asked the craftsman to paint it with black wood paint. Otherwise, the original appearance of the small steel cannon was silver and shiny. The muzzle of the small steel cannon is about the size of a bowl, white at the top and wide at the bottom. The tail of the barrel is slightly raised. This is to increase the strength of the small steel cannon, although it is also forged with mithril. In order to ensure long-lasting use, Gervais the bottom barrel is still slightly thickened. The total weight of the small steel cannon is more than 400 kilograms, and it is now fixed on the simple gun mount designed by Gervais. This gun mount is made of a mixture of wood and iron, with 2 large wheels on the left and right sides for easy transportation. Behind the gun mount are 2 pillars that can be closed or opened to form a figure-8 shape. This gun mount was also drawn by Gervais based on his impressions from his previous life. and was then perfectly crafted by the blacksmith and carpenter from Tiangong Stone House.
Gervis, what is this? Is it a large musket?
Alice had also carefully observed the structure of the matchlock gun. So she saw that although the small steel cannon was much thicker, it was also hollow in the middle. So she immediately thought of this possibility.
Large musket? Ha ha. Forget it. Alice, you will know later.
Hearing his cheap wife's question as if she had never seen it before, Gervais blinked and laughed. This is the best experience for a time traveler. Everyone is ignorant. But I am the only one who knows it. To put it simply, it's time to show off again. After Gervais finished speaking, Ick had already brought over the gunpowder in SHLs that had been prepared and began to load them. Although they had never used artillery, they were extremely skilled in using muskets. So Gervais did not need to do it himself. The few of them quickly loaded the artillery. Finally, Gervais personally poked the small hole reserved at the end of the cannon with an iron drill, and then inserted a lead wire of about 10 centimeters. During this period, all the little nobles moved unconsciously and moved closer to the cannon, wanting to see what was going on. Cord and Pat were even more desperate. They ran to the front of the cannon curiously, stretched their heads, and looked into the barrel with curious faces.
Brother, you two have to change this habit.
Gervais was unable to complain.
Okay, everyone, please stay back now and cover your ears. Don't blame me if you get scared later.
Gervais waved his hand and started to drive away people, especially the two fat guys Pat and Kurt. The small nobles looked at it for a long time, but did not see any clues about the small steel cannon. After hearing Gervais's words, they were very cooperative and quickly stepped back 4 or 5 meters. Gervais ignored them, walked directly behind the small steel cannon, and began to take aim. To be honest, Gervais had never fired a cannon, so he was only aiming in a precise direction. As for the angle of the cannon, he could only estimate it roughly. The direction is easy to control, but the muzzle height of the artillery will definitely need a few shots to calibrate, because the trebuchets on the city wall are placed at the inner end. If Gervais's artillery fires directly, it is impossible to hit the trebuchets. If you want to hit the trebuchet, you must make the artillery projectile appear parabolic.
This angle should be about the same.
Gervais muttered and adjusted the angle of the small steel cannon, clapped his hands, and walked to the side, about 10 meters away from the small steel cannon.
Remind me again. Everyone, stay away and cover your ears. I'm going to fire.
When the little nobles heard Gervais's words, they were curious but didn't take it seriously. Gervais stopped reminding him. When he saw Alice coming to his side, he covered his ears according to his reminder. So he smiled at her, and then ordered to Ike.
Ick, fire! Yes, sir!
Ike immediately responded respectfully, took the torch from Alec's hand, and put the torch on the fuse of the small steel cannon. Hiss! Boom! As the fuse burned rapidly, under the gaze of hundreds of little nobles, Gervais's freshly baked little steel cannon finally let out its first roar. The sound of the cannon fire was so shocking that even Gervais and the others felt their heads buzzing when they covered their ears. When the small steel cannon exploded, those little nobles took several steps back, their faces a bit ugly. The charge of this small steel cannon is equivalent to several enhanced grenades. The momentum of the explosion can be imagined.
It turns out that Viscount Gervais was not boasting. Such momentum must have caused great harm to the city. Right.
At first, the Earl told everyone that Gervais had a strategy to break the city, so that everyone did not need to worry. Everyone was doubtful. But now everyone somewhat believes it. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a group of young nobles stretched their necks and looked towards the city ahead. Such a huge momentum is more terrifying than a large trebuchet. Presumably the city wall must have suffered a lot of damage. However, when everyone stared at the city wall and searched hard, they didn't find even the slightest abnormality on the city wall. The defenders on the city wall were vaguely visible, and they were all pointing in this direction. But they didn't show any signs of panic. The young nobles had just stood behind the artillery, their sight obscured by the rising smoke. But Gervais and Alice stood on the side. But they could vaguely see that the cannonball should have flown over the city wall and landed in White Rock City.
Wait! Ahem! The angle is a bit high. Wait for me to lower it.
Although Gervais's shot was originally for calibration, Gervais felt a little embarrassed when he saw the expectant eyes of those young nobles and the flashing beautiful eyes of his cheap wife. This is totally embarrassing. I hope the next shot can save my face as a time traveler. After the first shot was fired, Ike and others quickly stepped forward and started cleaning the barrel with tools. After the barrel was cleaned, they started loading ammunition. Gervais stepped forward slowly. And after they finished loading, he adjusted the angle of the small steel cannon again.
I have to hit it this time. Otherwise it will not only be embarrassing, but my gunpowder will also be precious.
Gervais muttered silently, and then quickly adjusted the shooting angle again. There was no need for Gervais to remind him this time. The small nobles had already run far away, dozens of meters away from the small steel cannon. Obviously he has learned the lesson just now. And at the same time, he also wants to see what use this little steel cannon as besides making loud noises and smoke.
Fire!
Boom! As the flames spurted and thick smoke filled the air, the small steel cannon showed its power again. Boom! Suddenly, before the echo of the rumble of the small steel cannon here had settled down, there was a place on the city wall more than 500 meters away where stone debris was flying and people were turning their backs on their backs.
Good!
Gervais spoke loudly, and the blow hit the city wall accurately, and actually destroyed a small trebuchet, finally saving a lot of his face. After cheering, Gervais silently recorded the angle he had just adjusted.
Keep loading!
Gervais prepared to weigh the hot iron, and cleared the trebuchets on the city wall one by one. The dam will be completed by noon, and the water level of the river in the distance has already dropped significantly. Gervais planned to get rid of the dozens of trebuchets on the city wall before noon. In the afternoon, he could wade across the river bed and carry out his siege plan. Chapter 385. Do it even with tears in your eyes. Gervais's bombardment operation lasted for a total of 2 hours. And a total of 20 shots were fired during these 2 hours. The reason it took so long was because Gervais was worried that the high temperature in the barrel would damage the structure of the artillery if he continued to fire. So he would let the artillery cool down for 10 minutes after firing 5 shots in a row to cool down. Although the cannon was forged with mithril, there was probably no need to worry about damage caused by such a low-intensity launch. However, Gervais only brought this cannon this time, so he had to be cautious. The firing of 20 cannons also achieved brilliant results, directly destroying 17 small trebuchets on the west wall. Of course, the defenders on the city wall did not just let the trebuchets serve as targets for Gervais to shoot at. At the beginning, after Gervais destroyed 4 trebuchets in succession, the defenders finally did not dare to neglect, and thought of using a curtain in front of the trebuchets to block the sight so that Gervais could not aim at the target. However, their plan failed, because Gervais had already seen clearly with a telescope when he arrived on the first day. There was and all trebuchets must be placed on this platform. Therefore, as long as Gervais adjusts the spacing and the angle of the muzzle, there is no need to consider other factors. Next, after Gervais once again eliminated 5 trebuchets in White Rock City, the defenders on the city wall finally realized that something was wrong. If Gervais is allowed to continue like this, all their trebuchets may be completely destroyed by the inexplicable sharp thing outside the city wall that makes loud noises and smokes. As a result, the defenders began to dismantle the remaining intact trebuchets. This trebuchet was no different than an artillery piece. Both disassembly and installation were extremely cumbersome, and the rivets embedded in the city wall for fixation had to be pried out first. As a result, Gervais killed 2 more during this gap. Fortunately, the remaining trebuchets were finally dismantled and sent down the city wall. Since then, there have been no more small trebuchets on the west wall. Moreover, even the defenders on the city walls would subconsciously shrink their heads whenever they heard the explosion of artillery, because no fewer than 10 defenders had been accidentally injured and killed by artillery. These people all pretended to be dead. Some of them were even pierced by cannonballs in the middle of their bodies. A blood hole as big as a bowl appeared on their bodies, and they could be seen from their chests to their backs.
Viscount Gervais, where did you get this iron pipe weapon? Can you sell it? Yes. Viscount Gervais, can you sell one to me when you get back? I'm willing to buy it for 50 gold coins. What iron pipe weapon? Didn't you hear? Viscount Gervais just said that this thing is called a small steel cannon. This little steel cannon is so magical and has such a nice name. How can it be worth only 50 gold coins? I am willing to pay 100 gold coins to buy it. Viscount Gervais, if possible, I will pay you half of the deposit now.
When the shocking rumbling sound of the cannon finally stopped, a group of young nobles from behind quickly gathered over, looking at the small steel cannon as if they were looking at a peerless beauty who had taken off her clothes. While on the other hand, they couldn't stop talking at the cannon. Gervais asked if he could sell the small steel cannon. Today was really an eye-opener for them. This little steel cannon not only fired with a loud and majestic sound, but it was also frighteningly powerful. This can be seen just from the gaps that were blasted out of the walls of White Rock City in the distance. One of the cannonballs was shot directly at the city wall, because of Gervais's negligence, which lowered the muzzle angle. The entire cannonball was directly embedded in the wall, which highlighted the hugeness of the small steel cannon. Power.
Everyone! Everyone! Listen to me!
Gervais was surrounded by these little nobles asking questions, and his head suddenly felt big. So he immediately waved his hands to silence everyone. Seeing Gervais speaking, everyone quickly became quiet.
Everyone! We are all vassals of the Jones family. Let me tell you the truth. In fact, I only have this small steel cannon. I found it in the secret room of Viscount Majoral's castle. I don't know how the small steel cannon is forged and where it is produced. Therefore, I cannot sell it to you. Steel cannon!
Gervais opened his eyes and started telling lies. Of course, this is not to blame Gervais. It was good that such a sharp weapon as the small anti-aircraft gun was known to the vassals of the Jones family. After all, he bore the title of Earl Husband and was completely able to suppress it. But if the king and other nobles knew about the existence of the small steel cannon and started to covet it, Alice would definitely be under a lot of pressure. After listening to Gervais's explanation, all the little nobles looked extremely disappointed. They still believed Gervais's words to a certain extent, because they had never seen or heard of such a small steel cannon. Maybe it was really Viscount Macaur who got it from somewhere and stored it. Treasure in the castle.
Okay, everyone. Now that the trebuchet on the city wall has been solved, you should go back quickly and send the people and carriages I told you earlier to the gate of the camp. We are going to carry out the next step of the siege plan.
Seeing that these little nobles really believed them, Gervais was very happy. This would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble.
That's right. The most important thing now is to attack the city and win rewards. Okay, Viscount Gervais. Wait a moment. We'll go back and send someone out right away.
The little nobles, who were still a little disappointed at first, cheered up again after hearing Gervais's words. They hurriedly excused themselves from Gervais and Alice, and then quickly headed towards the camp.
Gervais, does your little steel cannon really only have one?
After all the little nobles had left, Alice, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Of course, she didn't believe Gervais' previous nonsense. She knew that this so-called small steel cannon should be similar to Gervais's muskets.
Alice, there is indeed only one small steel cannon at the moment. This little steel cannon is also made of mithril, and there are 4 or 5 inscriptions under the black paint. The cost is very high. Of course, compared to its high cost, the power it exerts is well worth it. However, after all, this small steel cannon cannot be used on a large scale.
When Gervais saw Alice's shining beautiful eyes, he knew that this cheap wife was also impressed by the strength of the little steel cannon. So he didn't hide it and told her directly.
Why can't it be used on a large scale? Is it because of the gunpowder you mentioned?
Alice frowned at first, but then she immediately thought of the issue that Gervais had mentioned before about the scarcity of gunpowder, and guessed the reason.
That's right. Alice, gunpowder is very rare. I just fired it 20 times, directly consuming most of the gunpowder I brought this time, which is all my inventory. So even if a small steel cannon can be made, without gunpowder, the small steel cannon is useless.
Gervais nodded seriously.
Oh!
Alice's fantasies about small steel cannons were instantly extinguished. She originally wanted to order 1 or 2 small steel cannons from Gervais to use as a legacy for the Jones family. Just like those large trebuchets, these can be used as a strategic weapon for the great nobles.
Well, Alice, you don't have to be disappointed. If I find extra gunpowder again in the future, I will give you another one. How about it?
Seeing Alice's depressed expression, Gervais felt a little unbearable for some reason, so he said something without thinking. However, after saying this, Gervais felt a little regretful. How could there be excess gunpowder? Even if I could finally upgrade the golden elf bug to a big elf, the saltpeter or in that space would still be limited. If the scope of use of gunpowder increases in the future, even a large elf space will not be enough for Gervais to use for a lifetime.
Thank you, Gervais.
After hearing Gervais's comforting words, Alice didn't know Gervais's psychological activities. She was obviously moved by him. There was a strange look in her eyes, and a beautiful smile appeared on her pretty face again. Suddenly, Gervais felt that all the pores in his body were trembling, and he fell into Alice's smile.
What a cheap wife! What do you want me to do?
Seeing Alice's beautiful smile blooming in front of him, Gervais felt a sense of guilt for no reason. His cheap wife must have taken his words seriously, but he actually felt regretful.
Oh, you have to do what you said even with tears in your eyes.
After all, Gervais threw himself down in front of the beauty pass. thinking that if there was really enough gunpowder in the future, he would really give Alice a small steel cannon. The two continued to talk for a while, and after Ike and others packed up the small steel cannon, they returned to the entrance of the camp together.
Lady Alice, Viscount Gervais, these are my subordinates and carriage.
Lady Alice. While Gervais and Alice waited at the camp gate for more than 10 minutes, the little nobles in the camp arrived at the camp gate one after another with the carriages that Gervais had given him in advance. As people and horses arrived one after another, thousands of people soon gathered at the entrance of the camp. Although most of these people were dressed like serfs, without weapons or armor. But Gervais didn't have any objections. He didn't need these people to fight the enemy. He just wanted them to do hard work.
Okay. Now all of you listen to my command. The person on my left is responsible for building two 30-meter wide aisles on the river beach. The aisles must ensure that the carriage can pass smoothly without getting stuck. People on my right, take the carriage to the slope over there and load all the chopped holoxylon amodendron trees onto the carriage. Then wait for my order.
Seeing that everyone was almost there, Gervais stood directly on a carriage and began to direct everyone's actions. Chapter 386 Arson.
Yes, sir.
Although these serfs could not tell the difference between left and right, everyone could clearly see the gestures made by Gervais's hands. After receiving Gervais's order, they all started to move. The little nobles on the side didn't have any doubts and just watched from the gate of the camp. The dam upstream should have been almost completed at this time, because the big river in front of Bayan City has basically dried up. There are only some low-lying puddles and trickling streams. Even without any tools, people can cross the river with their legs. However, Gervais now not only needed people to cross the river, but also needed carriages to cross the river. So the serfs had to make a flat and hard road so that the carriages could carry the wood. 500 to 600 people acted very efficiently together, and Gervais only required that the ground be flat and hard. So it only took an hour to complete the paving. During this process, although the defenders on the city wall also discovered the situation, because the trebuchet had been dismantled and the river was more than 100 meters away from the city wall, it was impossible to harm the serfs who were working. Some of the defenders even opened their bows and shot arrows at the serfs. However, the arrows lost their strength after reaching 100 meters and did not cause much damage at all. Even if some unlucky guys were hit by bows and arrows, the wounds were not deep at all, not fatal. In order to allow these serfs to work more safely, Gervais asked Ike to pull out the small steel cannon and place it in the position where the cannon was fired. When the defenders on the city wall saw the appearance of the small steel cannon, they immediately learned their lesson and did not dare to shoot any more arrows. After all, even if they shot, they would not be able to hit anyone. If they were to be bombarded by the small steel cannon later, it would be more than worth the loss. During this period, Ander, the captain of the Rose Knights squad upstream, also sent someone back to report that the dam upstream had been built. Gervais replied asking them to keep an eye on the dam and wait for his orders.
It's your turn now. Everyone drive the carriage loaded with wood to the river and wait for me.
Seeing that the river ahead could finally be unblocked, Gervais waved his hand and ordered to dozens of carriages responsible for loading holoxylon amodendron trees.
Yes, sir.
Hundreds of serfs and horse-drawn carriage drivers responded loudly, and then began to pull the wood towards Bayan City.
Ick. Lorry, come with you and me.
Gervais turned over on the unicorn's horse and headed towards White Rock City. Nowadays, Gervais has a surplus of horses. So in addition to the personal guards, everyone in Laurie's team of 14 guards also rides. The two teams followed Gervais all the way to 100 meters outside the city wall.
You will be responsible for covering these serfs with muskets later. You do not necessarily need to kill the enemy, but you must prevent them from shooting arrows to attack these serfs. Do you understand? Yes, sir.
After receiving the order, Yike and others dismounted one after another, began to take off the long muskets from behind the saddles of the war horses, and made preparations for shooting. At this moment, we were so close to the city wall that we could even see the confused expressions of the defenders on the wall, because Gervais and his party didn't look like they were coming to attack the city. A large number of noisy serfs came with carriages. They didn't even have weapons, let alone siege ladders.
All of you, listen to me. Drive the carriage to the bottom of the city wall later, and then pile the wood to the foot of the city wall as quickly as possible. When all the wood is unloaded, you set the wood on fire, and then you can evacuate.
This, after everyone heard Gervais's order and looked at the defenders on the city wall. They couldn't help showing expressions that were uglier than crying. Of course, they were not troubled by the lighting of the fire, but by the defenders on the city wall. They don't even wear armor. So carrying wood like this under the city wall is not a recipe for death. Although everyone was terrified, the serfs did not dare to say no to Gervais. They could only hide their heads in fear, and did not dare to speak.
Don't worry. My subordinates will cover you. Ensure your safety. And even if you are injured, I guarantee that someone will come to save you.
Of course Gervais knew what these serfs were thinking. So he comforted them. However, Gervais also knew that even with the cover of Eclory and others, there was still danger. But there was no such thing as death in a war. So he could only say that he needed to minimize casualties. Moreover, he had also mobilized 30 members of the medical team in the morning. And they were already waiting not far away, ready to rescue the injured at any time.
Listen up. All of you. When I order you to move forward later, move forward quickly. If anyone is too timid to step forward, he will be treated as a deserter.
After Gervais finished speaking his words of persuasion, he assumed the majesty of a noble lord and began to intimidate these serfs. He would not be stupid enough to show mercy and ask for the opinions of these serfs at this time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When the serfs heard that they were being treated as deserters, they all shuddered. It would be okay if they themselves died, but their families were what they cared about.
Lori, now go forward 30 meters and shoot freely. Any defender who dares to take the lead can be targeted.
Seeing that the serfs had calmed down, Gervais turned his head and gave orders to Ike and others.
Yes, sir.
Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, Ike and the others started shooting according to Gervais's order. Their current position was only more than 70 meters away from the city wall. Although the distance was a little farther, the mithril musket with double the charge was still accurate. There are some. A volley of shots fired at more than 20 people instantly caused casualties among 7 or 8 defenders on the city wall. And because of the lessons learned from the previous small steel cannon, the defenders on the city wall now instinctively shrink their necks when they see something that makes an explosion and emits thick smoke. Suddenly, the defenders on the city wall no longer dared to show off with half of their bodies exposed outside the wall stacks. Instead, they hid behind the wall stacks with only half of their heads exposed and carefully observed. After 3 rounds of shooting by Ike and others, seeing that the defenders on the city wall did not dare to show their heads, Gervais turned around and gave orders to the serfs responsible for transporting wood.
Okay, now it's your turn. The defenders have been suppressed. Everyone, get moving. The wood must be piled under the city wall and then lit.
The serfs were all timid, but due to Gervais's intimidation, these people did not dare to disobey even if there were mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead. So hundreds of serfs followed the carriage and slowly headed towards the city wall in front. As the large group of serfs approached the city wall, the guards on Bayan City could no longer hide. Under the orders of the superiors, they emerged one after another, with their bows and arrows ready to shoot at the serfs.
5 people fire at a volley. Don't leave any space for the defenders on the city wall to shoot arrows.
Seeing that the arrow feathers were about to fall, Gervais immediately spoke loudly. At the same time, he raised his musket, aimed directly at the head of a garrison officer, and pulled the trigger. Boom, 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 with the sound of 6 gunshots. The guards on the city wall had just emerged, and 4 more people fell immediately. One of them was a squad leader. Although he was wearing a helmet, he was still accurately shot in the head by Gervais, because Gervais's musket was engraved with strengthening runes, and its power and accuracy were comparable to those of Buick and others, several times stronger. Seeing that several more comrades fell down, including the squad leader, the guards hid behind the walls. If Gervais uses longbowmen to suppress him now, the guards on the city wall will not be afraid. Even if the 20 slave longbowmen hit the target with perfect accuracy, they will not be completely frightened. However, the shadow of the small steel cannon before, and the muskets that appeared now also made their hair stand on end. Known dangers are not scary. What really arouses fear among these elite soldiers is unknown dangers. At least there are traces of arrow feathers shooting at each other, and the trajectory of the arrow feathers can be seen. But the projectiles fired by the long muskets are impossible for these ordinary soldiers to catch with their flesh. Therefore, in their perception, the weapon in front that makes a loud noise and emits smoke seems like witchcraft. As long as the long musket smokes and rings, someone will definitely fall to the ground and die. And there is no way to escape. This is the main reason why the defenders are afraid to take the lead. Of course, there are other factors. For example, the serfs under the city don't even have weapons or siege ladders, so it doesn't look like they are sieging the city at first glance. Therefore, the defenders' reaction was somewhat negative. and they wanted to wait and see what these serfs were up to. The serfs who were responsible for transporting Wood came to the bottom of the city wall tremblingly. When they saw that the defenders above them really did not shoot arrows at them, everyone felt like they were surviving a disaster. After quickly unloading all the wood under the city wall and igniting all the wood according to Gervais' instructions, everyone ran back in the direction they came from with all their strength.
Very good. It went better than I expected.
Gervais also did not expect that the plan to transport the wood went smoothly without any casualties, which made him very satisfied. Seeing that the wood under the city wall was ignited one after another, and the raging fire began to burn, Gervais faced the newly returned. The serf explained loudly.
You've done a great job. All of you below continue to load the wood, and you can't let the fire under the city wall go out.
Chapter 387 The King's Reward. After the serfs heard the order, they returned to the slope of the camp and continued to carry wood. Gervais looked at the nearly 100-meter city wall in front of him, which was shrouded in blazing fire. He gave instructions to Ike and others with satisfaction and prepared to return to the camp. Although the 100-meter city wall is only a small section of the 3-mile-long White Rock City, what Gervais needs to open is a gap that can enter the city, not directly destroy the White Rock City. Moreover, the manpower in his hands is also limited. More than 20 muskets can only suppress this section of the city wall at most, so he is not prepared to pay attention to other places. When Gervais returned to the camp gate with a full face, the little nobles in front of the camp gate were still gathered here, and they were constantly whispering. Gervais heard the main content of their discussion from a distance. It was about his method of burning the city wall, because these little nobles didn't understand what Gervais' intention was in doing so. Can fire destroy rocks? How is this possible? Anyone with a sound mind knows that even if it is burned for a year, it will not cause any damage to the city wall. But now that Gervais has done this, everyone can't help but talk about it. If it weren't for Gervais' performance some time ago, they would have questioned it loudly.
Little Gervais, why did you set fire under the city wall?
Gandalf was also among the crowd of minor nobles at this time. Although the minor nobles did not dare to speak ill of Gervais openly, there were always bad speculations in private. As the father of Gervais, Gandalf was very troubled by what he heard. After seeing Gervais coming back, he immediately walked out of the crowd and asked about his youngest son, whom he was now most proud of.
Father, I'm going to set fire to the city wall.
Gervais looked at his cheap father with a hint of anxiety, while other nobles also stretched their necks to wait for his answer. So they told the truth.
Wow. What? Really burning the city wall? Yes. Doesn't Viscount Gervais know that the city walls are made of thousands of pounds of rocks? Isn't Viscount Gervais teasing us? We want to complain to the Earl.
The little nobles were in an uproar. They thought Gervais had some deep meaning just now. So the discussion was quite cryptic, and no unpleasant words were said. But now that Gervais admitted it himself, everyone could no longer remain silent. Most of these little nobles still care very much about the king's rewards. Originally, they had hopes for Gervais because of the power of Gervais' small steel cannon. But now, this hope was shattered. They suddenly felt unbalanced and felt that Gervais was making fun of their dreams.
Little Gervais, fire can't burn down the city wall. It's made of thousands of pounds of rock.
Gandalf also became anxious. If Gervais didn't give a good explanation, he might cause public anger. Although they were the husband of an earl, these little nobles dared not speak out when they were angry. But they could still isolate Gervais in private. If a noble is isolated, that is a very bad thing. It will have a great negative impact on both himself and the development of the territory.
I know that the walls of White Rock City are made of rock, but I still want to burn them. Father, you don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing.
Gervais was not angry when he heard the discussion of these little nobles. But now, he deliberately did not want to make these little nobles angry, and planned to make them worry for a few more days, as a price for them to talk about him in private. If it weren't for the existence of Alice, if it weren't for the fact that the king's rewards were distributed to the Earl family, Gervais would really be too lazy to bring so many people together. Wouldn't it be nice for him to live alone? But Gandalf didn't know what Gervais wanted to do. But he still wanted to persuade Gervais to prevent Gervais from doing something stupid and ruining the reputation he had finally accumulated some time ago.
Father, where is Alice?
Gervais did not give Gandalf a chance to continue talking. He did not even tell Alice the follow-up part of his plan, so as not to have to explain the principles. So he directly changed the topic.
Little Gervais, the king just sent a herald to summon the Earl, and now the Earl has gone to the camp in the north.
Gandalf saw that Gervais was indifferent, and knew that Gervais had his own opinions. So he stopped persuading him, and answered Gervais's question.
The king summons Alice?
Gervais couldn't help but look at the small steel cannon that had been recovered with cowhide cloth. Gervais guessed that the king's summons to Alice was probably related to this small steel cannon. However, Gervais was not in a hurry. At this juncture of the southern expedition, the king was the last person who wanted to cause any trouble.
Ike, Lori, you are here to supervise the serfs carrying the wood. When the time comes, you can continue to cover it. You must keep the fire burning and not extinguish it.
The plan had been arranged, and Gervais was going back to the camp to catch up on his sleep. So he gave instructions to Ike. Nowadays, some of the thousands of serfs are loading wood, and some are cutting down the woods in the distance. So there is no need to worry about insufficient wood. Moreover, there are no defenders on the 100-meter-long city wall shrouded in flames. After all, if you stay on it any longer, you will be barbecuing. So it is still safe for these serfs to have firewood. Gervais doesn't need to worry about anything anymore.
Yes, sir.
Ike and Lori respectfully accepted the order.
Father, I am a little tired. I will go back to the camp to rest. You don't have to worry. I will naturally have my own way.
After explaining Ike, Gervais came to his chief father and whispered a few words in his ear. After speaking, without waiting for Gandalf to reply, Gervais yawned and returned to the camp with the unicorn in hand. In the king's camp to the north, 8 earls were summoned together by the king again.
From yesterday afternoon until now, we have suffered a total of 1,500 casualties, including 2 noble seigneurs. The main reason for so many casualties is because of those trebuchets on the city wall.
The king sat on the throne and said to the earls. The earl below did not answer and remained silent. Although there were many casualties among these 1,500, most of them were members of the Charles family. The other earl families only had 100 or 200 people divided equally. For a city like Bayonne City that could be called a defensive fortress, 100 or 200 people was not considered a big loss. They already had this psychological expectation at the moment they were preparing to attack the city. King Lawrence saw that none of the earls below spoke, nor did he care. Instead, he looked at Alice.
Alice, I heard that your husband, Viscount Gervais, is very good. He has formed a medical team to rescue the wounded on the battlefield. Your Majesty, it seems that there is such a thing, but it was all done by Gervais privately. I don't know the specific situation.
Of course, Alice, Gervais's medical team knew about it. In order to avoid rumors, she specifically asked Gervais to take those girls with her. I just didn't expect that I learned from my grandfather yesterday that Gervais's medical team was really treating the wounded on the battlefield. And those girls looked thin, but their medical skills were very superb. And they successfully treated several small nobles and ordinary soldiers. There are dozens or even hundreds. But now that the king asked at this meeting, he must have some plans. So Alice simply answered,
Alice, please don't be modest. To find an outstanding young man like Gervais as your husband, it seems that you have a very good vision. I heard that he also invented the golden wine. He is really an outstanding young man.
The king now had a faint smile on his face, and his tone was very kind.
I heard that Viscount Gervais's medical team was very skilled and saved the lives of 3 nobles. Alice,
yesterday the Charles family and the Larkin family each lost a noble vassal because they could not stop the bleeding. Then dead. This makes me sad. As the largest families in the Principality of Jean, you 8 earls should unite in this southern expedition and help me win the Principality of Alban. So I have a request now. Can you send some of the medical team to the camp to the north?
The fact that the king can say the word
request
shows that he has really lowered his posture and shown sincerity.
Your Majesty, I object. The medical team only has more than 100 people. It is not enough to treat us in the east. If we allocate people to the north, then our subordinates will have no one to treat them.
The Lord of the North was so experienced. They would not accept the king's behavior. So they spoke first to avoid Alice, who had not been exposed to such a meeting, from being embarrassed about how to make a decision.
Yes, Count Gust is right. Indeed, we don't have enough in the east. Gust, there are hundreds of doctors. How can you not have enough?
Nemio and others immediately retorted.
There are tens of thousands of people in our camp. Of course, just over 100 people are not enough.
The Lord of the North looked at Nemio and sneered in his heart.
How is it possible for the medical team to treat your subordinates? You are probably too drunk to wake up. Okay, you don't have to argue. The medical team belongs to Viscount Gervais. As the wife of Viscount Gervais, Alice should also be able to make the decision. Let's hear what Alice has to say.
The king was not angry because of the opposition of the Lord of the North, seeing that several major earl families below were quarreling again. He patted the armrest of the throne to stop everyone's quarrel. After hearing the king's words, the earls who were all red-faced stopped arguing and then looked at Alice.
Your Majesty, I am afraid that this medical team will not be able to allocate manpower to the north. Because in the next few days, I will also prepare to attack the city in the west. So many doctors will be transferred back. If any of the nobles on your Majesty's side are really injured, they can be sent to the north for treatment in time.
Faced with everyone's comments, Alice was not afraid at all. Nor was she embarrassed about how to make a decision, and gave a straightforward answer. Not to mention that she couldn't make the decision on Gervais's medical team. Even if she could really make the decision, she wouldn't be willing to let the medical team treat the Charles family and the Larkin family.
Since Count Alice has said so, then I can't force anyone to do anything.
King Lawrence nodded without a trace of blame, as if he really agreed with Alice's excuse.
Alice, forget about the medical team. But I heard that Viscount Gervais took out a weapon called a small steel cannon this morning. It is very powerful, and can directly and accurately destroy the trebuchet on the city wall.
Yes.
Not real?
King Lawrence changed his tone, and started talking about the small steel cannon.
There is indeed such a thing. Your Majesty.
Alice was not surprised at all that the king knew what happened that morning. Not to mention that there were officials stationed by the king in her camp to count military achievements and register trophies. Several groups of rangers near the camp also saw the bombardment, the passage of the city wall. At this time, Alice finally knew the true purpose of King Lawrence's meeting. The idea of borrowing the medical team just now was all fake. The king's real purpose was to use small steel cannons to destroy the trebuchets on the city wall. It's just that Alice is not sure yet whether the king is going to directly ask for the small steel cannon, or if he has other plans.
Very good. Viscount Gervais has really made a great contribution. Alice, the trebuchets on the east and north walls are a great hindrance to our attack on White Rock City. So I hope you can let Viscount Gervais use his small steel cannon to attack the trebuchets on the east and north walls as well.
Destroyed. The king stopped beating around the bush now, and spoke his mind directly. The reason he just talked about the medical team was indeed to pave the way for this little steel cannon.
Alice rejected the medical team matter, and then she brought up the small steel cannon matter. There was no way that Alice could refute her. The king's face, over and over again.
Your Majesty, Guguizi said that the use of small steel cannons seems to consume a very precious and rare thing. A lot of this thing has been used in the morning, and there is probably not much left.
Alice was slightly relieved when she heard that the king did not directly ask for the small steel cannon. The king is always considered his lord. If he refuses the king's request one after another, it will appear that the Jones family is unruly.
Alice, this White Rock City is the biggest obstacle to us regaining the Principality of Alban. And the trebuchet on the city wall is the biggest threat to attacking White Rock City now. So I decided that as long as Viscount Gervais can solve the trebuchets on the city wall and make the attack on White Rock City smoother, I can make the decision now. After this year's southern expedition is over, I can let Viscount Gervais or your Jones family attack at will. Choose a barren-sized territory near Jones territory.
After the king finished speaking, all the earls looked at Alice with envy or jealousy. Isn't it because they cooperated with the king to attack Bayonne City this time, because of the territorial reward promised by the king? Unexpectedly, the Jones family can directly get a piece of it now. Although it is only a barony, there is a big difference between a rich barony and a poor barony.
Since your Majesty said so, I will go back and discuss it with Gervais. However, your Majesty, what I just said is indeed the truth. There is indeed not much precious material that the small steel cannon needs to consume. Well, Alice, you can go back and discuss with Viscount Gervais first. If possible, it is best to bring small steel cannons over immediately to destroy those trebuchets. After all, every additional minute of delay will mean that our Principality of Jean will have more it cost the lives of many soldiers.
The king nodded, not sure whether he believed what Alice said, but he continued to explain to Alice in a soft tone.
Yes, your Majesty. Then I will go back and discuss it with Gervais now.
There is a lot of rich land in the king's territory near Jones territory. This richness does not refer to farmland, but to some minerals or other valuable industries. For example, the more famous ones include 2 copper mines and 1 iron mine. These mines are very valuable mines and are essential strategic minerals for a family. That's why Alice agreed so simply. No one could refuse this temptation. Not even the Earl.
Okay, Alice. I'm waiting for your good news.
Chapter 388 Night Raid. Gervais returned to his tent, wiped his face casually, and lay down on the small bed wearing leather armor. Just when Gervais was lying drowsy, It was Alice who had just returned from the king who woke him up.
What? A feat the size of a barony as a reward?
Gervais had already guessed that the king summoned Alice and others because of the small steel cannon. So there was no surprise. Instead, Gervais was moved when he heard that the king actually spent a lot of money and gave out a fief the size of a barony as a reward. The fiefdoms in this world are permanent, which means that as long as the Principality of Jin still exists, these fiefdoms can be passed down from generation to generation. And the king's fiefdoms are all fat, and they can't easily part with the flesh. The king really spent a lot of money this time in order to capture Baiyan City as soon as possible. Such an opportunity is really rare.
Yes, Gervais. The king promised in public that as long as you can solve the trebuchets on the north and east walls, the fiefdom will be your choice. So, Gervais, do we need to agree?
Alice nodded seriously and looked at Gervais, waiting for his reply. Alice did not tell Gervais that the Jones family could actually get involved in this territory. But she did not intend to get involved in this territory. So there was no need to tell Gervais. For Alice, Gervais was more important in her heart than this rich barony. Although Alice looks cold and looks like an inviolable goddess, such people are often the most emotional. Under the cold appearance, she has the most innocent side of an aristocratic lady.
Of course I agree. Whoever doesn't agree to such a benefit would be stupid.
Gervais slapped the table. Anyway, the king said that all he had to do was stop the trebuchets on the city wall from posing a threat to the siege team. Gervais felt that this should not be difficult, and it would be a good deal. Although half of his gunpowder stock has been consumed, the sharpness of his small steel cannon must have been witnessed by the defenders of Baiyan City. By then, he will only need to fire a few cannons, and they will probably be busy dismantling the trebuchet. In this world, the manufacturing cost of a trebuchet is as high as that of an intercontinental missile in the previous life. Without huge investment and skilled craftsmen, it is absolutely impossible to make it. Otherwise, great count families like Alice would not only have single-digit large trebuchets. After deciding to agree to the king's request, Gervais immediately took the small steel cannon to the northern city wall, more than 500 meters away from the northern city wall. Under the spotlight, the small steel cannon once again opened the eyes of these nobles, big and small, who had never seen the world. With the sound of the small steel cannon, the biggest threat that had originally been on the siege team was eliminated. Gervais fired 3 shots in a row, and the defenders on the city wall began to hurriedly dismantle the trebuchets, and then moved all the disassembled trebuchets to the bottom of the city wall, like the west city wall.
Your Majesty, the trebuchet on the north wall has been dismantled. So let's go to the east wall now.
Gervais was commanding and controlling the small steel cannon from the front. But Alice was standing beside the king with a group of earls in the rear.
Ha ha! Alice, this Count Gervais is really an outstanding young hero. This little steel cannon has opened my eyes. As a member of the Jin family, even in the previous dynasty, I have such a weapon. It's also unheard of. Now that the trebuchets here have been dealt with, you can go to the east.
Seeing that Gervais's small steel cannon really forced the White Rock City defenders to dismantle the trebuchet, the king also laughed happily. He also knew that Alice actually meant to remind him in her words. So he continued,
As for the rewarded fiefdom, I will never break my promise. After the southern expedition, you can choose this baron by yourself.
Although these trebuchets were only dismantled rather than completely destroyed, the effect was similar. This small trebuchet is placed on the city wall, so fixing and installation is a very cumbersome matter. If you want to reinstall such a large number of trebuchets, it will take at least half a day. In this half day, if the White Rock City defenders prepared to use trebuchets again, the king would have enough time for Gervais to continue bombarding them with small steel cannons. So the king now fulfilled the reward he promised without any hesitation.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
After getting confirmation from the king again, Alice felt relieved. Now, in full view of the public, there is really no possibility for the king to break his promise. Gervais and Alice then brought small steel cannons to the east wall. Here Gervais only fired 1 shot, and the defenders on the wall quickly dismantled all the trebuchets. Time passed, and it was already the 4th day of the attack on Baiyan City. In the next 3 days, the battle in White Rock City became more and more intense, and both the soldiers of the Principality of Xi'an and the defenders on the city wall were furious. Even the moat at the foot of the city wall has been dyed red with blood. In the past few days, the Principality of Xi'an has sacrificed the lives of 3,000 soldiers. As for the defenders of Baiyan City, judging from the siege team's report on their achievements when they came back, they already suffered thousands of casualties. As the defender of the city, The defenders of White Rock City occupy a favorable location and suffer much less casualties than the Principality of Jin. This is a matter of course. However, as time goes by, this geographical advantage has gradually disappeared, because the number of defenders in Baiyin City is too small. Even if the Surf auxiliary troops are included, the number of people in the entire White Rock City is only about 7,000. These 7,000 people still need to be scattered on the four walls of the city. This situation, coupled with the day and night wheel warfare in the Principality of Jin, is almost over. Destroy the will of the defenders. If these defenders were not the direct guards of King Hayden of the Principality of Alban, and could be called the elite of the elite, it is very likely that White Rock City would have been defeated by this time. But even so, Baiyin City is now in danger. The soldiers guarding the city are exhausted. Many of them have not slept peacefully for days and nights. On the first and second days, there were still trebuchets that caused large-scale destruction of the siege teams. But since the trebuchets disappeared, the offensive of the Principality of Xi'an has become more fierce. Nowadays, in many rounds of sieges, the soldiers of the Principality of Xi'an can climb the city wall and fight with the soldiers defending the city. Although in the end these siege soldiers were driven off and failed to truly occupy the city wall, the occurrence of such a situation meant that the day of breaking the city was approaching. Nowadays, in the Principality of Jin, families are still fighting each other to siege the city, and each time there are only 1,000 siege teams. But once the king of the Principality of Xi'an stops the war and chooses to start a general attack, White Rock City may not be able to defend it. Slot was currently standing on the northern wall of White Rock City, looking at the scene a mile away, where a siege team of thousands of people had assembled and was about to launch an attack on White Rock City. Slot is the supreme commander of White Rock City. In addition to being the supreme commander of White Rock City, he is actually the brother of King Hayden of the Principality of Alban. He is a marquis with the strength of a Golden Peak Knight. Slot has been stationed in White Rock City for more than 20 years. Every autumn, he personally sits in White Rock City to prevent the Principality of Xi'an from attacking White Rock City. Originally, White Rock City and the Principality of Xi'an had a tacit understanding over the years. There had been no major friction between the two sides, only small groups of rangers fighting each other. But this year, the Principality of Jin went out of its way. And to Slot's surprise, the Principality of Jin actually attacked White Rock City. This made Slot understand that Lawrence's southern expedition this year may not be just plundering outside the Principality of Alban like in previous years. It is likely that he wants to capture the entire Principality of Alban in one fell swoop. Faced with this situation, Baiyin City has become countless times more important than in previous years. Because as long as White Rock City remains, or persists longer, Lawrence's plan this year will be shattered, and the Principality of Alban will be able to make more deployments next year. It's just that facing an enemy that is more than 10 times more numerous than one's own, it is very difficult to defend Baiyin City. Although Slode had immediately sent people to spread the news about White Rock City back to the royal capital, he was very worried about whether he would be able to wait for domestic support. Now I am afraid that Baiyin City alone can no longer sustain it for a few days. And even if I am a peak Golden Knight, I cannot achieve anything big, because the Principality of Jin not only has 2 peak Golden Knights, Lawrence and Gust, but also 6 ordinary Golden Knights. With such a large amount of high-end force, it would be impossible for Slot to confront the opponent even if he wanted to. The reason why the highest level forces on both sides have not yet taken direct action is simply because it has not yet reached this point in time.
I hope reinforcements can arrive in time.
Slot muttered something silently in his mind. At this time, the siege horn sounded again in the distance. Slot's face was calm, and the worry in his heart was not shown on his face. Slot turned around and loudly ordered to the captains beside him.
Everyone returns to their posts. As long as we persist for 2 more days, our reinforcements will definitely arrive. Yes, sir. Also, pass on my order. Kill an enemy Seignior, and you will be rewarded with 2 gold coins. Kill an ordinary soldier, and you will be rewarded with 5 silver coins. Yes, sir.
In an instant, when the captains or the soldiers in the distance heard the reward that Slot said, their spirits were immediately shaken, and their tired bodies became more energetic. During these 3 days, the east and north sides of Baiyin City were fighting all the time. But the city wall to the west of Baiyin City has a completely different situation. Compared with the other 2 city walls, it can be considered peaceful and calm. Especially the Earl's husband, Viscount Gervais, started eating and drinking directly outside the camp gate. Gervais lay comfortably on the lounge chair borrowed from Cord, enjoying the caress of the warm autumn sunshine. When you're tired, Lilia, the odd-time maid, rubs your shoulders. When you're thirsty, you have delicious wine to quench your thirst. And when you're hungry, there's a lot of fresh game and river food. If it weren't for the blazing fire under the city wall in the distance, this place would really seem to be a good place for camping and enjoying autumn.
Gervis, how can you still sit still? Many people in the camp are talking about you privately now.
Fatty Pat drank half a glass of wine and immediately grabbed a river fish that was grilled until golden and started to eat. While eating, he spoke to Gervais.
Oh, what did they say about me?
Gervais waved his hand towards Lilia behind him, indicating that she could pause the massage. Then he reclined slightly and looked at Fatty Pat.
I told you not to be angry. They said you were out of your mind and wanted to burn the city wall with fire. They also said they would isolate you in the future. It was you who prevented them from winning the reward issued by the king.
Fatty Pat finished a grilled fish weighing at least 1 kilogram in 3 strokes. 5 by 2. And then answered Gervais.
Moreover, I just heard that they are planning to go to the Earl to protest, hoping to start the siege as soon as possible. Oh, I'm still planning to protest,
Gervais said lightly, then stopped talking and continued to drink wine leisurely. This disappointed little Fatty Pat, who originally wanted to see if Gervais would be nervous. So Pat leaned over his meaty body again and whispered to Gervais.
Gervais, can you tell me why you want to burn the city wall? Do you have any other plans? This, you'll know when the time comes.
Of course Gervais would not reveal it to Fatty Pat now. Otherwise how could he slap those little nobles who doubted him? Of course Gervais knew that there were a lot of discussions about him in the camp these days. But the more intense the discussions, the louder Gervais felt that their faces would be slapped when the time came. So he was very calm and allowed it to develop. In order to be popular, to add insult to injury, Gervais even went to eat, drink and have fun directly at the gate of the camp. In fact, in the past 2 days, not only in the Jones family camp, but also in the camps to the east and north of Bokwa, Gervais's mindless behavior was spread. For a while, Gervais really became the object of ridicule among the noble circles of the Principality of Jean. A few days ago, Gervais's medical team and small steel cannons, as well as the fiefdom promised by the king, made many nobles, big and small, extremely jealous. Those who are jealous will naturally be jealous. At this time, Gervais finally made such a coquettish move, which was like giving the hilt of his own sword for them to stab. So all the nobles, big and small, tried their best to arrange Gervais. The 2 earls, Seignior and Avery, even openly discussed that Gervais' actions were actually instructed by Alice, because the Jones family did not want to attack the city and wanted to preserve their own strength. And they actually went to complain to the king. However, given that there were no trebuchets on the city wall and the progress of the siege exceeded expectations, the king did not say much. Instead, he sent a herald to ask Alice to start the siege as soon as possible. After all, not all the trebuchets in White Rock City were destroyed, just removed. Now Gervais is still a very important person.
Tomorrow! Your faces will be slapped tomorrow.
Although Gervais looks comfortable these days, he pays attention to the progress of the upstream dam's water storage every day. It is autumn now, and there is not much rainfall, so the flow of the river is not large. It will take about 3 days for the dam above to be full. This morning, Gervais also sent people to go upstream, and got the news that the dam would be full tomorrow. So he planned to start taking action tomorrow. After all, if the delay continued, the king would probably order a general attack. By then, the other earls would really take the lead, and all his efforts would be in vain. In addition to the dam, the city wall in front has been roasted continuously for 3 days, and the temperature has become frighteningly high. If others also have telescopes, they can see that the 100-meter city wall shrouded in flames has no defenders who dare to approach it, because that place has completely become a furnace. Anyone who dares to get close to that section of the city wall for a few dozen meters will be roasted and hacked in 3 to 5 minutes. That night, the attack on the north and east city walls is still continuing, while the Jones family camp in the west has reached the curfew period. Except for the Rose Knights on patrol, all the minor nobles and soldiers have returned to their camps to turn off the lights and rest. Gervais was lying happily on the soft bed and soundly asleep at the moment. He needed to be energetic tonight so that he could show off his talents in front of others tomorrow.
My lord! My lord!
At this moment, Ike's anxious call sounded outside Gervais' tent.
What's wrong? Ike!
In the hazy state, Gervais heard Ike's call and woke up instantly. Then he stood up quickly, preparing to wear armor and hold a sword. In the middle of the night, if there was nothing important, Ike would definitely not bother him.
Sir! The Earl sent someone to report that there was a large cavalry raid in the north. And there is now a melee over there.
Ike immediately reported softly to Gervais.
What? A large group of cavalry is coming. Ike, come in quickly and help me put on my full body armor.
Gervais was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a cavalry raid from the Principality of Alban in the middle of the night. Didn't Fatty Pat and the others say that the Principality of Alban was only for defense in the past? Now he dares to take the initiative. Soon, Gervais put on full body armor with the help of Ike and others, and then found Alice's location. At this moment, Alice is standing on a specially built high platform. This high platform is to facilitate Alice to observe the surrounding situation in the camp. So the view from here is no different from the view from outside the camp. When Gervais came to the high platform, there were already many little nobles who were fully armed, wearing full body armor and long swords, and holding knight spears. Chapter 389 Prelude to the General Offensive.
It should be the Thunder Knights of the Principality of Alban.
Alice had also put on armor at this moment. Only the helmet was still clamped on the graceful waist, and was not worn. A bunch of golden hair looked even more hazy in the bright moonlight.
I didn't expect the reinforcements from White Rock City to arrive so quickly. And there was no ranger warning in advance.
Gervais didn't know much about the other two principalities except Jean. But he had heard of the Thunder Knights. They were the most elite knights under King Hayden of the Principality of Alban. Normally, the Thunder Knights are stationed in the royal capital of the Principality of Alban to protect the royal city. But they did not expect to arrive at White Rock City in just 4 days. This can only show that King Lawrence's intentions for this operation have actually been informed by Hayden a few days in advance. Otherwise, even if the Thunder Knights travel day and night, it will take 6 or 7 days to arrive for reinforcements. Although the specific conditions of the northern battlefield cannot be directly seen from the west wall, the rumble of horse hooves is like thunder on a rainy day, and can still be heard clearly under the silent night sky. In addition to the sound of horse hooves, there is also a lot of fire over there, which is comparable to the fire set by Gervais.
Sir, what do we need to do now? Do we need to sound the alarm to wake up all the soldiers?
The people who were woken up at this moment were only minor nobles like Gervais. The alarm bell was not sounded in the camp to wake up all the soldiers, because this could easily cause chaos. Unless it was an emergency, soldiers were generally not allowed to leave the tent at night. After listening to Alice's words, several young nobles couldn't help but ask,
"Nothing needs to be done. We can just wait here. If the king needs support, a herald will be sent over. And the king's camp has complete defenses. Even the Thunder Knights cannot break into it in a short time."
Alice is not in a hurry, because even the arrival of the Thunder Knights cannot pose a big threat to the army of the Principality of Jean, because there are still several golden knights sitting there. After all, their camp is probably the weakest among the 3 camps in the Principality of Jean. Therefore, Alice is not ready to open the camp before receiving a clear order for help. As long as they stay in the camp, they will be safe.
Look, there are a few people fighting over there.
At this time, everyone standing on the high platform saw someone fighting 3 miles away near the southern city wall. Originally, everything 3 miles away at night was pitch black and blurry, but there happened to be a few gorgeous light spots that were constantly entangled. The bundles of gorgeous sword edges and fighting spirit collided, just like the fireworks of the previous life, blooming and disappearing in an instant, giving people a dreamy and unreal feeling.
Oh my god! That's the Golden Knight doing something. Their fighting spirit can leave their bodies.
All the nobles, including Gervais, stared intently at the looming place in the distance, sometimes dim and sometimes bursting with light, for fear of missing any detail. This is a battle between the Golden Knights, and it is rare to see the Golden Knights taking action. Although the distance is too far to see the battle process clearly, it is also a pleasure to see the fighting spirit actually present in the air.
The Golden Knight is really awesome, not to mention anything else. The effect of just using martial arts at night is definitely a weapon to show off.
Gervais looked at the sword lights that drew bright streaks of light in the distance from time to time, feeling both envy and yearning in his heart. At this moment, he finally understood why in those film and television works in his previous life, the energy or sword light released by the 2 sides fighting was colored. It was not a special effect, but because the energy can really emit colorful light when separated from the body. Isn't the sword energy released by the Golden Knights fighting in the distance, or the fighting spirit aroused by the collision, the best proof? While Gervais was thinking wildly, the fight in the distance did not last long. About half a minute later, 2 figures among the people fighting over there quickly retreated towards White Rock City. The other few people did not pursue him in the end, and the dreamy battle finally came to an end. As the battle between the Golden Knights ended, the fighting in the north gradually subsided. The next morning, Alice received an order from the king early, asking her to go to the northern camp to discuss matters. Alice specifically notified Gervais to go together, because Gervais had told Alice in advance that his plan would be officially implemented today, and it would be today if he could break the city. Gervais's plan to destroy the city requires flooding White Rock City, which requires other nobles to suspend their siege for a period of time. Otherwise, when the flood rolls in, it will not be able to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If there are soldiers staying outside the city to attack the city, they will definitely be washed away. Gervais followed this time, just to tell his plan and let the Earl stop for an hour or two. Following Alice to the north of White Rock City, Gervais finally knew where the fire broke out in the north last night. It turns out that more than 30 large siege ladders here have been burned to the ground. It is obvious that these are the masterpieces of those Thunder Knights last night. These large siege ladders are the main force in siege. Every time you approach the city wall, you can arrange more than 10 elite soldiers on the top platform of the siege ladder in advance. After approaching the city wall, lower the baffle and use it as a wooden bridge. The dozen or so soldiers can come directly to the city wall, posing a huge threat to the defenders of the city wall. Other soldiers can also flow down this large siege ladder, climb up the ground and go directly to the city wall, without having to worry about the arrow feathers guarding the city. Now that more than 30 siege ladders in the north have been destroyed, it will definitely have a great impact on the Principality of Jean's offensive against White Rock City.
Last night, the Thunder Knights of the Principality of Albin made a big circle and attacked us from behind. Although they did not cause us any major casualties, they were unable to catch us, and most of our large siege ladders were destroyed by them. Set it on fire!
King Lawrence's face was a little gloomy, and it was obvious that he was not in a good mood today.
We now have two options. First, we suspend the offensive against Bayan City and wait until the large siege ladders are replenished before continuing the attack. Second, we immediately start a full-scale attack, using the remaining large siege ladders, and those simple wouldn't attack the city with ladders. I asked you to come here this time just to ask for your opinions and how to make a choice.
The earls below did not answer immediately, but discussed in low voices. The Lord of the North took this opportunity to tell Alice and Gervais the specific details of the battle that took place at midnight last night. It turns out that the Thunder Knights ran in a large circle to the direction of the City of Glory last night, thus evading the detection of most of the Rangers and directly attacked the camps to the north and east. Although the Thunder Knights, with more than 3,000 people, could not pose any major threat to the two camps, they relied on sudden attacks to disperse the siege teams, and also took the opportunity to destroy more than 30 large siege ladders and several trebuchets. Finally, the cavalry of the Thunder Knights charged in a circle and entered White Rock City from the south gate, which had been prepared for the response, in order to stop several counts from pursuing the Thunder Knights. The commander-in-chief of the Thunder Knights and lost in White Rock City had a brief battle with King Lawrence, Seignior and others outside the city. After the Thunder Knights completely withdrew into White Rock City, Lost and the commander of the Thunder Knights returned to White Rock City safely. Now the total number of defenders in Bayan City has exceeded 9,000, plus 2 Golden Knights.
Your Majesty, now more than half of our large siege ladders have been destroyed. If we use simple wooden ladders to attack the city, there will be a lot of casualties. Moreover, there are only more than 3,000 soldiers of the Thunder Knights in Bayan City. I think it is better to continue wait a day for our large siege ladder to be ready before we start siege.
The Charles family has been really unlucky this time. It has not been comfortable since the beginning of the southern expedition. First, the heir was killed in the City of Glory, but the murderer was still at large. When they arrived at Bayan City and attacked Bayan City, they did not know the existence of the trebuchet on the city wall in advance, so they suffered the most casualties. Now Seignior is even more depressed. Most of the large siege ladders that were destroyed last night belonged to his Charles family, because it was the time when the Charles family was in charge of the attack. The large siege ladders were driven under White Rock City. More than a dozen large siege ladders were directly burned by the soldiers of the Duchy of Alban inside and outside the city wall. As for the other 3 Earl families, because the siege ladders were all placed near the camp, upon discovering the enemy's surprise attack, they immediately sent out heavy troops to guard the camp, and only 4 or 5 of them were burned down. If the king decides to launch a general attack on White Rock City today, then there is a high probability that his Charles family will miss the first achievement reward. So Seignior certainly does not want to launch a general attack today.
Fart! Seignior, you deliberately don't want everyone to capture White Rock City. If you give the White Rock City defenders a day to repair, then all our hard work these days will be in vain.
The Lord of the North immediately objected. Although most of the reasons were because he didn't want to see Seignior, the other half was because of the overall situation. Because if we don't take this opportunity to attack the city and give the Baiyan city defenders a chance to breathe, the casualties may be doubled by then.
Your Majesty, I think we should attack the city immediately. There is no shortage of food and supplies in Baiyan City, and we were attacked by the enemy last night. Although it did not cause many casualties, if we delay it for a long time, our morale will definitely drop. So we can't continue waiting. Guster, don't slander anyone. On the contrary, it's you. Last night you only focused on your siege ladders and trebuchets and didn't take action to chase down the Thunder Knights. That's why so many Thunder Knights cavalry ran into the White House. Rock City.
Seignior gritted his teeth. Originally, the Charles family was very hopeful of getting this first achievement reward. But now that there is no large siege ladder, how could it be possible to defeat Gust and the others with those small wooden ladders?
Ha ha. I can save not only the siege ladder of my Welton family, but also the siege ladders of the other 3 Earl families. How can you be so useless? You can't even save your own family's siege ladder.
The Lord of the North replied mockingly. Suddenly, Seignior was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
You're a Golden Peak Knight. If I had the cultivation of a Golden Peak Knight, how could I let Lost jump off the city wall and burn down my siege ladder?
Okay,
no need to argue.
Seeing that Seignior was mute, the king spoke. In fact, he was also inclined to attack White Rock City immediately. But the Charles family was not the only one whose siege ladder was burned down last night. So the king had to ask for opinions first to see the reaction of each family. After all, even if these people are forced to attack the city, if someone violates the plan and causes the general attack to fail, the blow to morale will be absolutely fatal. By then, his plan for the southern expedition this year will be directly shattered.
Each of you, please tell me how many intact large siege ladders are left. My Welton family still has 6 seats. My Kewen family has 7 more. My Larkin family has 5 more. My Jones family has 5.
As a famous earl reported the number of his family's siege ladders, Charles became even more depressed. Originally, his family owned 12 large siege ladders, but now only 1 was left.
In total, there are more than 40 large siege ladders, which should be enough.
After listening to the reports from each family, King Lawrence nodded. Judging from the previous proposals, among the 8 Count families, only Seignior of the Charles family was unwilling to launch a general attack today, and the other families did not resist. Because although these families also lost their siege ladders, it was only 1 or 2, and the real impact was not that big.
I think Count Gust's words are very reasonable. We can't let the guards of White Rock City have time to breathe. Otherwise the efforts of the past 4 days will be in vain. Then, we will launch the general attack on Baiyan City in 2 hours. You go back and prepare now.
King Lawrence looked around and ignored Seignior's somewhat ugly expression. Instead, he paid special attention to the other earls and found that there was nothing unusual about them.
Yes, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Please wait a moment. I have something else to say.
Everyone responded respectfully to the king and were about to get up and return to the camp, when Seignior spoke again.
Seignior, what else can you do?
Although the king's expression remained normal, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone.
Your Majesty, since you have decided to launch a general attack today, the Charles family will absolutely obey. However, the Charles family only has 1 large siege ladder now. So I hope that Your Majesty will allow the Jones family to temporarily lend us their 5 siege ladders. After all, apart from the ridiculous act of setting fire to the city wall in the past few days, the Jones family has not carried out any siege at all.
The king spoke in person, and the other families did not object. Seignior also knew that the deal was done, and there was no possibility of objection. However, he suddenly thought that the Jones family had just reported that they had 5 large siege ladders. Why not ask for the Jones family's siege ladders? This will not only allow him to regain the opportunity to compete for the first victory, but also take the opportunity to avenge the Lord of the North just now.
Seignior, you are still a count. You don't have any face at all. It is the private property of the Jones family, and even His Majesty the King cannot interfere. Why should I lend it to you? The Charles family?
The Lord of the North reacted very quickly, and immediately blocked the possibility of the king opening his mouth. Sure enough, the king was actually a little interested. He felt that the 5 large siege ladders were of no use in the west. If they could be lent to the Charles family, they would also be a great help to the siege in the north. But now, he was immediately blocked by the Lord of the North. and it was difficult for the king to speak again.
Gust, my proposal is for the sake of the entire Principality of Jean. If White Rock City cannot be captured quickly, His Majesty's plan for the southern expedition this year is likely to be shelved. When next year, the Principality of Albert is on guard, White Rock City will be even more difficult to capture.
When Seignior saw the king's expression, he knew that the king was willing to agree to his proposal. But now, he was only blocked by the Lord of the North.
Count Alice, you have done nothing on the West Wall these days. If the Jones family is really loyal to His Majesty, they should consider it for Your Majesty and the Principality of Jean at this time.
Seignior knew that he could not quarrel with Gust because Gust had a big fist. But he could throw dirty water on the Jones family and put a big hat on him. Hearing Seignyor's aggressive words, Alice also frowned. King Lawrence is now focused on the southern expedition, so he does not support any party, as long as it is beneficial to this attack. He will agree, now that Seignor has put such a big label on the Jones family. If the Jones family objects, even if the label is false, the king will have a grudge against the Jones family in the future. Just when Alice was in a dilemma, Gervais next to him leaned over to Alice's ear, and then whispered something in a low voice. Seignor sneered. If Alice is smart enough, the best choice is to hand over the large siege ladder. Otherwise, the seeds of disloyalty will be planted in His Majesty's heart, and he may get into big trouble one day. This is nothing like Alice's resistance to the king's arranged marriage. After all, the king wanted to seize the Jones family's property, and anyone else would have fiercely resisted. But now there are only a few large siege ladders. To put it bluntly, if they are not on the battlefield, they are worthless. If Alice really refuses, the king will definitely note it.
Count Seignor, why do you think that my Jones family is useless to today's siege?
I don't know what Gervais said. After hearing this, Alice still frowned, but she began to express her position.
Your Majesty, our Jones family will not lend these 5 large siege ladders to the Charles family, because our Jones family will also launch a general attack today. Count Alice, who knows if you were just pretending then? You might as well lend those 5 large siege ladders to my Charles family.
Seignor counterattacked quickly and looked at the king at the same time.
Your Majesty, I promise that as long as the Jones family can lend those 5 large siege ladders to my Charles family, our Charles family will go all out to attack the city today. Even if we cannot get the first victory, we will go all out. Your Majesty, you can supervision.
Seignor was determined to seize the 5 large siege ladders of the Jones family this time. And he was also very confident that the king would speak for him. Sure enough, when Seignor said the guarantee equivalent to a military order, the king had already looked at Alice and was ready to speak.
Your Majesty, our Jones family will definitely go all out to attack the city.
Alice spoke quickly before King Lawrence could speak. After saying that, Alice looked at Seignor again.
Count Seignor, you keep saying that my Jones family has no role in attacking White Rock City. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Ha ha. Count Alice, what kind of bet are you making? Are you betting that your Jones family can attack White Rock City alone and get the first success?
Seignor sneered. If Gus made a bet with him, he would not dare to accept it. After all, he was a Golden Peak Knight. But the Jones family, first of all, did not have a Golden Knight. And then it was just one family attacking the West Wall alone, which had no chance of winning at all.
That's right. It's just a bet that my Jones family will attack White Rock City alone and get the first victory. Ha ha! Count Alice, are you still awake?
Seignor laughed loudly. He admired Alice for having the courage to say such words. Of course, except for Seignor. The other counts, including the king, did not believe Alice's words. The Lord of the North was also a little anxious and wanted to say something. But it was obvious that if he tried to persuade Alice at this time, the siege ladders of the Jones family would really fall into Seignyor's hands. Moreover, the Lord of the North knew that his granddaughter and Gervais' boy were not stupid people. So he casually suppressed his words of persuasion and prepared to listen.
It doesn't matter whether I wake up or not. Count Seignor, I just want to ask, do you dare to bet? Why don't you dare to do this? Count Alice, tell me how to bet and what to bet.
Seignor was not afraid at all. He could not fake the attack on the city, and it was impossible to collude with the defenders of Bayan City to let others release the water. So he agreed without any hesitation.
It's very simple. I promise to break the city before noon today. If the Jones family really breaks through the city wall and wins the first victory, then the reward of your Charles family's attack on the city must belong to my Jones family. If the Jones family fails to break through the city wall before noon and achieve the first success, Then the reward for the Jones family's attack on the city will be given to you. The Charles family.
The king said on the first day that in addition to the generous rewards for the first achievement, other families, even if they have less merit, will be rewarded with fiefdoms after they capture White Rock City. Even if the last few are missing. These are all baronies. But this barony is also greedy.
Count Alice, do you really mean what you just said?
Nino thought quickly in his mind and found that the Jones family still had no chance of winning. So he spoke to confirm.
Of course it's true. No one from other families is allowed to help. For example, the Welton family. Of course. I guarantee that only people from my Jones family will attack the city.
Between the questions and answers between the two parties, the bet was finally almost confirmed. But there was still one last hurdle. As long as it was passed, the bet could really begin. Both sides turned their attention to the king. After all, this bet was the king's reward. And the king had spent a lot of money on attacking Bayonne City. Without his approval, even if both parties were willing, they would not be able to truly carry out the bet.
Alice, are you sure? With your Jones family, we can capture White Rock City before noon. There will be no regrets then.
King Lawrence's eyes flashed, and he looked at Alice's direction. To others, he was staring at Alice. But in fact the king's eyes fell on Gervais next to Alice.
Your Majesty, I am very sure. Very good. In that case, I agree to your bet. However, Earl Alice, the Jones family only has 3 hours. If we cannot capture White Rock City before noon, we will start a general attack in the afternoon. By then even if you lose the bet with the Charles family.
The king originally planned to launch the general attack in 2 hours. But since Alice made a bet with Nemo, the king did not mind delaying it for another hour. Just in case a miracle really happened.
Yes, Your Majesty. If we cannot break into White Rock City before noon and get the first victory,
then even if my Jones family loses, I will never regret it. I just hope that if my Jones family wins, Count Nino will not regret it either. Earl Alice, our Charles family will never go back on our word. You should just worry more about how to attack the city.
Ha ha. Chapter 390 Bayonne City is destroyed. After reaching a bet with Nino in the meeting tent, Alice and Gervais took the lead in walking out of the camp and returned to the West Camp. Although there are 3 hours, it is most stable to make arrangements as soon as possible.
Gervais, are you really sure?
In the tent, Alice was confident when she told Nino about the bet. However, after walking out of the camp, she immediately became worried. She really had no confidence in her heart because Gervais had not told her about the bet until now. Tell the whole plan. If Gervais's plan was something that had already been tried before, then someone from other well-informed earls would definitely know about it. But it was obvious that even the earls didn't know about Gervais's method. If such an unprecedented method really works, it can really be said to be a miracle. Just like things like wine and gunpowder. But are there really that many miracles?
It should be fine. Alice, don't worry.
Gervais gave Alice a reassuring look. Now that the city wall was burning red, Gervais felt that his method should be feasible. In a state that has been missing for 3 days and 3 nights. Let alone stones. Even red-hot iron can react violently when exposed to cold water. Of course, the iron becomes harder. But the stone is different. The stone is likely to be cracked. As for whether it can be successful, the result will be known in the next few hours. Soon, Gervais and Alice returned to the camp to the west. After returning to the camp, Gervais immediately sent out his personal guard team and asked them to go upstream to notify Ender and others to destroy the dam immediately. Except for the broken dam. All the minor nobles in the camp received the notice from Alice to prepare for battle.
Alice, are your trebuchets ready? Already ready. Ready to launch at any time.
After confirming again that everything was ready, Gervais and Alice arrived at the gate of the camp. Now everything was ready. All they needed was the east wind. At the same time, many people came from the east and north of Bayonne City. Because of Alice's bet with Nino, everyone in the other camps could temporarily stop their offensive this morning. Now all the nobles in the entire principality have heard about the bet between the Jones family and the Charles family, and they are all surprised. So at this moment, a small number of nobles with higher status and free access to the camp gathered at the West Camp, wanting to see how the Jones family could complete the city's destruction within 3 hours relying on one family. Of course, the fastest among these people was Nino, the party involved in the bet. This bet was related to the gain and loss of a rich territory. He had to see it with his own eyes here to feel relieved. After Nino arrived at the northern camp, he did not greet Alice and Gervais. Instead, He took care of himself and stood aside with several of his vassals. Seignior, Alice and Gervais also disliked seeing him, so they also ignored him. As time passed slowly, half an hour later, hundreds of nobles of the Principality of Jin gathered in a dark crowd outside the northern camp, including the King of Xia and the 8 earls. The defenders of Baiyin City in the distance also noticed something strange here. The number of defenders on the west wall was obviously more than double that of usual.
Haha. Let's see how you attack the city now.
Looking at the figures on the city wall in the distance, Seignior felt more confident. Originally, due to the fierce offensive from the north and east, there were not many defenders on the west side. But now the defenders discovered the anomaly here and took precautions. Hart directly increased the number of defenders, which was really an unexpected surprise for Seignior.
Count Alice, there are less than 2 hours left. Are you ready to attack the city? When the time comes, if you lose, that territory will belong to me. Charles.
Haha. Count Seignior, don't be too happy. It's not yet certain who will win and who will lose.
Niño's expression was so annoying that even Alice, who was always cold and silent, couldn't help but reply lightly.
Haha. Yes. With your big fire that burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Right. Maybe the defenders of Baiyin City would like to thank you for setting up such a big fire for them to barbecue.
The fire that Gervais set was still burning brightly. Even now there were 2 teams of serfs transporting wood on their way back. When Seignior said this, many nobles and nobles present couldn't help laughing and wanted to laugh. The few earls who did not directly conflict with the Jones family during this southern expedition just smiled slightly, because the Lord of the North was still on the side, and they did not want to offend the Lord of the North. But Avery, or the little nobleman behind Seignior, burst out laughing in an exaggerated way.
Seignior, do you want to have a taste of my iron fist? Now that the bet has been made, just shut up. Whether you lose or win will be known before noon. If you bully my granddaughter in front of me again, I will beat you until you are full of teeth, even if His Majesty is present.
At this time, the Lord of the North finally spoke up and began to defend Alice. His long beard was blown wildly, and if Seignior still caused trouble at the next moment, his casserole-sized fists would be thrown out.
Guster, do you think I'm afraid of you? Coming!
Gervais ignored the ridicule of Seignior and the small nobles. He kept his eyes on the upper reaches of the river. Suddenly Gervais's ears trembled slightly, and he heard a trace of movement coming from the distant upstream. When everyone heard Gervais's call, they were all stunned for a moment, and then immediately became quiet, because the movement upstream was getting louder and louder just for a moment. And there was an inexplicable roar. I don't know if it was an illusion. Standing at the entrance of the camp, it seemed that the earth was shaking slightly. Lawrence, the Lord and King of the North, had the highest level of cultivation. At this moment, he couldn't help but stare to the west. Gradually, the roar became louder and louder, and the tremors of the earth became more and more obvious, becoming real, like the movement of thousands of troops galloping. After everyone stared at it for more than 10 seconds, they finally saw the source of the movement upstream. Only 1 kilometer away upstream, a huge flood with astonishing power mixed with countless rolling rocks and tree stumps was approaching.
Ah! The flood is coming! Should we step back? Yes! If we are caught by that flood, even the cultivation of our bronze knights will not be able to resist it. Does the Jones family just want to rely on floods to destroy the city wall?
The little nobles who had been laughing at Gervais just now were a little pale at the moment, and their arms were shaking slightly, because the power of the flood was so terrifying, showing the terrifying power of nature to the fullest. A reservoir dam breach is no different from ordinary floods. Although ordinary floods are turbulent, they rise at different speeds and are not that scary to people's perception. But when the dam broke, thousands of cubic meters of river water poured down instantly. The scene of the rushing flood could definitely rival a tsunami. Human beings would feel insignificant in front of it. The minor nobles unconsciously and slowly took a few steps back, with only a few earls and kings standing quietly without moving.
Ha. No matter how big the flood is, it is still wishful thinking to use the flood to destroy the city wall.
Seignior saw the powerful flood sweeping ahead, and immediately understood what the Jones family had planned. Seignior couldn't help feeling nervous at first, fearing that the Jones family's plan would succeed. But the next moment, Seignior thought that the walls of White Rock City were built with huge rocks. Even if the flood completely submerged the entire city wall, it would not cause any major damage to the city wall. What's more, although the flood momentum is terrifying, it is not enough to completely submerge Baiyin City. At this time, no one paid attention to Seignior's expression. Everyone was looking at the flood in the distance, waiting for the moment when the raging flood hit White Rock City. Boom! People think of water as soft. But even this kind of water, once it gathers to a certain extent, will be a terrible disaster. At this moment, the flood from the upper reaches finally rushed under the wall of Baiyin City, with the roar of the waves crashing on the shore. The monstrous torrent carried stones and other debris and slammed into the towering wall of Baiyin City, instantly stirring up a storm. Waves more than 10 meters high. However, just as everyone had expected, the city wall of Baiyin City was made of huge rocks weighing thousands of kilograms. It was extremely strong and could not move at all in the face of the turbulent waves. The strong city wall made the raging torrent bow its head, and it had to be diverted to continue running along the wall of Baiyin City. She! The flood flowed down the city wall again, and after only 2 or 3 seconds, it finally covered the burning wood, and at the same time, it hit the 100-meter city wall that had been burned for 3 days and 3 nights. The water spray hit the red-hot wall, and the sound of sizzling and exploding was constant. The nearby river kept bubbling and rolling. This process lasted for more than half a minute before slowly weakening. In the end, only a large area of aroused water mist could be seen above the city wall slowly dissipating. When the last trace of water mist was swept away by the breeze, the city walls remained the same. The waves remained the same, and only a patch of water could be seen in front of them. White Rock City still showed its majesty.
Ha ha! It's totally delusional for you to think that you can break through the wall of huge rocks with such a small amount of water. Earl Alice, this time the Jones family lost the bet. You must remember that your reward this time belongs to my Charles family.
As the largest wave of floods flowed through Baiyin City, the power of the subsequent floods has weakened. The floodwaters that just reached 7 meters of the Baiyin City wall now only have more than 4 meters left, and are still declining slowly. In at least 10 or 20 minutes, the water level outside Baiyin City will almost completely drop. Now that White Rock City is still standing, this shows that the Jones family's plan has failed. After hearing Nemio's words, everyone at the scene reacted and then looked at Alice. Especially the king and the Lord of the North. Both of them had questions in their eyes. Among all the nobles, big and small, those who have some hope for the Jones family's bet are the king and the Lord of the North. The Lord of the North knew that his granddaughter was definitely not a person who lacked calmness. On the contrary, Alice had received a good education since she was a child, and her personality was very similar to that of her mother. Not only was she eye-smart, but she was also cautious and reliable. So he didn't think Alice would put her hopes of destroying the city on this seemingly stupid flood. As for the king, he is different from the Lord of the North. He has certain confidence in the Jones family not because of Alice, but because of Gervais, who is basically ignored by everyone. Through the sudden appearance of fireballs in the Glory Manor, as well as the extraordinary performance of the small steel cannon in the past few days, and even the golden wine some time ago, King Lawrence felt that Gervais was not a simple person and might have an unexpected plan. The place suddenly became quiet, and everyone was looking at Alice, waiting for her to make the final conclusion and personally admit the failure of the bet. Although Alice's expression did not change significantly at this moment, she, like other nobles, felt that Gervais's plan had not succeeded. So she couldn't help but look at Gervais. When she set her sights on Gervais, Gervais was looking at the White Rock City in the distance with a monocular. As Gervais looked at him, a smile slowly appeared on his handsome face. Obviously, Gervais's plan will not be so simple. Gervais put down the monocular in his hand, looked at his cheap wife with a smile, gave her a reassuring look, then looked at Nemio, and then said with a mocking tone,
Count Nemio, who said that floods can't destroy city walls made of huge rocks? Alice, get everyone out of camp and prepare to attack the city. Okay. Gervais.
When Alice saw Gervais's confident smile, the little worry in her heart immediately disappeared. And when she looked at Gervais's confident yet evil smile, she actually felt her heart beat a little faster. In order to cover up her strangeness, Alice quickly turned around after hearing Gervais's words, and ordered to Nadine, who was waiting at the entrance of the camp.
Send my order. Everyone comes out of the camp and starts to attack the city. Yes, sir.
Nadine saluted respectfully to Alice, then turned to the vassals, who had been waiting for a long time in the camp, and shouted loudly,
Your Majesty, the Earl has an order. Start attacking White Rock City.
After saying that, Nadine led 500 Knights of the Rose, and took the lead in rushing towards the outside of the camp. Nadine and the others did not ride horses, but were divided into groups of 10 people and led a carriage. The carriage carried a simple raft, which was simply tied with wood and straw ropes. But it was very large and could accommodate a team of more than 10 people. As the 500 Rose Knights walked out of the camp, they were followed by a group of vassal minor nobles. The outfits of these little nobles were exactly the same as the Rose Knights, and they were all equipped with simple rafts.
Ha ha. Count Alice, are you preparing to attack the city? You don't even need a siege ladder. Do you just have to climb up?
At this moment, Seignior had a vague premonition in his heart, but he couldn't find out what was wrong. In order to relieve the depression in his heart, Seignior could only sarcastically cover up his worries and test Alice's reaction. In fact, except for Seignior, the other nobles, big and small, were also confused. However, they were just bystanders of what happened today, so they did not speak, but watched the development of the situation silently. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Nadine and others who were walking at the front finally arrived at the river, because the flood has not completely receded. Even though the city wall is still 400 to 500 meters away where they are, it has already been flooded. This is why they carry a simple raft for every dozen people.
Hurry up and get on the raft. Row hard towards Baiyin City. Remember what you have told me in advance. Everyone should row towards the section of the city wall that was burned a few days ago.
After Nadine boarded the raft, she began to give orders to the surrounding teams. Soon, a team of thousands of people headed towards White Rock City on a simple raft.
Alice, prepare the trebuchet.
Mr. Lost, do you think there is any conspiracy in the Principality of Xion? First they burned the city walls with fire, and now they flooded them with water. What is even more strange is what do these rafts want to do here? The current water level under the city wall is still 2 to 3 meters deep. Even if they want to attack the city, they have no place to stay. And they don't have a siege ladder at all?
On the west wall of White Rock City, Lost and Wallace, the commander of the Thunder Knights, stood facing outside the city. The person who asked the question was Wallace. Today's situation was so abnormal that even a commander who had experienced more than 10 years of war was confused. In fact, not only him, but the ordinary soldiers were extremely confused, pointing and talking about something at the approaching raft a few hundred meters away. After a few hours of rest this morning and the arrival of the first batch of reinforcements, the morale of the defenders in the city has improved somewhat. So everyone has changed from the low morale of the previous few days. At this moment, they were waiting seriously, preparing to give the enemy troops on the rafts a head-on blow. None of them noticed that under the west city wall, the nearly 100 meters of city wall had changed.
No matter what they do, as long as we stay in the city and wait for other reinforcements to arrive, Lawrence cannot capture White Rock City. Then his plan for the southern expedition this year will be ruined. And we, the Principality of Alban, will get precious breathing time.
Lost also didn't understand what the plans of the Principality of Jean were.
But he is not worried. Now the king has begun to gather an army and is preparing to quickly support Baiyin City. By then the Principality of Xion's plan to capture White Rock City will inevitably fail. Although the Principality of Alban's proactive attack may cause greater losses than in previous years, it is all worth it, because the Church has promised that they will persuade the Principality of Cesis and the Principality of Alban to sign an armistice agreement. In addition, the Church will privately provide a large amount of iron materials to the Principality of Alban starting this year. As long as there is enough iron material, the Principality of Alban can make enough weapons and armor. With enough weapons and armor, the strength of the Principality of Alban will not be worse than that of the Principality of Jean. Therefore, this year is the most important year for the Principality of Alban. He must win this year's development time for the Principality. 400 meters, 300 meters.
Trebuchet, launch!
Seeing that the bamboo rafts of the siege team were getting closer and closer to the wall of White Rock City, and that they would reach the bottom of White Rock City in a distance of more than 200 meters, Gervais finally gave the order.
Emission!
Boom! 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 As the hammer hit the buckle of the trebuchet heavily, 5 huge trebuchets threw boulders larger than millstones towards White Rock City. These 5 boulders drew an arc in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye, rolled and hit the wall of White Rock City. Boom! Next, a scene appeared that shocked everyone present. When the stones launched by the trebuchet hit the wall of Baiyin City, the wall of Baiyin City, which was indestructible in everyone's eyes, collapsed. And it wasn't just a small gap that collapsed, but a full length of hundreds of meters. The hundreds of defenders who were watching the show on the city wall instantly fell into the water with the collapsed city wall and disappeared without a trace. As the nearly 100-meter city wall collapsed, the floodwater outside the city that had not had time to recede seemed to have found a vent and began to pour rapidly into Baiyin City.
How is this possible?
Everyone has this question in their minds at this moment. Many people pinched the back of their hands unconsciously, unwilling to believe that this was true. They knew the power of trebuchets. During the siege battles in the past few days, they used trebuchets to launch at Bayonne City every day. However, the walls of Bayonne City are extremely strong. Even if a stone larger than a millstone hits the wall, it will often only leave a small mark on it, knocking off some of the rock LS of the city walls. And even breaking out larger dimples cannot be achieved. But why? Why did the Jones family destroy the indestructible wall of White Rock City in just one round of launch? And it's still nearly 100 meters long. Both the large and small nobles of the Principality of Jean and the soldiers of the Principality of Alban, who were on the city wall, were in a daze at the moment. No one made a sound, and just stared blankly at the huge gap. To say that those who are taking action now are the siege teams like Nadine. They don't even need to paddle at this moment. The water pouring into White Rock City will carry them towards the city. Moreover, they could even see many soldiers and horses in the gap on the raft screaming and running away because the rolling torrent was about to submerge them.
Longbowmen! Shoot quickly! We can't let them enter the city!
Listening to the screams from the fleeing soldiers in the city, Wallace on the city wall finally reacted and shouted orders to the defenders, who were still standing stupidly on the city wall. At the same time, he pulled out the sword from his waist and prepared to go there in person. That gap must block the Jones family siege team.
Wallace, there's no need to go. We retreat. White Rock City is lost.
Just after Wallace took 2 steps, Lost took a deep look at the camp a few miles away, looking at the rose flag floating on the camp. His hands trembled slightly. He knew that Bayonne City could no longer be defended. As long as the flood recedes, tens of thousands of troops from the Principality of Xi'an will continue to pour into White Rock City. Without the protection of the walls of White Rock City, the thousands of people in the city are no match for the Principality of Jean. Even with their 2 golden knights, it is of no use, because the Principality of Jean has 8 golden knights. Their best choice now is to retreat towards the southern city wall before the Principality of Jean attacks.
Lost Lord, there are floods everywhere. How can we retreat?
Wallace was unwilling and gritted his teeth. But he finally obeyed Lost's order, because he also knew that there was a 100-meter gap in the city wall, and any remedy would be useless.
There are dozens of canoes in the city. In addition, let everyone collect planks and wood to make simple rafts and leave. As many as you can run.
The flood temporarily blocked the attack of the large forces of the Principality of Xi'an, but it also blocked their retreat. However, at this moment, the troops of the Principality of Jean are all in the east, north and west, and there are no enemies in the south. As long as they run to the south, they can directly return to the hinterland of the Principality of Alban.
But Lord Lost, the warhorse of our Thunder Knights.
Worcester gritted his teeth. At this time, floods are still pouring into the city, and the entire Bayonne City will soon turn into a vast ocean. Although the water level in the city is not high yet. As the city gate opens, the water level inside and outside the city will still be at least 1 or 2 meters. People can escape through wooden planks and canoes, but horses cannot take them away.
Don't worry about the war horses. The lives of these soldiers are the most important. You are all the elites of the Empire. Now that White Rock City is lost, we must preserve our strength to deal with the invasion of the Principality of Xi'an.
Lost took a deep breath and made a difficult decision. After saying that, he took the lead and headed towards the south wall. As he walked, Lost ordered to the bewildered defenders,
everyone, quickly make simple rafts and prepare to evacuate from the south gate. Be fast.
Chapter 391 Entering the city to search. Seeing the moment when the city wall finally collapsed, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. After the flood hit the city wall previously, when nothing strange happened on the surface of the city wall, Gervais was actually a little worried. After all, there were so many people watching here, and he had made a bet with the Charles family. But Gervais carefully observed the surface of the city wall through the telescope, and immediately felt a little calmer, because through the telescope, he could observe some fuzzy black lines on the surface of the city wall. These black lines are none other than the cracks that were formed after being burned by fire for 3 days and 3 nights, and then exposed to water in an instant. This also shows that Gervais's idea is correct, and the description in the novel was not based on imagination. However, because the flood only reached a height of about 7 meters on the city wall at its peak, no changes occurred on the city wall above 8 or 9 meters. Even after the stones above cooled down, the defenders did not notice anything unusual when they stood on the city wall. The hundreds of defenders standing above did not know that the city wall under their feet had actually turned into brittle gravel, and was not as indestructible as it seemed. Gervais guessed that the reason why the city wall did not collapse immediately was because there were still a small amount of rocks inside the city wall that had not been destroyed, and were still barely supporting it. However, with only a little external force, the balance would be broken and the city wall would be broken, will no longer be sustainable. What happened next also verified Gervais's conjecture. The moment the city wall was hit by a stone, the entire nearly 100-meter-long city wall collapsed. Gervais turned around and glanced at the livid Seignior mockingly, but did not say anything to him. Winning the bet was the best humiliation for the Charles family and Seignior. Gervais shifted his gaze to King Lawrence. He had vaguely noticed the king's gaze just now, but because he was focused on the plan at that time, he did not react superfluously.
Your Majesty the King, now that the wall of White Rock City has collapsed,
does the Jones family win the bet between the Jones family and the Charles family?
Gervais asked slightly respectfully.
Ha ha. Of course, forget it. Your Jones family has done a great job. The first contribution to the attack on White Rock City was your Jones family's fault.
The king laughed heartily, although he did not know why the extremely hard rock wall could collapse by burning it with fire and then flooding it with water. The nearly 100-meter gap indicated that the fall of White Rock City was doomed. This not only reduced the casualties in the siege of the Principality of Seignior, but also 100% ensured that his plan for the southern expedition this year could proceed smoothly to the next step.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward.
After receiving the confirmation from the king himself, Gervais couldn't help but glance at Seignior, who was standing aside. Sure enough, Seignior's face looked even uglier at the moment. But he couldn't get angry. In fact, except for Seignior, the other counts also looked in pain at this moment. After all, this first achievement had completely left them. You must know that they worked hard for several days and nights to attack the city and paid the price of hundreds of people. But now, the Jones family just set a fire and waited leisurely. It can be said that they took the first victory over Bayan City without spending a single soldier. Seeing the expressions of these earls, Gervais felt very happy, but he did not forget the purpose of speaking to the king. So he asked King Lawrence again,
Your Majesty, can the Jones family stop turning over the loot in White Rock City this time? Yes. The rewards I give you are effective from now on. Any trophies obtained by your Jones family in White Rock City do not need to be registered and turned over. And after the southern expedition is over, you can also get the reward of a Viscount fief.
Lawrence was in a very good mood now, and he could also see that the greatest contribution to the collapse of the city wall was probably Gervais's methods. So he did not dislike Gervais as a little Viscount and not qualified to talk to him. But instead any questions will be answered.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Upon receiving the king's approval, Gervais thanked him again. Then he quickly turned around and said to Alice,
Alice, I'm going to Bayan City to grab the loot now.
Ha ha. Under the jealous eyes of all the little nobles, Gervais quickly headed towards White Rock City. By the river, Laurie's team was waiting for Gervais on 2 rafts.
After Gervais left, King Lawrence smiled and said to everyone,
Now, everyone is ready to fight. I see that old Fox and Lost is getting ready to run away.
With the king's eyesight, he could certainly see that the guards on the walls of White Rock City had begun to withdraw. So he was not prepared to delay. Now that White Rock City is a foregone conclusion, the king wants to continue to expand the results of the battle, hoping to retain some elites from the Principality of Alban, so that the pressure on the Principality of Jean can be reduced in the next battle. The king took a group of minor nobles and took a detour to the north and east camps to prepare for gathering troops to deal with the retreating defenders in the city. Gervais, on the other hand, entered the city happily. At this moment, there were no defenders on the walls of White Rock City, and Gervais and others arrived at White Rock City unimpeded. There are no ordinary civilians living in Bayan City, so it looks more like a large military camp. There are not many houses inside. Most of them are open spaces used for training. But now the flood has poured into Bayan City. The water in the city is 1 or 2 meters deep, submerging most of the houses, and only the roofs can be seen.
My lord, Lord Gandalf and the others are over there.
Gervais was sitting leisurely on the raft and observing the surroundings. At this time, Laurie, who was standing in the front row, pointed to several rooftops not far away and reported. Gervais looked in the direction Laurie pointed, and sure enough he saw his chief dad and several other little nobles.
It's really worthless,
Gervais couldn't help but murmured when he saw what Gandalf and others were gathering there, because Gandalf and dozens of others were catching 3 fallen horses. Several war horses were flapping in the water at this moment. and the rafts of Gandalf and others were parked aside. Several soldiers had taken off their armor and jumped into the water. They were using ropes to tie the horses to get them on the raft. Gervais remembered that there were more than 3,000 people in the Thunder Knights. And that was more than 3,000 war horses. But they were messing around with these 3 horses here.
Little Gervais, why are you here? Just wait at the camp. We can do all these things. That's right. Viscount Gervais. If the flood here hasn't receded yet, just wait at the camp. Your father and we will definitely evacuate White Rock City.
As Gervais's raft approached, Gandalf and others also discovered Gervais's arrival.
What the HL? 3 war horses have kept you here for so long. If 3,000 war horses show up, you won't have to move to tomorrow. By then, the water level will recede and the daylilies will be cold.
Gervais couldn't help but twitching at the corner of his mouth when he heard the words of his chief father and several young nobles. He really didn't believe in their efficiency. But naturally, he couldn't really say this. Otherwise he might be beaten to death by the chief daddy. He could only say,
"Father, the king has already said that the first credit for attacking Bayan City belongs to us. And as long as we get the loot in Bayan City, we don't have to hand it over. So you have to move faster. There are thousands of war horses waiting for us in the city. If other families arrive, our losses will be huge." "Really? Gervais?"
After hearing what Gervais said, Gandalf and several other little nobles' eyes instantly lit up. And their eyes were full of desire.
"Of course it's true. Otherwise why would I come here in person? I'm just here to inform you and ask you to move faster."
Originally, there were no trophies in this Bayan City. After all, as a military fortress, there could not be much gold and silver treasures. The only valuable things are the small trebuchets on the city wall, as well as food and weapons and equipment. But now the entire Thunder Knights war horses are stranded in White Rock City. Even if it is possible to take some away, there will definitely not be many. This is an astonishing wealth. Wealth that even the Earl family and even the king would be tempted by. Gervais was not prepared to share such wealth with other families and wanted to keep it all to himself. After all, he had conquered this White Rock City. This was the reason why Gervais went to the king so quickly to determine the spoils of war. Now that White Rock City is flooded, and the other Earl families have not prepared rafts, there is no possibility of competing with the Jones family for a while. So it is a good time for the Jones family to monopolize the wealth. Gervais hopes that within this period of time try to collect everything valuable in White Rock City.
"Quick! Row to the city quickly! Let's go find other war horses! You guys will lead the horses to those rooftops later. We will pick you up later."
In an instant, neither Gandalf nor the other minor nobles could stay any longer. They didn't even care about the 4 subordinates who were still in the water, and directly ordered people to start rowing towards the city.
"Little Gervais, father is going to the city first."
As the words fell, the raft of Gandalf and others had already sailed more than 10 meters away, leaving only 4 soldiers still splashing in the water, crying without tears. However, there was the roof of a small bungalow 4 or 5 meters away, so these people were not in danger. They swam to the roof in 3 strokes, 5 by 2, and pulled the 3 horses up.
"Father, be careful. The defenders of Bayan City may not have finished retreating yet."
There are at least 7 or 8,000 defenders in Bayan City. They must not have finished their march in such a short time. If they approach the southern city wall now, a conflict is likely to break out. You must know that there are 2 Golden Knights over there, which is not something the Jones family can deal with now.
"I understand. Little Gervais, don't worry."
Watching Gandalf and others go away, Gervais smiled helplessly, and could only order Laurie and others to row their boats and march along the city wall. Now Gandalf and others will definitely concentrate on completing the war horse matter. So besides the war horses, Gervais is most concerned about the small trebuchets, because of the existence of small steel cannons. The small trebuchets on the city wall were dismantled by the defenders. So Gervais wanted to find those intact trebuchets and take them back. Although the trebuchet is not very convenient to carry. In this era, the trebuchet is also a strategic long-range weapon. Gervais will naturally not let it go, and he is not happy to be obtained by other families. Gervais's direction at the moment was towards the north gate, because Gervais observed with a telescope when he entered the city. The houses on the west wall were all low houses that had been flooded long ago. It was impossible to find a trebuchet, but there were still some on the north wall. Several large stone houses have not yet been completely submerged. About 10 minutes later, the raft, driven by Laurie and others, quickly approached the stone houses. However, after approaching the stone house, Gervais and others discovered that there were still several defenders in the stone house who had not evacuated.
Boom! 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 Surrender without killing! Surrender without killing!
Gervais guessed that these soldiers were probably trapped here because they couldn't swim. There was now 1 or 2 meters of water in the entire Bayan city. If you couldn't swim, you could only sit here and worry. Of course, Gervais was not prepared to kill them. These soldiers were the best prisoners, whether they were sold to slave traders or brought back to the territory to work as coolies.
We surrender! We surrender!
Several soldiers from the Duchy of Alban originally wanted to resist and seize the raft to escape. But when they heard the banging sound of muskets and the white smoke coming out of the barrels, they instantly remembered the first two. The strange and unpredictable weapons outside Tianqing instantly wiped out everyone's courage, and they all dropped their weapons and knelt down to surrender. Gervais did not expect that these elite soldiers would surrender so smoothly, so he asked Lori to move the raft over and directly climb the stairs of the stone house. This stone house is very large, and the lower floor has been submerged at the moment, but the second floor is safe and sound.
Tie them up first!
There were a total of 7 soldiers from the Duchy of Alban outside the stone house corridor, 4 of whom were wearing chain mail and leather armor inside and outside. These should be the regular defenders of White Rock City. That is, Hayden's direct guard. The other 3 people only wore a worn-out leather armor. Gervais estimated that these 3 people were the auxiliary troops in the city. Seeing a few people kneeling on the ground and not daring to move, Gervais directly asked Lori and others to tie them up first.
Do you guys know where the trebuchets in Bayan City have been placed?
While Lori and others were tying up people, Gervais asked questions. They wanted to get to the location of the trebuchet as soon as possible. It was probably the wisest thing to ask the defenders. So Gervais was not in a hurry to search the house.
I know. Sir, the trebuchets are placed in this stone house, both downstairs and upstairs.
Several of the defenders, who were being tied up, had already accepted their fate. They didn't have any spirit of preferring death to surrender, and they immediately answered Gervais's question neatly.
Well, the performance is very good.
Gervais was not surprised when he got the answer, but he felt a little sorry to hear that there was also a trebuchet stored downstairs. Now the downstairs has been completely flooded. Most of the structure of the trebuchet is made of wood. If it is soaked in water for a long time, it will basically be considered useless. Fortunately, there were still some upstairs, so they didn't return empty-handed. So Gervais didn't stop and walked directly into the stone house. There were 5 rooms on the second floor of this stone house. When Gervais opened the first room, he saw that it was filled with disassembled small trebuchet parts. A rough estimate showed that there were nearly 20 of them. Gervais then continued to open the remaining rooms, which contained trebuchet parts. Gervais counted and found that the total number of trebuchets placed in the 5 rooms should be 80 or 90.
Not bad. It's not in vain after all.
Gervais felt lucky in his heart. There were not many high-rise buildings in White Rock City. Only 3 nearby. After counting the trebuchets, Gervais came outside the stone house and asked several prisoners,
"Where is your commander's usual residence?" "Back to your lord. The Marquis lives in the center of the city, but it is also a single-story large stone house, and it has been flooded."
Lost often did not live in White Rock City, and White Rock City was built for war. Therefore, although Lost's residence is larger and more beautiful, it is actually just a single-story stone house made of marble. It has also been soaked in at this moment in water. The 2 large stone houses here are used as warehouses to store important materials to prevent some materials from getting damp. So they have double-story buildings here. Knowing that his idea of attacking Lost's residence failed, Gervais was slightly disappointed. But when he saw the 2 stone houses not far away, he put them behind him and simply stopped thinking about them.
Let's go to another stone house first to see if there are any valuable trophies.
Next, Gervais rode a raft and rushed to the stone house dozens of meters away. There were no defenders stranded in this stone house. When Gervais walked into the stone house room, he saw many weapons, armors and shields.
That's right. They are all brand new weapons and equipment, although the styles are slightly different from those of the Principality of Xi'an. It doesn't matter. I don't plan to use them for the time being anyway.
After searching the remaining 2 stone houses, Gervais found that the 2 stone houses contained weapons and equipment, which were considered good trophies. At this point, Gervais' main purpose of entering the city has been completed. The only possible loot in the city now is food. But obviously, the food must have been soaked in water, and even if it was found, it would not be edible. So Gervais simply didn't bother to do that.
The Principality of Alban is indeed worthy of the name of the granary of the mainland. In their eyes, Food is not as important as weapons and equipment.
Gervais understood that the defenders of White Rock City deliberately placed weapons, armor and other supplies on the second floor of the stone house, but did not build a double-story stone house for the storage of food, because the Principality of Alban is located in a plain and is rich in food. Food is not a scarce material for them. However, the Principality of Alban lacks various metal-mineral deposits. So in their view, weapons are much more important than food. Next, Gervais did not go to other places, but directly ordered Lori and others to start transferring supplies, and asked them to go back and call more people, while he continued to stay here to control the situation. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. The transfer of supplies in this stone house will definitely take a while. If other people from the Earl family also enter the city during the transfer, it is really unsafe if you don't get shocked, due to the limited cargo capacity of the raft. It took more than 3 hours to transfer the contents of the 3 stone houses. This was because the camp was still making simple rafts to transport goods. Gervais' decision to stay in the stone house was also correct. Just more than 10 minutes ago, other members of the Earl family finally entered the city on rafts. Although there were not many of them, these sharp-eyed people immediately saw the 3 houses that were not completely submerged by the water. So they all rushed over and tried to board the stone houses despite the guards' obstruction. But when Gervais walked outside the stone house and announced his name, these little nobles immediately left in dejection, not daring to say any harsh words. Gervais's name is now very loud among the Southern Expedition team. Gervais's medical soldiers and Gervais's small steel cannons are basically known to all young nobles. So now these people are not very willing to offend Gervais. As for the fact that the city was destroyed by Gervais, this matter has not spread yet, because many people currently only know that the Jones family destroyed the city, but they do not know who came up with the plan. Only the vassals of the Jones family knew that burning the city wall and building the dam were Gervais's intention. But I believe that tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, this matter will also be spread, and Gervais's name will become even louder. After transporting the supplies from the 3 stone houses, Gervais did not stop any longer and returned to the camp on the raft. He was not very fond of the water-soaked supplies and asked his subordinates and other vassals to come. Just loot. Chapter 392 Loot Distribution. The search for White Rock City lasted for a day and a night. During this day and night, the 8 earls and all the minor nobles participated in it, digging 3 feet into the entire White Rock City. Of course, before the main force of other families entered the city, all the valuable things were basically looted by the nobles of the Jones family. When other families came, they could only wait until the water receded, and then search for the loot that had been soaked in the flood for a long time. Moreover, although their spoils were looted, they still needed to be registered and turned over, and then distributed by the king according to their merits during the attack. However, the Jones family did not need to turn it over to the king because they received the reward. They only needed to hand it over to Alice and then redistribute it. The next morning, the little nobles who had finished plundering White Rock City gathered in the camp. Although everyone had stayed up all night, they did not go back to rest. Instead, they stood in the camp eagerly, looking at Alice with gleaming eyes. His subordinates counted the piles of loot they had seized. After a morning of counting by hundreds of people, the loot collected from Bayen City was finally tallied. It can be said to be super rich, completely contrary to the original expectation that Bayen City would have little profit. Of course, most of this is due to the Thunder Knights. The Jones family obtained a total of more than 1,300 healthy horses during this trip to White Rock City. Although there were originally more than 3,000 war horses in Bayen City, the defenders of Bayen City still managed to take away 800 or 900 horses when they evacuated. Some other war horses were drowned because they could not escape from the stables, although Gandalf and others tried their best to rescue the horses trapped in the stables. Due to limited numbers and time, these more than 1,300 horses were their last harvest. The reason why the little nobles were so excited and didn't want to go to sleep was because of the large number of war horses. In addition to the war horses, there are thousands of sets of weapons and equipment. But most of the weapons and equipment have been soaked in water or ripped from the corpses of the defenders. Among them, the brand new weapons and equipment that Gervais plundered from the stone house accounted for more than 400 sets. Apart from the 2 larger trophies above, the rest were the trebuchets captured by Gervais, as well as a small number of prisoners and soaked food.
Gervais, you were the one who came up with the plan to break through White Rock City this time. And it was because of you that we achieved our first success. It stands to reason that all the 9 levels of loot in Bayen City can belong to you alone. After all, It allows the Jones family to get the opportunity without having to turn it over. In the subsequent southern expedition, the Jones family and other vassals will definitely gain greater benefits. However, if you really take away the spoils of the ninth floor this time, especially those war horses, I'm worried that the vassals will definitely have objections to you. So Gervais, let me ask for your opinion on how you think the spoils should be distributed appropriately this time. You don't have to think about the distribution of the Jones family.
In the tent, Gervais was sitting on a small bed practicing his fireball and healing skills. But Alice came over in person. Alice still held a list of trophies in her hand. After Ike made an announcement, Alice walked directly into the tent. Alice first looked at Gervais's tent curiously, and found that it had no special features. So she set her sights on Gervais, and then began to tell Gervais about the trophies sincerely.
Let me do the distribution.
When Gervais heard Alice's straight-to-the-point words, he couldn't help but glance at his cheap wife, and thought to himself, I'm really willing to give it up. After all, the king only said that these trophies did not need to be turned over to him. But Alice still needed to collect them, and then redistribute them. Now Alice lets herself decide how much power to allocate, making it clear that it depends on her own opinion, and she can divide it however she wants.
Alice, can you show me the list of trophies?
Seeing his cheap wife's sincere look, Gervais smiled, then reached out to take the list in Alice's hand.
1,336 war horses, 907 sets of weapons and armor, a total of 130 trebuchets, 46 of which were soaked in water. 35 people were captured, and there were more than a dozen carts of food and sundries soaked in water.
Looking at the list, Gervais smiled happily, but it was very rich. However, he couldn't swallow such a large amount of loot, and he wasn't prepared to take it all to himself. Although those little nobles did not play a key role, they still had hard work without credit, just to rescue those war horses. Gervais heard that all the little nobles and soldiers jumped into the turbid flood and went up and down. They were completely successful. Made a clay figurine. Even Gervais's cheap dad Gandalf is the same. Gervais felt that if he swallowed the 9-story war horse in one breath, his cheap dad would be the first to come to him. Not to mention others. After reading the list, Gervais saw that Alice was watching her reaction with concern, waiting for her next words. So he deliberately put away his smile and called Alice slightly seriously.
Alice. Well, I listen. Go ahead. Gervais. I will support any decision you make. I will suppress it from the vassals. No matter how much you take away. You deserve it this time.
Seeing Gervais's expression, Alice felt a little disappointed, seeing that Gervais was ready to take the spoils for himself. However, it was reasonable even if Gervais took the spoils for himself. So Alice's tone was still sincere, saying that she would definitely support Gervais. After all, the dividends from the following war will also make the entire Jones family, and those large and small vassals rich. The only thing that disappointed the little vassal nobles might be the thousands of war horses. War horses were nothing else, and could not be obtained everywhere. How many small nobles were eagerly looking forward to getting 2 or 3 war horses?
That's what you said. Alice.
Gervais was slightly moved when he heard his cheap wife's assurance, and the evil smile on his face showed up again.
Yes. Gervais. Come on. Stop staring at me like that.
Alice's face was originally gentle, but now she seldom looks as cold as before when facing Gervais. But now that she was looking at Gervais with strange eyes, and looking at the somewhat malicious smile, she had the urge to hit Gervais.
Then I'll tell you. I want 400 war horses. I want 50 trebuchets. The ones that haven't been soaked in water. 400 sets of weapons and armor. They must not be soaked in water. Then I want all those prisoners.
Gervais finished talking about the loot he wanted in one breath.
What?
Alice didn't react for a moment, and thought she heard wrongly.
Gervais, are you serious? This isn't even the 5th floor's loot. Of course it's true. You can just distribute the other spoils yourself. I'll give the extra to you.
Gervais nodded firmly. 400 war horses is already the limit that he can carry and breed this time. Carrying too many horses will not only make people jealous, but also troublesome to take care of. After all, war horses are precious and need to be carefully raised. Of course, another point is just as Gervais said. He actually gave away so many trophies with the intention of giving it to his cheap wife.
Well, thank you, Gervais.
I got confirmation, and also heard Gervais saying that it was extra and given to him. Alice's heart trembled violently, and her royal blue eyes softened. Alice was worried that Gervais would notice her strange behavior, so she solemnly thanked Gervais, then quickly turned around and escaped from Gervais' tent.
This cheap wife is still shy. Ha ha.
Alice thought she hid her emotions very well. But she didn't know that Gervais was an experienced driver, with insight that was not matched by his age. And he had already noticed something strange about her. Seeing Alice running away, Gervais was extremely satisfied. He thought about how a few months ago, he was running away in embarrassment. But now his appearance has changed. When Alice arrived outside Gervais's tent, the eyes of the young nobles, who had been deliberately wandering around the Gervais camp, suddenly lit up. They were nervous and expectant, and everyone was waiting for Alice's result.
Gervais only wants 400 horses.
Alice knew what they were waiting for, so she said lightly,
Oh! Ha ha! Thank you! Viscount Gervais! Thank you! Viscount Gervais! Ha 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 ha!
Chapter 393 Ghost in the River. After receiving the news announced by Alice, all the little nobles cheered excitedly. They were also very nervous at first, worried that Gervais would take away most of the loot. After all, if such wealth was placed in front of any of them, they felt that they would have other thoughts. But now Alice actually revealed that Gervais was only planning to take away 400 horses, which meant that each of them could get several horses, which made all the little nobles cheer. Amidst the cheers of the little nobles, Alice's face unconsciously showed a slight smile. Listening to their words of thanks to Gervais, she seemed as if these people were thanking herself, which was so pleasant to the ears. Joy. Next, Alice arrived at the center of the camp surrounded by a group of minor nobles. Alice first asked her subordinates to select 400 of the best horses among the horses, which were reserved for Gervais. After reserving 400 war horses, Alice began to allocate war horses to the small nobles. However, because the minor nobles did not take part in the battle to conquer White Rock City at all, but all sent an equal number of serfs to work, so it would be completely unfeasible to distribute the spoils according to merit. Finally, Alice's distribution method is to distribute according to the effectiveness of searching for loot in White Rock City. As the name of a young noble was read, these people came to Alice excitedly. They first saluted and thanked Alice respectfully, and then personally took the reins of the war horse handed over by the servant, and handed over their own horses. The war horse was led down, because the Jones family has a large number of vassals. The number of war horses allocated to each vassal is actually not that many. Among them, the ones who received the most were Gandalf and others. Each of them received 6 war horses as a reward, while other vassals basically received 3 to 4 horses. However, although the number of war horses obtained by the vassals was not large, everyone was extremely satisfied, with smiles on their faces. The eyes they looked at the war horses may be more gentle and affectionate than those they looked at their own wives. No one was dissatisfied. You must know that before this trip, a small number of small nobles came to fight on ordinary horses. Only those small nobles with a little wealth could fight on low and middle-class horses. War horses, even if they had money, were hard to buy. The whole activity of distributing the spoils lasted for more than an hour. In the end, a total of more than 1,300 war horses were divided up by a group of nobles of the Jones family. Among them, Gervais received 400 war horses, Alice received 300 war horses, and more than 600 war horses were distributed to hundreds of vassals. This day was spent in the Jones family camp amid laughter and laughter. It's night. The camp is in the north. Tonight's north camp was different than usual. In the past, as long as it got dark, the entire northern camp would be under curfew, except for soldiers who needed to participate in the battle. They could follow their Seignior around the camp. Everyone else had to stay in their tents. Otherwise they would be shot. However, today the king personally issued an order to lift the curfew in the camp tonight. In addition to lifting the curfew, even the caravans that had been following the army's rear were also allowed to come to the camp to set up stalls and do business. As for what kind of business it is, of course it is selling beer plus the essential leather and meat business. After every war, the soldiers must be allowed to indulge. This is an unspoken rule of the world's military, and it is also the best way for nobles to appease and reward their subordinates. Ordinary soldiers have the indulgent ways of ordinary soldiers. And of course the great nobles also have their own ways of leisure. At this time, Gervais and Alice were sitting on a long table. The long table was filled with all kinds of delicacies. Among them, a huge animal roasted until golden brown and fragrant was the most appetizing. Sitting around this long table were the most powerful people in the Principality of Jean. The one sitting at the head of the long table was King Lawrence, and the 8 earls were sitting around them. In order to celebrate today's victory over White Rock City, the king specially invited the 8 earls to have dinner. Originally, Gervais did not want to attend this dinner because he felt that it was too tiring to sit and eat and drink with all the old foxes. But everyone. There are 2 invitations sent by the king to the Jones family camp this time. One of which is for Alice. But the other one surprised Gervais because it was specially sent to him. The king personally sent an invitation to a small viscount, and he was not his direct vassal. If other small nobles knew about this, they would definitely vomit blood with jealousy. However, Gervais's surprise was unexpected, but he didn't take it seriously. This invitation could only make Gervais hesitate a little as to whether he wanted to participate. But when Gervais hesitated, Alice told him that the king had specially slaughtered a mid-level monster for this banquet. In this way, Gervais, who had not tasted fresh Warcraft meat for a long time, could not resist the temptation and came to attend this dinner. When Gervais arrived at the dinner party, he encountered a subtler thing. That is, the king had specially arranged his place at the main table. You must know that there are only 8 earls besides the king on this long table. Even the king's own son, the eldest prince, and others were not able to sit at this table. Instead, they were arranged to sit at the table next to them, together with the earl's heirs. Table. This arrangement made Gervais, who was already very famous, become the focus of everyone's attention. If it were other nobles, they might enjoy the feeling of being in the spotlight. But Gervais is a guy who likes to keep a low profile, so this situation makes him a little uncomfortable. And when the dinner started, just as Gervais thought at first, it would be very boring to sit and dine with all the earls. Gervais couldn't get involved in the topic they were talking about. If it weren't for his cheap wife sitting next to him, Gervais would have been ready to pick up the bowl and find a corner to eat alone. After eating several pieces of delicious monster meat, Gervais felt his mouth was a little dry. So he took out a silver pot from his feet while no one was paying attention. After taking the silver pot to the table, Gervais quickly poured a cup into his own silver cup, then looked at Alice's silver cup, and simply poured a cup for Alice as well. The silver pot contained wine brought by Gervais himself. However, because there were so many people here, and it was a dinner hosted by the king, Gervais could not take out the wine openly. Otherwise it would be a slap in the king's face. Originally, Gervais thought that what he was doing was secret enough. But unexpectedly, he was discovered by King Lawrence.
Viscount Gervais, what is in your silver jug? Is it golden wine?
Following the king's questions, several earls at the table also focused on Gervais. Gervais suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But now that he was discovered by the king, he could only tell the truth.
Yes, your majesty. It is golden wine.
Oh! Hearing Gervais's answer, the king immediately became interested.
Viscount Gervais,
I have always been obsessed with your golden wine. I didn't expect you still have it here. Can you let me try a few glasses too?
Gervais rolled his eyes. Next, his golden wine was shared by a few old guys. The Lord of the North personally took the wine and poured it. When the jug returned to Gervais, not a drop was left. Gervais was so angry that he only scolded these nobles for being shameless. But what relieved him a little was that there were people on the long table who were in a worse mood than him. And that was Avery and Nino. Because the Lord of the North didn't pour wine for them at all. One can imagine how the 2 of them felt. The dinner lasted for more than an hour in total. After having enough wine and food, Gervais left. Because the king and the 8 earls still wanted to discuss the planned southern expedition. Gervais was not prepared to join in the fun. So he wandered around the camp. Gervais first came to the most noisy place in the camp, which was where the caravan set up stalls. At this moment, both the little nobles and the ordinary soldiers had let themselves go. While drinking beer, they stopped the passing women and joined hands with each other. They were so happy. Gervais has actually become accustomed to such things. The world is relatively tolerant of such things, especially the ordinary soldiers at the bottom. The caravan on the other side that specifically provides services to the nobles is much more elegant and quiet. Although there are still women and beer. Looking at the pretty women, you know that this is a high-end place. And you can't do it without the status of a noble. Came here to have fun. Gervais even saw the eldest prince and the earl's heirs also having fun, each accompanied by 1 or 2 women.
What a colorful life.
Gervais originally wanted to sit there for a while and get a glass of juice to drink. But after seeing the eldest prince and these people, Gervais was not ready to go, so as not to get upset. After giving up a drink, Gervais walked towards the woods by the river outside the camp. He wanted to take advantage of this time to try his fireball technique. To be honest, except for the fireball spell that day in the Glory Manor, Gervais had not released any more fireballs, because since the beginning of the southern expedition, there were people around all the time, and there was no chance for him to study the various damage values of the fireball technique. Today's situation is just right. Everyone is in high spirits, and there are figures and flames everywhere. It's not conspicuous to cast a fireball in the woods. So Gervais walked for 7 or 8 minutes by moonlight, and soon came to a small forest by the river. After looking around to make sure there was no one nearby, Gervais was ready to start thinking about it. Woo-woo. Just when Gervais had conceived the matrix of the fireball technique and was about to pour energy into it, he suddenly heard a woman's whimpering from the edge of the woods. He was so frightened that Gervais's hand shook, and he almost lost his mind. Something went wrong with his matrix, causing his own mental backlash. This is definitely not a ghost. After Gervais reacted, he immediately gave up the idea of releasing the fireball technique, and instead walked aside in the direction of the sound. When Gervais walked through a corner covered by branches, he saw a figure squatting by the river.
Damn it. What do you mean if you don't bring it with you to the camp at night and come out to scare people?
When Gervais saw the figure clearly, he immediately recognized who was squatting on the ground, hiding his face and sobbing, with her long fiery red hair and fiery figure. Who else could this woman be besides Caroline? Especially that outfit. Gervais had just seen it at the dinner party. Gervais was a little confused. Wasn't Caroline quite normal at the dinner just now? Why did she come here to hide and cry alone now? If it were before, Gervais wouldn't be willing to meddle in other people's business and just try his fireball technique in another place. But now it's different. Caroline is also the granddaughter of the Lord of the North, and the Lord of the North has been kind to her since the Southern Expedition. Moreover,
the last time he had a conflict with the eldest prince and others. The reason why Alice arrived so quickly was because this woman went to inform Alice, and he owed her a small favor. So Gervais simply took 2 steps forward, ready to understand the situation.
Ahem. Ahem. Miss Caroline, if you don't stay in the camp at night, why are you here pretending to be a ghost?
Originally, Caroline did not notice Gervais's existence. But after hearing Gervais's words, Caroline quickly wiped away the tears on her face, and then stood up immediately.
Gervais? Who is pretending to be a ghost? What does it have to do with you that I am by the river? Ha ha. You're not pretending to be a ghost. Was Miss Caroline crying just now? Ha ha. This is big news. I want to share it with others when I get back.
Gervais laughed. You? Caroline was momentarily speechless, and could only stare at Gervais speechlessly.
Isn't my proposal a good one? The eldest prince's fiancée, Miss Caroline, is hiding alone by the river crying. This must be a good conversation starter. Gervais, what on earth do you want to do?
Caroline was a little anxious. If word spread like this, as Gervais said, how would she be able to meet people in the future, and how would she be a queen in the future?
What don't you want to do? I'm just thinking about why Miss Caroline is hiding here alone and crying. Let me think about it. Yes. Is it because of the eldest prince?
After saying that, Gervais observed Caroline carefully through the moonlight, wanting to see why this girl was hiding and crying here. When Gervais said the words, "Big Prince," and saw Caroline's face, he knew he had guessed it right.
Is it because the eldest prince is looking for other women to have fun with?
After confirming that Caroline was only crying because of emotional problems, Gervais was not prepared to take care of it anymore. He is not Yulao, so he does not return favors over these things. So, Gervais spoke again, preparing to wait for Caroline to curse a few words in anger before he left.
Enough!
But the next moment, what left Gervais speechless was that Caroline was indeed angry. However, after getting angry, he did not curse, but continued to squat on the ground and cried bitterly. Gervais suddenly felt bad, as if he had hit this girl.
Hey! Caroline! It's late at night! So many Alban Principality soldiers drowned in the water during the day, and they might have turned into ghosts in the river. Why don't you go back to the camp and cry?
Gervais reluctantly advised. Little did he know that he had just rubbed Caroline's dignity as a noble lady on the ground, making her feel endlessly humiliated.
Aren't you afraid? Then I'm leaving. I'll be captured by the ghost in the river later. Don't blame me for not warning you.
Gervais felt that he was here, and Caroline was probably embarrassed to get up and leave. So she left a word and walked towards the camp.
The day is almost over. Why do we still encounter this kind of thing? If I had known, I shouldn't have spoken to this woman just now. Nothing good happens every time I meet her.
Gervais slowly walked a few dozen meters, and when he saw that Caroline seemed to have gotten up, he felt relieved and continued walking towards the camp. His mood for practicing the fireball technique has been completely ruined, so he is going back to the camp to wait for Alice to come out, and then return to his camp to sleep. After walking for about 100 meters, Gervais glanced back habitually. It didn't matter if he didn't look back. But after taking a look, Gervais was shocked. I saw the woman Caroline walking slowly towards the river.
There's something wrong with this guy's head.
Gervais gritted his teeth, quickly turned around and ran in the direction of Caroline. Chapter 394 Artificial Respiration.
Hey! Caroline! What are you doing? You still want to take a shower in the middle of the night. There are ghosts in the water. Jump in and be captured by the ghosts later.
Gervais suddenly had one head and two heads. Is this woman making a fuss? Those who want to seek life and death can run far away and must appear in front of them. I just wanted to practice the fireball technique. So I was offending someone. Seeing that Caroline had walked more than 10 meters out of the river, and the water had already submerged up to her waist, Gervais shouted loudly while running. But Caroline seemed determined to seek death. She didn't even turn her head to look at Gervais, and walked deeper into the river without stopping. Seeing such a scene, Gervais became really anxious, and quickly started to use fighting energy to bless his legs. Gervais didn't know if Caroline could swim. But even though it was autumn, the current of this large river dozens of meters wide was very fast. And drowning a person would be a mistake. Even a person who could swim would not be able to swim if he was drowned in the river. The undercurrent area of the water hole is probably quite choked. When Gervais ran quickly, Caroline on the other side had already walked out 2 or 3 meters again. At this moment, the river water had submerged into Caroline's chest. She finally couldn't stand anymore and fell down. Then she was the rapid current swept downstream.
Ah! Ouch!
Submerged in the river, Caroline instinctively began to struggle. At this point, Gervais finally knew that Caroline, a woman, could not swim. Because since being knocked down by the current, Caroline had never stood up again. Instead, she was floating and sinking in the water, struggling and screaming. However, this woman had some backbone. Although she screamed and struggled, she did not cry out for help.
Damn it! If I catch you, I'll slap you twice.
Seeing that Caroline was washed more than 10 meters downstream by the current, Gervais finally rushed to the shore. However, Caroline's position continued to flow downstream, and Gervais could only continue to run downstream along the river bank. As he ran, Gervais began to take off his armor and took off his long sword. Because it was wartime, even though he was attending a dinner, Gervais was still wearing leather armor and chainmail. He took off his clothes while running. After running for more than 20 meters, Gervais finally caught up with Caroline. Seeing that Caroline's struggle was getting weaker and weaker, Gervais did not dare to neglect any more and quickly increased his fighting spirit. Jumped into the rushing river. Needless to say how cold the river was on the autumn night, which immediately made Gervais shiver. However, now that his life was at stake, Gervais did not care about anything else and swam hard along the current towards Caroline. Fortunately, this world has fighting spirit. With the blessing of fighting spirit, Gervais quickly swam to Caroline's side.
Hold on to me!
After Gervais swam to Caroline, he grabbed Caroline, who was about to sink into the water, and then lifted Caroline up on the net, preparing to let Caroline hold him and swim back to the shore. In fact, there is no need for Gervais to shout. As long as a drowning person is still unconscious, he will grab anything he encounters without hesitation and use it as a life-saving straw. Sure enough, after Caroline noticed Gervais's existence, she immediately wrapped herself around Gervais like an octopus. Suddenly, Gervais felt a gentle and tender feeling next to her body. However, this comfortable feeling only allowed Gervais to enjoy it for a moment. In the next second, Gervais immediately discovered a big problem. He no longer had time to experience the warm fragrance of nephrite, because he found himself entangled with Caroline. The woman used her strength to wrap up Gervais's limbs, and then pressed Gervais into the water, trying to free herself. Surface.
Damn it! The internet really isn't lying to people. You can't save people from the front.
Gervais only had time to flash a big word in his mind. Then Gervais and Caroline sank into the water instantly. Although they had not reached the center of the river at this moment, the water here was more than 2 meters deep, and Gervais drank several mouthfuls of the river water without being caught off guard. The next moment, Gervais suddenly realized what he was doing. He quickly used his do chi to apply to his legs, and then pushed hard on the bottom of the river with both feet. In an instant, Gervais jumped high into the air with Caroline, and jumped 1 meter out of the water. How high? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gervais could no longer care about anything else, and continued to use his fighting spirit. Then vigorously shook off Caroline's hands that were wrapped around him. After shaking off Caroline's hands, Gervais was finally able to paddle on the water. So Gervais hurriedly swam along the current towards the river bank.
View? Finally coming up!
Even though Gervais was blessed with fighting spirit, he still felt exhausted after struggling in the water for so long. Especially when he almost drowned with Caroline just now. After returning to the shore, Gervais took off Caroline hanging from his body, only to find that the girl had passed out. It must have been that he had just shaken his hands off. And then he was kept pressed in the water. The situation was urgent at that time, and Gervais did not bother to observe.
Hey, Caroline, wake up!
Gervais quickly dragged Caroline to the grass aside, then gently patted Caroline's face with his hand, and found that Caroline had no reaction.
Damn it! No way! He was still making noise just now!
Gervais did not dare to neglect, and quickly put his finger to the tip of Caroline's nose, only to find that Caroline was not breathing.
It's over!
Gervais was shocked. This woman couldn't die like this, even putting aside the relationship with the Lord of the North. If Caroline died here, Gervais himself would probably be in big trouble. After all, there are 2 people's traces on the river bank here. If it is found out that Gervais is here after tracing, he will not be able to explain it clearly even if he has 100 mouths. Thinking of this, Gervais dared not delay any longer. Gervais quickly held Caroline's chin with both hands, then took a deep breath and pressed down on Caroline's mouth. Fortunately, Gervais has experience as a time traveler. If the person next to Caroline at this time was a native of this world, then Caroline would definitely die today. But when I met Gervais at least knew how to rescue a drowning person. Artificial respiration and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Next, Gervais began to work hard to rescue Caroline, performing chest compressions for dozens of seconds every 2 times of artificial respiration.
Cough! Cough!
Gervais' CPR and artificial respiration continued without interruption for more than 2 minutes. Finally, the hard work paid off. With Gervais's efforts, Caroline suddenly coughed violently several times, then vomited a lot of river water from her mouth, and finally woke up.
Damn! You scared me to death. If you really die, and it's me who is found to be with you last time, then I won't be able to get rid of you even if I jump into the Yellow River.
Seeing that Caroline finally woke up, Gervais wiped the cold sweat from his face, and his heart finally dropped. Seeing that Caroline was still a little confused when she woke up, Gervais helplessly lifted Caroline and pillowed her on his lap.
Caroline, are you feeling better now?
Gervais shook Caroline, who was still not very awake, and asked,
Why did you save me? Aren't you very proud just now? Since you have humiliated me in person, then don't save me. Woo-woo.
Caroline finally came to her senses after being shaken by Gervais. Seeing Gervais, Caroline instantly remembered the previous incident, cried and cursed, and then started to cry.
Ahem. I didn't mean it just now. I just wanted to confirm what happened to you.
Gervais has a big head, and women are the most troublesome, especially Caroline. Gervais has decided that he will stay away from this woman in the future. Nothing good will happen every time he meets her. Gervais wanted to ditch Caroline and leave now, but he was worried about whether this girl would continue to do something stupid later, so he could only persuade her patiently. Otherwise, the sins you have suffered in front of you will be in vain. Although Caroline was crying at this time, her head was still resting on Gervais' lap. And because Gervais had slightly widened her collar when he was performing CPR on Caroline, Caroline's clothes were not very neat at this time. Gervais had just been so eager to save people that he hadn't noticed anything strange. Now he lowered his head and looked at it, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. What caught his eyes was a sliver of white, which instantly made Gervais' mouth go dry.
Caroline, you are seeking death and crying now. Why don't you go back now? It will be bad if someone sees us like this later. Then help me up first. I have no strength now.
When Caroline heard what Gervais said, she didn't know if it was because she was worried about being discovered. So she stopped crying, lowered her head, and said something to Gervais. Although Caroline is also a tidal knight, she struggled in the water for a long time and almost drowned. So her whole body is still weak. Seeing that Caroline finally stopped crying, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief, held Caroline's back, and helped her sit upright on the ground.
Can you walk? If you can, let's go back now.
Gervais' eyes flickered, feeling that if he continued to stay like this, he might not be able to bear it. So he asked,
Let me rest for a few more minutes. I don't even have the strength to stand up now.
Caroline reluctantly sat on the ground. After hearing Gervais' question, she felt her body and found that she still had no strength.
Fine.
Gervais swallowed and responded. However, perhaps because Gervais swallowed so loudly, Caroline finally noticed something strange. When Caroline raised her head and looked at Gervais, she immediately discovered that Gervais was condescending and staring at her chest. So Caroline lowered her gaze again, focusing on herself, and immediately discovered the problem.
You are shameless!
Caroline instantly became irritated, although the collar was only slightly open. Gervais must have been looking at it for a long time since landing, which made Caroline grit her teeth.
Cough! Cough! Caroline! I just saw it accidentally. How can you repay kindness with hatred? It was me who saved you just now!
Gervais was a little embarrassed to be caught in front of Caroline. However, Gervais knew that at this time, he could not feel guilty. Otherwise, he would really become a wretched man. It would be better to admit it openly, and then change the subject, so as to minimize the consequences.
If you hadn't humiliated me, why would I have sought death?
Sure enough, Caroline's attention was immediately diverted, and she quickly retorted.
Why have I humiliated you? For the sake of the Lord of the North. I want to know why you are crying here. Otherwise, I would not mind your own business. Besides, I saw the eldest prince drinking in the camp. I'm just telling the truth.
Okay,
I'll help you up. Now go back.
Seeing that Caroline's complexion had improved a lot, Gervais knelt down and, regardless of whether Caroline wanted it or not, dragged her arm and pulled her up from the ground.
Let's go!
After Caroline stabilized her figure, Gervais let go of her arm and urged her. Although as title knights, the two of them did not need to worry about catching colds. But it was already autumn, and it was still night. The soaked two people were blown by the night wind, and suddenly felt chilly all over their bodies. Hearing Gervais's urging, Caroline didn't make any fuss this time and walked forward silently. In this way, Caroline was in front and Gervais was behind, both of them walking slowly and silently. Gervais did not forget his armor and sword. He quickly picked up the 3 items and continued moving forward.
Gervais, do you think I'm mean?
Gervais and Caroline walked out of the grove by the river in silence. Halfway through, Caroline suddenly asked in a low voice without any end.
What?
Gervais was a little confused and thought he had heard wrongly.
The eldest prince treated me like this, but I didn't dare to rebuke him face to face because of my position as queen. Do you think I was despicable by doing this? Did I lose the face of the Welton family?
Caroline spoke up again, speaking in more detail. Gervais heard it clearly this time. But when faced with such a question, Gervais didn't know how to answer it for a moment. Gervais is not very clear about Caroline's past. He only knows that this woman is more calculating. But now Gervais could tell from her words that the reason why this woman was engaged to the eldest prince was probably to become the queen. Otherwise, the Welton family is one of the 8 count families in the Principality of Jean. Even if Caroline cannot inherit the position of count, it is still easy to marry a satisfactory husband. However, individuals have their own pursuits, and Gervais will not look down on Caroline's pursuit. After all, his engagement to the eldest prince is also a noble marriage, and it is not considered high profile. It's just that Caroline may have accommodated the eldest prince too much in order to become the queen. And that's why the eldest prince acted like this.
For the sake of the orthodoxy of the king's bloodline, if you want to become a queen, your body must be pure on the wedding day. The eldest prince wanted to get close to me many times, saying that he could guarantee the king and others that my body was pure. But I was worried about what might happen, so I rejected his request every time. I don't care if he looks for a lover, and I won't ask anything about it. After all, there are few nobles who don't look for lovers, and I think that when I officially get married to him, he won't go out to look for her. But I didn't expect that not only would he be looking for a lover, he would also be looking for those lowly prostitutes. When he was at Glory Manor, he used the excuse that this would help him make friends with other nobles better. But today in the camp, all the nobles around him have defected to him, but he still found those bitches to keep him company.
Seeing that Gervais had been silent for a long time without answering her, Caroline continued to say a lot of words to herself. After saying that, Caroline suddenly stopped and then turned around.
What's wrong?
Gervais was listening to Caroline's story attentively, but he didn't expect the woman to suddenly stop. Fortunately, as a title knight, Gervais reacted quickly and did not hit Caroline. However, the distance between the two was very close at this time, almost touching each other.
I suddenly want to taste what kissing feels like.
There was an inexplicable light flashing in Caroline's eyes, as if she had made a lot of determination. And at the same time, she had the pleasure of revenge. The next moment, Caroline's hands went directly to the back of Gervais's neck, and her fair face was pressed against Gervais's face.
What the H.L.? I was molested by a woman.
Gervais suddenly felt extremely humiliated, and he could not allow such a thing to happen to him. So, Gervais also stretched out his hands and placed them behind Caroline.
Tap. Tap. Gervais and Caroline parked on the grass less than 1 kilometer away from the camp gate for 2 or 3 minutes. In these 2 or 3 minutes, the two of them were still standing. But now, they were lying on the grass. If they hadn't heard the eager hooves of a team of horses not far away, they didn't know how long they would have been lying there. Gervais and Caroline stood up quickly. They each straightened their somewhat wrinkled clothes before calming down. I just haven't tried the taste of kissing. Let's do an experiment on you. Don't have any ideas. Also, I don't want a third person to know about this. Otherwise, I won't let you go. After arranging her clothes, Caroline said a few words with her back to Gervais, and then quickened her pace towards the camp gate without waiting for Gervais's response. Gervais looked at Caroline's retreating back and did not follow her for the time being. Nor did he respond loudly, because there is a team of war horses not far away. And if I catch up now, I may be misunderstood. This group of war horses should be the rangers responsible for reconnaissance patrols. Just now, the sound of horse hooves from this group of rangers brought Gervais's wonderful experience to an abrupt end. Huh? Finally, I didn't embarrass my male compatriots. It was humiliating to be slapped by a woman. So Gervais finally took the initiative, turned from passive to active, and finally got back into the game. Moreover, in addition to taking the initiative, Gervais also recovered a little interest by the way. Thinking of interest, Gervais couldn't help lowering his head and looking at his palm. Gervais's palm was now in the shape of 5 claws, which was the size he had just felt. Gervais immediately fell into a deep aftertaste. Middle. Chapter 395 Trouble is coming. After deeply reminiscing, Gervais saw that Caroline was about to enter the camp. And then he continued to walk towards the camp gate. Originally, with his current appearance, he should have returned directly to the west camp, because Caroline and he were both wet, and it would have been a bit eye-catching even if they walked apart. However, it was a pity that Gervais's unicorn was still in the northern camp. It would be several miles to walk back. Of course, he was not willing to walk back in the dark. After Caroline turned her back to Gervais and walked away quickly, her originally fair face turned as red as a peach blossom. Although the kiss with Gervais just now had a great sense of revenge in it. However, Caroline did not expect Gervais to be so courageous. It was just a simple kiss, but he actually pushed himself to the grass, and his hands were very dishonest. It's just that I didn't know what happened just now, and my whole body felt a little weak. So I was just in a daze and allowed Gervais to be frivolous. Now that they were separated and blown by the night wind, Caroline woke up completely, with a lot of thoughts in her mind, including the panic afterwards and the aftertaste of her first shy experience. Caroline knew her own affairs. Ever since she determined to become a queen, she had paid special attention to her daily words and deeds, let alone kissing. He has never even held hands with other men, not even the eldest Prince Derek, because Caroline knew clearly that a good reputation and a pure body were one of the necessary elements for a queen. And Caroline knows better that what is not available is the best. With a status like the eldest prince, there is no shortage of women. Even if he wants one, many nobles will eagerly send their daughters over, hoping that one day they can hitch a ride on the future king. So Caroline made up her mind from the beginning that before she and the eldest prince got married, she would never let the eldest prince touch her, so that she would be the one who couldn't get it the best. As for after the marriage, I became the legal couple of the eldest prince. As long as the eldest prince inherits the throne, I will definitely become the queen, and my children will also become the future kings. As for whether the eldest prince would get tired of herself, Caroline didn't care at that time. Caroline? Just after Caroline entered the camp with her thoughts racing, a shout came from the gate of the camp. This call made Caroline tremble slightly, because the owner of this voice was none other than her fiancé, the eldest Prince Derek. Caroline, where have you been? Why are you all wet? The eldest Prince Derek frowned and looked at Caroline suspiciously. Just now, the Lord of the North sent someone to look for Caroline, but in the end, they couldn't find her and had to find the eldest prince. Of course, the eldest prince did not dare to neglect the Lord of the North. He quickly put aside having fun with those noble youths and started looking for Caroline. Unexpectedly, the last news he got was that Caroline actually left the camp alone. The eldest prince was now preparing to lead his subordinates out of the camp to search, but he didn't expect to meet her here. I went to the river to relax and accidentally fell into the river. Caroline felt nervous, but she also knew that the more she spoke, the easier it would be to arouse suspicion. So she deliberately answered the eldest Prince Derek with a straight face. Only this was in line with her mood when she just left the camp. At that time, she walked away from the eldest prince and others with anger. Oh, Count Gus just sent someone to find you. Go back and change your clothes and go take a look.
The eldest prince saw that Caroline's expression was natural, and her tone was obviously angry. Without any suspicion, he really thought that Caroline fell while walking by the river because she was angry. So he didn't ask any more questions.
Oh,
Caroline responded, then quickly walked towards the camp.
Let's go back too.
Seeing Caroline walking away, the eldest prince Derek was not ready to leave the camp and called his subordinates to prepare to return. But just when the eldest prince was about to turn the horse's head, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking leisurely at the gate of the camp.
Gervais?
The eldest prince's face suddenly darkened, because he clearly saw that Gervais was also wet at the moment, and he was holding the leather chainmail armor in his hands. In this situation, and thinking of Caroline, if the eldest prince still thinks that there is no connection between the two, then he is mentally retarded. By the way, Gervais walked into the camp leisurely, while recalling the amazing flexibility and wondering why there was such a big gap between people raised by the same mother and father. He suddenly heard someone calling his name in front of him. Gervais couldn't help but look up in confusion. When he saw the person sitting on the horse in front of him clearly, Gervais suddenly had a bad feeling. He originally thought that he had a good luck today. Although the process of meeting Caroline was a bit tortuous, it did not cause big trouble like last time. But now he knows that trouble is waiting here.
It turns out to be His Highness the Eldest Prince. I wonder what the Eldest Prince wants me to do.
Gervais immediately calmed down. Although he didn't know if Caroline was seen by the Eldest Prince when she came back, he had to deal with it here. Not only to avoid trouble, but also to think about the woman Caroline, so that he can live up to his responsibility as a responsible man.
Were you just with Caroline?
The eldest prince asked, suppressing his anger.
What Caroline? How come your fiancé is with me?
Gervais asked inexplicably.
Then why are you all wet?
The eldest prince was a little confused when he saw that Gervais was so calm. But the next moment, I thought that there is no such coincidence in the world. Gervais and Caroline entered the camp one after the other, and they were both wet. This clearly means that the two were together just now. But the eldest prince still can't figure out what they did outside the camp.
It doesn't matter to you whether I'm wet or not. But if you ask, it's okay if I tell you. I was practicing a martial art just now, and it can only be practiced in water. Your Highness, is there anything else? If nothing happens, I'll leave first.
Gervais sounded a little unhappy and replied casually.
You lied. You were clearly with Caroline just now, and you still dare to quibble. Gervais, do you know that Caroline is my fiancée?
Of course, the eldest prince did not believe Gervais's lies, and the anger in his heart was already rising at this moment. The eldest prince looked at the dozen or so iron guards on his left and right, preparing to capture Gervais before questioning him. The eldest prince has never even touched his fiancée Caroline. He will never allow others to get involved. So he must figure out what happened tonight.
Your Majesty, the great prince, do you really think that I, Gervais, am a fool? Are you making trouble for me again and again? You almost killed me last time in the City of Glory. Why? Do you still want to continue now?
Gervais saw the actions of the eldest prince Derek and knew what his plan was. His face immediately turned cold, and he spoke to the eldest prince word by word. If what happened today had not been for the eldest prince having fun in front of Caroline and causing her to run to the river and cry, Gervais believed that such a thing would not have happened to him. So he didn't feel any guilt at all. And he wasn't afraid if the eldest prince wanted to take action. He now had the ability to protect himself against the Silver Junior Knight. At worst, release 2 or 3 more fireballs to see who is afraid of whom. Chapter 396. The troops are divided into 2 groups.
Tap! Tap! Gervais, what are you doing?
Just when the eldest prince was about to order people to take down Gervais, Alice came out of the camp with her men on a horse. Seeing the tense situation between Gervais and the eldest prince, Alice quickly rode forward and asked Gervais.
It's nothing. I just went out to practice. When I returned to the camp, His Royal Highness stopped me and refused to let me in. Eldest Prince, I wonder what you want from Gervais.
Alice frowned. He didn't have a good impression of the eldest prince, especially after what happened at Glory Manor last time. Now that he saw the eldest prince leading so many people around Gervais, she didn't give him a good look.
Gervais, you'd better be careful.
The eldest prince didn't say much. Seeing Alice leading a group of Rose Knights, he knew that it was impossible to capture Gervais now. So he said a harsh word, then turned his horse and walked towards the camp. Of course, he would not tell his speculation about Gervais and Caroline in public. After all, it was related to his face. And currently he is just speculating and suspecting without any evidence. Seeing that the eldest prince said harsh words and turned away, Gervais snorted coldly and said nothing else. If this matter gets serious, it will cause trouble for Alice. It is the best result to end like this. So Gervais doesn't want to cause trouble for the time being. As for being resented by the eldest prince, Gervais didn't care at all. In fact, even if he and the eldest prince had a grudge at the Glory Manor, even with today's incident, the debt was too much to be afraid of lice bites.
Let's go! Gervais! We're going back to camp!
Seeing the eldest prince leaving directly, Alice didn't care much and said something to Gervais. At this moment, Ike and others were also following Alice's team, and the unicorn was also brought. Gervais nodded, quickly climbed onto the unicorn's horse, and then left the camp with Alice.
Gervais, what happened just now?
After leaving the camp, Gervais and Alice walked slowly side by side, and then Alice asked about what happened just now.
I was just about to go for a walk in the woods by the river. Unexpectedly, I met Caroline crying alone by the river.
Gervais did not hide anything from Alice. He told Alice in detail how Caroline cried alone by the river and then committed suicide. He had no choice but to go into the water and rescue the person in a thrilling way. Of course, for the sake of a harmonious relationship between himself and Alice, and also to prevent Alice from getting more troubled. Gervais deliberately concealed the fact that he gave Caroline artificial respiration and was knocked by the wall on the grass. Alice frowned slightly after listening to Gervais's words, and then said,
Caroline was a very strong girl when she was a child. But since she became an adult, she has been able to endure this in order to become the queen. Gervais, then why didn't you tell the eldest prince what happened just now? After all, you saved Caroline's life. He should thank you.
Alice did not doubt the truth of Gervais's words, let alone the erotic scene between Gervais and Caroline on the grass. After all, Caroline has been working hard for the position of queen over the years, and in order to maintain a pure body, Caroline cannot have any relationship with other men.
Too lazy to say.
Gervais was a little unhappy and wanted to explain to the eldest prince how this was possible, not to mention anything else. Gervais remembered what happened at the Glory Manor a few days ago. If it weren't for the Lord of the North, I might have finished this second life by then. One day, he was ready to take revenge.
I know you men have a lot of face.
Alice heard the dissatisfaction in Gervais's words, rolled her eyes at him angrily, and then continued.
But Gervais, the eldest prince is a bit narrow-minded, and he treats Caroline like a taboo. Now that the eldest prince has misunderstood you, then you and the eldest prince have completely become enemies. The next southern expedition will be very difficult. Trouble. What trouble?
Gervais also became serious when he heard Alice speaking so solemnly. Gervais knew Alice's temperament very well. If this cold goddess said she was in trouble, she really was in trouble. Alice never exaggerates or lies.
The king just discussed with our 8 earl families and made a decision. In the next southern expedition, we will attack the Principality of Alban in 2 groups. One way is led by the main elite of the 8 earls to advance from the front, while the other way is led by you vassals acting together to advance from the side.
Alice slowly told Gervais the reason in detail.
Split the troops into 2 groups? Then who is the commander-in-chief of our group? Is it the eldest Prince Derek?
Gervais immediately guessed what the trouble Alice was talking about was. And it was indeed not good news.
Yes, the commander of your journey is the eldest prince.
Alice nodded, confirming Gervais's guess.
What a trouble!
Gervais frowned. If it were him personally, he wouldn't worry too much. Even if the eldest prince wanted to trick him, he could still escape. Anyway, he was a noble and Alice's husband. In the end, he would not get any benefits at all. But the problem is that when the time comes, he will take his subordinates with him. He can escape, but his subordinates cannot. If the eldest prince really wants to deal with himself, he will definitely use his tricks when the time comes. Moreover, the king's decision is impossible to change at this moment. The only thing Gervais can do now is to minimize his constraints.
Gervais, if not, you can pretend to be ill tomorrow and stay in the camp. Then follow my team forward.
Seeing Gervais frowning and thinking, Alice thought for a while and suggested to Gervais.
No.
Upon hearing Alice's suggestion, Gervais immediately shook his head and rejected the idea. It's not that Alice's proposal is unfeasible. This proposal will indeed save Gervais from having to fight again. After all, Alice is his nominal lord. Even if Gervais slept in the tent every day for the rest of the battle, as long as Alice didn't say anything, there would be no problem. The reason why Gervais rejected this method without hesitation was entirely because if he chose to do so, he would not get any loot. Since the king and the 8 earls were to attack with elite legions, there was naturally no place for Gervais, a small and unknown nobleman. If you don't participate in the battle, where will the spoils come from? Without the spoils, wouldn't Gervais's southern expedition be a big loss? Gervais has already tasted the benefits of the battle in White Rock City today, and the first victory reward he finally won cannot be wasted.
Alice, I need to participate in the battle, and need a lot of loot and prisoners to develop my territory,
Gervais explained.
However, the eldest prince may take the opportunity to make things difficult for you when the time comes.
Hearing the firmness in Gervais' tone, Alice couldn't help but worry.
I'm not worried about the eldest prince making things difficult for me. What I'm worried about is my father and my subordinates.
Gervais heard the concern in Alice's words and smiled slightly.
Alice, let my father stay in your camp when the time comes. In addition, I will only take away 10 people from my medical team, and the rest will stay in your camp.
Gandalf is Gervais's father, and he is the only person other than Gervais's subordinates who can threaten him. So Gervais decided to leave Gandalf with Alice. As for Gandalf's trophies, Gervais felt that he would gain a lot. When the time comes, he would share some of the profits with Gandalf, which would definitely satisfy Gandalf. Among Gervais's subordinates, the medical team is the only team not designed for combat, and they are all girls. So to be on the safe side, Gervais decided to leave them here with Alice and take only 10 of them with him for emergencies. Even if an emergency occurs, Gervais can respond quickly.
Gervais, are you sure you want to do this? In fact, the development of the territory does not happen overnight. You can take your time, and after returning from the southern expedition, you will also receive a barony as a reward from the king.
Alice was still a little worried and wanted to persuade Gervais again. In her opinion, Gervais' gains in White Rock City were equal to the combined gains of dozens of vassals in previous years.
Alice, you don't have to worry about me. I only make this choice when I'm sure. When have you ever seen me do something I'm not sure about?
Gervais patted his chest and assured Alice. Gervais had already thought about it. If the soldiers came to block the water and the earth would cover him up, the eldest prince would not dare to kill him blatantly. At most, he would be a stumbling block for himself. However, this stumbling block may still be effective if used by other minor nobles, but it may not be effective if used by Gervais. Chapter 397 Orange Kiwi Fruit. Seeing Gervais patting his chest and making assurances, Alice, although still a little worried, did not offer any more words to persuade her. Gervais's self-confidence is the quality that she admires most. It seems that any difficulty she encounters is a small trouble that can be solved for Gervais. After returning to the camp, Gervais took Ike and others away from Alice and returned to his camp. At this time, most of the soldiers in the Jones family camp had returned to their tents to rest. The soldiers in the northern camp have a time of revelry, and the western camp is no exception. A caravan has also come to the western camp. At this moment, the caravan has also gone out of business and is packing up and preparing to leave the camp. These caravans, although they are allowed to enter the camp to do business, they are not allowed to stay in the camp in the middle of the night.
Sir, you are back.
When Gervais returned to his quiet camp, Laurie was on guard with several soldiers. After seeing Gervais, he quickly stepped forward and held Gervais's horse rein, and respectfully welcomed Gervais to dismount. Ever since the unicorn ate the second kiwi fruit before the southern expedition, the unicorn has become smarter. It can understand everything Gervais tells it very well. So now even if Gervais's subordinates approach, as long as there is no hostility, the unicorn will not attack. Over time, the guards no longer feared the unicorn, but regarded it as an ordinary war horse.
Well, Laurie, didn't you go and relax tonight?
Gervais dismounted and saw that Laurie and others did not smell of alcohol. So he asked, among Gervais' official subordinates, apart from the medical team and the slave soldiers, there are only 2 teams, Laurie and Ike. Of course, the medical team and the slave soldiers would not go drinking and looking for women. But Laurie and others had told Gervais before they left that they could go and relax properly. So Gervais was a little surprised that Laurie and the others did not go to have fun.
Hey, sir, we are all going to save some money. That caravan is a gold-selling cave, and we don't dare to go there.
Laurie chuckled and replied rather awkwardly.
All right.
Only then did Gervais realize that these subordinates were too poor. Veterans like Laurie and Ike are okay. They just don't want to part with it because they have a large family to support. The other young guards only became guards a few months ago. Even though the salary given to them by Gervais was not low, they were used to being poor and naturally were reluctant to exchange 1 or 2 silver coins for a night of carnival. Moreover, although Gervais gained a lot from this battle in White Rock City, he did not issue any rewards to his subordinates. It's not that they are reluctant to part with it, but the rewards for ordinary soldiers cannot be given out until the end of the southern expedition. Otherwise, once people have money, they are likely to have scruples and lose the courage to accept death. This is also the normal operation of most nobles.
Ike, go get a jug of wine and 5 jugs of beer later. You guys can get together in the camp.
Although the money could not be given to them, the spiritual reward could still be given. Gervais was not a stingy Seignior, so he gave instructions to Ike.
Thank you for the reward. Sir! Thank you, sir, for the reward.
When Ike and others heard that Gervais actually mentioned wine, everyone was stunned. That was a bottle of wine for 1 gold coin. After reacting, whether it was Ike, Lori, or the ordinary guards, they were all excited and thanked Gervais repeatedly.
Okay, I'll ask the cook to bring some side dishes later, but you also need to go to bed early. Don't be too late. We will set off tomorrow morning.
Gervais waved his hand and interrupted several people's thanks. Although the selling price of wine is high, it is just that the raw materials have not kept up. In just a few months, the cost of wine will be too high for Gervais. Just a few bunches of grapes really.
Yes, sir. Kindness.
Afterwards, Gervais responded, no longer staying, and walked towards his tent alone. After Ike and others watched Gervais leave, they quickly started to move. Those who went to get wine got wine, and those who went to find the cook were all in a hurry. When Gervais returned to the tent, the lights were still on, and Lilia, the temporary maid, was squatting at the door of the tent and falling asleep. When he noticed that Gervais was back, he quickly saluted and greeted him, then took out the washing tools that had been prepared and began to help Gervais wash and undress. After washing and changing his clothes, Gervais laid down on his soft bed after Lilia left.
Then, it's time to use the big cheating wheel.
The system rewards had been distributed to Gervais's panel at the moment King Lawrence determined the first credit. However, Gervais did not have any free time during the day, so he did not open the panel to study. Now that it is late at night, and he has washed and changed clothes, Gervais feels that it is a good time to use the system. Now that he has enough points and lottery opportunities, Gervais is ready to draw a wave in advance. Because kiwi fruit has no shelf life, and you can't draw it every time when it's life or death. Right? I was lucky the last few times, and was able to draw useful kiwi fruits to save the day. But if you are unlucky next time and pull out a kiwi fruit that is not helpful, you will have to burp on the spot. So, Gervais opened the control panel without further delay. After the system panel was opened, Gervais immediately looked at his energy point value. I saw that the energy point value showed 20 energy points. Not too much. Not too little. Just right. This value immediately made Gervais feel that his back was much stiffer. The energy points were now his confidence. With energy points in his pocket, he would be confident in anything he did. Among these 20 energy points, 10 energy points were awarded as rewards for completing the system task this time, and the other 10 energy points were accumulated before departure. After reluctantly looking at the energy points for a few times, Gervais turned his attention to the big cheating carousel below the system mall.
I've washed my face and changed my clothes. Although it's not bathing and burning incense, it's almost the same. Big cheating turntable. You have to work hard for me this time. I want a kiwi fruit that will last forever.
Gervais muttered something silently in his mind. And then, he couldn't wait to click the lottery button on the cheating wheel. As the big wheel of cheating began to rotate, Gervais's little heart was beating thumpingly.
No black. No black. Oh. Ha ha. My luck is really good today.
When the pointer of the big turntable slowly stopped, Gervais almost jumped up, because the pointer of the big turntable stopped on an orange kiwi fruit. As long as the kiwi fruit on this big turntable is not black, it means that you can get permanent benefits. But the kiwi fruit of each color has different functions. The overjoyed Gervais was very satisfied, and then looked towards the square above, wanting to see what effects the orange kiwi fruit had.
Orange kiwi fruit, this is a magical fruit. Although it cannot improve your strength or your physique, it can help you improve your affinity. It's over. It's over like this. Affinity? What the H.L. is this? I want affinity to be of no use. Are you going to lie to a little Lolita? Or are you going to pick up girls? Holy crap. You're a cheating system. You give me energy points and I want to return them. If I want to pick up girls, I can just rely on my handsome face. What do you need to increase your affinity?
A moment ago, Gervais was feeling complacent about winning the orange kiwi fruit. But when he saw the insincere explanation, Gervais quit. This is simply a mission reward to trick him. This is what he got in exchange for racking his brains to complete the task. Even giving him a black kiwi fruit is better than drawing this orange kiwi fruit. Chapter 398. Is the system a bitch?
You're cheating?
Gervais yelled at the system hoarsely in his heart for a long time. Unfortunately, his system was a low-end version, and did not have a device spirit or brain like other VIP time travelers. No matter how Gervais cursed and asked for a return, there was no response either. After venting his anger, Gervais could only acquiesce to this result. I have to eat the prize I drew with tears in my eyes, Gervais grimaced. And with a thought, he took the orange kiwi fruit in his hand. This orange kiwi looks a bit like an orange, but it's smaller and doesn't need to be peeled.
It smells pretty good.
As soon as Gervais took it out of the space, he smelled a faint fragrance, and instantly, his whole body felt relaxed physically and mentally.
Alas! 1,000 gold coins in exchange for this unnecessary affinity.
In the end, Gervais put the orange kiwi into his mouth with tears in his eyes. Although the effect of this orange kiwi fruit made Gervais feel that he was at a disadvantage to his grandma, the taste had no flaws and was as good as ever. Feeling the incomparable sweetness, Gervais began to chew the pulp in his mouth, and the warmth flowed across his throat and fell into his stomach. Gervais immediately concentrated and began to sense his own changes. But obviously, all this was in vain, and the affinity with Lashizi was simply not within the scope of his perception. In the end, after a few minutes of careful sensing and finding nothing, Gervais reluctantly withdrew his perception, and then opened his system panel again.
Draw it again! There may be some danger in the middle finger of the southern expedition this time. The most important thing is to draw a kiwi fruit early to strengthen your strength. Even if it's a black kiwi fruit, at least it can give me a trump card.
Looking at the solitary 20 energy points, Gervais's waist is softened by half, and the 20 energy points that have not yet heated up will soon be reduced by half. If the system didn't have a screenshot function, Gervais would have taken a screenshot as a souvenir. Then Gervais set his eyes on the cheating wheel again, and then clicked the lottery button with neither joy nor sorrow. As the 10 energy points were deducted, the pointer of the big turntable began to rotate again. This time, Gervais seemed to have entered the sage's time. When the hands turned, he was not as nervous and expectant as before. He had been deeply hurt by this cheating system. Under Gervais's gaze, the pointer of the big turntable became slower and slower, and finally stopped on a black kiwi fruit. Gervais watched the pointer turn to the black kiwi fruit, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Originally, he thought that he had been hurt by this cheating system and could be calm, but he didn't expect that he had not yet reached this state.
If you want to have a physical body, I will definitely throw you into the pit and let you know that you have to pay the price for cheating me.
Gervais looked like an honest man abandoned by a scumbag, gritting his teeth but helpless. In the end, Gervais turned his attention to the black kiwi fruit he had just drawn, hoping to find some comfort in the function of the black kiwi fruit.
Black kiwi fruit. This is a magical kiwi fruit. It can give you 50 times your own physique within an hour. Note, this kiwi fruit has side effects. After 1 hour of effectiveness, you will fall into a period of weakness for 3 days. Your body will not recover until after the period of weakness. 50 times the physique? That means 50 times stronger than me?
In an instant, the heartache caused by the loss of orange kiwis disappeared. Gervais even couldn't help but sit up from the bed. Although this black kiwi fruit was only effective for an hour, its function this time was extremely powerful, which simply exceeded Gervais's psychological expectations. Gervais felt that the effect of this kiwi fruit was stronger than any kiwi fruit he had drawn in the past.
This is a real life-saving fruit. If my understanding is correct, what level should someone who is 50 times stronger than me reach? A peak silver knight? A golden knight? Even a high-level gold level?
Because he didn't have a correct understanding of the strength of the golden knight and above, Gervais couldn't think of a realm that matched someone 50 times stronger than himself. But he knew one thing. His current strength, combined with all aspects of martial arts and magic, is not inferior to that of the silver junior knight. In other words, after taking this black kiwi fruit, he will have the power of 50 silver junior knights. This is such a terrifying strength. This also means that he at least has a chance to save his life.
The cheating system. This time you are wise. If you have good things in the future, you should come up with them as soon as possible. We are wearing the same pants now. The stronger I am, the more benefits you will get.
After finally suppressing the pounding excitement in his heart, Gervais muttered to the system. From this moment on, He has decided that he will have a good talk with the system before using it every time he draws a lottery. After all, he had just scolded the system and threatened to throw it into the pit. And the system had given him such a heavyweight kiwi fruit. After staring at his black kiwi fruit again, Gervais turned off the system, then closed his eyes and prepared to rest. The camp will start tomorrow, and it will be another tiring day. Early the next morning, when Gervais woke up, the entire camp was noisy again. Everyone should be packing their luggage and equipment and preparing to set off. Lilia had been waiting outside Gervais' tent for a long time. When she heard Gervais getting up in the tent, she immediately asked at the door. After getting Gervais' permission, she walked into the tent to help Gervais change. Wash up. However, today, when Lilia was helping Gervais wash and change clothes, there was an inexplicable look in her eyes, as if she was a little confused, but also seemed to have a little obsession. Yes, it was obsession. Of course. As a servant, Lilia didn't dare to look at Gervais most of the time except for glancing at Gervais the moment she entered the tent. So Gervais didn't notice anything strange about Lilia.
My lord, the Earl's herald has just arrived. He said that he summoned all the vassals to the camp to discuss matters. However, when the herald heard that you were still resting, he did not ask me to wake you up. He said that the Earl had given instructions. Got it!
Gervais finished washing and stood at the door of the tent fully armed. Ike, who was on duty at the side, immediately went forward to report.
Okay, I get it now.
Gervais nodded. Alice must have summoned all the vassals to inform the king of his decision to divide his forces into two groups last night. And she already knew the news. So it was very likely that Alice had specifically told the herald. And it didn't matter if she couldn't get through now.
This cheap wife looks cold and cold. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also considerate.
After a leisurely breakfast, Gervais was still preparing to go to the camp where Alice was. The 120 medical team members of his are still entrusted to Alice, and Gervais needs to take them there himself. In addition to the medical team, Gervais is also preparing to leave the unicorn at Alice's place. Without big guys like the Lord of the North and the King in the team, Gervais felt that if he rode a unicorn on the battlefield, he would definitely be the most beautiful guy on the battlefield. But he would probably also be the one who died the fastest. Therefore, Gervais planned to keep a low profile and temporarily switch to ordinary war horses. Anyway, when the time comes to advance to the hinterland of the Principality of Alban, the teams of both sides will converge together. Next, Gervais took the unicorn and the medical team directly to Alice's camp. When Gervais arrived at Alice's camp, Nadine had already received Alice's order and took the initiative to pick up the 120 girls from the medical team. As for the unicorn, Gervais needed to hand it over to Alice in person. So Gervais took it directly outside Alice's meeting tent. When Gervais arrived here, the meeting inside should have ended, and many minor nobles were walking out of the tent.
Viscount Gervais! Morning! Viscount Gervais! Morning! Gervais! Why so late?
Gervais stood at the door of the tent, and a small vassal nobleman walked out of the tent. After seeing Gervais, everyone greeted Gervais in a friendly manner. Without exception, Gervais also greeted them one by one. The last one to come out was Fatty Pat. After seeing Gervais, Fat Pat called out quickly, then stopped and looked at Gervais curiously.
What are you looking at? Have you never seen a handsome guy?
Gervais couldn't help but smile and curse at little Fat Pat when he saw him looking like this.
Hee hee! Gervais, your shame is as high as your ability. Stop talking. I'm going back first. There is still work to be done in the camp.
Fatty Pat was scolded by Gervais and immediately diverted his attention. Originally, he felt that Gervais was a little different today, but after careful observation, he found that it was no different from usual. He thought he was delusional. So Pat simply stopped thinking about it, exchanged curses with Gervais, and prepared to leave.
Pat, you're jealous.
Gervais laughed loudly, seeing that Fatty Pat had walked away, and the young nobles in the tent had almost left. He walked into the tent where the meeting was held. Chapter 399 Affinity?
Father!
Gervais walked into the tent and saw his cheap dad being left alone by Alice.
Little Gervais, how about you stay with the Earl? Your loot is already rich enough, and you don't need to continue taking risks like this.
Obviously, Alice left Gandalf to tell him what Gervais had told him last night. The first time Gandalf saw Gervais, he immediately spoke out worriedly.
Father, don't worry. I make such a decision only when I am absolutely sure. You don't have to persuade me.
When talking to Alice last night, Gervais was not so confident. But since he drew the black kiwi fruit, Gervais dared to pat his chest and say that self-protection was absolutely no problem. Gervais estimated that unless he met a gold level knight or above, he would be absolutely safe. Moreover, the golden knights are not only rare. How could they come to trouble him as a little viscount? So this is a completely close to zero probability. Well, Gervais's firm tone made Gandalf unable to continue to persuade him, and could only shake his head helplessly. Gervais's abilities in all aspects now completely overshadowed his father, and Gandalf could not discipline Gervais at will like before. If he hadn't watched Gervais grow up, Gandalf would have wondered if his little Gervais had been replaced by someone else. Especially the aura that Gervais has now has the real aura of a superior person. Gervais didn't know his cheap father's mental journey, but he was relieved when he saw that Gandalf didn't say anything more. Then Gervais looked at Alice again. After entering the tent, he didn't have time to say hello to the cheap wife. However, when Gervais set his sights on Alice, Gervais realized that his cheap wife was a little weird today, because Alice was staring at him blankly. Gervais could see the curiosity in Alice's royal blue eyes. In addition, it is mixed with these things. It is like seeing a novel thing. Yes, that's what it feels like. Next, Gervais also looked at Alice carefully and found that Alice still did not respond.
It shouldn't be. Lilia washed my face for me. If there was anything wrong with my face, she should have reminded me.
Gervais couldn't help but touch his face, a little confused. Fatty Pat had looked at himself several times just now, and now his cheap wife was even more weird, looking at him as if she had discovered a new world.
Alice?
Gervais finally couldn't bear it anymore and tentatively shouted to Alice.
Ah!
Alice finally reacted to Gervais's call, and after a moment of panic, she immediately retracted her thoughts.
Gervais, since you have decided, then go to the team where the eldest prince is.
Alice's face flushed slightly, but it was not obvious. Instead, it made her look even more beautiful. In order to cover up her embarrassment, Alice blurted out something casually. She didn't know what was going on. When she saw Gervais for the first time today, she noticed that Gervais's temperament had changed. As for how it became, Alice couldn't tell specifically, so she could only stare at Gervais and continue to look at him. She didn't want to focus too much, and she was caught by Gervais when she was distracted for a moment.
Okay, Alice, I've brought the girls and the unicorns from the medical team. Then I'll be troublesome for you for a while.
Gervais looked at Alice suspiciously several times, and found that Alice's expression immediately became normal, so he could only change the topic and talk about business. The first horn has sounded in the northern camp. Half an hour later, when the second horn sounds, Gervais and others will lead the team to rendezvous, so he doesn't have much time.
By the way, Gervais,
I have already explained to the vassals about your journey this time. If there is anything that needs to be decided collectively, let them listen to you as much as possible.
Okay, no problem. With the addition of these vassals, Gervais is not alone when facing the eldest prince. If the eldest prince and others dare to go too far, they must also consider the opinions of the thousands of people in the Jones family. Next, after Gervais and Alice continued to talk about matters that needed attention, Gervais left Alice's tent.
Sir, all personnel, vehicles and horses are ready and ready to go at any time.
Next to Gervais' own camp, the entire camp had been evacuated and all equipment and materials had been loaded into the truck. Nearly 200 of Gervais's subordinates have also been lined up and waiting to set off. Then let's go! After receiving Ike's report, Gervais rode a black horse and gave the order, and then the entire team slowly drove out of the camp. Woo-woo. When Gervais's team crossed the western city wall, they heard the second loud horn from the northern camp. This was the king summoning the team to signal that they were ready to set off.
My lord, I don't know which family's Seignior you are. Let me register it for you.
Rounding the corner of White Rock City, Gervais saw two huge teams standing apart outside White Rock City from a distance. Both teams were filled with flags and people neighing and horses honking. When Gervais and his team were preparing to approach, a group of rangers ran from a distance. Among this group of rangers was a middle-aged man wearing a silk dress who looked like an aristocrat. After he came to Gervais, he did not dismount, but he spoke to Gervais in a very respectful tone.
My name is Gervais Gale, from the Jones family.
Gervais knew that this was a necessary process, so he casually replied to the smiling noble in front of him.
Ah, are you the Viscount Gervais who attacked White Rock City? No wonder you look so extraordinary and make people fall in love with you as soon as they see you.
The young nobleman in charge of the registration was surprised. He did not expect that the person in front of him was Gervais, the husband of the famous earl who had conquered White Rock City yesterday.
Ha ha. Your Excellency. You are so polite. That was just a fluke.
The little nobleman in charge of registration was quite polite. So Gervais just said a few words to him.
Viscount Gervais. You have registered. Then I will not disturb you anymore. You can go directly to the team over there now. The team on the left is led by the eldest prince.
This little nobleman originally felt that Gervais was quite pleasing to the eye when he first saw him. At this moment, I saw that Gervais was also very polite in his tone. The young nobleman in charge of registration was even more polite. He also pointed to the team in the distance and directed Gervais where to go.
Thank you for informing me. Then I'll go there first. The recruitment horn has sounded.
After parting with the little nobleman whose name he didn't even know, Gervais sat on his horse with his eyes rolling. From time to time, he raised his hand and scratched his chin, thinking about something. Originally, Gervais thought the reaction of Fatty Pat and Alice was a coincidence. But when this little aristocrat whom he had never met showed enthusiasm towards him, Gervais noticed something strange.
Is it the effect of orange kiwi fruit? Affinity? Killing both men and women.
Gervais guessed that these inexplicable things today were probably related to the orange kiwi fruit he ate last night. Doesn't affinity mean that people let down their guard and get close to themselves when they see them?
If I had this skill in my previous life, I would have been invincible. Unfortunately, it's of no use in this other world.
Gervais couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, feeling a little sad about his chance in the lottery. If it were in the world of the past life, such affinity would definitely allow an ordinary person to reach the pinnacle of life, become a CEO, and win wealth and beauty. But in this world, Gervais is now a Viscount Seignior, holding the power of life and death for thousands of people. And his nominal identity is Alice's super powerful and wealthy husband.
So he doesn't need to work hard in this area at all. So the affinity added to him now is the icing on the cake. While his thoughts were racing, Gervais had already arrived among the team of vassals from the Principality of Jean. This is an extremely mixed army. Both the soldiers and the weapons and equipment in the team are uneven and disorganized. Compared with the soldiers directly under the great nobles not far away, they were simply a mob. Of course, this is also the norm in this world. The big nobles have their opponents. And they, the small nobles, also have their enemies. This time, Gervais had already learned about their team's offensive line from Alice. The next target of the king's southern expedition was the Earldom of Golden Mai, one of the 5 earldoms of the Principality of Alban. The Mai family is the most powerful earl family in the Principality of Alban. And as long as the Earldom of Mai is captured, the southern expedition team can wreak havoc unimpeded in the territory directly under King Hayden. They can even attack Wong and directly attack King Hayden's city. As for the other 4 earl families, because the time for the southern expedition is not generous, they need to complete the southern expedition before winter comes. Therefore, King Lawrence's strategy is to carry out a beheading invasion and directly penetrate the Alban Duke's defense line. Finally, capture the royal city of Hayden and destroy the royal capital of the Duchy of Alban. As long as Hayden King's city is captured, the entire Principality of Alban is actually equivalent to falling into the hands of King Lawrence. The Principality of Alban was originally split from the Snow Eagle Empire. If after killing King Hayden, as long as Lawrence orders that the other nobles, big and small, not be held accountable for their crimes, then these nobles, big and small, will definitely kneel down in front of Lawrence and show their allegiance. This time the troops were divided into 2 groups. The army of the king and the 8 earls were advancing forward, following the route of previous years, and taking the Mai family's May city directly. The team of vassals, like Gervais, and others will take a detour and specifically invade the castles of the smaller vassals of the Mai family. Because in previous years, the Mai family would summon all its minor nobles to May City to help defend it. The territories of these minor nobles would inevitably be empty of defense. The main purpose of Gervais and the others this time is to continuously attack the castles of those small nobles, so that the vassals of the Mai family and the small nobles cannot stay any longer. It is best to leave May City directly. As long as those little nobles leave May City, these little nobles will be like fish on the chopping board to the Principality of Jean, and they can eat whatever they want. There are more than 30,000 people in the vassal team like Gvest and others. When they reach the Earldom of Mai, they will divide into several groups to attack under the love of the eldest prince, showing full results. The invasion is so the territory of the vassals of the Mai family. The joining of Gervais, a team of less than 200 people, initially did not attract anyone's attention. But when Gervais passed by a team of Charles' family vassals, the young nobleman recognized Gervais's identity. He immediately told his companions about Gervais's identity in whispers. In an instant, these little nobles who knew Gervais's identity all looked at Gervais with fierce eyes. In addition to this fierce-searing gaze, there was also a hint of other meanings in it. And Gervais quickly understood what this look was. Those were greedy eyes. When they looked at Gervais's forehead, they seemed to see a lot of gold coins walking.
Want to stir up trouble? Ha ha! Let's see if you have the ability.
Gervais stared back at the hateful looks of those little nobles without showing any signs of weakness. The military value of these small nobles can no longer deter Gervais. Even against those bronze knights, Gervais could chop down several of them like watermelons using a critical strike. After the second horn sounded, there was still half an hour for the little nobles to arrive. Next, other teams of the Jones family joined the team of nearly 10,000 people one after another. Little nobles such as Pat, Fatty Code and others had also arrived. After they saw Gervais' team, they immediately stood with Gervais in a tacit understanding. Wes's side, woo-woo. After the third horn sounded, I finally remembered that all the troops in the Principality of Jean had already assembled.
Set off! Set off!
As the king and the eldest prince gave their respective orders, the heralds kept riding horses from the front to the back of the team to convey the order to set off. Gervais has not seen the eldest prince yet, because the team they are in is too long, and the marching team of tens of thousands of people cannot be seen from the beginning to the end. As for the offensive route of Gervais and his team, Gervais and others do not need to worry about it. Everything is decided by the great prince and a legion commander sent by the king. This commander did not come with his legion, but joined Gervais and his team alone. According to the discussion that Gervais had just heard, the leader of this legion was a golden knight. His main purpose of following this team, this time, was to protect the safety of the eldest prince. As for the siege of the city, he would not intervene, because as long as he intervenes, it is likely to attract the golden knights of the Principality of Alban, which will be a disaster for other vassals and small nobles. Gervais and his team were completely separated from King Lawrence and his team after marching 20 miles. Gervais and others did not encounter any enemies on the first day of march, because this place was still a day's journey from the earldom of Jean, and there was lush wilderness in between.
Gervais, do you think it is possible for us to attack the gates of King Hayden City this year?
In Fatty Pat's carriage, Gervais was drinking wine while looking at the scenery on the roadside. Fatty Pat took 2 sips of wine, quickly took the wine bottle in front of Gervais and filled it for himself, and then asked Gervais,
I don't know about this. Why are you caring about the Southern Expedition this year? In previous years, you were rushing to be a support team member.
Seeing the way Pat drank the wine, Gervais couldn't help but feel sorry for his own wine, and replied to Pat angrily,
Ahem. Isn't this because you want us a reward? You don't have to hand over any loot. What an attractive temptation. I hope we can break through King Hayden this time and empty it out. Ha ha.
Pat's face was a little confused. In previous years, he really wouldn't care about the outcome of the Southern Expedition. Anyway, he must be rushing to be a support team member. Sometimes, he would not be able to get into the logistics team, so he would pay bribes to get this position. But this year was different. Fatty Pat was directly dazzled by the benefit of not having to turn in the loot. Instead of joining the logistics team, he was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune.
You actually want to loot King Hayden City. Pat, you are ambitious. Maybe this year your wish will come true.
Gervais gave a thumbs up to Pat. Judging from the current strength of the Principality of Jean, it is really possible to invade the hiding King's City. After all, the worries of White Rock City have been eradicated. With the strength of the Principality of Jean, as long as no other accidents occur, it can still dominate the territory of the Principality of Alban. However, I am not sure about breaking through the King of Hayden City Gervais. I can only say that there is still a lot of potential. Hope. At noon on the third day after the team set off, Gervais and his team of more than 30,000 people finally arrived at the border of the earldom of Jean. 30 miles in front of them, there was a baron's castle, owned by the vassals of the Jean family. This news was just returned by the rangers. Chapter 400 The Hole Dug by the Eldest Prince. After receiving the news from the rangers, the eldest prince did not let the team that had been traveling all morning rest. Instead, he ordered the march to continue, hoping to reach the baron's castle before dark. Although ordinary soldiers complained about the big prince's order, in general, the little nobles still silently accepted this order because of the big prince's identity. After all of these little nobles were riding war horses. Even people like Pat. There are not many people who own carriages. Under the urging of their respective Seignior masters, the exhausted and hungry ordinary soldiers could only continue to move forward. After the team of tens of thousands of people continued to march for 4 hours, they finally saw the baron's castle standing in the distance. It was only at this moment that the ordinary soldiers collapsed on the ground and had some time to rest. The Principality of Alban is located in a plain with very few hills. So the castle in the distance is not built on the mountains, like the Principality of Jean. Instead, the castle was built on the highest point near the river. Such a castle does not rely on the height of the terrain to block enemies. Instead, like White Rock City, it relies on a moat that is tens of meters wide around the castle to protect the city wall. The only accessible entrance to the moat is the suspension bridge opposite the castle gate. At this time, the castle suspension bridge has been lifted high and attached to the wall of the castle, directly covering the entire castle gate. If Gervais and others want to attack the Baron's castle, they have only one option, and that is to fill in the moat. Otherwise, there will be no place for a ladder on the opposite side, because the distance between the castle and the moat is very short. Only 3 or 4 meters away. The 3 or 4 meters of open space is still a slope, and the siege ladder cannot be fixed at all. In the meeting tent, the eldest prince and a middle-aged man were sitting at the main table, while dozens of minor nobles were sitting below. These minor nobles come from the 8 count families, and they are representatives elected by all the minor vassals of the 8 families. At this time, Gervais, Bertram, and Pat were in the meeting tent. The 3 of them represented the vassals of the Jones family who came to attend the meeting.
Everyone has seen the Baron's castle in the distance. I summon you this time to discuss with you the attack on the castle.
The eldest prince wore a well-made leather armor with a red cloak hanging on his back. Together with his good appearance, he vividly represented a young nobleman with great power. The eldest prince did not trouble Gervais today, nor did he even make too much eye contact with Gervais. When the representatives of the 8 major families arrived, the eldest prince began to speak at today's meeting.
According to the strategy formulated by His Majesty the King, in the next period of time, we need to separate into several groups and attack the castles of the small nobles in the Earl of Jean Mai. But I think we have just arrived in the Earldom of Jean Mai, so it is necessary to capture a castle first to boost morale and undermine the enemy's confidence. So I plan to wait until the Baron's castle is captured before we divide our troops. Do you have any objections to this?
After the eldest prince finished speaking slowly, his eyes glanced at the representative of the small nobles below.
Your Highness, we have no objection. We have no objection either.
Soon, several representatives of the minor nobles spoke out to express their agreement. Although the eldest prince's statement of boosting morale and destroying the enemy's confidence is far-fetched, but there is no problem. Anyway, these vassals came to the Principality of Alban to attack the city and seize the land. Now it doesn't matter whether everyone fights together or attacks individually.
Very good. It seems that everyone has the same idea as me.
The eldest prince enjoyed this feeling of having power, and nodded in response to the little nobles, who expressed their opinions before continuing.
But the castle in front is just a baron's castle after all. We have more than 30,000 people. If everyone attacks the castle at the same time, it will definitely be unrealistic. So I'm going to use will warfare to attack the city according to the method of attacking Bayan City. Do you have any objections?
With a warm smile on his face, the eldest prince looked at everyone again, asking for their opinions. Several minor nobles below continued to express their support, and no one objected. Only Gervais looked at the eldest prince from below, his brows frowning slightly. Although the eldest prince has not released hostility towards him so far, Gervais does not think that the eldest prince has forgotten his grudges with him. Gervais felt that the reason why the eldest prince was so calm was probably because he had dug a hole waiting for him.
Very good. It seems that everyone has no objection to my decision. So let's discuss the order of siege.
The eldest prince smiled and nodded and continued.
I have a suggestion here regarding the order of siege. I think we can rank the order of siege based on our military exploits in Bayan City. Because this is the first battle, we must win beautifully. Only in this way can we effectively undermine the enemy's confidence. Excellent military performance in Bayan City also represents the strength of that family. So the first one is we need families like this. What do you think of my proposal?
After the eldest prince's words fell, of course, there was another burst of agreement among the little nobles. And Gervais already knew in his heart at this moment that this handsome prince, who looked like a handsome young man, started to deal with him as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. However, the eldest prince's words were all high-sounding, and there was nothing wrong with them. But there's nothing wrong with it. But this is clearly a trap for the Jones family. So, Gervais shouted loudly towards the eldest prince Derek, amidst the echoes of the minor nobles.
I object.
In an instant, the entire conference hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Gervais.
Viscount Gervais, I wonder why you object.
The eldest prince was not surprised at all by Gervais's objections, nor was he anxious. He continued to ask Gervais calmly.
His Royal Highness, I don't know when you plan to attack the city. How long does it take for each family to attack the city? Ha ha. Viscount Gervais. Since this is our first battle, we naturally need to fight it quickly. So I decided to start the siege immediately after this meeting. And each family will be responsible for the siege for half a day.
When the eldest prince heard Gervais's loud question, his expression did not change at all. He was still very kind and answered Gervais's questions in detail.
Your Highness the Great Prince. In other words, if our Jones family is the first family to attack the city, we need to attack all night?
A cold glint flashed in Gervais's eyes, and his voice became colder as he asked.
Yes, Viscount Gervais. His Royal Highness. We marched from morning until now and set up camp. The soldiers didn't get any rest. And they didn't even eat lunch or dinner. Is there something wrong with your attack arrangement?
Gervais now knew what the eldest Prince Derek's plan was, to not let the soldiers rest at noon and to continue on the road, just digging a hole and waiting for the Jones family.
Ha ha! Viscount Gervais. Aren't you afraid? It's just a baron's castle. But your Jones family is so afraid of it. No wonder we were last in line when we arranged the camp. Ha 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 ha!
The eldest prince did not say anything, but the noble representatives of the Charles family jumped out to mock Gervais first. And those who just echoed the eldest prince's words were the ones who were the loudest and most active.
Viscount Gervais, although it has been a day's march, each of your families has a team of thousands of people to attack the baron's castle. You only need to invest a few hundred soldiers at a time. You have time to let other soldiers rest. So I don't think my decision was inappropriate. Since His Highness the Grand Prince said there is nothing wrong, why not let the Charles family be the first to attack the city? The sharp-tongued Viscount just now seemed to say that the Charles family is very brave. And Your Highness, you just said that the Jones family has made the greatest contribution in White Rock City. Can the Jones family get more preferential treatment?
Gervais spoke sharply, and was not afraid of losing face to the eldest prince. You, the aristocratic representative of the Charles family, who had just mocked the Jones family, immediately looked angry, and was about to stand up and scold Gervais, but was stopped by the eldest prince. The eldest prince waved his hand to him, and then looked at everyone.
It seems that Viscount Gervais is not very willing to be the first family to attack the city, but I think everyone is like this.
The eldest prince's smile remained the same.
But since the enemy's castle is right ahead, tens of thousands of us have to resist a baron's castle. The people of the Duchy of Alban will definitely look down upon us, and His Majesty the King will definitely blame us. So, let's vote and decide. There are two arrangements for the order of siege. The first one is what I just proposed, based on Bayen City's military exploits. The one with the highest military exploits will be ranked first. The second option is to decide based on the location assigned by the Glory City camp. Now, everyone, get ready. Let's start voting. Families who support the first decision method, please raise your hands.
Brush, brush, brush. When the eldest prince finished speaking, almost all noble representatives in the entire discussion tent raised their hands. Charles family, Larkin family, Kerwin family. When he heard that the eldest prince said that he wanted to vote, Gervais knew what the result would be. But what surprised Gervais at this moment was that there were actually two families who did not raise their hands to vote. Needless to say, one of the families is the Welton family. Although the representative sent by the Welton family today includes the woman Caroline, the Welton family has a marriage relationship with the Jones family. So naturally they will not vote for this yes vote. In addition to the Welton family, who did not raise their hands to vote, another family was the Elvo family. The Elvo family made this decision entirely because of one person. This person was Boris, who bet Gervais with purple elves in the Colosseum on Alice's birthday. In the end, he lost 2 purple elves and had to beg Gervais to replace the elves with gold coins. Boris was sitting opposite Gervais at this time. When he saw Gervais looking at him, he couldn't help but nodded towards Gervais. Gervais also responded with a smile to Boris's kindness. He did not expect that Boris was not worried about offending the eldest prince. But it was not surprising after thinking about it. Boris owed him a favor in the first place. Besides, Boris still owes himself a promise.
Very good. There are a total of 5 families that support the first proposal. Please raise your hands for those families that support the second proposal.
In fact, the wishes of these families can be seen from the voting rate of the first method. However, in order to maintain his character and leave the Jones family without any possibility of evasion, the eldest prince still acted businesslike and began to vote for the second method hypocritically. When the eldest prince finished speaking, the crowd was extremely quiet. No family raised their hands. Neither the Welton family nor the Elvo family raised their hands. Of course, this does not mean that the two families have changed their minds again, but because they know that even if they and others raise their hands, it will be useless. So for the sake of the family, just don't raise your hand.
Viscount Gervais. The voting results of the 8 major families have come out.
The eldest prince looked at Gervais with a smile.
If that's the case, then I don't have any objections.
Gervais shrugged indifferently, not as angry as everyone expected. In fact, Gervais had already guessed this result. Since the eldest prince was planning to plot against the Jones family, he was naturally quite confident.
His Royal Highness, I have no objections to the order of siege. However, I have a request. If the castle is captured during the attack time of our Jones family, then all the war spoils in the castle will belong to our Jones family. Other families are not allowed to interfere. Of course, no matter which family captures the castle, all the spoils will belong to that family.
The eldest prince had no objection. The castle was not a city, and the area was not as big as a town. Therefore, as long as this kind of siege method was used, all the power to collect the spoils would belong to the family that breached the castle. Although they all need to be turned in the end, there are a lot of valuable things in the castle. Even if they swallow a few gems or 1 or 2 books, no one will say anything. Of course, now that the Jones family has the reward promised by the king, there is no need to hand over the spoils. However, no one present believed that the Jones family could breach the castle tonight. The soldiers of the Jones family were exhausted at this time, and there was a moat of dozens of meters outside the castle waiting for them to fill. So the Jones family could be said to be the coolies selected by the eldest prince. They specialize in filling rivers and draining the enemy's spirit. As for the Jones family, will there be a second chance to attack the castle? The answer is of course no. There are more than 20,000 people in the 8 count families. If a small baron's castle can withstand it after 1 round, then their team will be a joke.
Viscount Gervais, I wonder if you have any questions. If not, our meeting will end here. The Jones family will launch an attack on the castle within half an hour. No objection. Your Highness, I will go back and make arrangements for the attack first.
Gervais waved his hand, stood up without saluting, said something to the eldest prince, turned around and walked out.
Okay, everyone. Today's meeting is over. You can go back and rest. I hope to capture this barren castle within 2 days.
Looking at Gervais's back, the eldest prince did not have an attack for the time being. Although his fingers were turning white from pinching, he still had a smile on his face.
Yes, Your Highness.
The other noble representative stood up, saluted respectfully to the eldest prince, and then exited the tent. Boom! After all the little nobles left, a huge sound of slapping the wooden table came from the tent.
Gervais, I want you to die.